Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. Born into the strongest family. 1 SF. Chapter 1. What should I do if I am threatened by the system? Hyuan calendar year 1503. East Daxia Sea, Windmill Village. The waves are hitting the rocks. Today's style is extremely big. It seems that the weather is about to change. Two figures, one large and one small, faced each other on the rocks. The eldest figure is 36 years old, wearing a dark green coat, with a serious face, black hair scattered casually on the back of his head, and a square tattoo on the left side of his face. The youngest one is only 15 years old, with a handsome face but still masculine. His eyes are like a deep lake, crystal clear, shining with the light of wisdom. He holds a little baby about 3 months old in his arms. I disagree, Tyrage spoke out angrily, but was afraid of disturbing his eldest nephew in his arms, so he tried to keep his voice low. 5 years ago, when you were just promoted to Lieutenant General, you said you wanted to go out and have a look. The old man reluctantly agreed. Today you sneaked back with a little baby and told me that you wanted to quit Marine. What happened to you in the past few years? What's wrong with Marine? The old man is already very old, and he can't stand your torment. Tyrage asked angrily, feeling very dissatisfied with this brother who had disappeared for several years. He jumped up and punched the tattoo on his left cheek hard. Dorag staggered after being beaten. He rubbed the painful left side of his face, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled happily. I haven't seen you for many years. It seems that you have grown a lot. Dorag didn't answer the question. His eyes were a little blurry, as if he was nostalgic but also seemed to be feeling emotional. Don't talk about useless things. Answer me, what happened? Tyrage's eyes were blood red, he clenched his fists, and he secretly felt hatred in his heart. After years of training, a full blow was still painless in front of this man. Dorag slowly stepped forward and rubbed his brother's hair, but Dorag threw him away angrily. He sighed helplessly and said dully, Marine, I couldn't see the justice I wanted, so I was so angry that I went to sea to relax. My heart and my actions are as clear as a clear mirror, and everything I do is righteous. It's not what you saw. It's just what. Tyrage interrupted the eldest brother's memory in front of him. He had already understood his eldest brother's point of view, but he did not agree with it. The old man is about to turn 60, how many more years can he live? Doesn't eldest brother know anything about his expectations for us? Dorag was stunned by his brother's words and was speechless for a long time. He slowly turned around and faced the sea, a drop of water slipped from the corner of his eye. As strong as he was, there were things he had to give up. Family affection, friendship, standing, or faith. Dorag flew into the air and landed on a small boat under the reef. The voice is a little hoarse. The child in your arms is my son, your eldest nephew, named Monkey D. Luffy, forget me, just pretend that I have never been this person. I have things I must do. He will take my place and make up for the filial piety I failed to fulfill. Give him to the old man, he will understand. Dorag gritted his teeth and said the last sentence, and only he knew the pain in his heart. This time he sneaked back, but he didn't dare to meet his father. He understood how much harm what he was doing would cause to the old man. Brother. Tyrage let out a cry of pain and fell to his knees, with snot and tears streaming down his face involuntarily. Luffy, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by this loud shout. At such a young age, he showed something different from ordinary people. He didn't cry or fuss. Instead, he was grinning with his little teeth bared, and his little hands were waving hard, as if he was trying to wipe away the tears on Dorag's face. Dorag, who turned around, was shaken by the big brother's voice. Enduring the sadness and pain deep in my throat, I managed to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, brother. Let the wind of fate blow freely. In the future, we will meet again. I believe that day will not be too long. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed, the wind roared, the rising fog blocked this large area of the sea, and his figure gradually disappeared here. Is this still the case? I can't change anything. Tyrage slowly stood up, watched his eldest brother leave, and whispered what he had just understood. He was born into this world 15 years ago. In his previous life, he was an orphan and a patient with myasthenia gravis. The new volunteer nurse misused the medicine for treating Alzheimer's disease on him, causing him to fall asleep. When he woke up again, he ushered in his new life, a brand new world, a young body, and an unprecedented family relationship. In his previous life, he was paralyzed in bed and had no other hobbies. Even if he had, his body would not allow it, so he had to pray to the dean to put in more anime discs. One Piece is his favorite one and he has watched it over and over again. For him who has lived on a small bed all his life, those so-called righteousness. Good and evil, standing, everything is not important. As long as his family is well, he should never be separated. He likes how furious Garp is when educating his grandson. I like how Whitebeard risked his life to save his son. Zoro shouted to heaven for his dead friend. What Tetsuo said, don't catch a cold, Sanji. Nami's favorite orange, cherry blossoms blooming in winter. The sea train that can't stop. Binks's wine that never ends. The broken sailboat traveled across the ocean to take them home. I traveled to thousands of hospitals just to save your white sorrow. For the sake of Bo's wife, Senior wears baby clothes all his life. He likes everything that exists here, family affection, friendship, love. He had nothing before. I cherish everything I have now. Dad Garp, eldest brother Dorag, sister Makino, eldest sister Dayton, the village elder and uncle, including all the villagers in the village. The only regret is that I never met my mother who died in childbirth. Bite. Feeling that the host's mood fluctuates greatly, the emotional system has been bound, and the novice gift pack has been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check it. Tyrage wiped the corners of his eyes and reached out to tease Luffy in his arms. He didn't take the notification sound in his mind seriously at all. Cherishing what he has now is what he wants to do most right now. System. Get out of here. Perhaps because he felt Tyrage's contempt, he was very unhappy with the system that only appeared after 15 years of travel. Detection host lacks self-motivation. System tasks have been issued, please check carefully. Little Luffy, I'll find you some milk when I get back. Don't worry. Tyrage continued to hold Luffy in his arms and walk towards home. The mission. He didn't even look at it. ... Mission failed. Garp's lifespan will be reduced by 10 years. My day. Chapter 2. Carrying this surname, even a dog must learn to be domineering. Tyrage's house, which he and his eldest brother built together many years ago, is located on the west side of Windmill Village. It is very close to the jungle in Mount Kolbo. It is a wooden house built entirely of wood. It has 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, which can accommodate their family of 3. But he never thought that his eldest brother and his father were away at sea all year round on missions, leaving him alone in this huge wooden house. Woo! Wow! Wow! Little Luffy, who was only about 3 months old, cried out, perhaps because he was hungry. Tyrage opened the door and placed Luffy on the bed, while he rummaged around hurriedly. After a long time, Tyrage wiped the dust from his face and said to himself, dumbfounded. It's useless. I remember that the milk powder the old man bought for me 14 years ago was kept here. Where did it go? Glancing at Luffy, who was crying more and more, Tyrage gritted his teeth, pulled out a short blade from his trouser leg, and slowly approached Luffy. Whoa! The shining blade made Luffy stop crying, put his little hand in his mouth and nod, his big eyes blinking. Although I'm sorry, brother, there's nothing I can do about it. Tyrage himself still owes Sister Maginot 10,000 Baileys, and his pocket is cleaner than his face. Where can he get milk powder for him? The scene turned, and Tyrage was squatting by the river, carefully washing his bloody hands. It was so cruel that tears flowed down from the corners of my mouth uncontrollably. Tyrage picked up the rabbit meat that he had just killed next to him, picked up a bundle of firewood, and ran home. After being out for half an hour, I don't know how little Luffy was crying at home alone. Maginot's home is not far from Tyrage's home, and it is also the only way for him to go back. Brother Talig, are you going hunting again? Makino came out to dry the clothes, and caught a glimpse of his hurried figure from the corner of her eye. The corners of her mouth raised slightly involuntarily. He put his hands to his mouth, making a loudspeaker gesture, and shouted softly. Don't run away. When will you return those 10,000 Baileys to me? I'll pay you back next time. Goodbye. Talog will not stop. 10,000 belly. Do you think my waist is worth the money? Humph, it's true. If you see me, run away and I'll never bring you another drink. Maginot pinched her slender waist and stamped her feet angrily. Although she said so, she would still secretly put a bottle of good wine at the door of his house every morning. Tyrage stopped, took a deep breath, patted his chest and muttered helplessly to himself. Sister Maginot is getting more and more fierce. Dad, can you leave some of your salary for me? My son is so poor that he can't afford to eat. My mind is full of questions. Dad Garp is Marine's lieutenant general and Marine's hero. His salary is too much to spend. But I never thought that this old man didn't think about his family at all. Apart from keeping the money for himself to buy senbei donuts, all the rest was used as pensions and distributed to the soldiers who died under their command. So, host considers whether it is good to do the task. Money, strength, resources, what is needed? The humble voice of the system echoed in his mind again. When he met the stubborn host for the first time, he was helpless. After Tyrage put the firewood in the kitchen, he quickly walked back to the bedroom and took out a freshly made rattle from his pocket. Place it next to Luffy, who fell asleep again due to hunger. After doing all this, he wiped the sweat from his face, curled his lips and muttered. Mission, how can I have time to do it? I still have to cook for my eldest nephew. With the unremitting efforts of the host, you will catch a rabbit, make a rattle, and be rewarded with a ton of Dolly brand Thrive milk powder. Please pay attention to check it. Question mark. Tyrage called him a good guy. Has he humbled himself to this extent? He shook his head, took out a can of milk powder from the system space, opened it, picked up a small handful and put it into his mouth. 99%. With our family's physical fitness, if the milk powder is dry, it should be fine, right? Tyrage had never taken care of children, and he didn't know how to prepare milk powder, so he simply prepared it in a 1:1 ratio. 1 spoonful of milk powder and 1 spoonful of warm water. Add more water to the powder and more powder to the water. After a while, you will have brewed a large pot. This pot must weigh at least 10 kilograms, right? Throwing the bottomed milk powder can on the ground, Tyrage happily hugged little Luffy on the bed. Little Luffy, it's time to take a bath. No, it's time to eat. Woo, wow. Little Luffy was woken up by him, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he grabbed the milk basin on the table that was bigger than him. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll feed it to you now. Tyrage kissed little Luffy and put him into the milk basin. Gulu gulu. In less than a second, little Luffy sank. Tyrage looked at the bubbles coming out of the milk basin and secretly sighed at the strength of the family's physique. Such a small one has such a good appetite. Huh, why is there no movement? He hurriedly inserted his hand into the basin and grabbed the little Luffy who was almost drowned. He put his finger on Luffy's nose and probed, and found that he was still breathing, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He shook his head with a wry smile and said to himself, "It seems that we should ask Sister Maginot to help take care of her tomorrow. There are still 3 days until Dad's next vacation, which is almost here." Tyrage recalled that he was just an old man who pooped and pooped. He must be very experienced in raising children. If we don't count the fact that we feed him meat when he is 1 year old and feed him wine with chopsticks when he is 2 years old. After checking over and over again many times, I was sure that Luffy had fallen asleep after eating enough and was not unconscious due to choking on the milk. Only then was he completely relieved. He hugged little Luffy, placed him on the bed, and wrapped him in a quilt. System. View panel. Tyrage has watched a lot of anime and is not very unfamiliar with the system. Now that he has some free time, let's take a look. The system has no human emotions and no soul of its own. Otherwise, he would definitely cry bitterly. He was finally taken seriously. Name: Monkey D. Telig. Age: 15 years old. Fruit: none. Armed color domineering. Hardening only increases defense, no obvious characteristics. Wrap domineering energy around various parts of the body. Wisdom and domineering. Sense breath, enhance your own perception, detect changes in the breath of surrounding creatures, and read the location, number, and strength of surrounding creatures. Sense attack, perceive the opponent's next move and react in advance. Conqueror's Haki. Unawakened. Skills learned. Marine 6 style shave, step on dozens of times at high speed in an instant, generating explosive reaction force to move at high speed. Marine 6 style paper painting, release the strength of the whole body, and through the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's movements, the body becomes as thin as paper, and the body can be controlled easily and dodge attacks directed at oneself. The magical props actually reflected all the indicators of my body in the form of words. Telig stroked his chin with one hand and commented arbitrarily on the data panel displayed by the system. Props. As for the practice of domineering, Dorag has been following Garp and practicing under his guidance since he could walk. Explain all kinds of theoretical knowledge from the beginning, pass. To polish the body, such as throwing into cliffs, mountains, jungles, oceans, swamps, glaciers. Later, when used in actual combat, he was beaten unilaterally by Garp. Tyrage squatted on the ground and covered his head in pain. These not-so-good memories reminded him of his unhappy childhood. If it weren't for the kind-hearted Sister Maginot, every time he was injured, they would comfort him considerately and bandage him carefully. Maybe during a certain exercise, I was either depressed or depressed. The old man once said, "Dominance is a potential power that everyone possesses, but most people are unaware of its existence. Even if you work hard for it all your life, you won't be able to use this kind of power. Except for the monkey family. With this surname, even if you were a dog, you still have to develop domineering for lousy." He only learned the first stage of domineering entanglement, entangling various parts of the body. As for wrapping the domineering energy around an object, we haven't mastered it yet. Forget it, this prop is just like that. Apart from the panel you can look at, it is useless. Tyrage waved his hand and scattered the panel in front of him. He picked up the mandatory exercise device Garp had prepared for him and prepared to go out. It was time to practice. Chapter 3 Progressive Overload. The 6 forms of marine are the result of the joint creation and continuous optimization of Marine's physical arts masters over the generations. The latecomer, Garp, not only practiced the 6 marine styles to perfection, but also made further improvements on them. How could he not teach his son this method of training his own physical skills? Tyrage touched his aching head and grinned to himself. There are still 3 days until Dad comes back. It is impossible to master moonwalk initially. It seems that this iron fist of love is inevitable. Glancing at little Luffy on the bed, Tyrage opened the door with a 3-ton exercise machine on his back. But the steps he was about to take stopped in midair, and a drop of cold sweat streaked across Tyrage's cheeks. His throat moved slightly, he swallowed, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with a difficult smile. "Ha ha ha, Ma, Sister Maginot, why are you here?" Outside the door, it was Maginot who had been chasing him all the way. I saw her arms folded across her chest, holding a clothes rack in her arms, pouting her lips, and tiptoeing on the ground with her exquisite little feet. "What, I can't come, are you chasing me away?" Maginot was obviously a little unhappy. It was because this guy ran so fast that she thought something had happened, so she followed him all the way. "How is it possible? It's too late for me to like you. How can I chase you away?" Tyrage immediately shook his head in denial, otherwise this girl would really be angry. In his previous life, he was paralyzed in bed and did not have a clear understanding of what he said. He didn't notice Maginot in front of him at all. Because of his polite words of liking, his slightly red cheeks revealed an inexplicable shyness. "Who made you like it?" Maginot walked up quickly, stamped him hard, and then ran away laughing happily. "Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. I will cook a big meal for you." Why is it so inexplicable? Tyrage stared at the girl running away, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled faintly. "Let's go. Let's have a big dinner tonight. Ha ha ha. He didn't know what this feeling in his heart was, but if he really wanted to say it, it might be happiness. Trust, companionship, care, tolerance. He had it all. Today's training goal is to run 30 laps around the entire windmill village with weights. He doesn't know what shortcuts are, and his father has never told him that there are shortcuts to improving strength. Only innate talent and unremitting efforts will create a strong person. Yesterday I ran 29 laps and fainted in front of my house. Today I will break through this limit no matter what. Tyrage stared ahead, displaying his strength and speed wantonly, with a very clear goal. That is to break through your own limits. His father told him that the improvement of strength is to constantly break through one's own limits. Increase the weight of the exercise machine, increase the total number of training sessions, change the difficulty of the movements, and adjust the training cycle. These are progressive overload. Proper use of these can promote muscle growth and improve physical fitness. But don't increase training too much at one time, otherwise it will not be exercise but chronic suicide. There are no benefits, but it will cause irreversible damage to the body. Lap 25. Tyrage ran with all his strength, his clothes soaked with sweat. His breathing gradually became rapid, but his eyes were full of determination. His steps were fairly steady and he continued to trot forward at a steady pace. Lap 29. At this time, his legs felt as heavy as lead, every step became extremely difficult, and his eyes gradually became double. Can't give up. Tyrage bit the tip of his tongue sharply, and the pain prompted him to wake up again. Now that I have completed yesterday's exercise, I can't afford to fall down here. Now he can no longer be said to be running. If he were not still standing, even if he could crawl again, it would still be possible. Every time he took a step, his body would inevitably sway, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Ah, brother Tyrage, you exercised too much. My mouth, the corners of my mouth are bleeding. Tyrage followed suit and walked to the door of Maginot's house. Makino, who had already prepared dinner, was sitting alone at the door of her house. He held his chin with both hands, smiling happily, looking forward to the arrival of his sweetheart. But I never thought that it would only be 4 hours before and after meeting again, but it would feel like a lifetime ago. Maginot had already become accustomed to her brother's injuries as a common occurrence. But today, it was the first time she had seen him in such a state that he could faint at any time. He shouted in shock and rushed to Dorag's side. The little hand wanted to hold him up, but Tyrage, who was speechless, stopped him with his eyes. Tyrage bit his bloody tongue again and smiled bitterly to himself. Hey, dear, with a 3-ton load, if I fall down, will Sister Maginot be crushed into a meat pie? Less than a kilometer away from his home, Maginot followed him worriedly, her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't understand why her brother tortured her like this when Uncle Garp was away. Is strength so important? Finally, the home appeared in Tyrage's sight. Now let alone biting his tongue, he didn't even have the strength to open his teeth. Nowadays, it is all thanks to his unyielding spirit that supports him in moving forward. Every time you take a step, you will inevitably stop and rest for more than 10 seconds before taking another difficult step. Elder brother, Maginot covered her mouth in pain, and big tears kept flowing down. Boom. Ah, here we are. Amid Machino's cries, Tyrage's body fell heavily at the door of his house. I used my last strength to throw down the weight on my back, and could no longer open my eyes. But the corner of his mouth always evoked a faint smile, and he succeeded. At this time, the sun had already set in the west, and a beautiful sunset appeared on the horizon. Tyrage knew that he was taking another step towards becoming a strong man. Brother, you're awake. Tyrage slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Maginot, who was holding little Luffy. He smiled bitterly and said with a hoarse voice, "Worrying you, Maginot." Maginot pouted, but tears streaked down her cheeks again, and she carefully put down Luffy. He threw himself directly on the bed, grabbed Dorag's neck, and shook him back and forth. You still say, why do you treat yourself so badly? Is strength so important? Woo. Tears fell on Tyrage's face and slowly slid into his mouth. The bitter and salty taste, but he felt a different kind of sweetness. This feeling is so comfortable. Tyrage couldn't help but laugh out loud, but it angered the little pepper on his body. You're still laughing. Why didn't I run away to kill you? Maginot raised his right hand and punched him hard in the face. Tyrage acted like a normal person. He didn't even blink, the corners of his mouth were raised, and there was always a smile in his eyes. Ah, it hurts so much. Instead, Maginot let out a cry of pain and blew herself, her fists turning red due to excessive exertion. Ha ha ha, come again, I'm not afraid of your brother. Her appearance made Dorag laugh. With this strength, she was even less powerful than her father. Chapter 4. A ruler is short, and inches long. Maginot gritted his teeth, feeling secretly resentful in his heart. Brother Tyrage is still like this. He doesn't understand anything and only laughs. Finally, amid Tyrage's ridicule, Maginot could no longer hold back her irritable temper. Lying on his shoulder, showing his sharp teeth, he bit down. Ah, it hurts. This was really painful, and Dorag didn't dare to use hardening to resist, for fear of hurting her. So this bite from Maginot really hurt him. Humph, look how dare you laugh at me, Luo. Maginot sat up straight and stuck out her tongue playfully, very satisfied with the teeth marks she left. No, not again. Tyrage endured the pain in his body and slowly sat up from the bed. He pretended to be in unbearable pain, which made Makino's heart skip a beat. Like a child who made a mistake, he put his little hands in front of his body and his beautiful eyelashes drooped. With an obvious cry, he lowered his head and whispered softly. Did I hurt you by biting you? I'm sorry. This girl shed a lot of tears for him today. It was absolutely impossible for Tyrage to continue teasing her, so he quickly comforted her. No, I just exercised too much and my body is a little sore. After sitting up, Tyrage realized that his clothes seemed to have been changed. By the way, the distance from the door to the bed is quite large. It was a big embarrassment for the petite Maginot to be able to move him, who was quite heavy, onto the bed. When Maginot heard this, a smile appeared on her face again. After raising his head, he found that Dorag had been looking down at his clothes. Her expression suddenly changed, like a boiling boiler, as if steam was coming out. He jumped out of bed in a panic, picked up Luffy in a hurry, and ran out of the bedroom. I'm going to warm up the milk for the baby. Maginot in the living room covered her blushing face with one hand, thinking wildly. It's just a change of clothes. Brother, you won't think too much about it, right? Recalling the fool-like laughter of Dorag in the past, Maginot sighed like a little adult. She was overthinking. By the way, whose child is this? Maginot held little Luffy in one hand and handled the milk basin on the table that had turned into cheese with the other hand. It was obviously inedible. He's my eldest brother's child, his name is Luffy. Dorag, who walked out of the bedroom, heard her muttering and answered aloud. Brother Long's child, is he back? Maginot's eyes lit up. In her impression, Dorag was a gentle, careful and considerate big brother, completely different from the careless Talig. How many times have I told you that you should call him uncle and call me daddy and grandpa? I just came back and left, leaving my eldest nephew in my care. Tyrage covered his face, completely confused by the fact that Maginot was only 13 years old. Why do we have to call the 36-year-old Dorag the eldest brother and the 59-year-old father the uncle? I want you to take care of it. Maginot suddenly raised her voice and roared angrily, but accidentally woke up the sleeping little Luffy in her arms. Whoa, the little guy woke up, his evil little hand seemed to be grabbing something. Maginot's face turned red, she took Luffy's little hand, rolled her eyes at Dorag next to her, and asked aloud. Where is the milk powder? Luffy is hungry, I will make some milk for him. I'll get it for you. Tyrage smiled slightly, he had to find professional people for professional matters, so he didn't have to worry about it this time. Quickly returned to the bedroom, took out more than 10 cans of milk powder from the system space and put them in the cabinet, so that when needed in the future, there would be no need to hide it from others. Here, is 1 can of milk powder enough? Tyrage didn't keep her waiting for long, and soon came back with a can of milk powder. Do you think the little guy can eat like you? Every time Maginot talked to him, she felt like she was being peed off, and she stamped him hard. He glanced at the large bowl of cheese on the table and muttered disdainfully. The craftsmanship is so poor. Without me, you would have been malnourished. Tyrage was despised, and he had no place to reason, because everything Maginot said was right. If it weren't for the fact that he could go to Maginot's house every now and then to improve the food and grill the meat himself every day, he might have gone completely stupid. In view of host completing the exercise task independently, a reward of an eternal milk bottle. Tyrage was not interested in the system that came out to create a sense of presence, but he also hid in the blind spot of Maginot's perspective and took out the milk bottle. I dug it out in the cabinet and gave it to him to use. Dorag handed the bottle to Maginot, who was worried that he didn't have the milk-making equipment. If you have this, wouldn't you take it out earlier? After being glared at again, Dorag felt so miserable that he couldn't express his feelings, so he could only curse angrily in his heart. Why the hell couldn't you take it out earlier? It's useless. I don't know where the young Maginot learned the craft. The brewing ratio is precise 1:7, and the water temperature is exactly controlled at around 40 degrees Celsius. You can tell by looking at Luffy's increasingly bright eyes that it's not an ordinary drink. What are you looking at? You won't learn from it. Taking care of children is a delicate job. Being criticized again, Tyrage had the idea of doing a system task for the first time. What tasks does the world's top chef need? This needs to be done step by step, and it is divided into several. Don't clean up those useless things. I'll clean the house. Can you give it to me? There are difficulties. Have any difficulties? Then you have to overcome them. That's it. Tyrage nodded to Maginot, picked up the broom and started cleaning, his eyes filled with light for the first time. No one would have thought that the reason a time traveler with a system, wanted to do a mission for the first time was because he was despised for making milk powder and was forced to come up with it. Hey, are you okay? The house is full of dust. What should I do if the child chokes? Maginot sniffed her nose, turned her head angrily, snatched the rag and broom from Tarage's hand, and pointed at the door. Get out of here, don't come in without my permission. Tyra lowered her head and felt for the first time that she was a waste and was despised again. Life is hard and bitter, but I am happy. The back of gate of opening was a little lonely as he left. Tyrage sat on the stone at the door, looked up at the sky, and sighed again and again. How about host overcome it? You can get the reward right away. Roll. Time flies by, and in just 10 minutes, Tyrage recalled his blank life. It seems that apart from polishing his body and exercising his strength, he really doesn't know how to do anything. He can't even do a simple cleaning of the room. Alas, it's difficult. Squeak. Maginot pushed open the door. Luffy had already fallen asleep. This child was really good at eating. He drank more than 10 bottles of milk before he was full. You are still sighing. These things are not something you men can do well in the first place. Maginot bent down, her big eyes blinking at Tyrage's face, a smile on her brows. I just feel like I'm such a waste, I can't even do the most common cleaning. Tyrage felt that he had lived so many years in vain. In all his past and present lives, he was almost 40. In the end, he was useless. Who said that? Maginot stood up and shouted angrily. Then she felt that she was a little too excited, licked her lips, smiled sheepishly and said. People are good at different things. A ruler is short and an inch is strong. Brother, don't deny yourself. You are already very good. For example, I can only do housework, make delicious food, brew delicious wine, and have excellent etiquette. Tyrage stared at him dumbfounded, praising Maginot who couldn't stop praising him. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, Ahem, are you here to attack me, or are you here to attack me? Chapter 5 Garp returns. 3 days later, Pung. The door of the house was pushed open by Maginot, and the figure hurried in. At this time, Tyrage was taking a nap with Luffy in his arms. After hearing the sound, he wiped the corners of his eyes, sat up, took a deep breath and said. What's wrong? Maginot is frizzy. This impetuous little girl has no clue that she will turn into a kind and gentle character when she grows up. Makino rolled her eyes and said breathlessly. Uncle Garp is back. Quote question mark quote. 3 question marks appeared on Tyrage's head. He turned his head with a stiff neck and looked at the calendar with circles on the side. Holy shit, hide the wine bottles in the house for me. He picked up Luffy next to him, pushed open the window, and with a few steps, he disappeared from Maginot's sight. Makino opened her mouth in shock. Your father is back, what are you afraid of? Hey, why are you holding Luffy? Maginot shouted into the distance, but received no response. He shook his head and obediently packed up the wine bottles in the room. Little Luffy, it's up to you whether you can avoid this beating. Tyrage, who indirectly used showling, looked at the little Luffy in his arms and realized that moonwalk still hadn't been learned yet. You ask me why I am afraid. I have an iron fist like a sandbag and understand. Soon, Tyrage carried Luffy to the dock. At this time, the place was already surrounded by villagers, and they all came out to greet Garp. As a marine hero and the patron saint of Windmill Village, Garp is respected by the villagers. Telig, this way. The village chief Schlapp waved his hand and laughed to greet Tyrage who came over. Uncle Schlapp, you are here too. Tyrage walked forward with Luffy in his arms and smiled. That BD is back. I must come out and take a look. I don't know how many pirates he has captured this time. The village chief, Schlapp, touched the hat on his head and looked towards the dog-headed warship that was about to enter the harbor. The stability of the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the weakest sea area, is all due to Garp, the marine hero who was stationed here. Tyrage curled his lips, lowered his head to tease Luffy who had just woken up, and said casually. TCH, I'm obviously just worried, so there's nothing wrong with me. What did you say? The village chief tapped his cane hard, stared at his big bloodshot eyes, and turned his head to look at Dorag. Am I right? Tyrage didn't tolerate him, so he fought back. That's right. 2 figures, an old man and a young man, stared at each other behind the crowd, neither of them convinced of the other. The 2 were so angry at each other that they didn't notice the noise coming from the crowd in front of them. Mr. Garp, welcome back. Mr. Garp, this cruise has been fruitful again. By the way, haven't the warships entered the port yet? Why did Mr. Garp come back first? The villagers lined the streets to welcome him, but Garp sneaked off the boat and returned first. Garp has a broad chest and strong muscles. He has a scar on his left eye. His eyes are blue and his head is covered with short black hair. Wearing gray striped casual clothes, with a Justice marine cloak hanging behind him. Ha ha ha. In 2 months, I visited the East Daxia Sea again and basically eliminated all pirates, big and small. Garp responded to the villagers' enthusiasm by laughing, saying he was still comfortable in his hometown. As for why he came ashore first, it was of course because he missed his dear son. Garp was tall, looked around the crowd, and picked his nose unhappily. He politely bent down and asked a young villager, why didn't my son come to pick me up? There is no one in this village who doesn't know Dorag, so Garp can find out just by asking around. In the back, I saw him just now, thank you Mr. Garp for your hard work. Asked the villager. Kaido was excited. Okay, thank you. Garp's clenched fists had veins popping out, and he looked gloomily across the crowd, his unhappy mood clearly written on his face. In order to see you as soon as possible, I flew over before the boat even docked, but you hid behind and didn't come out to meet you. I'm so angry. Seeing this, the villagers shook their heads helplessly and moved out of the way. Their little Telig was going to be beaten again. This scenario happens almost every time Garp returns. He could always find something wrong with Dorag so that he could wield the iron fist of love. Regarding this matter, Tyrage, who was still quarreling at the rear, had no idea. I didn't. Who would worry about that BD? Schlapp was a little angry. I said yes. Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry? Tyrage pretended to be disdainful and continued to mock the old man. You. Schlapp was so angry that he was about to curse, but was interrupted by a strong figure walking towards him. A gloating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're a little kid, you're fighting with me, you were beaten 13 times because your dad was late, and you have no memory at all, ha ha ha. Garp walked towards him with a gloomy look on his face, and Tyrage shivered. He was so absorbed in the noise just now that he forgot the purpose of coming here. Sorry, I couldn't pick you up in time. Tyrage bent down to apologize very skillfully. This scene made Schlapp, who was watching on the sidelines, want to laugh out loud. Is that all? BD. Garp dodged and used the 6-style shaver, waving his fist and hitting it on the head. Due to the angle, he didn't see Luffy in Tailag's arms. Pung. Ah. It hurts. Old guy, I've already apologized, what else do you want? Garp took a step forward and stretched out his fist, his furious eyes turned white, and he roared. Don't you feel a pity? BD. I'm your father you've reunited with after a long absence. Tyrage squatted on the ground, rubbed the big bump on his head with one hand, and roared. So what, I just keep getting beaten. Even so, I still want my son's love, Baga. How dare you call me old guy? I'm your dad. The furious Garp jumped up and aimed at his dear son with a fist filled with all his love. Of course, Tyrage would not be so stupid as to squat there and get beaten. In an instant, he raised the little Luffy in his arms high above his head and shouted quickly. Do you want to punch your grandson to death? Well, Garp, who was 3 meters above the ground, was frightened by his son's shout and the child raised above his head. His body was instantly deflated and he fell heavily to the ground. Lying on the ground, he raised his head in disbelief and said with difficulty. I've been away from home for more than 2 months. Do you have a son? Maja knows. Well, this time, it was Tyrage's turn to be shocked. He looked down at his father lying on the ground in stunned silence. What kind of talk is this? What do you call his child? Or Maja knows? Ahem. Schlapp couldn't stand the interaction between father and son anymore. In public, it was unbecoming for the dignified marine hero to fight with his son, which tarnished the image of their windmill village. I had not seen any passion for 2 months, and was completely extinguished by these weird men. I sighed helplessly and said, you two go home and talk. We all know the soldiers under your command. Just leave them to us to take care of them. Garp on the ground, tears of regret flowed from his eyes. He also felt that the family scandal should not be exposed to the public. He patted the ground, stood up straight, took Luffy gently with one hand, and held him gently in his arms. One hand was filled with armed domineering force, and he violently pinched the back of Tyrage's neck. He lifted his entire body off the ground without giving Tyrage a chance to explain. Then I'll trouble the village chief. I'll give you an explanation on this matter. Garp seemed to think that this was Tyrage's son, and couldn't stop crying. Makino is only 13 years old, who gave birth to such a beast like you. Father, crack, the sound of the neck being pinched. Go home first, beat you up, and then propose marriage. The good mood of coming back to see his son was completely gone. With a short and powerful voice, he took his children and grandchildren moonwalk up into the air and went straight to the house. Chapter 6. I sat up in shock when I was dying, the clown was actually me. Garp was very fast. He arrived at the door of his house in a short while and threw the Dorag in his hand to the ground. Gate your father the gate of opening. Shouted angrily, little grandson, show me to grandpa, a voice full of doting. Tyrage put one hand on the back of his neck and used force to straighten the dislocated bones. I didn't dare to say it to my face, so I cursed secretly in my heart. Old guy, your grandson is your biological child, am I not? The door was opened, and Maginot was holding a rag and carefully wiping the table in the living room. Get out, Garp scolded angrily, kicked Dorag away from the door, walked to Maginot's side, and said with a serious face. I'm very sorry, Maginot. My son did something wrong. It's because I, the father, didn't discipline him well. I'll tie him up in a moment. You can kill him or chop him into pieces. I will never stop him. Garp clenched his fists in embarrassment and said angrily, if you really can't do it, you can just hand it over to me. Uncle Garp, what are you talking about? Maginot was startled by the sudden appearance of Garp in front of her, and she rubbed the back of her head in confusion. But then he saw little Luffy in Garp's arms, chuckled, and said shyly. Uncle Garp, you don't think Luffy is the child of me and, my brother Talag and me? Maginot looked a little shy under Garp's fiery eyes, with her hands behind her back and her little feet drawing circles on the ground. Is it Luffy? What a good name. Garp's mind seemed to have completely filtered out everything Maginot said, and only remembered Luffy's name. He raised his head and said sincerely, when I give this BD a lesson, let him marry you with generous gifts. Don't let outsiders laugh at you. What are you talking about? Maginot finally couldn't bear the sudden happiness. With steam coming out of his forehead and his face flushed with shame, he pushed Tyrage aside with all his strength, turned around and ran out. Maginot left, and the room became silent again. The two of them sat at the table, silent for a long time. Alas, this is the dragon's child. For a long time, tears streaked down Garp's face unconsciously. Tyrage didn't speak, but nodded lonely. After the play was over, when he was at the dock, he didn't react to his father's words at first. But then he figured it all out, he just felt a little sorry for Sister Maginot. When did he come back and what did he say? Garp asked. 3 days ago, he said to Marine that he couldn't see the justice he wanted, and he also said to let the wind of fate blow freely. Tyrage repeated his elder brother's words verbatim, including sending Luffy back to fulfill his filial piety. Garp burst into tears. They have been together for more than 30 years. How could he not understand his eldest son's thoughts? He has always been opposed to the O'Hara Buster Call incident 3 years ago. He knew that incident would completely turn his son on the opposite side of the world. Government, Marine, you have given yourself a powerful enemy. I hope everything goes as you wish. Garp hugged Luffy, looked up at the roof, and asked lightly. Let's go with me. Tyrage looked stunned and asked. Where to go? Marine, I want you to become an excellent Marine. Garp suddenly raised his voice and looked at his second son with burning eyes. The eldest son long embarked on a road with no return, and he did not allow his second son to do the same. Not for the time being, Luffy still needs someone to take care of him. He is the heir of eldest brother. Tyrage shook his head and refused with a serious expression. Nothing is more important than his family. Garp clenched his fists, sighed, and loosened his fists weakly. I'm not kidding, I'm talking about letting you marry Maginot. Luffy's life experience needs to be concealed. This is the only thing he can do as a dragon. Before Dorag could reply, Garp said decisively. Luffy needs an identity. He can't be the son of a dragon. Do you understand? Before he grows up, no one can know his life experience. Tyrage looked at Luffy in his father's arms with confusion, but still shook his head decisively and said. There are other ways to cover up one's life experience. I don't agree with what you said. Garp slammed the table, his eyes widened like bells, and he was about to explode. Although Tyrage was afraid of his father, he would not agree to anything like this and would just slap the table. Shouted angrily in a voice louder than Garp. Don't be so silly with me. First, Maginot is my sister and that's all. Second, this method will hurt her too much. How can you let her have the face to see others? The father and son just stood in front of the dining table and were in a stalemate. No one could convince the other. The room became silent again until it was broken by Luffy's cry. Garp slapped himself hard, sat down, and said regretfully, I was wrong. Underneath his careless appearance, Garp has a clear sense of right and wrong. He knows that his son is right about this matter. What are you doing? Tyrage stretched out his hand slightly distressed, wanting to touch his father's face. Just say what you say, and correct it if you make a mistake. Why are you hitting yourself? Garp laughed out loud and cried. Ha ha ha, as expected of my son. He hammered the table and said with a serious look, I will stay in Windmill Village until Luffy can become independent. As long as I am here, no one will investigate, and no one will dare to investigate the affairs of Windmill Village. A moment of domineering power frightened Tyrage across from him. He didn't expect that he could only hit his own father, but he had such courage. What did Marine say? Garp picked his nose with a look of disdain. I'm sick and need to take 6 or 7 years off. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do, and don't come to me if you have something to do. Tyrage had a dark look on his face and said speechlessly, Are you sure that the Warring States General won't come over in a warship? Garp laughed and said, Ha ha ha, so I will give him an explanation. What explanation? Garp did not speak, but looked at his second son with a look of dismay on his face. Tyrage pointed at himself in confusion, and sat up in shock while dying of illness. The clown is actually me. Go ahead and take me to apologize to that girl. It's me, Mang Lang. Garp picked up the milk bottle on the side, laughed and left, taking care of the children. He was so good at it. When he gets older, he will have new toys to play with. Think about it. Well, let's tie up the balloon first and let him fly into the sky for fun. Tyrage covered his face. At the end of the day, he still wanted to be a Marine. I hope this old man didn't just find a reason to take a vacation. After all, when there was no Luffy, he would come back every few days. Tarrag gate of opening left, Garp held an empty milk bottle and looked at the direction he left in silence. Dorag, Chapter 7 Black hair turns white overnight. It's late at night. Makino, old, dad is joking, don't take it seriously, he is just a BD. He will soon be far away from his hometown. Tyrage, who has been living here since birth, is very reluctant to leave. After arriving at Maginot's house, he first apologized for his father, and then saw that Maginot had cooked the meal, so he stayed. After drinking half a barrel of cherry blossom wine made from Makino, I lay on the table drunkenly, not knowing what to say. He has been talking for more than 3 hours, and Maginot has always lowered his head, sitting next to him, silently listening to him. Tyrage fell asleep, and Maginot put an arm around his shoulders, lifted him to the bed with great effort, and took off his clothes. She was lying next to him fully clothed, her beautiful eyes were very close to his face, and she whispered softly. Brother, you are a man of great ability. If you want to be a sailor, I support you from the bottom of my heart. Every season from now on, I will brew a barrel of cherry blossom wine that is unique to you, waiting for you to come back, come back. She didn't say the word, marry me, until the end. Many years later, things have changed, and I don't know if my brother will still remember him. In Donghai Windmill Village, there is always a little girl who makes wine for you. Maginot slowly closed her eyes, and a drop of crystal slowly crossed her cheek. She is immature and doesn't understand at all. For the monkey family, taking a vacation is a simple matter. The next day, Tyrage opened his eyes with a splitting headache, looked around, and found that this place was not his home. Hiss, I have a terrible headache. I will never drink so much again. It's all because of the cherry blossom wine made by Sister Maginot. It's so delicious, he complained softly, but he was overheard by Maginot, who walked over quietly with honey water in hand. Hey, then this person who blames me, does he still want to drink the honey water? Maginot held the honey water and pretended to pour it away, with a slight smile on her lips. Don't pour it, drink, I'll drink. He jumped out of bed, took the honey water from Maginot's hand, and drank it in one gulp. Ha ha ha, it's better to be my sister. Tyrage wiped his mouth, then put on his clothes and said with a smile. I really bothered you last night. I had to go back and see my dad. I don't know if the old man got irritable again because I didn't go back all night. Maginot placed the tea tray with her hands on her lower abdomen and said with a smile. Then go back first. By the way, don't you have anything to say to me? Her brother was going to be a Marine. He had inadvertently revealed it when he was drunk. Now she wanted to hear him say it herself to confirm it. Ah, thank you. Dorag was startled by the question, scratched his head and made a confused sound. Get lost. Maginot stepped on him and ran out angrily. UBD, I will never pay attention to you again. Baffling. Tyrage looked at Maginot running away, but instead of chasing him, he returned home alone. After all, this girl has a changeable temper. He really can't figure out whether she is really angry or fake. No, she never seems to be really angry. Let's try to calm her down later. The distance was very close, and soon Tyrage returned home, only to find that the door of the house was locked from the inside. Boom. Hey, Dad, it's not that serious. It's just that I didn't come home for one night. Tyrage knocked on the door fiercely several times. He didn't even know that the door at home could be locked. What could this old man do? In the room, Garp, who had not slept all night, raised his head and looked in the direction of the knock on the door. He picked up a mirror on the table and looked at it, shaking his head with a wry smile. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Don't come in. Go to Bogart and ask him to take you to the recruit camp to report. Boom. Tyrage knocked on the door again. What happened? After not seeing him for one night, he was not allowed to enter the house. Fortunately, the door at home is made of wood, so let's tear it down. Pung. With a kick, sawdust and smoke flew everywhere. Tyrage coughed and walked in angrily. When he saw his father clearly, who was haggard after a sleepless night, Tyrage's eyes were dull. The old man sitting cross-legged on the bed hugging Luffy, his short black hair had turned into silver. Tyrage's lips trembled slightly and he managed to murmur. F.A., what happened? Garp grinned and said, ha ha ha, I won't let you in, but you still want to come in. It's not a big deal. Daddy. Dorag screamed in extreme grief and knelt down in front of Garp. It's really hard to understand how rough and difficult his father's mental journey was that night. The green hair on his head has turned white. This old man, who seems to have aged 20 years in an instant, is his father. Dorag. Tyrage gritted his teeth, kowtowed to Garp 3 times, then got up and ran straight to the Marine campsite. He wants to go to the headquarters, he wants to practice his skills systematically, he wants to have strong strength. He wants to find his eldest brother Dorag, drag him to his father and kowtow. Let him open his eyes and take a good look. It was his bullshit revolution that made their father torture like this. Is someone calling me? Humble system, online social fear. ... Marine campsite, located in an open area near Party's bar. At this time, Bogart was training this batch of recruits who had just been assigned to Lieutenant General Garp. 1. Ha. 2. Ha. Tyrage stood not far behind Bogart, in the blind spot of his sight, secretly observing all this. I saw that the swords in the hands of the soldiers were slashing uniformly, and a murderous aura rushed towards their faces. Bogart, who had his back turned to him, moved his eyes slightly and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. I saw him slowly pulling out his sword and saying to the soldiers. You haven't mastered the essence of swords yet. I'll give you a demonstration. Watch it carefully and learn from it. Lime. The blade was instantly unsheathed, and a slash like a blue dragon flying into the air went straight to Dorag who was hiding behind. Holy shit. Lao Yin Bai. Tyrage cursed angrily. He thought he was hiding well, but he didn't know that others had discovered him long ago. Armed and entangled, Tyrage's 2 forearms instantly became extremely dark, and a rich armament-colored domineering energy gathered on them. Facing the oncoming huge slash, Tyrage did not hide. Instead, he raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, crossed his arms, and planned to attack forcefully. I have always heard from my father how powerful Bogart is. Today, let him try out his skills for himself. Shang. The cyan slash instantly struck Tyrage's armor, making bursts of piercing sword sounds. Yes, he is indeed Mr. Garp's son. Bogart obviously knew a lot of things. Seeing that his slash was easily blocked, he nodded happily. It was not as easy as he thought. Tyrage gasped and waved his numb arms a few times. The white mark left on it is where Bogart cut it. The power of one blow consumed a full tenth of my domineering energy before I could withstand it. Tyrage's face was gloomy. He was a little bit pessimistic. He always felt that his strength was growing rapidly in the past, but now he was educated. What he didn't know was that Bogart, who was as powerful as the Emperor's lieutenant, could fight against him. His casual slash was not something that just anyone could take. Chapter 8 Related Households. Monkey D. Tiger. Bogart took back his sword, took off his hat, and smiled politely. Just call me Dorag. Dad asked me to come find you. Tyrage rubbed his numb forearms, and Kaido was annoyed. He didn't like the meeting ceremony just now. Also starting from today, he doesn't like others to call him Tiger. As we all know, Marine hero Garp has 2 sons, both of whom are extremely talented and are called the Dragon and Tiger brothers. Free practice. 3,000 chops. Bogart turned to face the Marines and shouted. Yes, came the neat response. Bogart stretched out a hand and motioned for Dorag to enter the tavern for a detailed discussion. Tyrage walked in front and pushed open the small double doors of the tavern. Due to Garp's return, the tavern was particularly cool and empty today. Only the young Mackinaw, with his back to the bar, was carefully wiping the wine glass in his hand. So much so that the people who came in didn't notice it, and even cursed in a low voice. Brother Stinky, brother stupid, you are a big fool, why don't you die? Tyrage stretched one foot into the tavern and paused in midair. It was neither going in nor not. What's wrong? Bogart, who was following him, asked aloud. Tyrage shook his head with a wry smile and coughed. Who? Maginot heard the cough and turned around instantly. After seeing the figure, her eyes became brighter. That, Sister Maginot, is me. Tyrage waved his hand angrily and said with a smile. Maginot was quite happy at first, thinking that her brother was here to apologize to her. But after seeing clearly that there was a Marine following behind him, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he turned his back and said in annoyance. What are you here for? Pay back the money. Mr. Bogart, please give me a few minutes. Tyrage turned around and said apologetically. Bogart put his right hand on the scabbard, silently exited the tavern, leaned against the wall outside, and lowered his hat to block his sight. Are you leaving? At this time, Maginot had turned around, and the girl maid of water had glistening eyes again. You know everything. Dorag raised his head in surprise. Maginot put down the cup and said, You drank too much yesterday, so you said it accidentally. Looking at Maginot, who was obviously unhappy, Tyrage lowered his head guiltily. I'm sorry, I should have talked to you a long time ago. None of that matters. Maginot walked around the bar and jumped directly into the arms of Tyrage, who was a head taller than her. Her pretty face was buried deep in his chest, her tears wet the lapel of Tyrage's clothes, and her shoulders shrugged. Tyrage's open hands were not put down for a long time, as if for a moment, he was completely stunned. Maginot spoke with a trembling voice. That's not important, I just want to know when my brother will come back. Will he let me wait until I grow old? Tyrage lowered his head, looked at his sister who was crying in his arms, and pretended to whisper in a deep voice. It's not that you will become yellow with old age, but it will take a long time. Ah, Maginot raised his head, his eyes were already bloodshot, thinking that he didn't sleep well last night. Dorag chuckled, pinched her nose and said with a smile. Stop crying, your face is stained with tears. Recruit will train for about 3 months. After that, I will find a relationship and come back to see you often. Maginot inadvertently wiped her nose secretly on Tyrag's body, raised her head, and looked at him questioningly. Real. Tyrage noticed her little move, but did not point it out. Instead, he nodded and responded with a smile. It must be true. Why don't you think about it? Who is my father? That's Marine's hero. When the time comes, give him gifts, go through the back door, and get promoted. Isn't that simple? As long as you become a general, just like the old man, I think there will be no problem in asking for leave every now and then. Tyrage fell into his own fantasy, drawing a pie for Maginot that was not a dream. Maginot's belly was bulging after eating, and the smile on his face became brighter. The two of them chatted with each other, completely forgetting about Bogart outside the door. Boga pulled up his hat, his face looked a little ugly, and he drew out his sword several times and then put it down. Mr. Garp, are you sure that Tyrage is your gift to Mr. Sengoku? Your explanation to Kong Fleet Admiral. Listening to the increasingly arrogant speeches in the tavern, Bogart seemed to see a scene in the future, where Mr. Waring States, leading dozens of warships, escorted Tyrage back to the village. Listen, what are those words? Why do you mean that after you became Fleet Admiral, the first thing you did was to move your headquarters to Donghai? This is too blatant, even if most of what you said is right, but... Squeak. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Dorag walked out of it with a radiant face, and patted Bogart, who was thinking about life by the wall. Shia smiled and said, Mr. Bogart, when are we going back to headquarters? I can't wait. ... Bogart shook his head, hoping that the man in front of him was just talking. Otherwise, with his strength and talent, coupled with Mr. Garp's relationship, the speed of promotion would be extremely exaggerated. Originally, I had many things to explain to you, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Bogart shook his head and sighed helplessly. 3 days later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we will meet at the shore. We will not wait if you are late. After saying that, Bogart turned around and left. His impression of this person dropped to freezing point. Tyrage rubbed his head and looked at his leaving figure, very puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Did he offend him somewhere? Damn, forgot to ask Marine how the food was. Tyrage clapped his hands. The sky is big and the earth is big, eating is the biggest. His mouth has been spoiled by Mackinaw in the past few years. He eats other people's food and his throat is aggravated. System, let me know, I want the Grand Master of Culinary Arts. ... System mission released. Arrive at the port on time in 3 days and report to Marine headquarters. Mission reward. Cooking Grand Master. Sensible, let's get along slowly. After we get along for a long time, you will know what kind of person I am. Tyrage gave a rare compliment to the system, and walked westward with his hands behind his back in satisfaction. I think, I already knew it, Mount Kolbo, the Dayton family. Boom. Dorag knocked on the door and was about to leave. He wanted to say goodbye to Sister Dayton and take a look at the little guy. Strange. Why not gate of opening? Tyrage clenched his fists and knocked on the wooden door continuously. Boom. Pung. He failed to control his strength and accidentally broke the entire door. The scene that greeted his eyes made Tyrage grin. I saw Dayton's family all lying on the ground helplessly, and everyone was sweating profusely. In the whole room, except for the sound of rapid breathing, the only thing left was little Ace on the table with a frozen smile. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. Ha ha ha, old woman, why do you still want to catch me? Ace, who was only 3.5 years old, stood on the table with his hands on his hips, mocking the Dayton family for their incompetence. No. He is indeed that man's son. He is so young, but his physical strength is so amazing. The little Douglas was lying on the ground, breathing rapidly and sticking out his tongue. I eat too much, and I can barely feed myself anymore. The big man Magla lay next to him and responded weakly. This farce has lasted for more than an hour. The reason is that Ace wants to go out alone. In order to prove that he has a good ability to protect himself, Ace proposes this game of eagles and chickens. Can I go out now? Ha ha ha. Dayton, who was lying on the ground, raised his arms and sat on the ground, exhaled, shook his head and said. I don't have any say in this. You just promised me. Ace on the table pinched his waist, his childish voice echoed in the room, obviously unconvinced. Chapter 9 Nothing is as important as family. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Ace ignored it and asked. Old woman, who has the final say? Dayton's ears twitched, and he knocked on the door with 2 heavy and 1 light strokes, as if it was only that person. Pung. The sound of the wooden door breaking. I have the final say. Tyrage scratched his head in shame. He came to demolish the house again. Who do you think you are? The very arrogant little Ace cursed directly after hearing the sound, but after seeing the person clearly, his little face turned pale with fright. Tyrage raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at little Ace, and ignored him. Instead, he carefully straightened the dismantled door. I wanted to install it back, but as soon as I lifted it up, the wooden door shattered all over the floor. I don't know why, but the domineering energy in my body has been a bit unstable recently, and it always leaks out uncontrollably. Tyrage decided to go back and ask his father what was going on. Don't be stunned, tell me, why do you want to go out? Tyrage threw the wood in his hand casually and walked over with a smirk on his face. Uncle, why are you here? Little Ace jumped off the table obediently, moved a chair over and placed it next to Tyrage. Don't call me uncle, who am I? Tyrage waved his hand, teasing little Ace who was already sweating. Little Ace covered his lower body with his hands and said with a trembling voice. Uncle, I was wrong, don't play that part of me. Cold sweat ran across Ace's face. It was obviously someone who had left an indelible memory on him. Looking at little Ace who was about to cry, Tyrage laughed out loud. He knelt down and picked up little Ace. Said softly, it's too early to go out now, you're too young. Little Ace in his arms secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his uncle would not play with him anymore. He curled his lips, raised his head and smiled proudly. But I'm already very powerful. Look, even Dayton and the others can't catch me. Tyrage looked at Dayton, the eldest sister, and said helplessly. Sister, you guys are overdoing your performance. Do you really want Ace to go out? As soon as Tyrage finished speaking, all the members except Dayton got up from the ground and walked out of the door silently. Dayton sat up angrily, lit a cigarette, and said, the landlords don't have enough food left. That old BD Garp knows how to exploit people. Tyrage stumbled and barely managed to avoid falling over. What did this make him say? Acting, what do you mean? Little Ace broke away from Tyrage's arm, jumped down, and trotted angrily in front of Dayton. Hey, don't tell me that you couldn't catch me on purpose. Dayton lovingly pulled little Ace over and held him in his arms regardless of his objections and struggles. It was just a joke. How could she let such a young Ace go out alone? It's just that he feels lonely alone, so he can join his family to play with him. Let me go. Little Ace struggled for the last time and fell asleep at the speed of light while lying in Dayton's arms. He was only about 3 years old, and after an hour of running and playing, the little guy was already exhausted. Dayton tiptoed little Ace onto his own little bed and covered him with a quilt thoughtfully. He took a puff of cigarette, turned around and asked with a smile. Aren't you training at this time? Why did you come to my place? I'm leaving. Tyrage's eyes were slightly red and he whispered. His friendship with Sister Dayton has surpassed that of brother and sister. She can be said to be half of Tyrage's adoptive mother. When he was a child, his father Garp didn't always have time to take care of him. When Garp is on a mission, he will usually be sent to Dayton, who will raise him. Go, where? Dayton asked as he blew out a smoke ring. Dayton 3 years ago was still very beautiful and had not gained weight. At that time, time had not left a single trace on her body. Now, after only taking care of Ace for 3 years, her body has obviously gained weight. Marine headquarters, Tyrage said in a deep voice. Dayton bit his cigarette holder and said angrily. Garp, you can't hide the look in your eyes that wants to kill someone. Dorag can be said to be her first child. Dayton devoted all her feelings to Dorag and wanted him to grow up happily and safely. I didn't expect that old guy to take away Tyrage again just like he took away Dorag. If it weren't for this old BD, I wouldn't believe that I couldn't catch Dorag. How could I fix it? Hey, don't get excited, I did it voluntarily. Tyrage grabbed the elder sister's arm. Are you half responsible for this impulsive character and Luffy's reckless character when he grows up? Volunteer. What's good about Marine? Like that old BD. Dayton threw away Talage's hand, pinched his waist and made an angry sound. Talage turned his head to the side and whispered, how about I ask him to come and talk to you tonight? Why is this door broken? This is another expense, hey. Dayton seemed to have flashed, and the speed of the instantaneous burst was actually faster than Talage's shave. When he turned around, Dayton was already standing near the broken door. She was cleaning up the broken wood on the ground with a serious look on her face, as if she was not the one who said those words just now. Bao changed his face. Tyrage covered his mouth and snickered. He didn't know what his father had done to make this eldest sister change her expression after hearing this. She was afraid of becoming like this. Dayton turned his back and bit his lower lip, mentally scolding the two bastards of the monkey family, the older one and the younger one, tens of thousands of times. We'll threaten her, in a wooden house on the other side. Sneeze. Garp picked his nose and said angrily, who is scolding me? Then, he picked up the half-meter-long milk bottle on the ground, pointed it at Luffy on the table, and smiled fondly. Little Luffy, Grandpa will wash you, feed Grandma. Tyrage walked out of Dayton's family with a melancholy look on his face. Although it was only a short farewell, he was still very reluctant to part with him. I don't know if it's okay to live in today's world. Tyrage sighed, took out the weights from the system space, and started today's training. The public execution 5 years ago completely set the entire sea on fire. Roger's speech before his death caused an uproar in the world. He opened a new chapter, and the era of great pirates has completely arrived. Want my treasure? Go find it. I put it all there. These few words, in that year, prompted about 70% of young people around the world to going out to sea to seek their dream and freedom. The target is the unknown, One Piece, left by Roger. The emerging pirates, holding high these two flags and carrying the irreversibility of the times, carry out inhumane killing, burning, looting and torture to realize their ridiculous desires. Marine represents justice, but justice eventually fades. Pirates represent freedom, but freedom is already evil. The celestial dragon represents the will of God, but God is also false. The revolutionary army represents the dawn, but the light before dawn has not yet illuminated the whole world. I can't do what my elder brother did, advocating revolution and becoming the enemy of the whole world. I can't do what my father did. For the sake of my own position, I watched my grandson die. People can be saved and protected, and positions can be taken up and held firmly, but these are not as important as family members. Talage, who had run around the windmill village 31 times, was lying on his back on the edge of a cliff, with his hands behind his head, watching the scattered lights of the village in the distance, silently lost in thought. Chapter 10 The 4 Stages of Domineering. In the early morning, after sleeping in the mountains all night, Telage's clothes were already wet with dew. Knocked lightly on Maginot's door. Squeak. Brother, why are you here so early? Makino wiped his eyes sleepily, and after seeing the person clearly, his joy could not be expressed in words. The old man didn't give me the gate of opening. I accidentally fell asleep in the mountains last night. I remember you have my clothes here. I'll change them. Talage yawned and endured the pain in his body and said. Maginot made way to let Dorag in, while she diligently went to get him clothes. Quote. After entering the room, the two people looked at each other. You blinked, I blinked. In the end, it was Talage who couldn't hold back and was the first to speak out. Hey, I want to change clothes, can't you turn around? Maginot curled her lips, turned around silently, and muttered. TCH, what are you afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen it before. The corners of Tyrage's mouth twitched, and he swore that he would never be drunk again. The world was full of dangers. Dad, the domineering energy in my body is often out of control. Why? Talage took the dishes brought by Maginot and asked doubtfully. After changing clothes at Maginot's house, Talage took her back home. Garp had just woken up and was now eating breakfast made by Maginot. Garp bit the bone in CK in his mouth, glanced at his son with relief, and said in surprise. Have we reached this point? There are differences in intensity and quantity of domineering, and it varies from person to person. Garp chewed the minced meat in his mouth and smiled proudly. Ha ha ha, good boy, you have entered the surge period of domineering. Talage secretly reached across the dining table and quickly took back a big piece of meat. If he didn't eat it, the old man would finish it in a while. Taking a big bite of meat, he asked vaguely. What is the surge period? Garp glanced at his son's small movements. The iron fist was attached with a black-armed domineering force. Upon seeing this, Dorag opened his mouth wide and swallowed the bones and meat together. Garp grinned, sighed and explained. Those who practice domineering will go through a stage where their total amount of domineering will increase significantly in a short period of time. Although everyone has it, I didn't expect you to reach this stage so quickly. It's incredible. Garp wiped his mouth and patted his bulging belly regardless of the image. Afterwards, he explained all the stages of domineering training to Tyrage in detail. The practice of domineering is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is the initial training period. Everyone's physical talent is different. The total amount of domineering he possesses at the beginning determines the upper limit of future growth. The second stage is the surge period. After a long period of training, your own domineering reaches a climax of rapid growth. And you have reached this stage. It is normal for your own domineering to be unstable, usually within a day or two. It will take time to transition to the next stage. The earlier the second stage is reached, the better. Garp reached the surge stage when he was 18 years old and maintained this stage for 8 days. But he never thought that his second son would reach this stage 3 years earlier than he did back then. Garp gurgled down a bottle of cherry blossom wine that Maginot brought, and said with a bared smile. Ha ha ha. Good wine. Immediately, he continued. The third stage is a stable period. The growth rate of domineering energy is obviously slowed down, but it will also increase steadily. Domineering energy can be expanded and released freely, and there will no longer be uncontrollable situations. Without waiting for Tyrage to ask, Garp continued. The fourth stage is solidification. At this stage, the growth of domineering has basically stagnated. Unless there are any accidents, there will generally not be any growth. It was the first time since he was a child to hear such a well-founded analysis from his father, and Tyrage was still a little uncomfortable. Immediately, Suicide interrupted and asked, "Are you really my dad?" Iron fist. A black sandbag hit him head-on. Pung. Maginot walked out of the kitchen with the last dish in hand. When she saw her brother lying on the ground, she shook her head and smiled helplessly. She has seen this scene often and has become accustomed to it. As long as the two of them stay in the same place for more than 30 minutes, the elder brother will definitely receive the iron fist of love. Tyrage covered the big bump on his head, got up with a nonchalant expression, and continued eating like a normal person. It is natural for a father to beat his son. He will not say anything. This means I can't beat it. So, am I in the surge stage now? What do I need to do? It's not the same thing if my domineering power is always uncontrolled. Tyrage smiled at Maginot next to him, gave a thumbs up, and praised her for her excellent cooking. Garp burped, picked his nose, and left his seat. He was going to feed Luffy. He turned his back and said angrily, "Maintain your current basic training and try to extend the surge phase as much as possible. But in just a few days, you will enter a stable phase, and then your domineering power will naturally expand and contract freely." Because there was only a back view, Tyrage could not see the pride and joy on his father's face. Garp secretly thought happily, this kid is really a genius. He entered the domineering stage at the age of 15. If he doesn't become a marine, it will be a loss to the whole world. Tyrage shook his head in confusion. How many days will it enter a stable period? However, his uncontrollable domineering situation has been maintained for half a month. And as early as a year ago, he had some signs of this. Although it is not obvious, the problem of unstable domineering has always troubled him. This is also the reason why he has never been able to wrap his domineering energy around objects. It is precisely because he is not under his own control. After the training ended half a month ago, Tyrage intuitively felt the restlessness of domineering for the first time. As long as the body exerts a little force, the domineering energy in the body will emerge involuntarily. Makino, I need an ice pack. Dad returned to the house, and Dorag turned his head pitifully and looked at his sister beside him. I just held back my screams just now, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, hiss. Who made your uncle angry again? You deserve it. Maginot put down her knife and fork, wiped the corners of her mouth gracefully, and rolled her eyes at Dorag. Although he said this, he still got up and went to the kitchen to get an ice pack and apply it on him. 2 days later, the port of Windmill Village. The huge dog-headed warship docked on the shore, and hundreds of sailors, under the command of Bogart, boarded the warship back to the headquarters in an orderly manner. Brother, come back soon, I will always wait for you. Maginot stood at the front of the villagers, waving her little hands, watching her brother leave. Don't worry, I will come back to see you often. Goodbye everyone. Dorag climbed onto the dog's head in front of the warship, waved his little hands, and said goodbye to Maginot and the villagers in the village. On the other side, Bogart stood behind Garp who was holding Luffy, and said in a low voice. Mr. Garp, do you really not want to go back together? Mr. Sengoku will not allow you to stay here for a long time. Yesterday, the Ministry of Information issued the latest reward order. There is a red-haired kid who is causing trouble in the Grand Line. General, he wants you to go and have a look. Garp kept looking at Dorag above the warship and didn't care at all about Bogart's words. It didn't matter whether he took this long vacation without their permission or not. For Luffy's sake, he had already prepared for the worst. That kid on Roger's boat. I can't care about him now. Go ahead and hand him over to Zephyr. This is what first told Marine. After Garp said the last words, he ignored Bogart beside him, hugged Luffy, and returned to the village with an ugly expression. Chapter 11 Malinvando. Bogart held up his hat, dodged, and appeared on the deck. Set sail. Destination. Headquarters. Malinvando. Yes. The navigator saluted Bogart with a standard military salute, then trotted to the helm and shouted. Sail. Set sail. On the other side, Tyrage stood alone at the stern of the boat, until he could no longer see the man waving on the shore. He turned around in despair, sighed and said with a smile. Mr. Bogart, please come out. Bogart, who was hiding in the dark and observing silently, was startled when he heard the sound. He had used his sense of domineering to disguise his aura, but was he still aware of it? Bogart slowly walked out of the shadows and asked aloud. How did you do it? What? Tillage was puzzled. How did you discover me? Logically speaking, there is no flaw in my disguise. Bogart said. When Tillage heard this, he was stunned for a moment, recalled the past, and closed his eyes in pain. When he was 7 years old, he was hung up and beaten by an old man just because he lost a small piece of fruit, which really broke his heart. But because of this, he initially awakened to the power of seeing and hearing at the age of 7, which also saved him from receiving a lot of punches. Tillage did not explain, but glanced at the warship that was getting faster and faster, and asked aloud. At this speed, how long does it take to get to the headquarters? Bogart shook his head secretly. This child's talent is simply too outstanding. If he hadn't made some remarks that were not conducive to unity, Mr. Garp might have become an outstanding Marine as he wished. I hope he is overthinking it. If nothing else happens, we can arrive tomorrow morning after crossing the windless zone. With my ability, do I still need to report to the recruiting camp? Tyrage asked with a sheepish smile. If possible, he would like to skip the novice stage of development, go straight to work with a certificate, and clock out. Bogart drew several black lines on his forehead and said stiffly. Mr. Garp recommended you to Mr. Zephyr, and you will go to the officer training camp led by him for further studies. Tyrage nodded. Uncle Zephyr came to Windmill Village 3 years ago and he still knew him. Thinking about it this way, there seems to be nothing unusual about Marine headquarters. Brother Iokiji used to be his father's apprentice and follower, and he met him more than once. And he was chasing a certain birdman a year ago. She happened to pass by the East Daxia Sea and also visited the Windmill Village. When he was a child, Uncle Warring States often came to Windmill Village to arrest Garp, who came back from leave without reason. It's really not that Tyrage wants to lie down, the relationship is really too strong. A proper official second generation, he can't do it without being arrogant. What else did my dad say? It can't be just attending an officer training camp, right? Tyrage frowned and didn't quite believe his father. He just asked him to simply participate in a training class. Bogart covered his forehead. If he didn't say that you were a family, he would be right. Mr. Garp's original words were that brat must break the record set by Kainukazaru and the others, otherwise I will let him see the power of galaxy impact. Bogart tried his best to imitate Garp's tone when he said this sentence, but it was only the form, not the spirit. But Tyrage still got goosebumps all over his body. Hey, you hit your son with your ultimate move. What's the difference between this and hitting mosquitoes with a cannon? He twisted his lips and said with a wry smile. I'll try my best. The records left by Marines 3 monsters cannot be broken casually. In recent decades, among the millions of Marines, only 3 people have emerged. Bogart gave a rare smile and repeated firmly. It's not about trying your best, it's about having to. The Marine headquarters, Malinvando, is located in the center of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabayati Islands, the Red Continent, and the Holy Land of Mariehoya. The island looked down from above shows a crescent shape, and the headquarters building is built on the mountain topography. The warship passed smoothly through the windless zone without any danger, and the face of the sea was still shrouded in the gauze of night, and it was quiet. But Tyrage on the deck could already vaguely see the flag of justice fluttering in the wind far, far away in the sky. Looking at the mountains is like running to death, especially at sea, until the sky in the distance gradually turns fish-belly white. Only then did this crescent island appear before Tillage's eyes. Following the warship all the way, after passing 5 routine inquiries at checkpoints, I successfully landed at a certain shipyard. Gather. Bogart gave an order, and all the Marines on the ship, regardless of whether they had work at hand or not, immediately ran to the deck. Take a rest for an hour and gather at the West Training Ground. For these newly recruited sailors, training will become their daily routine in the future. Although he was only watching from a distance on the warship, the majestic building in the center still gave Tillage a great shock. Sure enough, screen and reality are 2 completely different concepts. He also intuitively felt how majestic the Marine headquarters was, which could easily deploy 100,000 elite troops. Thinking about it carefully, what level of strength will Whitebeard reach, who split the headquarters in 2 with 1 punch? Bogart stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the dazed Dorag, and said in confusion. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Although he didn't have a very good impression of Tillage, for Mr. Garp's sake, he still had to take care of him as much as possible. Tyrage shook his head, showing his iconic teeth, and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm fine, I'm just a little excited. Bogart nodded in understanding, remembering that he had the same mood when he followed Mr. Garp to the headquarters for the first time. Let's go, I have informed them in advance to pick you up. You will be a transfer student and become the student of this class led by Mr. Zephyr. Tyrage followed him, a little confused. Transfer student? With my talent, shouldn't I be in a separate class? He calculated the current time and thought that at the same time this time, 2 people he was familiar with should appear. Competing with him is not a big deal, but it can also add some fun to this boring training. From the corner of his eye, Bogart caught a glimpse of Tyrage's disdainful face behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up inexplicably. The greatness of Mr. Zephyr is precisely his ability to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Currently, almost all of Marines' officers are his students, and each of them can grow even better with his help. I hope the person behind me can still laugh after entering. Warring States, that old guy really said that. You still agreed. Zephyr took off the sunglasses on his forehead, looking shocked. Warring States smashed the table in front of him with 1 punch, and his eyes seemed to pop out. Roar out loud. Do you think I want to? That old BD gave me two choices, either he quit Marine or gave him 5 years of vacation. Zephyr shook his head, lit a cigar helplessly, and sat in silence on a chair nearby. If it doesn't work out, are you going to take a trip to capture him? This kind of thing was done a lot before the Warring States period, but Zephyr hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, so he said this. Warring States slumped on the seat helplessly, shook his head and said. No, the old BD is serious this time. It will affect the image reflected by the phone bug, and his hair will turn white. Warring States took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes, but he hadn't seen him for 2 months, and he didn't know what his old brother had gone through to make such a huge change. You go ahead, he sent his son here to educate him well. Zephyr was also in a bad mood. He took a deep breath, got up and returned to the training camp. Chapter 12 Be Gentle. The officer training camp that Zephyr is responsible for is located in the deepest part of Crescent Island, behind the Marine headquarters building. The wall made of bricks and stones mixed with seafloor stones is surrounded by many people. It is impossible to see the situation inside the wall from the outside. If outsiders want to enter, except Zephyr himself, they need his or another general's signature. As for the students who are being trained inside, no matter what reasons you have, you are not allowed to step out of the training camp until you successfully graduate. The training camp is large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of Marines training at the same time, and it also provides all living and entertainment facilities. This place was temporarily allocated to Zephyr for training. At the same time, it was also a storage base for combat readiness resources. Tyrage followed closely behind Bogart. Along the way, the closer you get to this place, the more you can feel the tension in the air. It seems like a silent ancient battlefield. The ground was covered with thick dust, and every step made a dull sound. You can go there yourself. The person on duty guarding the training base this month is Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Mr. Sengoku has already greeted him in advance. Bogart and Dorag stood 100 meters in front of the training base. This was the limit of what others could approach. Okay, thank you for taking care of me these 2 days. Tyrage nodded, took a deep breath, took steps, and officially opened his new chapter. Stop. The Flying Squirrel has a mohawk hairstyle on his head, with long dark purple hair tied behind his head to form a bun, and his mustache is also dark purple. When Tyrage was about to push open the training base door, a long knife was inserted under his feet. Tyrage frowned slightly. It was just a military academy, so he wouldn't go under the knife, right? The color of sight and hearing is released quietly, and it's okay not to feel it. After this perception, Tyrage's whole person is not feeling well. There were at least 200 hidden auras, aiming their spears at his head in a hidden place, ready to shoot him there at any time. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Tyrage stood up straight, puffed out his chest, raised his hand and saluted. The Flying Squirrel nodded, holding a picture of Dorag in his hand, comparing it back and forth, and after confirming it was correct, waved his hand. Tyrage's expression moved slightly and he breathed a sigh of relief. Those hundreds of dangerous auras disappeared. Mr. Garp's son. The Flying Squirrel gave a rare smile. The Tiger Father has no dog son, and this has already been shown in that man. Yes, Mr. Lieutenant General. Tarago did not let his guard down, respectfully Kaido. The Flying Squirrel nodded, gave Dorag an encouraging look and said. Go in and don't live up to Mr. Garp's expectations. The Flying Squirrel left a word, his figure flashed, and disappeared again. When Tyrage came back to his senses, the samurai sword in front of him had disappeared, leaving only a very deep sword mark. There are so many Marine experts, and all the dignified lieutenants are here to guard the gate. Tyrage thought to himself as he pushed open the door of the training base. This is a training camp. Tyrage looked back at the closed door behind him, and then at the tall buildings and unknown construction facilities in front of him. If he hadn't known where this was in advance, he would have thought he had gone to some big city. My thinking is out of date. The officer training camp and the soldier training ground are definitely different. He shook his head secretly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and headed straight for the tallest building in the middle. Report. In front of the Iron Blood building was a large training ground. More than 50 Marines were doing push-ups to warm up when they were interrupted by this loud report. They stood up one after another, quickly assembled their teams, and looked back and forth at the new transfer student with curious eyes. Are you coming? At the front of all the Marines, there was a huge parasol with a deck chair placed under the umbrella. The person on the deck chair was none other than Marine General Zephyr, nicknamed Black Arm. Hey, this is the first time I've heard that there are transfer students in the officer training camp. At the front of the Marine queue, the young smoker whispered. Zephyr notified them of the transfer student news not long ago. The 17-year-old smoker is not yet arrogant. He has a white face and short silver hair, and looks very energetic. Tina is very angry about this. We went through many selections before we came here and were fortunate enough to receive training from Teacher Zephyr. He walked in so easily, which lowered our value as an outstanding officer. Tina is very disappointed with this. The person who responded to Smoker was Tina, who is the same age as Tyrage. She has short pink hair parted in the middle, a pair of purple sunglasses on her forehead, and a smart female training uniform. She has a sassy youthful girlish vibe. HMPH, I don't know what he is capable of. Has Marine fallen enough to use the back door? Smoker said unhappily, reaching out to touch his clothes, but remembering that it was still training time, his desire to smoke a cigar faded away. These comments were not deliberately concealed, and they easily reached Tyrag's ears. At this time, he had already walked to Zephyr, dismissing the dozens of future Marine officers in front of him. I'm very happy that your father can let you come, but they don't accept it. What should I do? Zephyr did not get up to stop him, but lay on the recliner and asked with a smile showing his teeth. Easy, defeat them. Tyrage stood upright next to Zephyr, with his hands behind his back, standing in a standard military posture, and did not lower his voice. Boy, don't be too arrogant. The grumpy smoker was the first to stand up and express his dissatisfaction. Tina is very unhappy. The people you are looking down on are the most outstanding people among the younger generation of Marine. That's right. After we finish training, don't leave. Let's practice alone. In this training camp led by Zephyr, Smoker and Tina had the best results. With their leadership, the Marines behind also raised their fists and looked at Zephyr on the recliner. As long as he gave the order and allowed them to move freely, he would go up and tear the new transfer student into pieces in a matter of minutes. Report. Smoker took a step forward and saluted Zephyr. Speak. I apply to spar with this new guy. His eyes seemed to be on fire as he stared at the indifferent Dorag. Zephyr raised his hand and pushed his sunglasses to his forehead. He did not respond to Smoker, but turned to look at Dorag beside him and asked. How are these students of mine? Uncle, do you want to hear the truth or lies? Tyrage still looked indifferent, not paying attention to the provocations or requests for a fight from the people in front. What about lies? What about truth? Their conversation was not hidden, and all the Marines in front also pricked up their ears. I plan to listen to what this new arrogant person thinks of them. Tina is also very interested. Tina folded her arms, with a curious look on her face, and called Teacher Zephyr uncle. Is she really a related party? Tyrage's emotions were fully activated, and he quickly enveloped everyone including Zephyr. But the feedback from consciousness, except for the fiery red breath on the recliner next to him, the others are as thin as gauze, as light as water. He shook his head and sighed. I don't deny my uncle's strength and excellent teaching skills, but... Zephyr waved his hand and said. But it doesn't matter. Tyrage nodded and said seriously. Okay, it's a lie, they are just a mess. The more than 50 Marines in front, including Smoker and Tina, all frowned, but then slowly relaxed. After all, this sentence seems to be a curse, but it is false. Here, call me teacher. So what's the truth? Zephyr frowned. Was the aura that appeared just now released by this kid? Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Tyrage changed his words, then curled his lips slightly, rubbed the back of his head and said with a smile. To be honest, they are just a bunch of rabble. Hold. Smoker, who was at the front of the team, swore harshly. I thought this arrogant guy would have something nice to say, but with one sentence, they all died on the beach. Without saying a word, his impulsive personality prompted him not to even ask for instructions. He directly pulled out the 10 hands behind him, took a step forward, and rushed towards Tyrage beside Zephyr. Zephyr did not blame Smoker for his impulsiveness, but sighed helplessly and said. Be gentle. Chapter 13 Dragon Claw Fist. I try my best. The corners of Tyrage's mouth raised slightly, and there was a smile in his eyes. His eyes are very beautiful, the lavender light flowing in an instant. Even Tina on the other side, who couldn't help but take action, felt very amazing and couldn't help but praise secretly in her heart. You are quite delicate and have beautiful eyes. Tina admires it very much, but Tina doesn't like the tone of your words just now. Tina silently put on her own fighting gloves. If Smoker couldn't defeat him, it would be up to her to save them from the humiliation this man had brought to them. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Facing Smoker, who was holding 10 hands and rushing towards him at extremely fast speeds, Tyrage shook his head helplessly. Shave. The smile on the corner of Tyrage's mouth never disappeared. He used the shaving technique in the 6th Marine style to avoid the heavy blow swung by Smoker. In the blink of an eye, the person was behind Smoker. The 10 hands struck the thick ground, making a heavy muffled sound. When he glanced around, he saw that the place where Smoker struck had been torn apart, showing the terrifying power of this blow. How is that possible? Smoker quickly turned around and faced Dorag head-on. His pupils shrank slightly and he secretly cursed. I have been practicing the move this guy just used for more than a month, but I haven't mastered its essence yet, but he used it easily. He is a very strong opponent. Haven't you eaten that thing yet? On the other side, Tyrage sighed secretly. If Smoker had eaten that logia, smoke fruit. He might still be playing with Smoker, but there's no need now. Smoker noticed his shaking of his head, and couldn't help but became angry with embarrassment, shouting as if his eyes were splitting. Stop looking down on others. Using a 3-point speed faster than before, he tried to get close to Tyrage again. I'm different from a wild beast who has to use all his strength to catch a rabbit. This is enough to deal with you. Faced with Smoker attacking again, Tyrage did not choose to evade, but stood there, quietly waiting for Smoker's arrival. Dragon Claw Fist. With his excellent sense of perception, Tyrage swayed slightly and easily dodged Smoker's 10-handed attack. I saw the forward movement of his right hand, similar to the posture of 3 dragon claws. When Smoker's old strength was exhausted and new strength was not regenerated, a powerful dragon-clawed hand clasped on his skull. The outcome has been decided. Tarage's face was indifferent. He put one hand behind his back and spoke in a relaxed and normal tone. His relaxed and carefree victory posture stunned everyone present. Even Zephyr, who always paid attention to the details of the battle, shook his head frequently and said, "The gap is too big. It seems that training them together will not have a positive stimulating effect, but will destroy the self-confidence of these students. Not only did Zephyr meet Dorag 3 years ago, but that old BD Garp always praised his second son every time he came back to the headquarters from home. The phrase, "he is worthy of being my son," has become his mantra. Zephyr and warring states are extremely envious of this. He is already so old, and after that person, there is a new successor. All these signs made Zephagor look at Dorag more than once, trying to overestimate his strength. But he never thought that he still underestimated the growth rate of Tyrage, and the stimulus plan was stillborn. Stop joking, do you think you'll win like this? Because he had promised Zephyr before, Tyrag's right hand had not exerted any force yet, and he simply clasped it on it. As a result, Smoker, who did not suffer any harm, was very unconvinced. While roaring angrily, he waved his weapon, 10 hands, and smashed it at Dorag in front of him. Seeing this, Tyrage sighed, "I can only apologize, Uncle Zephyr, who made your students disobedient." Crack, the dragon's claw hand clasped on Smoker's skull with slight force, and a crisp sound, accompanied by Smoker's cry of pain, spread throughout the entire training ground. Ah, the 10 hands in Smoker's hand fell vertically to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He also knelt down on the ground. This phenomenon caused an uproar. Most of the Marines were shocked by this blow and covered their mouths. I can't imagine that the number 1 player in their class could not even make a single move in the hands of this person. Are you talking about sparring or murder? Seeing the tragic situation of her former friend with her own eyes, Tina couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to question him. Tyrage turned around, spread his hands and said, "I said the victory has been decided, and he will continue to fight. It's just a slight bone fracture, and he will be fine in a few days." Tina gritted her teeth and looked at Teacher Zephyr aside. After getting his nod of permission, the body jumped slightly and landed next to Dorag, and said with an indifferent expression, "Tina doesn't like you, then I will be your opponent. Chao Yushin." After saying that, Tina opened her arms, extended the fence like iron branches, and quickly surrounded Tyrage in the training ground. She bit her silver teeth lightly. In order to avenge Smoker, Tina decided to teach him a lesson and shouted, "Strangulation." As soon as he finished speaking, the black iron fence surrounding Tyrage quickly shrank toward the center at a terrifying speed. After seeing and hearing the color, Tyrage smiled bitterly and said, 360 degrees with no blind spots. If the countless iron branches extending from above were inserted into it, someone would die. Tina stood not far away, stretching her arms to release her ability. She did not give up the attack because of Tyrage's seemingly submissive words. Tyrage didn't mean to beg for mercy, he just felt a little, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Armed and entangled, he is worried recently, there is too much domineering energy in his body. How to solve it? Just take this opportunity to release more, so as not to let them fight and collide in your body." The black-armed domineering force quickly wrapped around Tyrage's body, fitting tightly without any blind spots. This form can be seen in Don Quixote da Flamingo's subordinate, Ghost Bamboo Virgo. This form can be achieved by anyone as long as the total amount of their own hegemony is sufficient. It is just a normal battle. There is no need to consume your own hegemony like this. Instead of wasting it and covering the whole body, it is better to concentrate it accurately on one point. While it lasts, the power will be greatly enhanced. Ding 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 ding. The fence completely shrunk, and Tina's feathers successfully hit Dorag, who was still on the spot. With a crisp sound, the countless iron branches that hit him broke. The speed is sufficient, but the strength is insufficient. Tyrage, who was temporarily trapped by Chi Yushin, made a pertinent comment. Tina bit her teeth lightly and continued to release her abilities unwillingly. She didn't believe that this person's armed domineering energy was endless and inexhaustible. Genius. Monster. It seems we can no longer call him that. Since Tyrage used this form, Zephyr could no longer sit still on the recliner. He threw away his sunglasses and quickly stood up to take a closer look. The color of seeing and hearing was released, and it was aimed at Tyrage in the field, and the perception fed back to him was. The total content of the surge of domineering energy has exceeded that of him and Sengoku, and is infinitely close to Garp's level. Although there is still a big gap in quality and application, it cannot be underestimated. Thinking about Tyrage's current age, Zephyr couldn't predict where his future growth limit would be. Not even the 3 monsters he taught gave him this feeling. You must know that the physical skills, techniques, dominance, and fruit development ability of those 3 people. It was already infinitely close to the limit that humans could reach. Even so, it was not as shocking as Tyrage now. Chapter 14 Tao heart is broken. Your name is Tina, right? For your own good, let me go. Tyrage, who was temporarily trapped by Tina's Biao Yujian, turned his head and smiled. Tina raised her eyebrows lightly. Both sides were in a stalemate. Why should I let go? She snorted coldly. Ha, Tina is extremely disappointed. Are you just a man of this level? Use all your strength and don't let Tina look down on you. Black spear formation. Hundreds of black iron spears appeared behind Tina, and their spear points were pointed at Dorag in front. Tyrage shook his head. Since his good intentions were regarded as disrespectful, he would not be merciful. I just hope that the beautiful lady in front of me can withstand the consequences of the fruit's power backlash. Then as you wish. Tyrage slowly lowered his head and raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Stop pretending, take a cutting. Seeing what this man was going to do, Tina decided to strike first. hundreds of spears behind her. Under her control, she shot at Tyrage in the field at a terrifying speed. And at this critical moment, Tyrage took a deep breath, raised his head. He looked at the hundreds of black spears fired at him without fear. Kaka, ah! Tyrage's right arm seemed to be unimpeded. Amid Tina's cry of pain, the iron fence broke with a sound, and Dorag easily broke away from Tina's restraints with his body strength. Immediately, he retracted his full-body armed form, gathered his domineering energy into his right arm, put his fist back to his waist, and squatted down. I saw, accompanied by external black lightning, looming around the clenched fist. Meteor impact. Amid Tyrage's roar, a white beam of light shot into the sky, blocking everyone's sight. The huge meteorite shock wave not only destroyed all the black spears that struck from the air, but even the battlefield under Tyrage's feet began to fall apart. Are you kidding? This guy is our contemporary. The Marines outside the venue were blinded by the soaring beam that had not been extinguished for a long time, and their self-confidence suffered an unprecedented blow. What's more, they collapsed to the ground helplessly. With the existence of such a monster, is there any point in them continuing to fight? Tina is unwilling. Bang! All the barriers created by Tina's ability were destroyed by Tyrage's punch, including the body's feather sill. The severe exhaustion of physical strength caused her to lose consciousness and fall heavily to the ground. Tears of reluctance slowly ran down her face. It seems like too much force. Tyrage scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. What was a brand new fighting venue a minute ago was now completely scrapped, the ground was torn apart, and the surrounding training facilities were torn apart, covered in dust, and a mess. Turning his head and looking at the Marines who were collapsed on the ground behind him, Tyrage trotted angrily to Zephyr, whose jaw dropped in shock and had not recovered for a long time. He lowered his head and whispered, "I'm sorry, uncle, I was trying new moves and didn't master the strength." Tyrage apologized on the lips, but he was happy in his heart. These two battles were not all fruitless. At the very least, the domineering energy in his body has successfully passed the surge period and officially entered a stable period where he can control it freely. This is also the reason why he can use Daddy Garp, the prototype of the ultimate stunt at the bottom of the box. Although the meteorite impact is less than 10% of the power of the galaxy impact, it is enough for Tyrage to be proud of. Did that old guy teach you? Zephyr did not blame him, but looked at the battlefield that seemed to have been baptized for a long time, and asked with a trembling voice. Tyrage curled up his lips. Angrily Kaido said, "My father never had time to teach me. A few years ago, a group of unknown pirates appeared near Windmill Village. My father was on vacation at that time. A mile away, a galactic impact hit the pirate ship. There's nothing left." Tyrage recalled the unsightly past, still feeling angry. It was the first time he witnessed his father take action, but it left a deep impression on him. Also after that time, Dad Garp threatened him with galaxy impact at every turn. Zephyr twisted his stiff neck, looked at the son of his old friend beside him, and said in disbelief, "After reading it once, you will know it. What if?" Tyrage raised his head in confusion. It wasn't that difficult, he just condensed his domineering energy in one place and punched. Isn't it simple? Tyrage once again asked his soul. If he hadn't been able to control more domineering energy in his body, the punch just now would not have been a casual, falling star. Yes, that's right, it's so simple, you will definitely know it after reading it once. Zephyr almost gritted his teeth. Kaido flicked the cloak of justice behind him, and walked in front of the Marines who had not yet recovered from the shock. Everyone is here, assemble. Zephyr roared angrily, and all the Marines heard the familiar command and quickly stood up like a reflex, standing up straight at different heights. Smoker and Tina had already been carried away for treatment by medical staff, so Dorag didn't know any of the remaining people. Zephyr walked from the beginning to the end of the team, looked around and checked everyone's mental state. But the more than 40 students who always lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him made Zephyr extremely heartbroken. I made a wrong move. They shook their heads helplessly. The fighting spirit in their eyes was gone. Before Tyrage came here, even though he knew that he was very outstanding, in Zephyr's heart, he was never placed on the same level as Akainu and others. This mistake caused the tragedies that happened to Porcelino and Sakazuki that year to happen again many years later. There were only 3 people who came out of that training camp, and that was the current Kizaru, Akainu, and that one. Everyone, raise your heads. Zephyr couldn't bear to give up on this group, and the sailors who were confused about themselves couldn't help but roar. But it was all in vain. Even if they raised their heads obediently, Zephyr could only see darkness through the window that reflected their souls. One person's excellence can encourage latecomers to catch up, one person's genius can stimulate the fighting spirit of latecomers, and one person's monster can lead latecomers forward. But some kind of unspeakable young monster appeared in front of this group of talented, high-spirited and young Marine recruits. They used their strength, which they had worked hard all their lives for, but could not bring into full play. This terrifying, endless gap completely destroyed their enthusiasm to improve their own strength and their perseverance to sweat. Since hard work is in vain, why not give it up until the end? Why? Zephyr sighed. The tragedy happened again. What should he do to save it? At this time, Tyrage also discovered that the atmosphere in the silent training ground was a bit strange. After seeing, hearing, and feeling released, most of the information fed back to him was disappointment, helplessness, and confusion. Uncle, let me do it. You. Zephyr paused, but did not stop him. Instead, he got out of the way. silently walked behind Tyrage to see if he could save the determination of these sailors. Chapter 15 Responsibility. Dorag, who was standing in front of all the Marines, glanced around. Not only did he not offer any words of comfort. Instead, he frowned slightly and said sarcastically, "If I were you, I wouldn't stand here right now. Instead, I would take off the cloak of justice behind me and get out of here. You are no longer as good as a new recruit. You have lost the qualifications to become an excellent Marine." The extremely insulting words reached the ears of every sailor. Although their confidence has been destroyed, this is not the reason why Tyrage can humiliate them casually. From behind the team, a sailor with tears in his eyes walked out and shouted excitedly. "You fart. How can a monster like you understand our pain? We have been training hard for more than 3 months, but the best smoker can't make a move in your hands, and the same goes for Tina." The sailor continued to roar. "It doesn't take hard work to get results. We work hard all our lives. It's just your starting point. Stop looking down on others." The sailor roared one last time, and in pain, he tore off the justice cloak behind him. He walked step by step to the flag of justice in front of the Iron Blood building, gave a standard salute, and gently placed the cloak in his hand under the Marine flag. "Oh, 3 months. What makes you think your 3 months of training can be worth my 10 years of hard training in winter and summer?" Tyrage used the 6-style shaver, moved in front of the Marine soldier under the flag, and kicked him back to the team. "My father's name is Monkey D. Garp. I believe you are familiar with him." Tyrage stood back to his previous position and said, "Yes, it's that Marine hero, Lieutenant General Garp." There were shocked sounds in the Marine crowd, and everyone was talking in disbelief. Tyrage nodded and admitted, and said calmly, "As long as you know me, I just want to tell you. Talent only accounts for a small part of the origin of my strength. Hard work is not in vain. For 10 years, my father threw me into bottomless cliffs, desolate mountains, jungles at night, endless oceans, muddy swamps, cold glaciers." Painful memories came to mind again, and Tyrage told all about the torture he had suffered over the years. "Garp, I admire." Zepha's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Tyrage's half-hour narration made Zepha feel inferior in terms of educating students. "I secretly decided to ask Tyrage to write a report after I return. Such a good training method cannot be buried like this." The empathy and even more miserable training experience made all the Marines fall into silence and no longer talked about the 3 months of training. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tyrage pointed to the high-hanging flag of justice beside the iron-blooded building in the back and said, "Ask yourselves, what do you want to gain by coming to this training camp? Is it to improve your own strength? Is it to get tickets for military rank promotion? Or is it for the justice you hold on to in your hearts?" Tyrage shook his head slowly, raised his voice, and said excitedly, "No, none." Zepha furrowed his brows and secretly shouted, "Not good." This brat's speech was a bit dangerous. Any words related to justice should not be discredited in the slightest. Just as he was about to interrupt, Tyrage's voice came one after another. "It seems to me that you are here just to take one thing." After a pause to give them time to react, he looked at the flag flying high in the sky and said, "Give your youth, sweat, and even your lives. Just to take away the word responsibility. The responsibility as a soldier. The responsibility to protect your future soldiers. Use the power you have to protect the world with the responsibility and determination." The impassioned speech was so shocking that all Marines raised their heads and looked at the flag of justice fluttering in the wind. Responsibility, guard, determination. The Marines murmured to themselves, with the last hint of confusion in their eyes. As they clarified their hearts, they once again exuded youthful vitality. "For justice." The Marine who was kicked back to the team by Tyrage earlier shouted with tears of faith on his resolute face. "For justice." Times 51. All Marines, including Zepha and Dorag, saluted the Marine flag in front of them. They shouted in unison, as if breaking through the sky, and they saved themselves. Responsibility makes people strong, brave, and fearless, and it also makes people know care and understanding. These Marine recruits, who were full of kindness and justice in their hearts, found their own direction once again. Zepha looked up to the sky and laughed happily, sighing secretly. "Old guy, you have a successor. With him here, Marine can still prosper for 50 years. After the ceremony, Dorag stood at the head of the Marine queue in a sensible manner, obeying teacher Zepha's orders. Zepha withdrew his smile, and the tragedy was averted, but training should not be neglected. He looked at Tyrage and asked, "May I have your name?" Zepha wanted these students to know who pulled them back from the dark abyss. When the farce ended, Dorag saluted Zepha and said, "Report, my name is Monkey D. Tyrager." The voice that was neither humble nor arrogant reached the ears of every sailor and was remembered by them. Zepha asked again, "Then what's your name now?" "Report, my name is Recruit." Zepha grinned. He liked this answer. He looked around at all the students, shook his head and said, "I am very disappointed in you. From today on, all of you will have no names and will be renamed rookies." Zepha pointed at Dorag and said, "Starting from you, you are called Rookie Number 1, and we will go from there in order." "Yes, my name is Rookie Number 1. Tyrage puffed up his chest, not showing any arrogance due to his improvement in strength. Compared to these old guys, he was still far behind. If this were the case in the past, Zepha's name changed, not to mention all, but there would definitely be a lot of dissatisfaction. But Tyrage agreed to call him a rookie. Who among the people behind him would dare to say anything? You take them to run around the training ground. They do 1 lap and you run 10 laps. Treat today as an exception. Zephyr is no longer in the mood to continue training. He wanted to go and have a chat with Sengoku about Talag's arrangements, so he simply gave the running order. Report, when did you run away? Talage asked aloud. Zephyr had already walked towards the exit, waved his hand and said casually. Until you faint. Yes. Talag answered loudly, but then scratched his head in confusion. If he didn't bear any weight, could he really faint? Talag, the name of the person who was kicked away by Dorag earlier, was Aila, standing next to him. As soon as he called his name, he was interrupted by Tyrage with a wave of his hand and said with a smile. Call me rookie number 1, do you understand? Ella nodded to show her understanding, her admiring eyes always staying on him. Rookie number 1, when do we start? Then there's no need to ask, now. After saying that, Tyrage was the first to run out. After all, they had 1 lap and he had 10 laps. This goal was not something that could be accomplished easily. He really said that. Warring States got excited and kicked the goat beside him, and the beast ate the important documents again. You've asked me 13 times, really. Zephyr silently crushed the wooden chair next to him, realizing for the first time that Warring States was so boring. Warring States scratched his head in embarrassment, took out a pile of senbei from the cabinet and placed it on the table. I just didn't expect that Garp, that BD, would have such an outstanding son. Zephyr looked at a table of senbei and wondered. After eating these, aren't you afraid that he will come after you from the East Daxia Sea? Humph, I can't ask for more. Sengoku was so angry that he tore open all the limited edition senbei collected by Garp on the table and poured them into his mouth in one breath. You were responsible for teaching first. Based on what you just said, this child only has domineering power but does not know how to use it. It is a waste of natural resources. I think so too. Even if he enters a stable period, his domineering spirit will still leak out involuntarily. Zephyr nodded. Chapter 16 Uninvited Guests. There are obvious traces of training on him. Garp should have taught him a lot, but I don't need to correct him. Zephyr started to analyze. Sengoku once again walked to the cabinet dedicated to Garp and took out a bag of out-of-print senbei hidden in the deepest part. While eating, he said, then let's do this first. You teach him how to use hockey correctly. After that, I will send him to work under those 3 people. The corner of Zephyr's mouth twitched, as if he had predicted the future 5 years later, when Garp raised his iron fist and chased Sengoku around the world. 1 day later, officer training camp. The sea breeze was gentle and fresh, with a slightly salty breath, blowing on Talage's sweaty face. The belly that was burning like fire was also blown away a lot by the cool sea breeze. Tyrage let out a long breath, jumped over the fainted sailor on the ground, and looked forward with firm eyes. Lap 872. As he expected, it seemed impossible to make him run until he fainted without bearing any weight. I raised my head and looked at the rising dawn in the distance. It should be around 5 o'clock now. In order to complete the mission goal quickly, Talage secretly took out his weight-bearing device in a hidden corner. At this time, this set of exclusive load-bearing equipment, which was made by Garp, had been increased by Talag to 5 tons. The moment he put the weight on his back, the familiar feeling of heaviness made Talage's eyes light up. He couldn't help but smile slightly and admired secretly. Sure enough, Dad still understands me. Uncle Zephyr, is it okay? Shaking his head, the figure rushed out again, and the speed increased instead of decreasing compared to before. Genius already makes people despair, but what makes people even more desperate is that genius works harder than us. Ella, who was lying not far away, witnessed all the processes of carrying the weight on Talag's back. Ella gritted her teeth and struggled hard, trying to stand up again, but after 8 hours of vigorous running. His body had unilaterally rejected the instructions issued by his brain, and tears of reluctance streaked across his face. Ella couldn't help but roared. Stand up for me. With this roar, Ella desperately squeezed her last potential. This talented sailor, with his strong perseverance, he got up from the ground again, with firm eyes, moved his steps limpingly, and chased the disappearing figure in front of him. If you can still stand before I faint, I will recognize you. Tyrage, who was running extremely fast, always released his sense of knowledge to prevent him from trampling on a certain student while he was concentrating. This also made him aware of the scene of Ella struggling to get up behind him, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, showing an appreciative smile. At the same time, 2 uninvited guests were welcomed at the door of the training camp. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked at the 2 slowly approaching people in surprise, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing the 2 people getting closer and closer, the Flying Squirrel had no choice but to step out of the hiding place and stop in front of the 2 people. He asked in a somewhat stiff tone, Sakazuki, Kuzan, what are you 2 doing here? Take turns to guard. No matter what, it won't be your turn. Aokiji on the left has his hands behind his head, looking very relaxed. Pointing to Sakazuki beside him, he said nonchalantly, la, don't ask me. I came with him. As for what he wants to do, you ask him. The Flying Squirrel looked speechlessly at the gloomy Sakazuki on the right, not understanding what this representative of the Hawks wanted to do when he came here. In the past, this guy Sakazuki wished he could live on the sea so as to kill more pirates. How can I have the time to care about this place, the cradle of Marine's growth, the officer training camp? Sakazuki on the right has many tattoos on his body. On his left arm is a sword, and from his chest to his elbow is a gorgeous rose and cherry blossom. At this time, he was wearing black sunglasses and holding a golden cigar in his mouth. He grinned and said calmly, "I want to be alone." Sakazuki explained the purpose of his visit straightforwardly, and did not hold back at all because this was a confidential area. The flying squirrel frowned and said with some embarrassment, "Do you have a warrant from General Sengoku or Teacher Zephyr? Regarding this person's request, if Fan Dao's power allows, Flying Squirrel can help, and he will definitely help. However, outsiders are not allowed to approach, which is a fatal order given by Kong Fleet Admiral himself. Flying Squirrel will never allow himself to neglect his duties." Sakazuki shook his head. This time he came here on a temporary basis and did not ask for instructions from the Warring States period. "Then I'm extremely sorry, no one can go in without a warrant." The flying squirrel looked calm and decisively rejected Sakazuki's request. Dark red magma dripped onto the ground, rising into bursts of gray smoke. Sakazuki frowned, and the old anger that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart was somewhat uncontrollable. "Let me go in, and I will explain to the Warring States General later." The flying squirrel's right hand rested on the scabbard. Sakazuki's state was a bit wrong. The person who came was not good. "Then please come back after you get the warrant. I won't stop you from doing anything you want to do." If possible, the flying squirrel is extremely reluctant to fight with this hawk sect monster. For the sake of being in the same faction, the death will not happen. But it was very easy for Sakazuki to injure or disable him. "Are you sure you want to stop me? Get out of my way. I only want one person, and this matter has nothing to do with you." Sakazuki made the final announcement. The elementalization of his left arm was getting more and more serious and could break out at any time. "Alala, get out of the way, flying squirrel, you are no match for this guy." "But Kuzan, you don't know the importance of this place. If..." The flying squirrel looked at Sakazuki, who was aside with a worried look. "If this guy started making trouble inside, the entire Marineland will be blown up to the sky by this place, the Combat Readiness Resource Storage Base. It's okay, I will keep an eye on him and won't let him mess around. You can report to the Warring States General." Regarding Kuzan, who was explaining seriously, the corner of Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched slightly. He was afraid that it was the two of you who would fight inside. The long sword in his hand was sheathed, and the flying squirrel reluctantly stepped aside and let them in. "I can't stop it anymore." The flying squirrel is not paying attention to the situation here. Instead, he rushed to the headquarters building very quickly so that he could report the matter to the Warring States General. Sakazuki looked at the follower Kuzan unhappily and snorted coldly. "HMPH, mind your own business." Burning all the cigars in his hand, he opened the door of the training base and walked into it like an active volcano. The stimulation of language is neither painful nor itchy for Aokiji. As long as it is not a matter of principle, he usually muddles along and takes his time. "Tyrage is my younger brother." Aokiji stopped where he was and looked at Akainu, who was walking into the training base in front of him. There was a hint of coldness in the corner of his mouth, and a long-lost silver light appeared in his lazy eyes. Chapter 17: The Ultimate Collision of Ice and Fire. It's almost the limit. Tyrage, whose condition was unknown, continued to train with weights, and sweat and heat formed a layer of mist on his body. "Green smoke came out of my dry throat. I calculated carefully that since arriving at the headquarters, let alone eating, it seems that I haven't even drank water. Is that person still standing? It's interesting, his consciousness has obviously disappeared." Dorag steadily released his sense of knowledge, always paying attention to Ella, who had gray eyes behind him but was still moving forward slowly. "Even if you fall down now, I still recognize you. You are not the coward I imagined." Tyrage recalled yesterday, when Ella took off the cloak of justice, and he admitted that he had made a mistake yesterday. "System. Come, have a coke. ... System task settlement, reward, culinary grandmaster, excellent task process, and a box of Coca-Cola." The system used its last bit of stubbornness to protect its little remaining dignity. "Some people are deficient in iron, some are deficient in calcium, but what I lack most is face." Tyrage didn't care what it thought, and took out a can of Coke from the space as if nothing had happened. The entire training ground had already been crowded with people, so he was not worried at all that his actions would be noticed. "Zila, Gudong, it's great, but it would be better if it was iced. Pay attention next time. ... And during the short period of time that Tyrage was resting, a steady and powerful footsteps officially entered the training ground of the training camp. "Huh, why is he here?" The moment Akainu set foot on the training ground, Tyrage spotted him and frowned. "It seems that you are here for me, but it seems that we have never interacted before, right?" The red dot in his consciousness was slowly approaching him, and he didn't know its purpose. Tyrage didn't take it to heart and continued to perform his training mission. As his domineering energy entered a stable period, his physical strength increased by an unknown amount overnight. It is already extremely difficult to reach your limit simply by running. It seems it's time to start actual combat training. After that, physical training comes to an end. Tyrage didn't care about the dangerous aura that appeared within the sight range, and instead thought about future training plans. As for the reason why he could ignore Sakazuki, it was just because another familiar aura appeared in the training camp. "Alala, Sakazuki, you have to look at him. This distance is enough." Aokiji blocked Akainu's path and continued to approach Talaga without letting him go. With their powerful sense of sight, they can already travel across distances and clearly see the figures running in the distance from a distance. Sakazuki completely ignored the conditions agreed by the two of them before, and his left arm became elemental again, and the raging magma was about to erupt at any time. People are different. Don't impose the mistakes that person made on him. Aokiji seemed to be a different person. His expression was more serious than ever before. Half of his body had turned into an ice sculpture, and he was ready to fight at all times. I would rather kill by mistake than let go. This world can no longer bear it, and a second voice of resistance appears. Being of the same blood as that person is the original sin. Get out of my way. Akainu, who was already overwhelmed by anger, roared and raised his left arm high, holding the magma, condensing it into a huge fireball. Violent pheasant mouth. Since the negotiation couldn't be settled, we had to do it. On Aokiji's raised right hand, a huge ice bird formed from ice appeared. The meteor volcano, which is about to erupt at any time, faces off against the frozen pheasant mouth. The two sides refused to give in to each other, one blue and one red, dividing the training ground into two heavens of ice and fire. Brother Kuzan. The scene created by the two of them was too terrifying and huge, so how could it not attract Tyrage's attention? Alala, little Tyrage, don't come here, it's very dangerous here. Aokiji's impression of him still remains a few years ago, but he doesn't know that Tyrage has grown very well now. Although they couldn't defeat the two of them, they couldn't underestimate the attacks launched by Tyrage. Aokiji and Akainu were afraid of each other and did not dare to take action, fearing to detonate this combat readiness base, but Tyrage had no such scruples at all. For Kuzan and his father Garp, the relationship between father and son is more than the relationship between master and apprentice, and Tyrage, who values his family more than anything else. How could he stand by and watch his good brother being threatened by this red dog? If I remember correctly, this red dog killed my younger brother 17 years later and broke one of my eldest brother's legs. Dad seems to want to take his dog's head. Tyrage's mind was racing, and he thought a lot, and subconsciously threw the weight behind his back to the ground. His eyes gradually become dangerous, and he steps into the battlefield belonging to Aokiji and Akainu. Akainu would never have thought that Tyrage, who was slowly approaching them, had the same idea as him. He would rather kill the wrong one than let him go. But Tyrage is even more ruthless. In order to nip the problem in the bud, he wants to eradicate it by cutting the grass and roots. While brother Kuzan is here, he looks for an opportunity to kill him. Tyrage narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Sakazuki, who was holding the great fireball. Someone supported him and he said without any panic, "Brother Kuzan, tell me what the consequences will be if we kill him together." The silent venue, the dull look in Kuzan's eyes, and the question mark on Sakazuki's face formed an unspeakable picture. "Kid, what did you say?" Akainu reacted and roared, completely irritated. The previous scruples no longer existed, and a magma fire fist struck Tyrage from a distance. "Alala, don't get excited, Sakazuki. Two-thorn spear. Since you have already taken action, there is no need to worry about it until the fight is over." Two ice spears quickly formed beside Aokiji and shot straight towards the magma arm that Akainu waved. Seeking death. Dark Hound. His attack was blocked by Aokiji, and the love of the same period no longer existed. Akainu roared angrily, and quickly extended his lava-turned arm to hit Aokiji, who was standing aside. Akainu's Dark Hound is not only powerful but also very fast. During the battle at the top, he used this skill to severely injure Whitebeard. Knowing his power, Aokiji did not choose to resist forcefully, but chose to transform into his own elements, easily dodging the blow. The domineering Dark Hound passed through Aokiji's chest without causing any harm. As expected, I am still disgusted with your ideas. Aokiji was also fired by this merciless blow. His body flashed with cold light and he jumped into the air. A cold light emitted from his outstretched hands, and Aokiji shouted coldly. Frozen. Time capsule. Kuzan's upper body was completely elementalized, releasing a long-distance freezing shock wave. Even the air was frozen wherever the shock wave passed. Guided by what he saw and heard, no matter how much Sakazuki dodges, it is impossible to avoid Aokiji's blow. Aokiji didn't want to use this ability, just because he had used this ability to freeze his friend, former Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General Soro. Dark Hound. Dodging was of no use, so Akainu decided to deal with it head-on, once again releasing the fiery Dark Hound to face the incoming frozen capsules. The moment the two sides collided, a huge shock wave was generated, and rising water vapor covered the entire training ground. Gradually, the Dark Hound fell to the leeward, and was slowly frozen from the front end. The ice extended along the Dark Hound towards Akainu's body. Chance. Tyrage, who was always paying attention, his eyes flashed. He had not given up on this battle, but had been waiting for an opportunity. At this time, as expected, he waited. Chapter 18 The Obscene Light That Comes to the Rescue. Headquarters, conference room. Did we start a fight? It's so scary. Poor Salino, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, was sitting leisurely on a chair, crossing his legs and clipping his nails. Flying Squirrel had reported to Sengoku a few minutes ago that Akainu and Aokiji had forced their way into the base. These two bastards. They are simply lawless. Warring States slapped the table angrily and stood up. The plaque, Justice That Rules the World, hanging behind him shook and almost fell down. Pelusalino, you are the fastest, you go and stop them first, I will be there soon. Poor Salino curled his lips, stood up reluctantly, and said in a lewd tone. Those two people are as strong as monsters, so scary. Go quickly. Warring States roared, Conqueror's domineering energy spread out, impacting everything around him, and the plaque behind him completely fell down. Mr. Warring States period is even more terrifying. His body was hit hard by Conquerors, and Kizaru didn't even take his hat, but turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Warring States sighed, bent down to pick up the plaque on the ground, and gently wiped the dust on the 7 characters. Sengoku had already begun to get used to Kizaru's casualness. He didn't know how Kizaru, currently the most powerful among the 3, could have such a bad character. Sakazuki, Porcellino, Kuzan. Because of the appearance of these 3 monsters, Marine's combat power has now reached its peak in the past century. It is the critical moment to show off your talents, but there are many internal factions. Aokiji and Akainu often fight due to differences in their ideals. Kizaru lives his own messy 9-to-5 life. Behind the scenes of Zepha's retirement, Garp's free will, Fleet Admiral's election as Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Due to various reasons, Sora's powerful combat power was nowhere to be used, and all the pressure was placed on the conscientious Warring States. What is Zepha doing? Why don't you stop them? Warring States cursed secretly, flashed his figure, and rushed towards the back of the headquarters. Officer Training Camp. Aokiji is more than 6 years younger than Akainu, which also means that they are not yet at the peak of their lives. There is a very clear comparison of combat power. Kizaru is better than Akainu, and Akainu is more than 1 step higher than Aokiji. The frozen time capsule is very powerful. If Akainu hadn't been worried about accidentally igniting the combat readiness base, he could have used more powerful skills to block it. But it was precisely because of his scruples that he was briefly frozen by Aokiji's blow. Good opportunity. Tyrage's eyes lit up. He officially entered the battlefield, jumped up from the ground. A moment of explosive power caused the stone floor beneath his feet to explode, and a figure appeared in the sky above Akainu, which was temporarily frozen. As the arm domineering energy slowly gathered on his right arm, Tyrage's previously dark arm gradually turned into dark purple. Sounds exploded around the clenched fists, and dark purple lightning ravaged Zhou Shen. Veins popped up on Tyrage's forehead, and he struck with all his strength, crashing down and roaring. Armed moonfall impact. The dark purple destructive shock wave volleyed towards the ice sculpture Akainu below. This scene stunned Aokiji, who was just taking a breath in the other direction. Stop, little Tyra. No. 2 voices came. One was Kizaru, who was rushing over at great speed, and the other was Aokiji, who was too late to stop him. Mr. Garp's son. It's really scary. Kizaru was fully confident in his speed, and even when flying at extremely high speeds, he still had time to complain. He placed his hands in front of his abdomen, making a circle shape, and said with a grin. Yada mirror. After the obscene voice, a mirror-like light appeared in Kizaru's hand. The extremely fast reflected light beam formed a light track in the sky. Kizaru's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Akainu. It's so strange. A newcomer is as strong as a monster. Faced with the shock wave of a falling moon that was less than half the size of a training ground. Kizaru's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly stretched out his hands upwards, releasing an aura invisible to outsiders. Damn it, still not in time. Tyrage noticed Kizaru's movements, but still gritted his teeth and punched him hard. He had already become a villain, so why not fight to the end? Wherever the dark purple shock wave passed, cracks seemed to appear in the space, and in an instant it collided with Kizaru, who had a calm expression. Boom, boom, boom. Collisions followed one after another, and roars were endless. How can it be repaired? Tyrage continued to exert force, but, between the shock wave and Kizaru's hands. It's as if a wall of air has appeared, invisible and intangible. No matter how hard he tried, the shock wave could never break through his defense line. Even the airflow accompanying the impact was blocked by the wall of air. The bad news continued to come, the collisions continued here, and the ice behind Kizaru also made a muffled, click, sound. The ice shattered on the ground, and Akainu broke free from Aokiji's shackles with his powerful weapon. Twisting his stiff neck, Sakazuki looked up at the sky with a gloomy face, and his arms became elemental again. Walking to Kizaru, he gave him a look of thanks and gritted his teeth and said, Pelusolino, you block him first, I will go up and kill him. Now that the person has been rescued, even though the rescue target is wrong, Kizaru will not do anything other than the mission. I refuse. You can deal with the remaining mess by yourself. If the little monster keeps trying harder, my life will be gone. It's so scary. Kizaru curled his lips slightly, and as he spoke, the figure turned into an element and appeared outside the range of Tyrage's shock wave. Without his obstruction, the impact of the falling moon came down in an instant. Akainu glared fiercely, and Kizaru, who was watching the show in the distance, roared. Kid, I must kill you today. Come if you dare. What's the dog's name? Tyrage snorted coldly and swung his fist again, hitting it hard. Moonfall impact. A biting dog does not bark. Akainu did not respond to him and shouted angrily. Big fire. Akainu's arms turned into huge lava fists made of lava, and he punched upwards with the impact of a volcanic eruption. Ah la la, that's too much, Sakazuki. When Tyrage started to attack, Aokiji had already stopped attacking and stood aside to watch the show. Until Akainu lost his mind and used a fire breath that was enough to destroy the entire training ground. Aokiji had a gloomy face, his whole body became elemental, and he pressed his hands gently on the ground, as if embracing the whole world. Ice Age. Aokiji's unreserved blow was enough to turn the sea between several islands into frozen land in an instant, freezing for up to a week. But this time, he did not intend to change the terrain, but aimed the blow at Akainu's body. When Akainu uses the big fire breath to kill Dorag, he himself will be completely frozen by Aokiji, and he will never be able to escape. The three people who used real fire no longer cared about where they were, and each used their full strength. The sky was gloomy, as if it was going to rain at any time. Dark clouds gradually formed whirlpools in the distant sky. Aimed below the vortex is the officer training base. 3 auras of destruction have echoed here for a long time: dark purple, fiery red, sea blue. Chapter 19 Justice. Stop it, me, Zephyr, when do you want to watch the show? The three parties were about to collide, and the Warring States general arrived belatedly and roared. Big Buddha, Guardian Statue. Warring States appeared in the middle of the battlefield, transformed into a huge golden Buddha statue, with his hands clasped together. A shadow of a Buddha statue appeared behind him. The Buddha's shadow was hundreds of meters high. As Warring States slowly stretched out his arms, a golden energy shield enveloped the three Tyrages, interrupting their attacks. After the blow, Warring States was sweating like rain, and his physical strength was severely exhausted, so he automatically released the giant Buddha form. You really want to die? Don't take the headquarters with you. There are at least hundreds of tons of gunpowder here. Do you want to raise the headquarters to the ground? Zephyr, get out of here, lousy. The roar of the Warring States period resounded through the sky, and he glared at the marine pillars in front of him, wishing to kill them. I have sense, but he must die. Akainu has a strong head and knows what he is sure about. Even if the Warring States period comes, he will not give in. His arms that are gradually turning into lava are aimed at the smiling Dorag on the other side. Who are you with, old man? Keep me in custody. Your qualification as a candidate for general is cancelled. Sengoku looked at Akainu and said angrily, waved his hand, and signaled the flying squirrel who came with the team to temporarily detain Akainu. Humph, I can leave on my own. Akainu frowned and snorted coldly. He waved his cloak and followed the team to the criminal detention room without any trouble. Now that it's over, Sengoku turned and looked to the side, where Aokiji and Dorag were chatting and laughing. He stretched out his fingers and frowned. And you, what's wrong with me? Tyrage moved a step to the right, avoiding Kai Zongwo's stretched out finger, and said with a sneer. He wants to kill me. I call this self-defense and counterattack. Warring States choked and swallowed the scolding in his mouth. At present, he still doesn't know what happened specifically, so he really can't blame Tyrage. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Go down, I will give you an explanation on this matter. Aokiji, you and Kizaru come to my office. Giving the final order without any doubt, Warring States looked solemnly at the figure on the balcony on the 3rd floor of the Iron Blood building, and said secretly. Zephyr, you must give me an explanation for this matter. He was clearly here, but he didn't take action in advance to stop this war, which could endanger the entire Malinvando. What on earth was he thinking? Warring States and several key personnel left, leaving behind a group of medical staff to see if any students were affected by the battle so that they could be treated in time. But no one who can come here for training is a fool. From the moment Akainu and Aokiji faced each other in the air, they had already slipped away and ran to a faraway place, gathering together and watching lively. Are there any wounded? There is indeed one. That was Ella, who was unconscious and still moving. He did not leave the battlefield immediately. Being swept away by the aftermath of the battlefield, he suffered 7 broken ribs, bone fractures in his thighs, and a slight concussion. It's a waste of effort, if only I were stronger. He found a random step and sat down on it. After training for so long and having a fight, his physical strength was already exhausted. A feeling of fatigue swept through his body. As long as he closed his eyes now, Tyrage dared to say that he would fall asleep within 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps came from far to near. Tyrage turned around in confusion, saw the figure of the visitor, and smiled slightly. Why did you kill Sakasuke? The person who came was none other than Zephyr, whose arms were still intact. At this time, he had his hands behind his back and frowned, telling that he was not at peace in his heart. Tyrage supported the wall, stood up with difficulty, and pretended to be ignorant and confused. I didn't want to kill him. It began to rain lightly in the sky, and the raindrops washed away the battlefield ahead. Zephyr, wearing sunglasses, stood behind Tyrage, speechless for a long time. After a long time, Zephyr sighed and asked, "What do you believe in?" Zephyr looked up at the sky. It was so cloudy that he couldn't see anything clearly. It was as bad as his mood at this time. Hearing this, Tyrage was stunned and sat down on the ground. He really didn't have the strength to stand. Looking at the sky, he smiled and said, "Faith, who knows? If you really want to say it, does protecting count?" Zephyr took off his sunglasses, sat next to Dorag, and repeated foolishly. Protect. He did not stop today's battle because he wanted to see clearly the beliefs of several people, including Tyrage, which was very important to Marine's future. The masterpiece of educational failure, Sakasuke, he inherited Zephyr's ruthlessness and loyalty, confirming that he is thoroughly righteous. Kuzan, once regarded as the most perfect masterpiece by Zephyr, inherited Zephyr's unruliness and persistence, confirming that he was lazy justice. The masterpiece of the uneducable, Porosalino, confirms his ambiguous justice. As the chief instructor of Marine, Zephyr has the obligation to confirm what kind of person Marine will be leading in the next few decades. But today, in this fight without regard for human feelings, all he saw was disappointment and worry about the future. Zephyr looked at the dark clouds that were gradually dispersing and thought to himself. Because Sakazuki and Kuzan have different ideas, sooner or later an irreconcilable conflict will break out due to a certain incident. Pelusolino has a casual personality, has no beliefs of his own, and is not very impressive. Where is the future of Marine? After the rain, the sky cleared up, and the sky was like awash. The sunlight penetrated the clouds and cast a golden color, which reflected on the face of Tyrage, who fell asleep against the wall. Zephyr took off the cloak behind him and put it on Talag's body. He shook his head and headed to the headquarters building alone with countless sorrows. Guardian, is it to protect the world? Peace, will, justice, marine, principle, or what? Zephyr was puzzled. While he was still young, let time explain everything. Tyrage's snoring gradually began, and the half-elderly figure who was retreating had all his thoughts wrong. Protecting the world, he didn't have such a lofty ideal. The protection he mentioned was just to protect his family. He could do other things as easily as he could. Chapter 20. The biggest and best is reserved for you. Warring States stood on the ladder and hung the plaque indicating his determination back to its original position. After jumping down, he nodded with satisfaction at his masterpiece, looked helplessly at his old friend and said, "Although your starting point is right, this is not the reason for them to fight at the combat readiness base." Zephyr held 4 documents tightly in his hands. It's the biographies of the 3 Aokijis, plus Telage's ability evaluation file. The seemingly powerful marine is actually like a barrel of explosives. With just a small fuse, an unpredictable explosion may occur. Combat preparation supplies, I had already transferred them before Tyrage came here. Warring States gritted his teeth, stepped forward and grabbed Zephyr's collar, glared at him and said, "Then you should tell me. When they fought, I almost scared me to death. Definitely next time." Zephyr looked serious at Kaido. "There will be a next time." Sengguo's voice broke a little. They have become accustomed to daily fighting and fighting since childhood. Warring States coughed and returned to his serious state. "Is it as serious as you say? I'm still young. It won't be a problem to persist for decades. It's too early to talk about the future now." Zephyr looked up speechlessly at the plaque, "Justice that rules the world." He couldn't figure out why the Warring States period, which focused on the overall situation, had such short-sightedness. Looking back and forth with his old friend's strange eyes, Sengoku couldn't help but blush. He just thought that he was still just a general. Marine's future. Now was not the time for him to worry about it. "Stop talking about this, the garden party is coming." Warring States sighed and spoke dully. When Zephyr heard this, his expression changed. He kicked the chair next to him, gritted his teeth and said, "These damn scum." "Shish." Warring States covered Zephyr's mouth, pointed to the phone bugs next to him, and said in his ear, "Be careful, the walls have ears. Akainu and several people will be dispatched from above to protect this garden party." Zephyr's eyes were lonely. Those damn guys couldn't enjoy themselves up there, so why did they come down there every year? Aren't there a lot of pirates? Come with a big pirate and crush them all. I promise not to hunt you down. Zephyr was still angry, so he turned around angrily and left, leaving Warring States alone, who could not help but sigh. That's right, let Tyrage follow. He needs to see clearly. The nature of this world, the confusion in his eyes, I can see it. Zephyr walked to the door, paused, and made a request. He has a pair of eyes that can see through people's hearts. In just a few interactions with him, he had already seen Talag thoroughly. His narrow vision needs to be expanded, and his small-minded capacity needs to be tempered. This will be of great benefit to his growth. If you do this, Garp will not forgive you. Warring States frowned and persuaded. Zephyr walked forward with a firm expression and said, "Kaido, I will bear all the consequences myself. This trip of Tianlong people is a good place to hone one's mind. He can make people see clearly the greatest evil in the world, thus establishing their faith. It allows people to experience the most luxurious life in the world and temper their will. It can help people face the greatest injustice in the world and clarify their direction. Garp, because I am your son, I chose the most extreme method." Zephyr bowed his head thoughtfully and walked forward, whispering to himself. I can't see his position. It's either good or evil. After this time, everything will be clear. 1 day later, after Sakazuki was punished, the Warring States period sent a report, and the Fleet Admiral approved the note, officially cancelling his qualification as a general candidate. Sengoku, who knew the whole story, concealed Tyrage's ruthless attack alone. He didn't want to just pack his bags and go home as he had just joined the army. This was also a way to take care of Garp's son. Rookie number 1, you will be my idol from now on. Ella was lying on the hospital bed, her body covered with bandages, and tears of regret flowed down her face. He has watched the video secretly recorded by his classmates more than 100 times, and he regrets how he fainted at that time. Ella, who missed watching the peak match live, started crying and regretting it as soon as she heard about it after waking up. Tyrage peeled the apple in his hand and smiled. Take good care of your wound. If you cry, the wound will become infected in a short while. Ella looked at Talag with grateful eyes, secretly sighing at his carefulness in knowing how to peel an apple for herself. Crack. Ella's stretched out hand was frozen in midair. It had been working for a long time. Wasn't it for him? So sweet. Talag was in a happy mood, placed 2 apples on the table, and carried the fruit basket to the next room. He only had a few thousand belly sneaked in from Maginot's house in his pocket, so how could he have any spare money to give each of them a fruit basket? Boom. Enter. After receiving permission, Tyrage pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. Cough cough cough. The first time he entered, Tyrage was choked with tears. The smoke-filled room was filled with fairy spirit. Tyrage covered his mouth and nose, and a good ward was transformed into a sauna room. What are you here for? Smoker, with a cast on his head, his eyes glowing red, and the piles of cigars on the ground, told of his inner peace that he had not been able to calm down for a long time since he was injured. Ahem. Tyrage wiped the tears he had coughed up, quickly walked to the window and pushed it open, which made him feel much better. Old smoker, are you going to die from smoking? Tyrage never imagined that he would be controlled by a familiar stranger using a low-quality tobacco for 5 minutes. This is Lousy's room, I can do whatever I want. You have no control over it. Smoker held on to the cast that was about to burst and cursed back. Who are you with Lousy? A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Tyrage's mouth, his figure flashed, and when Smoker didn't respond, he quickly approached. He picked up a box of cigars on the bed table, threw 2 bananas on the bed casually, and ran out in a dashing manner. Nothing else. I just came to see my comrades. Give me the cigar. Smoker jumped off the hospital bed and ran after him. The plaster on his head finally couldn't withstand Smoker's fierce struggle and broke into pieces with a click. Smoker fell to his knees with a painful wail. Ah, BD, I must kill you. The ward number 315 hanging on the door is Tina's recuperation room. She herself was not injured, but due to the backlash of the fruit's ability, her body was extremely weak. I have been resting for a night, but there is still no improvement. The doctor said that it will take at least 3 days before I can recover as before. When Tyrage went in, Tina was still sleeping on the hospital bed. The doctor told her to sleep more to help her recover her strength. Really, how much money did that old smoker give you? He's not domineering and dares to fight me. Looking at Tina who was pale on the bed, Tyrage shook his head and placed the fruit basket on her bedside. It's an advantage for you. I bought a total of 3 apples, 2 bananas, and 1 durian. The biggest and best ones must be reserved for women. Tyrage stood in front of Tina's bed with a serious look and whispered. When he walked out of the room, he glanced at it with regret. He was not willing to eat the durian beside Tina's pillow. Chapter 21 The Duty of a Soldier. 7 days later, officer training camp. On the training ground, the sun shone down, reflecting neat rows of teams. 51 officers with the rank of warrant officer, standing tall, looking serious, looking ahead. The wind blew quietly, and the justice cloaks behind the officers fluttered in the wind. Dorag, who was at the front of the team, secretly moved to the side when Zephyr turned around. Tina's face was gloomy, and she followed his little movements and moved closer to him. She couldn't hide the look in her eyes that she wanted to kill someone with a knife. Sister, you have been following me for several days. Are you done with it? Tyrage lowered his voice as much as possible, muttering in a low voice without tears. Tina is very angry. I asked the doctor. During the days when I was recuperating, you were the only one who came to my room. Tina is not clean anymore. I will kill you. Because it was during training, Tina's long pink hair was tied up into a ponytail and hung behind her head. Wearing a pair of purple sunglasses on the top of his forehead, he looks particularly energetic. Combined with her tone, her conceited character is more highlighted than her previous temperament. Ahem. Tyrage was so shocked that he coughed repeatedly. He glanced at teacher Zephyr who was still pushing out a pile of information, and shouted in a low voice. Damn it, don't accuse me wrongly, I just gave you a piece of fruit and didn't do anything else. Tyrage tried his best to defend himself. He was not afraid of being shattered into pieces. If he wanted to remain innocent in the world, why weren't you clean? So, that stinky thing was really a gift from you. Die to me. Tina was proud and unwilling to be humiliated. She lost her mind and kicked Dorag. She slept in the ward for 2 days, and also stayed in the bathroom that appeared in her dream for 2 days. Tyrage was heartbroken, controlled Tina's kick, and looked at Tina in front of him with an annoyed look. He just wanted to ask, what is so bad about durian? Putting aside the fact that it was so expensive, he didn't even want to take a bite of it himself and gave the whole thing to her. Everyone, stop it, me. Zephyr noticed the situation here, and his eyes signaled Dorag to let go of Tina. Tyrage smiled bitterly, and while letting go of his legs, he dodged away from a distance. He looked at Zephyr and said with a serious face, it has nothing to do with me, this is self-defense. Tina and you will part ways until death. Tina turned pale with anger at this guy. After leaving a harsh word, she bowed apologetically to Zephyr and said, Teacher, I applied a duel with him again, life and death. Nonsense. Back off. Zephyr held a lot of paper in his hand and scolded Tina for seeking death. Then, he walked up to Tyrage, gave him a heavy chestnut, and said, while bullying you, your father had the Galaxy Impact, and I also have the Shanghai Strike. Hiss. Tyrage took a deep breath. The old man's armed appearance was really impressive. A chestnut punched a big bump on his head. No, I don't dare anymore. There is an old saying in my hometown that he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Tyrage decisively accepted his advice, stood up straight, and listened to Zephyr's next task instructions. Zephyr nodded with satisfaction, walked back, walked to Tina, paused and said, when will you master the armed domineering spirit? I will let you challenge him again. Yes, I will master domineering very quickly. Tina responded loudly and unwillingly, and glanced sharply at Dorag, who had a calm expression in the distance. Wait for death, Tina will never be weaker than anyone in her life. Zephyr shook off the cloak behind him, walked to the makeshift podium behind him, cleared his throat, pointed at the microphone and said with a smile. Today's daily training is cancelled. There is a special task that you need to complete or overcome alone. He will be the most unforgettable mission since you joined Marine. What you see and hear during this mission will have a major impact on your lives. Some people call it a milestone in your growth, while others call it a lingering one. Go to the shadows. Zephyr's smile gradually became a little dangerous, and he ignored the uproar below. Then he spoke. Take a good look at the people around you at the same time. Maybe after today, a few people will choose to leave here because they can't bear the pressure or condemnation in their hearts. Having said this, Zephyr paused and gave the sailors below enough time to think. How is that possible? I spent half my life to squeeze in among hundreds of thousands of people. How can I withdraw so easily? Who says otherwise? After training here for 3 months, most of the people who can persevere are tough-minded. No matter what happens, I won't leave. The voices of rebuttal are endless. What Zephyr wants is their unyielding momentum and awareness. Glancing at Dorag, who was about to fall asleep in front of him, Zephyr grinned and secretly took out a bullet from his pocket with a bad smile. The bullet containing domineering force was held between his 2 fingers, and he threw it out with all his strength, heading straight for Dorag, who had his eyes closed. At the critical moment, seeing this super high-speed bullet is about to hit the center of the eyebrow. Tyrage's eyes opened slightly, and his subconscious told him that danger was approaching. This was a passive talent developed through years of torture by Garp. My mind went back and forth 1,000 times, thinking to myself. At that time, the bullet was only 0.01 centimeters away from the center of my eyebrow. But a minute later, the owner of the bullet would be torn into pieces. It was too late to dodge. Just as Tyrage was about to activate his weapon to resist, he found that the bullet in front of his eyebrows was bounced away by another, faster bullet. Zephyr threw away the bullet in his hand, glared at him fiercely, and warned him not to do it again. Dorag stuck out his tongue. He could sleep standing up. I really can't blame him. All this has to go back to Tina. If she hadn't blocked the door of the men's dormitory for several days, so that Tyrage had no place to go, he wouldn't have. Zephyr shook his head and smiled. This kid is really annoying. I will give him a small lesson this time and remember it for a long time. He picked up the microphone on the table again, waved his hand to interrupt the discussion below, and said. Okay, I've given you enough time to discuss. Mission Objective 1, Canteen. Ah, the sailors raised their heads in surprise. This is the milestone you always talked about. Shadow. Ah, what? Tyrage. Arrive. Zephyr was annoyed, pointed at Dorag below, and asked aloud. What is the duty of a soldier? Tyrage shook his head, which was not very clear, and thought for a while. Kaido said with a serious look on his face. Eat and fight. You really obey orders. Zephyr roared angrily, stepped forward fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, the figure appeared on Tarage's head and punched him hard. Ah! Tyrage screamed and was punched by Zephyr and flew away. Not to mention that he was not conscious. Even if he was in good condition, he could not avoid Zephyr's sudden attack. I finally feel comfortable. Zephyr rubbed his fists happily, glared at the surrounding sailors with a solemn expression, and scolded. What are you looking at? Why don't you get out? Tyrage's fellow contemporaries gave him a sympathetic look, and then ran to the cafeteria without any sense of loyalty. Mad, wait for me. Tyrage did not dare to complain about this uncle who was as strong as a monster. The family tradition of elders torturing younger ones has been deeply ingrained in his mind. He even felt that it was natural for Zephyr to hit him, just like it was natural for him to play the 3-year-old ace. Zephyr stood there, looking at Dorag, who finally ran towards the cafeteria, and thought to himself. This brat, that BD Garp has raised him a little crookedly, and he has to fix it from time to time. How do you say that? A small tree will not grow straight until it is repaired, and a person will not repair it. Chapter 22. Don't overstuff yourself. The sailors in the officer training camp, different from the regular troops, have their own canteen. Old Mo, are you in a bad mood today? Just give us this. Out of Zephyr's sight, Smoker immediately lit his favorite cigar and looked at the food that had been prepared on the table in front of him with disgust. Lao Mo, whose full name is Mocha, is an old marine with excellent cooking skills. He used to be the sous chef in the back kitchen of the headquarters base and was temporarily recruited by Zephyr. Regarding his cooking skills, even Tyrage, who has a rather tricky taste, can't fault him. Hey, it can't be that. Talage's face was a bit ugly. There were pots of white tofu on the table, plus bright red tomato and beef soup. Combined with the special tasks that teacher Zephyr mentioned before, it reminded him of some bad things. Little Smoker, how many times have I told you? No smoking in the cafeteria. Lao Mo only had one eyeball and looked a little sinister. He stepped forward, grabbed Smoker's cigar, and threw it on the ground. His other eye is said to be from when the Golden Lion Shiki attacked the headquarters 5 years ago. He was accidentally hit by the gravel controlled by Shiki. In order to save his life, he dug out his left eye. He can be regarded as an old man who has seen strong winds and waves. Everyone, sit down. Your task here is to destroy the food in front of you. You have half an hour. Lao Mo took the lead and set an example, scooping up a piece of tofu and a bowl of soup, then sat aside and ate happily. Tina can't understand. What kind of task is eating? Tina looked around, and her eyes finally landed on Tyrage, who was farthest away from the dining table, and she had more doubts in her heart. In the past, this guy was the most enthusiastic about food. He was often the first one to rush into the canteen and the last one to come out. She had just tasted these 2 dishes made by Lao Mo, and they were surprisingly delicious. She really couldn't figure out why Dorag, who was so passionate about food, was so uninterested. Tina walked over carrying a plate of tofu and a bowl of tomato soup with questions. Tina is very disappointed. As my opponent, she is afraid of mere food. Tina sat opposite Tyrage and glanced at Tyrage with a disdainful look on her face turning pale. She hummed softly and continued to taste Lao Mo's cooking. Not to mention, compared with the big fish and meat in the past, these 2 light dishes were more in line with her taste. Don't overeat. Looking at Tina, who was looking at the large clouds, Tyrage reminded her in a serious tone. Tina rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Tina's training is very hard, and her body needs these energy supplements. Unlike someone else, what she eats is not proportional to the amount of training. Tyrage grinned. He really couldn't refute this. He was only 15 years old. Today's body has reached the limit of its growth. It is difficult to continue to make breakthroughs on this basis. Zephyr also knew about his situation, so he did not force him to participate in daily training, but taught him a set of techniques to temper his domineering power. This method is not easier than daily training, but more difficult. This is why he supplements a lot of food to provide energy for his body. Yoshi, if you want to eat more, and I'll get you another bowl. Tyrage whistled and stood up. He had reminded her anyway, but if she didn't listen, forget it. He would never eat it anyway. Tina can do it herself. Tina rejected Tyrage's kindness, and looking at his deflated expression, the humiliation caused by Tyrage was reduced a lot. It is now noon, not to mention that they are undergoing high-intensity training every day. They are all growing up, and they eat a lot and get hungry quickly, so except for Dorag, everyone concentrates on eating the food in front of them. The food for 100 people prepared by Mocha also had a lot left because Tyrage was not started. Why don't you eat? Don't use the excuse of poor appetite. No matter how much you think about it, this word will never appear on you. Lao Mo wiped the corner of his mouth, and with his only remaining eyeball, he glanced at Dorag next to him unhappily. It was because of his arrival that Mocha's workload was doubled. Recalling the first time Dorag entered the canteen, he wiped out all the food for 60 people carefully prepared by Mocha in just 10 minutes. So much so that all the trainees in the officer training camp, except Ella who was still in the medical department, hated him. I'm not hungry. Tyrage rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. Mocha frowned. Wasting food was not allowed, and said threateningly. The rest of the food is prepared for you alone. If you don't eat it, don't come to the canteen in the future. I won't make your share. A bloody scene appeared in his mind. Tyrage looked at the one-eyed dragon in front of him seriously and said word by word. I won't eat even if I die. All kinds of unconventional feelings of disobedience further confirmed Tyrage's guess that these tofu and tomatoes would never be with him in this life. As for not doing his share, it's not a big problem. Tyrage, who has visited the canteen many times in the middle of the night, has already kept the location of the food storage room in his mind. Anyway, if you have cooking skills, you can do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Mocha looked at Tyrage with deep eyes and did not continue to persuade. This kid seems to know something, so he won't feel too uncomfortable after the mission. Half an hour was up. Regardless of whether they finished eating or not, everyone stopped using their chopsticks, stood in line, lined up one by one, and walked out of the canteen. Hiccup. Smoker burped. He had previously shown disdain for tofu and tomatoes, but he had already succumbed to the law of true fragrance. Not bad, I can do more of this kind of stuff in the future. Smoker walked at the end of the team, not far from Mocha, turned to look at him and smiled. I'm afraid you will have a shadow on tofu for the rest of your life. Mocha silently watched the team leave, shaking his head with a smirk on his face. Tina can't believe it, he really didn't eat anything. Tina always has a bad premonition, but she can't tell what it is. At this moment, a team of elite Marines came from the front of the cafeteria, led by none other than Marine Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider is one of the 5 lieutenant generals who participated in O'Hara's Buster Call incident, and is also one of the disciples of Marine General Blackarm Zephyr. He has a cruel personality and will not hesitate to harm his subordinates when performing tasks. He is Marine's hawkish figure, and Sakaski follows suit. The two of them are in the same league. How could it be him? Where is Teacher Zephyr? Tyrage raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't have a very good impression of Ghost Spider, even if everything was for justice. But it would be unjustifiable to inflict casualties on one's own people, and not even Sakaski could do this. During the war, the colleague Akainu casually killed was also because of the sailor's fear of fighting and absconding. Deserters, regardless of the war in any era, have no objection to the practice of military law. As for Akainu, Dorag would definitely kill him if given the chance. But it is not because of Akainu's indifference to life, but because Akainu may cause harm to his cherished family in the distant future. Otherwise, from another perspective, apart from hurting innocent people and being unacceptable, Akainu is a true iron-blooded soldier. He has dedicated his life to Marine, and carries the justice of the entire world behind him. Such a hateful Sakaski, who valued Marine's majesty more than anything else, was admired by Tyrage, but did not agree with him. Chapter 23 Final Goal. Justice has changed its taste. Looking at the ghost spider approaching slowly, Tyrage sighed secretly. That sentence. Because a moment of hesitation led to the murderer's escape, how do you face the future? Marine's dark side is revealed. Marine's justice must be absolute. However, justice has changed. Gather. The ghost spider wears a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon pattern, carries a katana without a sheath on its shoulder, and holds a cigarette in its mouth. He is the person in charge of this special mission, but because of Zepha's own no-killing philosophy, he is not suitable for the next mission. As he walked closer, the ghost spider looked back and forth at the group of young buds in front of him. He said with a serious face, "All of you, Mission 2, target, dock number 3, I want to see you in 5 minutes." The location of dock number 3 is located in the internal port of the officer training camp. After giving the order, Ghost Spider did not explain any more and led the team away first, leaving behind a group of sailors messy in the wind. Is this the Lieutenant General of our headquarters? He has such a strong aura. I will become such a person in the future. Smoker patted his chest, and his whole body was on fire. Who could not love this invisible pretense? If you become that kind of person, I will kill you. Tyrage walked past him, leaving a cold word and ran towards the port alone. Lousy, kill you first. Being ridiculed by Tyrage, Smoker became emotional and roared to fight for his life. Tina doesn't think you can beat him, so don't ask for trouble. Tina grabbed the impulsive Smoker, her eyes filled with anger. They are all colleagues. What Tyrage said was a bit too much. She was also a little unhappy, but she couldn't beat him. Don't waste time, there will always be a chance when we become stronger. After Tina finished speaking, she followed the team and ran out, leaving Smoker alone, who was still angry. Dock No. 3. Tyrage was the first to arrive. He had no intention of getting involved with the ghost spider. He casually found a place and ate compressed biscuits in silence. Don't ask where the cookies come from, the humble system says he doesn't know either. Sakaski, was he demoted just because of you, a brat? Tyrage did not come forward to say hello, but the ghost spider who had been paying attention to him was the first to hold back and walked forward to question. He and several other hawks complained about the cancellation of Akainu's qualification as a general candidate. However, when everything was settled, they could do nothing but complain. But because of this, they were very unhappy with Tyrage, one of the protagonists of the incident. Tyrage frowned, swallowed the last bite of biscuits, stretched out 2 fingers. He said calmly, "First, I have a name, Monkey D. Tyrage. Second, his demotion was an order from Fleet Admiral and had nothing to do with me." Ghost Spider laughed angrily at Tyrage's serious look. Court death. Just as he was about to pull out the pistol from his waist, he was locked by a familiar aura. Ghost Spider snorted coldly, turned around and returned to the bottom of the warship. It's just that his eyes were a little cold, and he looked back and forth, his expression never changing. Tyrage took out the second biscuit from his pocket, looked up at the huge warship, and whispered silently. "Is Teacher Zepha up there?" 5 minutes later, after the team was assembled, Ghost Spider gave an order, and everyone boarded the large warship in an orderly manner. There are no shells in the artillery. It is not an operation to capture pirates. Tofu and red soup are indeed that. After boarding the ship, Tyrage secretly checked the artillery on the deck and once again confirmed his suspicion. And just as he was thinking, Zepha walked out of the cabin. Although he will accompany the warship to the mission location, he will only serve as a top combat escort and introduce the specific mission objectives by the way. Except for Ella, who was absent, 51 Marine warrant officers, including Tyrage, gathered together on their own initiative, waiting for the teacher's instructions. Ahem. Zepha walked over with his hands behind his back and a solemn expression. In fact, he was opposed to this mission, but Sengoku and Kong Fleet Admiral agreed that. Let these officers feel the passage of life as soon as possible. After the bloody baptism, they will grow tougher and forge their indestructible will. Zepha looked at the group in front of him, the cornerstone of Marine's future, and said with a look of regret. After many selections and 3 months of hard work, there is no need to question. You are all outstanding Marine soldiers. Before they could be happy, Zepha continued with an angry expression. But it's still far from my standards. This is your tragedy, because you have to lose the honor of being my students. This sentence completely dissatisfied the more than 50 talented naval officers in front of him, and Smoker took a step forward. He said with an unconvinced look, "Report, speak." "I'm not convinced. If none of us can meet your standards, teacher, then I would like to ask how far we must go to meet your standards." Facing Smoker's dissatisfaction, instead of being angry, Zepha laughed. Immediately afterwards, Zepha's expression changed, and he looked at the angry-looking officers in front of him mockingly. Pointing at Smoker's nose, he said, "Who among you has actually fought against pirates? Who has actually killed someone?" Zepha's words made all Marines stop talking and fell into deep thought. This group of people is generally 15 or 16 years old, and Smoker is already the largest group. Although we are in a chaotic era, there are only a few who have killed people or faced off against pirates. Zepha closed his eyes in pain. These words were what Fleet Admiral ordered him to say to these newcomers. For Zepha, who has never killed anything in his life, this is inevitably a bit cruel and also brings some inexplicable sense of shame. What he couldn't do himself, he asked his students to do. Shushi was exhausted both physically and mentally, so Zepha waved his hand and issued the final mission order. Final mission location, Undersea Impel City, Impel. Mission goal, shoot 51 vicious pirates. After saying this, the Marine General, Black Arm Zephyr, who was famous for his not killing at sea, turned around with a lonely expression and walked back to the cabin. Warring states period. Why are you forcing me? Zephyr left, leaving behind a group of panicked Marines. Except for a few Marines who had experience of killing people, most of them covered their mouths, and their stomachs began to churn when they recalled the tofu and tomatoes they had eaten before. Tina is very angry. You already knew why you didn't tell me. Tina's face turned pale. She swallowed hard, walked to Dorag, raised her head, looked up at Dorag and asked. I told you, don't overeat. Tyrage had no intention of arguing with her, and sat alone on the side of the ship, watching the flag of justice floating over the warship, silently lost in thought. He did not choose to escape and wanted to survive in this chaotic era. This step must be taken. Without experiencing the baptism of blood, he will never be able to adapt to this new world. Chapter 24 Inches Imper, Undersea Great Prison. This warship, which carries Marines' hope for the future, is escorted by the highest combat power Zephyr, the mission leader Ghost Spider, and more than 300 elite Marines, and sails to the headquarters, Gate of Justice. The three important government sites of Impel City, Marine Headquarters, and Justice Island are connected by a huge vortex. Only by passing through the Gate of Justice can one ride on the correct ocean current and reach the destination. Is that the island that never sleeps, the Island of Justice? It was now dark, and the sky above the two gates of justice leading to different destinations formed a sharp contrast. Tyrage's eyes looked back and forth between Judiciary Island, where it was always daytime, and Imper, where darkness had arrived. I don't know what the principle is that causes such different celestial phenomena. The day is brilliant and colorful. The dark night is deep and charming. Without any accidents, after passing through the Gate of Justice, the warship set foot on the correct sea current and quickly arrived at their destination. Impel, the world's largest great prison, is located in the windless zone in the first half of the Grand Route and has extremely tight security. The prisoners in the prison are all serious criminals, and it is very spooky inside. There are various monster jailers and video phone bugs monitoring, and there are also a large number of large Poseidon species on the seabed outside the prison. Therefore, Impel is known as the Iron Wall. There are 6 floors above and below. The further down, the more vicious the criminals are and their strength becomes more terrifying. For the sake of justice, I hope you will win with victory. After the team was assembled, Zephyr, who was in the cabin, reluctantly walked out with a smile, watching his students rush to the execution ground that had been prepared. Tyrage, Tina, and Smoker, as the most outstanding officers in this training camp, naturally stand at the front of the team. The three of them stood side by side and looked at the crown plaque hanging above the iron gate, each with their own thoughts. Tina is not afraid. The justice in Tina's heart has already seen the future. Tina stood on the far left, and the panic in her heart disappeared as her eyes became more and more determined. I only abide by the justice in my heart. He told me that when I step through this door, I will usher in a new life. The smoker on the right lit a cigar and puffed away, as if he had found his own path in an instant. Dad, if what is happening to me now is your intention, then I will definitely be able to do it for you. Tyrage clenched his fists and looked resolute and calm. He had adapted to this world in the first 15 years. Next, he would go one step further and completely integrate into this cannibal world. He did not believe that his father, a marine hero, would not know about such an extremely dangerous special mission. Since there was no voice to stop it, it must have been a tacit approval of this special mission. Put this on, everyone. That man is coming out. Ghost Spider took out a gas mask, put it on his face first, and stood aside with his hands behind his back. Tyrage and others also followed suit and took out the gas masks issued previously and put them on their heads. It is said that this is a piece of armor prepared to prevent the appearance of a certain man. Isn't this a prison? At best, the smell of blood is a bit strong. As for wearing something like this, Smoker threw away the mask in his hand, feeling very disgusted with wearing such a thing. Dorag stood next to him, gloating and laughing. Throw it away if you feel like it. If you dare to throw it away, I will call you brother from now on. Go, go, go. Smoker waved his hand and put the mask on his head with a look of displeasure. The voice came out slightly dull through the gas mask. For a man like you to say such things, if I throw it away, I don't know how I'll die. Although Smoker has never said anything about it, through this period of time together. He had long defined Tyrage in his heart as a real monster, someone he could not help but pay attention to, and he himself would never dare to despise him. Tina is very lucky that she did not lose a friend because of this. Tina's knowledge is very rich. During the training camp, her theoretical knowledge was the best, and even Dorag was inferior. I saw her loosening her hair, her long pink hair shawl down her shoulders, tightening the gas mask on her face. He explained with a solemn expression. In Impel, also known as Impel City, in this world-famous underwater great prison, there is a man known as the strongest man in the prison, who is a user with the ability of Paramesh's poisonous fruit. Smoker stiffly touched the mask on his face to see if there was any gap, then asked with difficulty. 30 years ago, a poisonous man called Surge suddenly appeared on the Grand Line. He poisoned the sea area for 3,000 miles and destroyed all life. Marine offered a reward of 580 million for this man at that time. In the end, he was successfully captured by Fleet Admiral. Is it him? Tyrage's ears twitched. Why didn't he understand a word of what Smoker said? Isn't the poisonous man, Magellan, the warden of this prison? Tina shook her head, looked at Smoker with contempt, and said. How old is Shiki you mentioned? Did you only listen to half of the lecture? These things were all explained in the training camp theory class before Tyrage came, so it was normal for him not to know. Smoker scratched his head, feeling sleepy as soon as he started the theory class, which was an old habit. As early as 24 years ago, Surge had died of old age in Impel, and the reborn poisonous fruit was accidentally eaten by a boy who was only 10 years old. Kaka. Tyrage was listening intently, but at this moment, the iron door in front of them was opened from the inside. A steady sound of footsteps came from the door, and a tall and muscular man who looked like Satan, dressed in black clothes, walked out slowly, holding his stomach. I really want a dark closed space. If possible, it would be best to close the mind as well. Magellan's face turned pale. When did this kind of life of spending 10 hours in the toilet 24 hours a day end? Why so slow? We are in a hurry, Warden Magellan. Ghost Spider walked forward with an impatient expression and complained loudly. Ah, I'm so sorry, I have a little diarrhea. Let's go. The prisoners selected by Crimson Hell and Beast Hell have been assembled. Magellan kept holding his stomach. He ate 3 kilograms of poisonous insects for breakfast. It seemed that he had a bad stomach. He had to go to the toilet for 12 hours today. Follow me. You are not allowed to leave the team without my permission. After the negotiation was completed, Ghost Spider waved his hand in motion for Tyrage and the others to follow him. Although it is all for justice, it is a bit ridiculous no matter how you think about shooting a prisoner who has put down his weapon. Smoker muttered aloud. Obey orders, other things have nothing to do with us. After entering, Tina's expression was a little strange, as if she was pretending to be calm, and her conceited character did not allow her to show fear. Think about what you had for lunch first. If I remember correctly, the execution will require us to shoot in the head. He was about to experience the feeling of killing someone for the first time in his life. Tyrage felt a little uneasy. Then he pulled the two of them into the water together. Watching the faces of the two people around him turn from green to white, he couldn't help but feel very good. Tina remembers you. You wait for me. Smoker and Tina gritted their molars and made angry noises. They didn't think about it at first, but the dog kindly reminded them. Chapter 25 Shiryu of Rain. The execution place was chosen on the 3rd level, Starvation Hell. Due to the harsh environment here and the torture of starvation and water hunger, it has long been inaccessible. There are only a few prisoners left who were once physically strong, living here half dead. Everyone followed Magellan and took the elevator all the way to the 3rd floor, Starvation Hell. Looking at the scene of yellow sand in the sky, the cracked and even collapsed buildings, and the scorching heat, everyone felt it was difficult to breathe for a while. Tina's skin is dry. It's no different from the desert here. Due to the temperature coming from the searing hell, the design of this prison is really interconnected. Dorag squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of yellow sand, and explained aloud. At this moment, a man who looked like an evil ghost and a pharaoh appeared in front of the team, saluted Ghost Spider and others and said, Guests, you have been waiting for a long time. My name is Hannibal, and I am the warden of this prison. Ah, I accidentally exposed my ambition. Hannibal held up his trident, covered his mouth and said exaggeratedly. I'm not dead yet. If you want to sit in my seat, you're 100 years too early. Magellan breathed a sigh of relief, blew on Hannibal who came uninvited, and turned him over. The deputy warden has been poisoned, prepare the antidote. Appearing with Hannibal, there was also a young girl. She was seen holding a hat across her body to cover her right eye, and she had long, curly golden hair. Domino, where are the Shiryu people? Magellan interrupted the flustered Domino and asked. Shiryu of Rain, the warden of Deep Sea Great Prison, is his old partner, and the prisoners selected this time were selected by him. Hearing this, Domino looked a little flustered and looked at the desert city in the distance without hesitating to speak. Master Warden, Master Shiryu seems to be executing prisoners. This BD, Magellan's expression changed. Did that guy commit the cruelty and murderous habit again? Ghost Spider had a gloomy face from beginning to end. His time was very precious and could not be wasted on irrelevant things. Warden Magellan, what happened? Don't continue to waste my time here. If it hadn't been for the Warring States General's personal order, he wouldn't have come here to see these scum that had long been eliminated by the sea. He himself even believed that it didn't matter whether the prison existed or not. Wouldn't it be better if the captured prisoners were executed directly? After being urged one after another, Magellan's face looked very ugly. Without any explanation, he dodged and rushed directly into the desert city. Shiryu, I tolerate your previous bloodlust for fun, but I will never allow you to do whatever you want during the mission assigned by this headquarters. Magellan made a decision in his mind. If the 51 prisoners who were prepared were safe, he would let him go this time. But if he sees corpses all over the place, he will not let him go no matter what this time, and he must be severely punished. Desert City, temporary execution ground. Master Shiryu, no, these prisoners are the ones wanted by the headquarters. You can't. There was a whimper before death, and the jailer who kindly reminded him had his throat sealed with a sword by Shiryu. Shiryu was over 3 meters tall and muscular, holding a cigar in his mouth, wearing the uniform of a warden, with a white coat draped behind him. He leaned down, placed the famous sword Leiyu, which was not stained with any blood, on the clothes of the fallen jailer, and wiped it repeatedly. It's not your turn to teach me how to do things. Shiryu. Magellan, who was belatedly arriving, roared angrily and glanced at the corpses on the ground, his face gloomy. He just killed the prisoners. He didn't expect that the crazy Shiryu would kill their colleagues as well. I won't let you do anything this time. I officially sentence you to be a heinous death row prisoner, suspended for 3 years, and imprisoned on the 6th floor, eternal hell. Shiryu put Leiyu into the scabbard, spread her hands in confusion, and said in a relaxed tone. Isn't that true? There are as many of these people as there are. If I accidentally kill a few of them, it's not a big deal. Shiryu kicked the dead jailer in front of him without any remorse. He even felt that the killing was not enough, and looked at Magellan with a look that was ready to move. Surround me. Ghost Spider led a team to come and looked at the corpses on the ground, plus the corpses of the jailers from the same camp, and immediately understood the situation here. Although he did not bring his men in, it was enough for him and Magellan to arrest Shiryu among the more than 50 temporary officers. Dangerous smell. Tyrage raised his eyebrows slightly. The man in front of him who was calmly smoking a cigar felt the breath of death from the thunderstorm that had not yet been unsheathed. I am armed and domineering, so I am not afraid of being killed by this guy in one blow, but... Looking to the side, he couldn't wait to step forward to arrest Shiryu, Smoker and Tina. It's hard to say these two. Magellan's eyes were sharper than ever before. Although he was usually aloof, when it came to business, he was more serious than anyone else. Let them retreat. They are still too immature now. This kind of battle is not something they can handle. Shiryu, give you a chance, put down your weapons and surrender. You should understand that this prison is strong and you cannot escape. Poison Dragon. Magellan's body released 3 huge dragon-shaped poisons, which were aimed at Shiryu with rain in the center of the body. Shiryu looked ugly, knowing that the guy in front of him was serious this time. Not to mention the Ghost Spider who was ready to take action at any time, he had no certainty of victory when facing the poisonous Magellan alone, and his life would even be in danger. Shiryu licked his lips, laughed evilly, and relievedly took off the famous sword Thunderstorm from his waist and placed it gently on the ground. I give up resistance. He stretched out his hands, completely accepting his fate. Wise choice, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. Let your people tie him up with seastone handcuffs and chains. I will keep an eye on him and won't let him move. The Ghost Spider turned around, raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, pointed at Dorag in the distance, and said, Terag, go get the Thunderstorm from the ground and detain Shiryu. Tyrage's expression condensed. Mad, he was tricked again. In this mission, Ghost Spider is his superior. If you violate the correct instructions issued by your superiors and are punished on the spot, you will have no place to cry. Looking at the dangerous aura of Rain Shiryu in the distance, and the famous sword Thunderstorm at his feet, he can't do this question, it's too difficult. Tyrage didn't move and instead glared at Smoker who looked down on him. This guy didn't know anything and just stared at him. He turned to look at Ghost Spider and asked, I can go, but I want to know, if I successfully capture Shiryu and get back the Thunderstorm, should the knife be mine as a trophy? General, Ghost Spider frowned. It stands to reason that after Shiryu is imprisoned, his sword will be collected by Impel Prison and will not be released. But in order to let this guy die, it was not impossible to leave it to him. Ghost Spider walked up to Magellan and said cryptically, We Hawks owe you a favor, leave this Thunderstorm to us. Magellan glanced at Dorag in the distance without saying a word to refuse. The favor of the faction should not be underestimated by anyone, and he was no exception. Okay, I promise you, you just need to go forward to arrest Shiryu and get his sword back. This sword is at your disposal. There is no reversal, and if it can't be done, the Terag will be gone, and he will be killed by the violent Shiryu in one hit. This will be a big bet, a bet on whether Shiryu will kill Talig, and a bet on whether Talig will have the courage to step forward to arrest him in such a situation. The Ghost Spider hopes that Talig will refuse without any reason, so that he will no longer even obey the regulations. Temporarily detaining him to Impel Down City, with this period of buffer, it is not difficult for someone to secretly kill him in prison. Okay, I'll go. Tyrage smiled calmly, took the sea stone handcuffs handed over by Smoker, and walked fearlessly towards Shiryu, who was helpless. He has long wanted to become a swordsman, but he has never been able to find an outstanding famous sword. Over time, this idea has faded a lot. Since there is a chance to get this demon sword, today, there is no harm in giving it a try. The following is the character setting of this book. If you are interested, you can read it. It does not occupy the word count. The timeline is 1505, 17 years before the Dingshang War. Magellan is now 34 years old. He was transferred to Impel Grade Prison as Deputy Warden 3 years ago as a Lieutenant General in the Marine Headquarters, and became a full member after 1 year of employment. Ain no Shiryu is now 27 years old. Before Magellan came here, he was the Deputy Warden of Impel Down and later became the Warden. Black Arm Zephyr is now 55 years old. He only retains the rank of General and has no corresponding obligations. He has moved behind the scenes and concentrates on teaching students. There are still 10 years until the trainee ship he leads is attacked by pirates. Buddha no Warring States is now 60 years old and will be promoted to Marine Fleet Admiral 10 years later. Tekken Garp is now 59 years old. Because of his relationship with the Celestial Dragons, he has been refused promotion to the rank of Marine General many times. Kazaru Porcelino is now 39 years old. In the same year that Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral, he was promoted to Marine General. This position should belong to Akainu, but Akainu experienced a demotion, so he was a year late. Akainu Sakazuki is now 36 years old. 11 years later, Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral and the next year he was promoted to Marine Admiral. Aokiji Kuzan is now 30 years old. 11 years later, he was promoted to Marine General on the same day as Akainu. Red-haired Shanks is now 20 years old and will become one of the 4 emperors 13 years later. Smoker is now 17 years old and will soon receive the Logia smoke fruit. Tina is now 15 years old and has eaten the Paramesha fruit since she was a child. Makino is now 13 years old and has been childhood sweethearts with Tyrage. She has had a different affection for Tyrage since she was a child. Chapter 26 Inheritance. Tyrage clenched the sea stone handcuffs in his hands, and walked towards the pool of blood amid Ghost Spider's sneer, Magellan's indifference, Smoker's admiration, and Tina's worry. Shiryu has always watched this scene happen. If he hadn't seen his unbridled evil smile from beginning to end. Just looking at the way he stretched out his hands in front of him, trying to catch him, Tyrage would really think that Shiryu had given up resistance. Kid, my knife tells me that you are looking at it. Tyrage stopped 3 meters in front of Shiryu. This was a safe distance where he could calmly avoid the attack that would come at any time. The two faced each other in the air and did not move for a long time. Just when everyone was getting impatient, Shiryu stepped forward, and the famous sword Thunderstorm on the ground reappeared in his hand. Shiryu, I'm warning you one last time. Don't act rashly. Magellan controlled the poisonous dragon in the sky and quickly approached Shiryu in front of a pool of blood. He was threatening beyond words. Hee. Ha ha ha. Shiryu covered his face with one hand. No one knew what he was laughing at. The brim of his hat blocked his left eye, and he was within the attack range of the poisonous dragon. He calmly took out a cigarette from his coat pocket and lit it. No, I won't do anything. Shiryu ignored the threat in the air, stepped over the body of the jailer in front of him with a calm expression, and walked towards Dorag. Yes, that's right, that's it, kill him. I will definitely not stop him. Ghost Spider's eyes lit up when he saw this situation, and he gave Magellan a vague look, asking him not to stop Shiryu's movements. Shiryu pulled Lei Yu out of the scabbard with a doting look on his face, and the blood-red sword light reflected on their faces. You don't even have the courage to get close to me. Want to ride a thunderstorm? You're not qualified. A wisp of smoke blew on Tyrage's face, and Tyrage frowned slightly. Sure enough, he still didn't like the smell of tobacco. If you don't try it, who knows? Tyrage looked calm. It wasn't that he didn't dare to get close to Shiryu, but he didn't want to get close to the body behind him. Dad sank a pirate ship and stained the sea with blood. He didn't care because he was out of sight and out of mind. But Shiryu's feet, including the dozens of bloody corpses behind him, all impacted Tyrage's eyes and mind. The blood flowing from the corpse dissolves in the yellow sand and in the air under the scorching heat of starvation hell. The disgusting smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Tyrage frowned, suppressed the urge to vomit, and took a step back. Shiryu saw the timidity deep in his heart, and the evil smile on his face became even bigger, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, that's it, no, it should be like that. Ha ha ha. The heart-rending laughter scattered in the yellow sand in the sky and could not stop for a long time. After laughing, Shiryu glanced at the poisonous dragon in the sky and the excited expression of the ghost spider in the distance, and held the sheathed thunderstorm in the air with one hand. He's yours. No one expected this scene, including Tyrage himself. He could not be said to be familiar with Shiryu, but he still knew something about it. He is murderous, cruel, sinister and cruel, and does not care about old feelings. No matter how he thought about it, Shiryu, who regarded Thunderstorm as his own life, would not hand him over to outsiders. Tyrage's throat twitched slightly. After such a long time, he had become familiar with the diffuse smell of blood. He looked at the man with an evil smile in front of him. He asked with a hoarse voice, "Why? A man like you shouldn't be arrested just because of a potential threat, let alone." Tyrage did not hesitate, raised his right hand, and grabbed the handed-over famous sword Thunderstorm. Shiryu didn't let go. He was caught up in the memories of the past, his eyes were blurred. He said obsessively, "The bloody night will eventually come. I am the inheritor, but I am also a victim." As soon as his voice changed, the evil smile appeared on his face again, and he looked teasingly at the newborn calf in front of him. He said sarcastically, "Who said I gave it to you? I just asked you to keep it for me for a while. By you, you're not worthy enough to control it." No one knew that Shiryu, who was still in awe of life many years ago, would become the murderous person he is now, all thanks to this demon sword. Shiryu let go of Lei Yu, and his mind was once again immersed in memories. How similar, the bloody scene. When I saw blood and corpses for the first time, I took over the demon knife from the bloody old man. Many years later, I also turned into the old man's appearance. So, the meaning of inheritance is to pass on the sword, or to pass on the thought in the sword alone. Shiryu can't figure it out. It's been more than 10 years and he still hasn't thought it through. He raised his head and looked at the poisonous dragon that was about to lose its hold, and the ghost spider with a gloomy face in the distance who had already drawn his knife. With these potential threats, plus being in the world's largest great prison, if he couldn't see any hope of escape, he would not give up any struggle. Come on, you can arrest me, kid. Shiryu stretched out his hands with an evil smile on his face, signaling to the sluggish Tarago in front of him that he could take action. My era has not yet come, and it has ended so hastily. It is really inexplicably unpleasant. Tyrage pinned Lei Yu to his waist and shook his head. He didn't understand all this for the time being, but it didn't stop him from continuing to capture Shiryu, the rein in front of him. With a firm expression and an unprecedented seriousness, he faced Shiryu and said, I have written down the love of passing on the sword. If you are lucky enough to survive this time, I will take action for you once in the future without touching my bottom line. After saying that, regardless of whether Shiryu believed it or not, the handcuffs in Talag's hand were thrown out and fastened on Shiryu's wrist, who gave up resistance without any deviation. In this regard, the warden of the notorious, Great Prison has temporarily come to an end before the historical stage has officially opened. How can it be repaired? Ghost Spider cursed secretly with a look of displeasure on his face. This time he was in trouble with his grandma's family. Not only was he owed a favor, but the target was not killed yet. Although I don't understand the dispute between your factions, this kind of thing only happens once. Magellan withdrew his power and glanced at Shiryu behind him, who had been completely detained, feeling condemned in his heart. Ignoring the increasingly gloomy Ghost Spider, Magellan waved to the Domino Warden Chief on the side. Domino, you go and select a group of incompetent death row prisoners. After completing the task, let them go back to wherever they came from. After saying that, the man who looked exactly like Dayton ran quickly towards a dark enclosed space, clutching his growling stomach. Tina's heart is crying. Tina looked at Dorag, who was sitting under a certain building, lost in self-contemplation, and said while covering her aching heart. We have no ability and no way to speak out. These things should be kept in our hearts for the time being. Crack. Smoker lit the last cigar on his body, and as soon as he devoted himself to justice, he saw something filthy. For these future outstanding Marine officers, this is a big blow, and they can't help but feel a little more confused about the justice they will bear. No one is a fool. From the moment Shiryu picked up the knife on the ground and Magellan didn't stop him, everyone had already discovered the clues. Coupled with Lieutenant General Ghost Spider's self-concealed, but actually unconcealed eyes, they completely discovered the murderous intent at every turn. Chapter 27 Execution. Legend has it that there is such a fictional famous sword, Murasama, also known as Murasama Maru. I don't know who forged it, but it is said that the weapon forged by his hands can kill thousands of people and turn it into the demon's sword, Murasama. After this knife kills an enemy, the moisture in the air will condense on the blade and turn into dewdrops to clean the blood on the blade, hence the name. After thunderstorm kills someone, water-like liquid flows out of the blade, cleaning the blade so that it is completely free of blood. This can't help but make Tyrage associate the two of them together. Maybe the famous sword in his hand, Thunderstorm, is the legendary demon sword, Murasama. Since the inheritance has changed, Leyu is no longer suitable for you. It is more appropriate to call you Murasama. In the name of D, I will give you the surname Monkey. Tyrage stroked the scabbard and slowly pulled out the demonic sword. Maybe the sword felt something on its own. It had drunk blood before, and the blade once again showed a bright red demonic aura. The desire for blood was unabashedly displayed in Tyrage's eyes. The aura of violence, blood, ferocity, and bloodthirsty impacted Tyrage's mind and thoughts the moment Murasama took off her sheath. I see. Tyrage's eyes flashed red, and his arm domineering energy was released, like a rushing river, continuously flowing towards Murasama. The blade trembled and made a tragic sword cry. The bright red color on the blade slowly faded, and finally the blade turned into the same color as the armor color of Tyrage's arm. For a quarter of an hour, 90% of the domineering energy in my body was consumed. I don't know whose sorrow it is to let him meet you at the wrong age. Temporarily suppressing it successfully, Tyrage wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gasped for breath. Since learning the weapon color, this was the first time that he experienced a despairing sense of powerlessness due to the depletion of domineering energy in his body. As expected of a demon sword, it harms both others and itself. No wonder Shiryu can't suppress his murderous intention. With Murasama's approval for the time being, Tyrage put it into the scabbard. I have no interest or ability to bring him back to the world without affecting my original intention. Gather. The time was almost up, and Domino quickly re-selected 51 death row inmates, escorted by many jailers, and brought them to this temporary execution ground. After staying in this bloody place for a long time, the Marines were somewhat accustomed to killing, and reluctantly gathered in front of Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider's face was gloomy. If Zephyr hadn't been waiting outside, he really wanted these guys who knew his secret to be completely buried in the yellow sand. He waved his hand and motioned to the jailer on the side to bring over the firearms that had been prepared. Everyone stepped forward to receive their guns and ammunition, and then selected their targets to be executed in an orderly manner. Tyrage held a spear, looked down at the death row prisoner kneeling on the ground in front of him, and asked, "Why can't I feel your fear?" This death row prisoner was selected from the first level of Crimson Hell, and his body had been cut with hundreds of scratches by the blade. "I miss my brother." The death row prisoner looked back and smiled in relief, his numb eyes not wavering. "Why do you go to sea to do evil? Have you never thought about the consequences?" Tyrage hugged the spear in his hand tightly, looking for a reason to kill the death row prisoner with peace of mind. "I didn't do any evil. If killing the pirates who killed my whole family is considered evil, then treat this as if I didn't say it." Tyrage's palms were sweaty, and his hands were slippery, making it difficult to grasp the spear in his hand. He took out the form handed over by the jailer on the side, which contained all the information about the prisoner's life. "But the innocent little girl who died in your hands was only 8 years old." This was the only victim that Tyrage could find, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The death row prisoner did not look back, did not say any explanation, and quietly waited for death to come. Tyrage thought that the prisoner on death row had nothing to say, so he had a reason to kill the prisoner with peace of mind. Without hesitation, he raised the spear and pulled the trigger towards his head. Bang, 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 bang. After Tyrage shot the target, a chain reaction seemed to occur. All the Marine soldiers suppressed the fear deep in their hearts and fired one after another. Blood splattered everywhere for a moment, and a huge hole was punched through the heads of all the prisoners on death row. Bright red plasma, accompanied by an unknown white liquid, splashed out from the hole and wetted the trousers of all Marines. The death row prisoner in front of Tyrage closed his eyes with relief, lay on the ground, and completely lost his breath. Who would have thought that the little girl who was brutally murdered by a death row prisoner would be a person with the ability of the age fruit, and the culprit who killed his whole family? Vomit. Tina. This is Tina's last weakness. Waves of vomiting, one after another, seeing it with your own eyes and doing it yourself are completely different concepts. The people who were firm-minded before taking action, when they saw the red and white liquid, they thought of the food they had eaten for lunch. For a moment, their fear was forgotten, leaving only disgust. On the other side, Tyrage's face remained the same, without any change. Instead, his hands continued to tremble, and only grabbing Murasama around his waist would make him feel more at ease. The moment this peaceful thought appeared, Tyrage immediately untied Murasama from his waist and held it in his hand. I thought I had successfully suppressed you, but it seems that I was still under your influence. The imagined weakness, helplessness, fear and nausea did not come. This demon knife diluted all these emotional instincts in Tyrage. What was left in him was the will to continue killing, and his trembling hands, not because of fear, but because of excitement for blood. The mission is over, a bunch of trash, killing some scum on the sea, it's so unsightly. Ghost Spider snorted coldly, and after taunting him, he turned around and left. All the Marines looked at each other, their fear after the murder was dispersed by anger, and they all glared at the Ghost Spider as he left. Don't let people look down on us, let's go. Go back to the headquarters. Smoker wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth, veins popped out on his forehead, and waved his hand, beckoning everyone to return home. Tina lost completely this time, you won. Tina was already weak from vomiting. After taking a look, she saw that her face looked the same as usual in the distance, and she was completely convinced. Dorag frowned and followed the team and whispered silently, Murasama, Murasama, what should I do to you? He didn't want to become a murderous monster like Shiryu, but it was obvious that he couldn't be subdued by his own armament alone. He wanted to give up, but Tyrage was very unwilling to do so. After understanding Murasama's origin, he even wanted to take him as his own. The emotional system simulated a villain in Tyrage's mind. The villain pointed at himself crazily with his hands, as if to say, ask me, I haven't had a scene in more than 10 chapters. Chapter 28 I obey orders. On the warship, Zephyr turned around slowly as if he had telepathy. The door of Impel prison slowly rose upward with a squeaking sound, but the imagined panic did not appear. Zephyr looked at the students who were walking out one after another, and the resentment seemed to materialize and hit him head-on. It seems something terrible happened. Zephyr's eyes stayed for a long time on Tyrage who walked out last. To be precise, he was looking at the demon's sword, Murasama on Tyrage's waist. The teams boarded the warship one after another. Zephyr hunched over and walked to the assembled team with his hands behind his hands. He glanced at the students whose mental state was close to freezing point. His voice was slightly hoarse, but he spoke with no lack of strength. You want something you've never had. So, you must do something you have never done before. No one would understand how cruel it was for Zephyr, who was dubbed the no-kill general, to force his students to have their hands covered with blood. But for the sake of justice, personal sacrifice is nothing. Zephyr's eyes drifted to the endless sea in the distance. With firm eyes and a rock-steady voice, he said, in troubled times, there must always be someone who can light up thousands of families and carry forward the burden. And the meaning of us as Marines is to strive for a prosperous and peaceful age. Everything is for justice. For justice. Times 51. All the Marines saluted and responded to their teacher. Although darkness was everywhere, it did not prevent them from having a save the world heart. Malinvando, cafeteria, eat. Why don't you eat? Tyrage had 3 large pots in front of him, 2 pots of white tofu, and 1 pot of bright red tomato and beef soup. His hands were flying, and he kept putting food into his mouth. Old Mo, you are good at your craftsmanship. I give you a thumbs up. ... There was silence. Bang. Tina, who was sitting aside and holding back her vomiting, punched Dorag on the back of the head. Tyrage's head was hit into the tofu basin in front of him by this heavy and powerful punch. Tina's patience has its limit. Tina blew her fist and gritted her teeth. Smoker lit a cigar, suppressed the stomach acid, nodded in agreement and said, the blow was a bit light, please be careful next time. Everyone around him who was not using their chopsticks nodded and agreed with what Smoker said. Ha ha ha. Tyrage pulled his head out of the tofu while laughing, and said with a silly smile, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Just when everyone thought that this guy would apologize to everyone, Tyrage picked up the tofu dregs on his head and put it into his mouth. He spoke again with a serious look on his face. You said before that tofu was delicious, but I didn't believe it. Now I believe it, but you don't eat it. It's shameful to waste, it's even more shameful to waste food, it's wrong to waste. The cafeteria fell silent again. All the Marines, including Tina and Smoker, stood up without saying a word, holding their own food in their hands, and surrounded the table where Tyrage was sitting. Brothers. FK him. Many years later, Tyrage recalled this past event, feeling aggrieved and unable to express his feelings. I don't know which stupid young man shouted, FK him, angrily. Immediately afterwards, his whole body was buried alive by a mountain of tofu in 3 seconds. After that, there were punches, kicks, and pots and pans thrown in to give him a beating. 3 months later, 1 month before the garden party, in half a year, you have basically mastered what I taught you. For the rest of your life, your success will depend on your own efforts. Zephyr wears the unique military rank of a general on his shoulders, and the cloak of justice flutters in the wind behind him. Today is the summary of the first phase of training in the first day of overseas internship. A miracle that is not a miracle. After that, execution, not a single Marine chose to leave. I don't know what happened, but on the next day, except for the listless Tyrage, they all gathered at the training ground in high spirits. At this time, facing the 52 students after Ella returned to the team, Zephyr was very proud. This was not the strongest class he had ever led, but it was definitely the most perfect. So far, no student has left or died unexpectedly, which is the greatest reward for him. Tyrage stood at the front of the team, out of tune with the people around him. The murderous aura exuded from his body made no one dare to come within 3 meters of him. Tyrage. Zephyr frowned. Arrive. Isn't Murasama's problem solved yet? This demonic sword was handed over to Zephyr after Tyrage returned to his headquarters, asking him to help him study how to effectively suppress his will. However, he was not a grandmaster in the way of the sword, and he had no unique insights, so in the end he could only let it go. He once persuaded Tyrage to give up the sword, but the child was stubborn and refused to say anything. As a result, his aura and personality were affected by the sword and became more and more cold. Found it, but I can't do it yet. Tyrage replied sonorously and his eyes shifted to the demon knife wrapped in layers of cloth at his waist. These strips of cloth were, willingly, contributed by the system and could temporarily and effectively seal him without affecting the person who carried them. But this is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. The only way Tyrage can think of to suppress this knife has been found, but now he does not have that kind of suppression ability. Zephyr nodded. It was best to control it. If that didn't work, he would confiscate the demon knife. It was impossible for him to watch his old friend's son fall into the abyss because of this knife. Our target is the East Daxia Sea. Because of the existence of a certain old BD, it is called the weakest sea area. It is most suitable for you to test. Glancing at Dorag, who was as if nothing had happened, Zephyr took out a nautical chart and pinned it on the blackboard behind him. Teacher, Tina has an opinion. Tina took a step forward, with a domineering and armed weapon appearing faintly on her right hand. After training for a period of time, it can be used normally. My lesson is to speak freely. Zephyr waved his hand and asked Tina to continue. Educating the strong does not mean suppressing them blindly, but liberating their nature. In this regard, Zephyr himself has done an excellent job and can be regarded as a model of teaching without discrimination. Tina looked at Dorag in front of her with strange eyes and said, after investigation by the Information Department, Lieutenant General Garp has often wandered in this sea area since 15 years ago. In the past 2 years, pirates in the East Daxia Sea have become rare. This situation continues until this year. According to another survey and statistics a month ago, the average bounty in the East Daxia Sea is less than 3 million. Tina has obviously done her homework in this area, and she is so open-mouthed about this information. She looked at her teacher Zephyr seriously and said, as the future of Marine, Tina doesn't think we can get effective training there. After saying that, Tina took a step back and returned to the team, ignoring the attentive Marine colleagues around her. He turned a blind eye to their thumbs up, raised his head proudly, and never took his eyes away from Tyrage. On the other hand, Tyrage didn't make any movements from beginning to end, standing straight in a military posture. Zephyr's eyes under his sunglasses raised slightly, walked up to him, patted Tyrage on the shoulder and asked, don't you want to know why I chose the East Daxia Sea as the location? I shouldn't know. Tyrage looked forward and said calmly. Pretending to be strong, Zephyr lifted his sunglasses with his fingers and smiled playfully. Report. I obey orders. Zephyr raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, turned to look at Tina who had lowered her head, and asked angrily. Did you hear that? He said he obeyed orders. I heard it. Tina was wrong. Tina clenched her fists, feeling unwilling and ashamed, filling her heart. Chapter 29 The City of Beginning and Ending. The sea wind roared like a lion, setting off turbulent waves. The waves violently slapped the hull of the ship, making a deafening sound. Smoker found Dorag with a worried expression. He followed his example and placed his hands on the side of the ship, looking at the rolling white dragon below. Sighed. The wind and waves are too strong and it's no longer suitable for navigation. I don't know if I can still encounter pirates. No wonder he was so worried. The crumbling warship seemed to be swept away by big waves at any time, causing the ship to be destroyed and everyone killed. Dorag stood facing the east. The fierce wind reminded him of his elder brother Dorag. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said, have you ever heard a word? What? Smoker handed over a cigar, but Tyrage shook his head and refused. Tyrage grinned with bared teeth, grabbed the air with one hand, and said boldly, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This is the first time I've seen this kind of crazy weather. But precisely because of this, those pirates will stay on nearby islands. Now that we are there, they won't even have a chance to escape. Upon hearing this, Smoker's eyes lit up, half of the cigar was taken away by the wind and he threw it into the sea, turned around and ran towards Zepha's cabin. I was complaining to Dorag in my heart. I had such a good idea but didn't say it out earlier. Everyone was suffering from swaying on the boat, and several guys were already showing signs of seasickness. Soon, Smoker walked out of Zepha's cabin, found the navigator with excitement on his face, and pointed out the direction. The place they are going to is the most famous and currently the most chaotic place in the East Daxia Sea. Rog Town, known as the town of the beginning and the end. 5 years ago, the execution that started the Great Pirate Era was carried out here. It was also Smoker's hometown. Witnessing that person's death with his own eyes established his belief in becoming an excellent marine. The port of Logue Town has an archway with the font of Logue Town engraved on the triangle. There are various shops on the surrounding streets. There is a porch in front of the shop. Due to the weather, there are no people around. 52 outstanding marines led by Zepha, wearing raincoats, walked silently on this bustling street. Didn't your mother-in-law say that there are pirates everywhere here? Smoker's lighter kept clicking, but every time a spark appeared, it was extinguished by the wind and rain. Since the warship entered the port, let alone the pirates, they have not even seen a single person. Tyrage looked at this idiot, did not explain the reason to him, and said contemptuously. You grew up in this town, but you don't even know there are 2 ports here. Tina on the side couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled Smoker's green raincoat and said, as your friend, Tina feels very embarrassed. Rog Town is divided into east and west ports. Generally, pirates who come here will dock their ships opposite us, which is the west port. That's the closest to the upside-down mountain, and it's also the only way for them to go to the Grand Line. Dorag turned his head and looked at Smoker with contempt again. When he was young, he was really a typical fool who went out without thinking. A strong wind howled, led by Zepha, and everyone stopped in front of a tavern where he had been. Roger, I haven't seen you for many years, I really miss you. Zepha looked at the plaque above the tavern with blurred eyes. It is not only Garp who regards Roger as his confidant, but also him and Sengoku. If we don't catch pirates, what are we doing here? Teacher, do you want to drink? Smoker looked at Tyrage mentally retarded. Weren't you born in this city? Don't you know? Their eyes met, and Tyrage saw many things from his wise eyes. Gee ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from inside the tavern and reached the ears of every marine. Almost at the same time, Zepha and Talag's emotions were released at the same time, and their faces became extremely ugly at the same time. Hurry and hide, there's a big guy inside. Zepha lifted the rain hat on his head, turned around and shouted loudly to everyone, waving his arms back and forth to indicate his current anxious heart. Why is that old lion on this island? Zepha nodded to Dorag, who understood the situation, and motioned for him to take everyone to hide first. He looked solemnly at the old tavern ahead. Gall D. Roger. The old tavern named after One Piece Roger has an aura that can no longer be described as dangerous. Let me go. What happened? Smoker and Tina, who were running away with Dorag on their waists, kept struggling. However, this guy even used his weapon colors, so they couldn't break free. Tina is very angry. Even if there is a big pirate inside, as marines, how can we escape from the battlefield? Let me go. Tina cursed, but Tyrage remained unmoved. He turned his head to look at the team following him closely and shouted. Don't even look back. Ella, organize your team and return first. Looking behind him, he saw the teacher Zepha standing in the rain. He said with a solemn expression, that old guy is not something we can deal with now. If Smoker and Tina hadn't just made a gesture of rushing into the tavern, Dorag wouldn't have restrained them so mercilessly. Let me go, Smoker roared. Then we should fight side by side with the teacher. You coward, has your justice been eaten by a dog? Ever since Tyrage said those words, Tina frowned, but she didn't show any movement. Only Smoker, who was stunned and green, was still struggling desperately. Wisps of white smoke flowed slowly from Smoker's body, but unfortunately, he was still tightly held in Tyrage's hand after the smoke turned into smoke. Tyrage put down Tina, punched Smoker on the back of the neck, knocking him out temporarily, and handed him to Tina with a solemn expression. I believe you have understood the seriousness of the matter. Take everyone away from this island. No matter what happens, don't come back. Tina is very angry, but I know what you said is right. Tina took the Smoker with a lonely expression. She is very smart and understands that the enemies that the General Zepha and this monster together can't deal with are not enemies that they can compete with now. Tina pointed at herself, with a look of disbelief on her face. I'll take everyone away. What about you? Tyrage took off his hoodie, purple light flowing in his eyes, turned around and looked back. Smiled and said, this idiot is right. As a marine, how can I run away from the battlefield? I want to go back and help the teacher. That. Tyrage waved his hand to interrupt Tina. He understood what Tina was going to say next. Without a doubt he said, you can't. I have the ability to save my life in that guy's hands, but you don't. Seeing Tina's hesitation, Dorag immediately took off his raincoat and exposed the badge on his shoulder. He saluted Tina solemnly and said in a commanding tone, it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. I now hold the position of Lieutenant Junior grade in this headquarters and order Tina to ensign and led our colleagues to retreat strategically and go as far as possible. Tina's arms holding Smoker kept shaking, wandering back and forth between justice and responsibility. Until the tavern at the back, a surge of energy burst into the sky, and dark red breath spurted out from within, sweeping everything around. Tina lowered her head so that no one could see her face, and raised her thin lips. Tina promises to complete the mission. I hope Tyrage Lieutenant Junior grade will win and triumph. After saying that, Tina grabbed her colleague who was stunned by the breath on the ground, and at an extremely fast speed, she caught up with the large army in front. We must come back alive. Tina held Smoker in her left hand and a colleague in her right hand. Her pretty face was wet, whether it was raindrops or something else. Chapter 30. A surprise appearance. Golden Lion. Conqueror's domineering forces raging, sweeping over like a violent storm. The surrounding buildings were crumbling under its powerful impact, and bricks and rubble were scattered one after another, as if the end was coming. Broken windows and collapsed walls, smoke and dust filled the air, and the streets were devastated. The originally bustling streets turned into ruins in an instant. Gia ha 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 ha. Zephyr, it's been a long time no see. Are you here to arrest me? Shiki has ground-length golden hair, like a lion's mane, and a rudder stuck deep in his head. Following the rhythmic footsteps of Ta-Ta, Shiki stepped on the two famous swords of Sakuragi and Kuju, and walked out of the tavern. When Zephyr saw and heard the color, he sensed that his students had already left on the warship, and he let go of all the worries in his heart. Old guy, you managed to escape from Impel Prison by destroying your legs. Instead of hiding in a corner and licking the scars secretly, you still dare to appear in front of me. It seems that you want to go in again. Zephyr looked ugly. The people in Rog Town were too dense. If we fought with this guy here, the casualties would be quite serious. Just looking at the conquerors released by this old guy, the surrounding streets are already overwhelmed and look like ruins. Gia ha ha ha, you're an old guy, but you can't catch lousy. It's better to just call Garp and Warring States together. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, not paying attention to Zephyr at all. The Muku and Yingshi under his feet floated up and appeared in his hands. Shiki looked at the name above the tavern, the evil smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more unrestrained, and murmured to himself. Roger, my lifelong enemy. As the strongest person, you were chosen by these world government hawks to end your life in the weakest sea area. This is the greatest insult to you. The rudder on his head felt a dull pain. Shiki looked at Zephyr, who was waiting at the side, and said. There is an uninhabited island north of Rog Town. I will wait for you there. Within an hour, if you are no longer visible, I will sink all the nearby islands into the sea. Zephyr clenched his black iron fist, glanced at the plaque above the tavern, and nodded helplessly. As you wish, I will personally imprison you to Impel Great Prison in the name of justice. Gia ha ha ha, come if you can. To prevent accidents, I will take that kid away first. The Golden Lion soared into the sky, clenching his right hand in the air. Tyrage, who was hiding in the dark, was instantly blocked by countless floating rocks. Oops, I was discovered. Tyrage frowned and punched hard, but it was in vain. Even if the flying rocks can be smashed, more rocks will soon come, mixed with the previous gravel. Shiki, stop, your opponent is me. Zephyr also discovered the situation over there, became angry, used moonwalk, and chased away at high speed. How could Danzifa's speed be as fast as the rock controlled by Piao Piao Fruit? Tyrage's figure was completely submerged into the stone sea, and was blocked by a giant rock ball. Shiki controlled the giant rock ball to float into the sky and said with a grin. Gia ha ha ha, Zephyr, you only have 1 hour. When the time comes, if I can't see you, this giant rock ball will take the little devil inside and drift into the unknown realm. After saying this, Shiki soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and the giant rock ball he controlled disappeared into the sky and disappeared. This is bad. Zephyr stopped in midair, with a solemn look on his face, took out a gray telephone bug from his arms, and dialed. On the other side, inside the giant rock ball, Tyrage's limbs were imprisoned by extremely dense rocks and could not move. Now I'm done with it. He smiled bitterly, thinking that teacher Zephyr would fight with the Golden Lion, so he secretly looked for opportunities to help him. But he didn't expect that his every move was not hidden from the lawless guy outside. As a result, Zephyr was not in any danger, but he himself was in big trouble. The gravity covering the body should be about 18 tons. I think this earthquake is not very big. Armed domineering energy condensed all over his body, and veins popped up on Tyrage's forehead. He used all his strength and began to struggle desperately. Crack, the rock was shattered inch by inch, as if it was about to burst from the inside. Good boy, no wonder you can withstand Lousy's conquerors. Shiki, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the rock, opened his eyes and showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Clapping his palm down, he quickly controlled the boulder and flew towards his back garden, Vermeo. He discovered this island after escaping from prison. There are many ferocious animals on the island. Calcal, boss, have you brought back another test product? A mime-like clown figure, wearing a white coat and farting with a burst of puff, puff, puff sound, walked over from nearby. It's Indigo. He's not a test subject here. He's a marine brat with pretty good strength. Shiki waved his hand, and in an instant, countless rocks flew from a distance, wrapping the giant ball with cracks in several layers again. Shiki clapped his hands, laughed a few times, looked at the ship's doctor and combatants on his ship, and asked. How is the progress of IQ's plant extraction? He occupied this place just for a magical plant here. It can promote the evolution of animals, make animals grow in the direction of increasing combat effectiveness, and awaken special powers. The current experiment has only carried out the first phase, extracting samples from it, and has not yet conducted in vivo experiments on animals. Indigo waved his arms comically and tilted his head to look at his captain. The male labor force in the factory is somewhat insufficient, and extracting IQ was very cumbersome, so. At this point, Indigo stopped, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He was afraid that his moody boss would light a sky lantern because his research did not go well. Shiki's eyes narrowed, he glared at Indigo fiercely, and laughed evilly. Gee ha ha ha, the male labor force on these islands is not enough. Aren't there still those young and strong women? Throw them into the factory together, and Lousy will see significant progress in the IQ experiment within 2 years. Indigo was waiting for the boss's words. If Shiki hadn't said that every plant and tree on these islands was decided by him. As a crazy researcher, Indigo has already extended his claws to those natives with white feathers. As you wish, my captain. Calcal, gee ha 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 ha. 2 unscrupulous evil smiles resounded through the sky on the island. While talking and laughing, the natives of the empty island who were already in dire straits were pushed into the abyss again. Chapter 31 Garp's Anger. How can it be repaired? Shiki, don't let Lousy catch the opportunity, otherwise you will suffer the same consequences. Tyrage, who was restrained by Shiki again, cursed angrily inside the rock. It was as if the heavy pressure of a mountain was beyond his physical strength to break free. 1 hour. Tyrage closed his eyes and rested his mind. The previous struggle was not all in vain. At least his right arm could move freely. Although his whole body could not move, the right hand placed on Murasama gave him hope of escape. All that has to wait now is time. The previous conversation between Shiki and Zephyr was heard by Tyrage. After an hour, with Shiki's character, he will definitely not break the appointment. At that time, it will be his chance to save himself. Windmill Village. Garp, dressed in resort attire, was lying under a parasol, enjoying a rare and wonderful vacation. Dayton, it's time to change Luffy's diaper. Don't let me see you being lazy, otherwise I will throw you into the city. Garp picked up the freshly squeezed juice on the table, picked his nose and laughed uproariously. I'll fight him. Dayton in the distance is holding a wooden stick and looking angry. Boss, don't be impulsive, just be patient and let it pass. Douglas hugged Dayton's thigh and tried his best to stop Dayton. That's right, yes, people will die. Magla also hugged one of Dayton's arms and persuaded him. Garp raised his sunglasses and snorted coldly. I'll go right away. Dayton, who was desperate to save face before, immediately changed his face after a look from Garp, hugged Luffy and ran into the cabin. Gulu Gulu, the phone bug's voice rang. Moxie, this is Garp Resort, please leave a message if you have any questions. Garp has not enjoyed such comfortable days for a long time. He took out the dedicated gray telephone bug from his arms and said perfunctorily. Garp. Excited roars came from the phone bug. Garp will turn into a Zephyr-like phone bug, a few inches away from your ears. Continue to drink your own juice and laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, it's Zephyr. What, do you want to come to my place for vacation? It just so happens that I have something that I need you to bring over for me. Garp thought of the treasured senbei left in the cabinet at Marine headquarters, and his laughter flowed down his face involuntarily. Zephyr on the other side had a gloomy face. He scolded this old BD 10,000 times in his heart. He took a deep breath helplessly and exhaled slowly. Tyrage. Something happened. The two sides were silent for a long time, finally broken by Garp's laughter. Ha ha ha, did you come up with this method from the Warring States period to trick me into going back? It was obvious that he did not believe that his son in the headquarters would be in any danger. Zephyr frowned, almost crushing the phone bug in his hand, and said angrily. It's the Golden Lion. Bah. With the sound of juice falling to the ground, Garp looked stunned, and instantly stood up angrily, exuding a terrifying aura that impacted everything around him. Who messed with that old guy again? Dayton, who was changing Luffy's diaper, looked out the window and complained. Douglas stood aside and shook his head. Who dares to mess with this ancestor? Hey, Luffy, you peed on my hand. Shiki, he attacked the headquarters again. Garp ripped off his casual clothes and exposed his muscles all over his body. The ferocious scars flowed on the steel-like muscles. His anger had reached its peak. That's not true. I led the training ship to the East Daxia Sea for training, and met the Golden Lion in Rog Town. Garp didn't waste any time. His body was like a cannonball, soaring into the sky with a solemn expression on his face. I'm on my way to you. How are the casualties? Zephyr looked ashamed. He didn't know what to say to Garp's question, because only Dorag was currently alive and dead, and the rest were safe and sound. Looking at the phone bug that had been silent for a long time, Garp's flying speed skyrocketed again. From a distance, he could only see a black dot, which disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Shiki's conquerors blocked my perception, so that I didn't sense that Dorag was nearby for the first time. Shiki found the opportunity and captured him. Zephyr opened his mouth to explain, then his figure flashed and flew straight to the place previously agreed upon by the Golden Lion. His eyes are firm and sharp, no matter what he says, he will save Tyrage. Otherwise, he doesn't know how to face his old friends. If he can't even protect his own students, how can he face himself? Bah. Garp hung up the phone bug, stepped on the void, and made his body streamline so that he could fly faster. The worry in his heart was beyond words. On the other side, Zephyr took back the gray phone bug, threw away the sunglasses on his head, and kept holding a golden phone bug in his left hand, with a faint tendency to press it. Sunset Island. Located north of Rog Town, it is an uninhabited island and a camping gathering place for pirates to rest temporarily. Several thunders flashed across the sky, and the pirates who were still holding a grand banquet below had no idea that danger had arrived. Captain Human, after you get tired of playing with that mother and daughter, give it to your brothers to try, he. That's right, especially that woman who still has charm. I can't stand it just thinking about it, ha ha ha. The obscene laughter spread in this desolate and dirty place. The captain of the human pirates, Human, has a bounty of 37 million. He has a moody personality, commits crimes, and is a good wife. The members of the pirate group he leads are the same as him. They often prey on newly married girls or mothers who have given birth to children. He took them on the boat and tortured and humiliated them until they died, for fun. Poof. Blood spurted out, and Human gracefully withdrew his blood-stained right hand, placed it on the tip of his tongue and licked it. He stepped on the head of his corpse with a sick smile on his face. Lousy can give it to you, but you can't ask for it, understand? Looking over the shuddering younger brothers around him, Human laughed evilly and walked towards the big account behind him with a look of enjoyment. Soon, a woman's pitiful scream came again, accompanied by the desperate cry of the little girl. But the screams and cries were gradually covered up by the laughter of dozens of pirates around the tent, and neither his voice nor his person could be seen. Gia ha ha ha. A figure with a yellow mane floated in the sky, with Muku in its left hand and Yukushi in its right hand. Shiki looked down at the unknown pirate group below and cursed secretly. A bunch of scum on the sea. Pirates should have the courage to be pirates and not stoop to this level. The brave man is angry and swings his sword at the stronger one. The timid man is angry and draws his sword at the weaker one. Shiki himself did all kinds of evil, and even killed more people than all the pirates below combined. But he just regarded himself as the king over the entire sea. Enslaving the natives and killing people wantonly, in his mind, these are all natural, because he is the only true king among tens of millions of people. Shishaway earth coiling. The power of the piao piao fruit lifted up the entire ground and turned it into multiple mounds in the shape of lion heads, surrounding the camp. Enemy attack. Help, I don't want to die yet. The frightened pirates were in disarray and ran around, trying to escape for their lives. They are already losers of the Grand Line, so what can be expected of them? Human was completely naked, and he opened the tent curtain with a gloomy face, wanting to see who this reckless guy dared to provoke him. After seeing the noisy scene outside clearly, Human's pupils gradually dilated, his mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. Gia ha ha ha. Shiki ignored the cries and screams below and swung down his right hand with a wooden blade. In the blink of an eye, those earth lions devoured the pirate gathering place below and turned it into a piece of dust. Chapter 32 Fierce Battle. Malinvando. Bulu bulu bulu. A giant silver phone bug screams a shrill alarm. Quick, 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 hurry up and get on the boat, it's about to set off. A major general ran among the 10 warships in the headquarters dock, telling each other. Lieutenant General Kizaru, the troops have been assembled, please give the next order. The rear admiral finally stopped in front of the largest battleship at the front and saluted the man in yellow underneath the battleship. It's really strange. The use of Buster Call has increased significantly in recent years. Moxie. Strange, why don't you answer my call, Sakazuki? Kizaru had a symbolic and obscene smile on his face, pointing at the phone bug on his wrist. The major general next to him, who was also the temporary commander of one of the battleships, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a twitching corner of his mouth. Lieutenant General Kizaru, that one in your hand is not a phone bug, it's just a coordinate device. Kizaru stopped stroking the positioning watch on his wrist and looked solemnly at the assembled team behind him. Teacher Zephyr, what happened to you that made you activate Buster Call yourself? As the supreme commander of this Buster Call, Kizaru condensed a laser on his fingers, charged it up, and shot it into the sky. When the laser exploded in the air, the 5 lieutenant generals, including Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Flying Squirrel, and Huoshaoshin. They jointly led 10 warships and headed towards the Sunset Island north of Rog Town, where the Buster Call was initiated. Each battleship carries thousands of elite marines. Except for a few of them, which are guarded by 5 lieutenant generals, the remaining battleships are each commanded by at least 2 major generals. 5 lieutenant generals, at least 10 major generals, 10 warships, and tens of thousands of elites. Such a large force was assembled in just half an hour, which shows Marine's strong strength and efficient organizational capabilities. In this vast sea, only Marine has such a strong foundation that can quickly mobilize large-scale forces and ensure its combat effectiveness and collaborative combat capabilities. Sunset Island. A red body cannonball fell freely at an altitude of 1,000 meters and hit the center of the island hard. Pung. The ground was cracked, smoke filled the air, and a fiery red figure jumped up from the deep pit. Shiki, get out of here. Garp's domineering roar spread throughout the island. For a moment, the beasts on the island dispersed and hurriedly chose their way. Gia ha ha ha. The only response to Garp was a heroic smile and the sounds of fighting from time to time. Garp, it's been a long time no see. Lousy is thinking about you all the time, Gia ha ha ha. Shiki, who was fighting Zephyr, struck the opposite Zephyr with a light speed chop, forcing him away. As soon as his figure flashed, he was already high in the sky. Shiki, who was temporarily away from the battlefield, opened his arms and faced Garp to welcome him. Remnants of the old era, please stop coming out to harm people. Where is my son? Garp stepped forward and stood side by side with Zephyr. Even with his physical strength, he was still a little tired after flying all the way here. So that kid is your son? Gia ha ha ha, it's really interesting, extremely interesting. Shiki did not restrain himself at all because of Garp's arrival. He chopped down the dead wood in his hand and actually launched the attack first. Tyrage should be fine, let's work together to deal with him first. Zephyr grabbed the impulsive Garp and punched him, blocking the chop. That's all we can do. No matter what we say this time, we won't let him run away. Garp's iron fist had a strong armament color, and the air around him was squeezed by him, making a sound of air explosion. Come together, Lousy will take it all. Shishaway govern place earth coiling. Shiki is still bitter about his arrest a few years ago. When he sees this old guy Garp, he gets angry. Is it snowing? Zephyr and Garp stood back to back, stretched out their hands to catch a snowflake, and expressed confusion. Garp frowned. During that battle, Zephyr was not at the headquarters, so he was not very clear about the specific abilities of the Golden Lion. Be careful, the big one is coming. He has the ability to control the wind and snow. By the way, how long have you been fighting? Hasn't he used this trick against you yet? Zephyr's forehead drew several black lines. Although they had been fighting for more than half an hour, neither side used their full strength. They were all testing each other with their physical skills, and the Golden Lion rarely even used his fruit ability. A blizzard formed. Shiki spread his arms in the air, laughed wantonly, and laughed at the overestimating taijutsu duo below. Dozens of lion heads made of blizzards surrounded the Garp duo. After roaring, they drowned. I was so careless before that Tyrage was caught. I will take over this technique. You can seize the opportunity and go up and knock him down. Zephyr took a step forward and interrupted Garp, who was about to take action. After half an hour of fighting and testing, he found that probably because of the loss of his legs, the Golden Lion's physical skills were not as good as before. This was the flaw. Garp had full confidence in his old friend's strength and was not pretentious. He nodded in agreement, slightly bent his legs, and silently accumulated strength. Lutang power of Mammoth. Zephyr's training in armed color was second only to Garp. His domineering energy flowed on his arm, and he punched him in the air and hit him hard. The fist wave in the air gradually transformed into a giant mammoth with a height of tens of meters, trampling towards the oncoming snow lion. Ha ha ha. Garp looked at the scene in front of him, laughed loudly, and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Old guy, he's still as fierce as when he was young, ha ha ha. Garp, who was very nervous, still had time to recall the past, but he didn't even see Zephyr receiving the Golden Lion's blow directly from the front, and there were already beads of tired sweat on his face. But not everyone is like Garp, who is at the peak of his dominance and will never lose strength as he grows older. Hurry up and do it. This snow lion is endless. I can't hold on for long. Zephyr glared at him fiercely and punched again, temporarily dispersing the lion formation. Garp scratched his head and laughed a few times. His expression returned to seriousness. He leapt up and headed straight for the Golden Lion. Colorless domineering energy surged on the fist, and the space was distorted by Garp's clenched fist. Gia ha ha ha. Well done. Let Lousy see if your strength, old guy, has declined. Shiki's emotions were released, and he wanted to dodge Garp's sudden blow, but Garp seemed to have expected that he would dodge. The fist had already hit him at the place where he wanted to dodge. Seeing that his movements were predicted, Shiki looked solemn. Muku and Yingshi crossed their chests and chose to resist head-on. Go to hell, Shiki. Fist bone galaxy impact. A powerful and heavy blow, a blow that contained all of Garp's anger, hit Shiki hard. The destructive shock wave emitted by the fist bone enveloped Shiki in an instant, making bursts of roars. Pung. There was no so-called equal match. Just like an adult beating a child, Shiki was hit hard by Garp and hit the island below from the air. Zephyr on the other side breathed a sigh of relief. The snow lion blocking him had dissipated. Looking at the deep pit not far ahead, Zephyr lit a cigar and smiled playfully. Although I am old, I am not as good as you. I am old and disabled. Zephyr was not surprised at all when Garp knocked Shiki down with one punch. This was normal, not to mention that the two of them had already exhausted a lot of energy before Garp came here. Why did Shiki think that? After spending several years squatting in Impel and destroying his legs to escape, he still has the ability to compete with the strongest marine force currently. Puff. Shiki lay in the deep pit and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blade of Yingju in his left hand had already developed slight cracks. Gia ha ha ha. As expected of you, Garp. With a big smile on his face, Shiki himself was not surprised at being defeated in one blow, as if it should be like this. Shiki coughed weakly. He was once the king of the sea, but it will eventually come to an end. But Lousy's time is not over yet. Shiki looked up at the distant sky with an evil smile on his lips. The decline in strength also proves the necessity for him to carry out IQ research. Gia ha ha ha. Chapter 33 Buster Call. Give up the resistance. Hand over Tyrage and I will spare your life, otherwise I will make you ineligible to enter the Impel Down City. Garp took a breath, clenched his fists, and approached Shiki in the ruins with steady steps. Gia ha ha ha. You don't think that Lousy is only at this level, right? Shiki used the power of the Piao Piao fruit to control his body and flew out of the pit. Blood oozed from the rudder above his head and slid down his face. As a mage with high attack power but no defense, he could withstand the full blow of Iron Fist Garp head-on and still stand up like nothing happened, which fully shows how terrifying the Golden Lion is. Being captured is your only way out. You have no way to escape. Zephyr stood behind Shiki, one behind the other with Garp, surrounding Shiki and not giving him a chance to escape. Escape? Gee ha ha ha. One-on-one, why should Lousy be afraid of anyone? However, now that the matter has come to this, how should you deal with the huge disparity in military strength? Shiki, who was surrounded by two top combat forces, didn't have any panic on his face. He held one hand towards the sky, and the evil smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more ghostly. Not good. Garp secretly shouted and wanted to step forward to stop the Golden Lion's movement, but it was already too late. A lion-headed island-shaped flying battleship slowly emerged directly above Sunset Island. Surrounding the battleship were dozens of pirate ships of various sizes. Zephyr used his foresight to hear the situation and activated it. The densely packed figures on the battleship made Zephyr shudder. The ants kill the elephant. Garp, we are in trouble. The cigar in Zephyr's mouth fell to the ground, which was enough to show his shock. He turned his head to look at Shiki, who was laughing wildly behind him. As expected of the former maritime overlord, he actually rebuilt the former flying pirate ship group in just a few years. The most feared thing about Shiki has never been his personal strength, but his ability to make people and objects fly with his piao piao fruit. This kind of elusiveness, the ability to lead tens of thousands of combat troops at any time and appear anywhere, is the biggest threat Shiki brings to the world. You hold him, and I'll go up and sink the island. The domineering energy on Garp's arms began to flow again, and he stared at the sky solemnly. Zephyr shook his head, touched the golden phone bug that kept vibrating in his pocket, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. No need, the time has come. As he said that, the figure flashed and rushed towards Shiki first, swinging the black iron fist like a violent storm. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. While Shiki was controlling his abilities to allow his subordinates to land safely, he was also wielding Muku, slashing out countless slashes to prevent Zephyr from approaching. Gee ha ha ha, today is your day of death. I believe that after Marine loses the two of you with the highest combat power, the world will become very interesting. Gee ha ha ha. Shiki's palm pulled down sharply, and the flying battleship suddenly fell downwards at an extremely fast speed. The dozens of surrounding pirate ships also formed a pocket shape and were scattered around the battlefield, surrounding Garp and Zephyr. The advantage is mine. Gee ha ha ha. Shiki's figure flashed and he easily escaped from Zephyr's entanglement. He stood at the top of the lion's bow and once again drew out the famous sword Mukuru in his hand. Shiki opened his arms. His mutilated body did not affect his domineering attitude at all, and he kept laughing. You guys, kill them. Whoever gets their heads, Lousy will make you the deputy captain. Oh. The pirate members under Shiki's command responded one after another. The deputy captain's temptation was not that great. Many pirates swarmed forward as if they were desperate for their lives. Don't block the road, Lousy will be the first to take off Garp's head. The captain of Shiki's first division, Pastor, held a battle axe and struck the pirate member blocking the road to death with an axe. His eyes were blood red and he fell into a state of rage. As one of the human gene extracts from the IQ experiment, Pastor has an innate state of rage. When caught in the state, he does not know pain, does not distinguish between friend and foe, and his combat power increases by more than 40%. This is just one of the abilities of IQ. It's no wonder that the Golden Lion, as the king of the world, pins all his hopes on a tube of reagent. Zephyr, if you have any backup plan, come up with it quickly. I flew all the way here and fighting for a long time will not be good for us. Garp was covered in blood, and he punched several elite pirates approaching him again. The sweat on his forehead showed that his condition was already bad. Lutang the power of Mammoth. Zephyr once again used the power of the Mammoth to repel Pastor, who was coming straight towards him, and gritted his teeth and shouted. It's almost time. Let's retreat, otherwise we will really become cannon fodder. Garp scratched his head and didn't understand what was going on, but Zephyr grabbed an arm and quickly evacuated the battlefield. Gee ha ha ha. The Golden Lion controlled his body and blocked Zephyr and the others, and said with an evil smile, how could I let you run away? Lion govern place earth coiling. The snow lion slowly condensed again, and veins popped up on Garp's forehead. It was very easy to block it. The key was that if his physical strength was exhausted again, he would have no extra energy to arrest the Golden Lion again. At this moment, a yellow flash slowly condensed behind Shiki. Zephyr grinned. Coming. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of cannons fired in unison, and Sunset Island turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Many of the crew members of the flying pirates on it were buried in the sea of fire. Big fire. Akainu stood on the battleship in front, with unprecedented excitement on his face, unleashing his abilities wantonly, killing large swaths of pirates who fell into the sea. Aokiji jumped off the battleship, and the moment he stepped on the sea immediately froze under his feet. He slowly leaned down and put his hands on the sea. Ice Age. The surrounding sea area instantly froze and connected together, creating a large battlefield that could be landed on by oneself. Flying Squirrel pulled out his long sword and took the lead, leading thousands of marine elites to charge. Huo Shaoshan led his subordinates from another direction to cut off the pirates' retreat. The overall situation was decided. 2. Buster Call. The withered wood in Shiki's hands hung down weakly, and his eyes looked blankly at the sea of fire below. Why did he get to this point in a minute? Speed is power, have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru's figure suddenly appeared, and the pretentious words coming out of his mouth always had an aura of vulgarity. The salary was in place, and the light speed kick never failed. Shiki didn't even have time to react before he was hit head-on. Good boy, I am worthy of being a student taught by you, ha ha ha. Garp laughed with snot and tears, ignoring the livid Zephyr, and continued to slap him on the back. Now that he has a helper, Garp doesn't have to save his own energy. He throws out a punch at will, and the snow lions all over his body instantly break apart, unable to stop him in the slightest. Vermeo. Tyrage in the boulder opened his eyes, and his right hand was already placed on Murasama. The time has come. Chapter 34 Escape. The abyss-like eyes showed a hint of coldness. I have not systematically learned swordsmanship. Whether I can escape death depends entirely on God's will. Tyrage holds the demon sword Murasama tightly, and the armed domineering energy wraps around it, turning it into a veritable black sword. Clang. In the small space, there was only a small space to move. Tyrage frowned and squeezed his body to the side to make room for his right hand to swing the knife. Ito Ryu Ei. The corner of Tyrage's mouth slightly raised, and a vivid name appeared to commemorate the first time he wielded a sword in this life. His voice was full of excitement. Bright moon. Murasama instantly unsheathed his blade, and with the cold dark black blade, he slashed out a blood-red light and slashed towards the outside of the giant rock ball. Looking from a distance, a scarlet crescent moon appears on the outside of the rock, hanging high and not dissipating for a long time. Pung. Cool. The rock was split into two, and the ragged Talog appeared in the sky again. He jumped out of the pile of huge rocks that was divided into two halves, and couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. Ha ha ha. Putting Murasama into the scabbard and wrapping him with the sealing cloth again, Tyrage's eyes flashed. God feeds him, and no one can stop him. He originally thought that if he held a sword for the first time, he would not be able to cut through the boulder. Even the name of the skill he called out was arbitrary, and he blurted it out naturally when it came to his mouth. Unexpectedly, the hand felt surprisingly good. The moment Murasama took out the sheath, Tyrage felt that he had it this time. He still had endless aftertaste after coming out of the knife. It's just that the side effects are a bit serious, so we need to solve them as soon as possible. Holding his right hand that was trembling with excitement, Tyrage shook his head. He had been under the subtle influence of Murasama. If this problem is not solved, sooner or later, he will become as inhuman and bloodthirsty as Shiryu. Is this the Golden Lion's lair? Tyrage stepped on Moonwalk and flew up to overlook several islands floating thousands of miles in the sky. To the naked eye, apart from countless ferocious beasts in the jungle, the entire island was empty of people. Strange. There's no one there, shouldn't it be? Tyrage stopped on a small island next to Vermeo, sat on the ground, stroking his chin and thinking. This scene is completely different from the scene in his memory. Where are Shiki's many subordinates? Where is the Fatian fleet? Tyrage's character is such that all flaws must be repaid. Currently, he cannot defeat Shiki himself, so while he is fighting Teacher Zephyr, destroy his lair and get back some interest. Tyrage's heart slowly returned to calm. Because of his anger and excitement, the color of knowledge that could not be used normally returned to normal as he calmed down. The situation of several floating islands also appeared in his mind again. Found it. Standing up and staring at the center of the largest island, there are many human ores on it, although they are weak and pitiful. After leaping over, what came into view was a huge closed factory with many empty houses built around the factory. Is it all in here? Tyrage patted the iron wall outside the factory. He had already confirmed that there was no one in the house, and all the smells came from inside. Not bothering to look for the entrance, he spit on his hands and looked through the iron wall to find its weak point. Found it. Tyrage jumped up, and the floor he stepped on instantly shattered due to his explosive power, and he roared, meteor impact. The white fist wave went straight to the wall. At the moment of contact, it collapsed suddenly and filled with smoke and dust. Cough cough cough. After waving his hand to disperse the choking smoke, Talig officially entered the factory. Really? I thought it was made of seafloor stone. This is the legendary pirate. It's so poor. The violent explosions attracted the surrounding natives who were captured and forced to work. Door. The door is over there. A young girl of 15 or 16 years old bravely put down the wooden box in her hand and pointed not far to the left of Tyrage. Tyrage rubbed his head. He just thought this way of appearing was more handsome, and asked with a sneer. I'm here to save you. Can anyone explain to me who you were and why you are here? Looking around, no one dared to approach him except the girl who dared to speak just now, and her expression was even a little numb. These people didn't have any trouble in their hearts when it came to Tyrage's arrival, presumably because they had stayed here for a long time. The girl's name was Martha, 14 years old, a native who had just been caught in this factory not long ago, with a cluster of white feathers on her arm. Big brother, are you marine? The island we live on is called Wilmiu. We were once from Shanghai. A few years ago, we were taken to the sky with the island by a big pirate. Quote, Martha is different from others. Although she is a slave, at least her heart is not dead and she still has the yearning for freedom. He stepped forward timidly and informed Tyrage of all the circumstances here. They are not Kongdao people. Although they have white feathers, they are indeed Shanghai people. 3 years ago, Shiki escaped and discovered the strange IQ plant on this island. He took possession of the island as his own and sent it to the sky. Tyrage nodded. He also knew the basic situation, but he had forgotten it for too long. After Martha's retelling, he basically remembered everything. There is no one guarding this island now. Why don't you run away? Are you still working here? Tyrage looked at the thin Martha with confusion. The crowd that had surrounded him had returned to their previous working state. Martha smiled bitterly. This island is beautiful, but the ruler is evil. The young girls were left to work in factories, and the young men on the island were taken away to build the palace. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, even if we can run, where can we run? In the end, you will be caught back, or you won't even have a chance to come back, and you will be killed directly by the big pirate. This is going to be difficult. Tyrage sat on the floor. Why did he forget this key issue? There must still be a fierce battle below, and now he doesn't even know which side he expects to win better. If Shiki wins, the teacher's life will be in danger. If the teacher wins, the Golden Lion will be arrested, but these islands that rely on the Golden Lion's ability will definitely fall. Thinking of this, Tyrage decided that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to do something within his power. Waiting like this was not an option. Martha, do you believe brother? Believe it. Martha blinked slightly and nodded firmly. His brother was once a Marine. Unfortunately, on that night 3 years ago, the arrival of Shiki separated them. Brother once said, "Justice is with me. Be with me." The relatively immature voice brought a heavy pressure to Tyrage, making him speechless for a moment. There is always a difference between doing your best and trying your best to save. Tyrage rubbed Martha's head, smiled and said, "Is there any way to get people in this factory to stop working and gather together? He is going to find a way to save these indigenous people, provided that they can hear the voice from outside." Chapter 35 The Precarious Malinvando. Sunset Island. Gia ha ha ha. The rudder on the Golden Lion's head was kicked away by Kizaru, and white liquid with bright red color fell from Shiki's face. I almost died. Naughty monkey, the battlefield between us is not something you can step into at will. Temporarily using his haki to stabilize the flowing blood, Shiki's face twisted and he endured the severe pain. The figure flashed and appeared near 10 warships that continued to output artillery fire. No. Zepha's expression changed and he immediately chased after him, shouting angrily, "Stop him quickly." Unfortunately, it was too late. Shiki's fruit power was faster than anyone else. Garp waved his iron fist and knocked Shiki away again, but he still failed to prevent him from using his power. What's going on? Did we sink that island? A sailor loading cannonballs looked at his companions next to him in confusion. Shenze, the companion exclaimed, his face trembling with fear, "It's us who are flying." 10 warships rose from the ground at the same time, spinning and dancing in the air, throwing away countless elite sailors on them. Gia ha ha ha. Shiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Garp's iron fist was really not strong enough. He almost killed him with a random blow, but in the end it was still just a little bit short. Destroy my fleet, and I will let you feel Laozi's pain. The lion's power fell into the sea. 10 warships fell freely, and the sea that was slashed open formed a huge lion's head, as if it could swallow everything up. Kuzan. Garp's flowing arm color was completely boiling, calling out the name of his proud apprentice. Allah, it really gives me a headache. Veins popped up on Kuzan's forehead, and he fired a huge cold eagle from the air and flew towards the sea lion. Wouldn't it be better to become a legend? Seeing that the sea lion was blocked by Aokiji, Garp's anger level exploded. He teleported away and appeared directly above Shiki. He shook his fist and shouted, "Why do you want to show up again?" Pung. Top experts at their level cannot be defeated with just one casual blow. You can injure or maim them, but if you want to win with one blow, it is absolutely impossible unless the strength difference between the two sides is too great. Shishiwei Zanbo. Shiki swung the wooden stick in his hand, trying to block Garp's offensive. However, after fighting Zepha and Garp first, and Kizaru's sneak attack, he was now at the end of a powerful crossbow. Facing Garp's powerful and heavy punch, he had no strength to completely block it, and was once again punched into the center of the island that had become a sea of fire. Pung. 10 warships turned over at the same time and hit the ice hard. This was Shiki's counterattack against Garp. Shiki lay on his back in the sea of fire, coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and kept laughing evilly. Marine, you can defeat me, but you can never defeat Laozi, Gia ha ha ha. Since Roger, in this era he is called the Golden Lion. Gia ha ha ha. The sound of laughter came from the sinking island, but except for Garp and Sakazuki, no one cared about Shiki's life or death anymore. Quick, notify headquarters and send a rescue boat over. Zepha picked up a corner of a warship, lifted it up high, flipped it over, and then gently put it down. There were tears of remorse on his face, and the gradually disappearing atmosphere below the warship was all the elite of their marine, including his students. For the sake of justice, sacrifice is inevitable. Don't worry about the injured, just follow me and arrest the Golden Lion first. Sakazuki watched all of this with a cold eye and greeted the few hundred elite marines left behind him, with a clear goal. Sakazuki. Zepha gritted his teeth and bleeds, looking angrily at the indifferent blood-red figure in front of him. Vermeo. Tyrage walked deep into the factory with a gloomy face. Martha told him that the factory had a person in charge who would never leave. He has a golden microphone on his body, and the sound from the microphone can spread throughout the island. That is the only way to bring everyone together. A pungent smell of chemical experiments assaulted my nostrils, and the deeper I went, the worse the smell became. Is that the guy who mime walks like he's farting? Tyrage took out a gas mask from the cabinet nearby and put it on his face. He forgot the specific name, but he still had a vague impression of it. Indigo, the main person in charge of the IQ experiment, one of Shiki's right-hand men, and the ship's doctor and combatant of the flying pirates. PFF'd, PFF'd. The familiar fart sound came from far away, and Tyrage knew that he had guessed correctly, it was really that guy. Indigo, wearing a blue jumpsuit, a white research coat, and brown gloves, quietly poked his head out of the laboratory. The scary guy, the monster brought back by the captain, didn't notice me. Indigo thought he was hiding well, but he never thought that the fart sound made by his shoes had betrayed his whereabouts. With no use for knowledge or SX, Tyrage covered his face. How did a guy like this become Shiki's right-hand man? A great pirate who was as famous as Roger, but his subordinates are all rubbish, and his aura is so weak that it always feels like it is effortless to crush him to death. Dragon Claw Fist Dragon Hook Claw. The right hand in the shape of a dragon's claw penetrated the wall and hooked the head of Indigo on the opposite side. Come here you go. After grabbing the target, Tyrage raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and with a strong movement of his arm, he pulled the Indigo opposite him out of the 20-centimeter hole he had just punched. Have you fainted? Tyrage kicked Indigo, who was no longer human, on the ground, squatted down and took away the golden microphone from his waist, and curled his lips. This kind of thing is really boring. Martha also said that a microphone alone is not enough. With only a microphone, the sound can only be transmitted within the factory. If you want the sound to spread throughout the island, you need to go to the weather station and plug the microphone into the signal transmitter. Malinvando, Warring States General, the Minister of Information rushed in through the door in a panic and shouted hurriedly. Oh, Warring States raised his head solemnly and asked, is the battle over? This operation to encircle and suppress the Golden Lion was completely impromptu. If Kong Fleet Admiral was not at the headquarters, maybe he would also go with the team. The Chief of Staff's face turned pale and his lips trembled as he said. No, it's not a lion encirclement plan. News came from New World. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are reunited again, and there is a faint trend of heading towards the headquarters. What, is the news accurate? Warring States' expression changed drastically and he stood up. This was news that would make the sky fall. The information team has 100 people, and only 3 of them survived. The news they brought back is accurate. The Minister of Information knew the seriousness of the matter and succinctly described what happened. I won't come early, I won't come late, but at this time. Warring States looked solemn, put his right hand on the phone bug on the table, picked it up and put it down. You go down first. Yes, the empty Fleet Admiral is still competing for the position of Chief Fleet Admiral. He is still in Marigio and has not returned yet. The storm is coming. Warring States sat helplessly on the chair, put down the phone and picked up the microphone beside him and shouted. This headquarters has entered a state of first-level combat readiness and dispersed all non-relevant personnel. When life and death are at stake, this general will be with you, all for the sake of justice. Warring States' fingertips turned white and he crushed the microphone in his hand. Garp, Zephyr, we don't have much time. I hope everything goes well. Both sides were facing danger and were competing for time. During the Warring States period, he would not allow his brothers to be held back by potential threats. He would bear all the responsibilities for the aftermath alone. Chapter 36 The Final Swan Song. Weather Station. The natural disaster in the Etwall waters many years ago destroyed most of the Golden Lion's flying fleet, ending his fantasy of completely defeating Roger and ruling the world. After escaping from Imper, he set out to set up his own celestial prediction department. Every time he went on a voyage, he would come here to make predictions. But just relying on the weather station cannot bring any sense of security to Shiki. He admitted that he was afraid of experiencing the last natural disaster that wiped out everyone. So for many years, he has been looking for navigators who are very sensitive to weather changes. Only in this way can his throbbing heart be relieved when he sails. The meteorological observatory is black and cylindrical in shape, without any exit. The entrance is only tens of meters above the sky, and one needs to rely on the ability of Shiki's floating fruit to enter. After wrapping the lower arms of his left and right hands with armed hockey, Tyrage placed his fists on the weather observatory building. Dragon's Breath. Then he used a zero-distance attack method similar to that of Kun-Jin, and instantly punched the wall at high speed. In this way, a strong force is exerted on a point on the wall. This force directly explodes the moment it touches the wall. Just like the Dragon's Breath, it completely destroyed the wall blocking his progress, and at the same time produced huge smoke and explosions, blocking his sight. Having grown up with Dorag since he was a child, he has already been exposed to these Dragon Claw fist moves and knows them by analogy. What's going on? Scarito shook his body, hugged the pillar on the side, and shouted, why is the ground shaking? Scarito is a black gorilla whose status in the flying fleet is the same as Indigo's. Indigo is responsible for experimental research, and Scarito is responsible for guarding the meteorological observatory, both playing very important roles. Sir, the younger brother pointed to the surveillance equipment aside, his voice trembling, a powerful enemy has broken in. Bring me my battle axe. Scarito's fangs were exposed, and he was warlike, but he didn't care whether he could beat someone or not. After taking over his own exclusive weapon, he climbed up the thick pillar with a trembling monkey, and soon reached the top of the weather observatory, overlooking Dorag who was deep in thought below. Mater. Tyrage slapped his forehead and muttered, I always think about blasting my way in, but I forget that I have mastered moonwalk. He raised his head and looked at Scarito, who was dozens of meters above the sky. Time was running out and he could not allow him to continue dithering. The feet stepped back and forth in the air left and right, flying up at an extremely fast speed. Brother, what are you doing? Why is there marine on the island? Gorilla Scarito's eyes widened as he looked at Tyrage, who was approaching quickly, and recognized his identity from his broken marine clothing. We are all like birds of a feather, no wonder Shiki is recruiting people everywhere. Tyrage held the dragon claw in his hand, shook his head and sighed. It was hard to imagine how many heroes on the sea were swallowed up by that tsunami, so that Shiki now doesn't even have a slightly famous subordinate. Clang. The shave in the air left a few afterimages. Scarito subconsciously waved his battle axe to resist the arrival of Tyrage. Dragon hook hand. The armed right hand hooked the swung tomahawk, and the head-on collision made the tomahawk make a sharp sound. Click. Scarito dropped the broken battle axe, with fear in his eyes. Marine, what are you doing with our flying pirates? The gorilla looks stupid, but it still has its own cleverness. It wants to delay time and wait for the rescue of its subordinates. Tyrage chuckled, and appeared in front of Scarito in a flash. I didn't want to come, it was your boss who invited me here. He grabbed the gorilla's fangs with both hands and threw Scarito from the top of the meteorological observatory as he screamed. Vulnerable. He clapped his hands and looked inside from the roof of the meteorological observatory without a roof. Most of the meteorological researchers in the meteorological station were captured by Shiki. After Scarito collapsed completely, they all cried with joy. Ricer is a semi-experienced scholar who was once a researcher at Small Sky Island, Visalia. While on an inspection trip to Qinghai, he was arrested and detained by Shiki. Lesser has a snow-white beard that is divided into two fishtail shapes above his waist. Like other scholars in Visalia, he wears robes and pointed hats similar to those of Western wizards. Hey, brother, can you help us out? Reese blinked his signature eyelashes, put his hands to his ears, and looked expectantly at Dorag above. Who is this person? There was no way to find it after wearing iron shoes, but it took no effort to get it, and the method to rescue everyone on the island without injury was presented to him. The corner of Tyrage's mouth raised slightly. The weather country where Nami learned meteorology has a flying weather ship, which is a means of transportation in Visalia. With their help, there is no need to worry about Shiki's ability disappearing. Sunset Island. Gia ha ha ha. Shiki, who was on the verge of death, seemed to have no fear, and his expressions did not change when faced with the encirclement and suppression of Sakaski, Porcelino, and Garp. The battle has lasted for 5 hours, and now he has no strength to resist at all. Mewku stands aside and he collapses on the ground. I saw dozens of holes shot by lasers on his body, and I don't know how many bones on his body were broken by Garp. The most terrifying thing was the burning blood hole on his chest, which was constantly burning his internal organs. The three Garps formed a triangle, surrounding Shiki in the center, making final plans to capture him. The three of them also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The most minor one was Garp. His chest was slashed with a deadwood tree, leaving a deep bloody mark. With a domineering block, it was considered a skin injury but no damage to the muscles or bones. Next is Kizaru. He is in ragged clothes. He was swallowed up by the domineering governed place earth coiling. There are countless blood marks on his body, and he is no different from a bloody man. The most serious one was Akainu, who was under special care by Shiki. If it hadn't been for the fatal punch from this red dog, Shiki would not have been completely powerless to resist. Half an hour ago, facing the siege of 3 people, Shiki mobilized all the conquerors to wrap around the dead wood, ignoring Garp Kizaru's attack, and slashed straight at Akainu who was rushing forward. Lion's power, Tien's power. As the lion's last swan song, it was impossible for the current Akainu to take it. It was no longer enough to avoid it, so he had to bite the bullet and face it. Akainu's missing left arm was the result of Garp's timely rescue. Otherwise, as one of Marine's future hopes, he will inevitably perish in this battle. Your time has completely passed. Let's take it easy, Shiki. Garp looked solemnly at Shiki, who seemed to have given up resistance completely. Facing this lifeless siege, he didn't understand why he was still so relaxed and comfortable. Gia ha ha ha. Shiki coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, controlled a knife with his right hand, and temporarily treated the injury on his chest. Akainu looked to the left with a fierce look in his eyes. He must kill this vicious dog if he had the chance. He almost got away with it. I don't understand why Lousy is so confident. Shiki smiled gloomily, pointed to the empty sky, looked at the seastone handcuffs in Garp's hand, and said with an evil smile. The whole world is afraid of my abilities. As an old rival, don't you understand why? No one in this world can judge me. Gia ha ha ha. The wild laughter spread, Garp's expression changed, and he stared at the distant sky in trance. Shiki also cooperated very well and pulled down a small island next to Vermeo so that he could see clearly. There are dozens of these islands in Lousy, 10,000 meters above the ground. Shiki looked ferocious, opened his pupils and laughed wildly. On top of that, there are all the natives that Lousy has sent to all over the world in the past few years. Even if there are not 100,000, there are still 18,000. If something happens to me, Gia ha ha ha. The super far-sighted smell was released, and the 3 Garp people easily felt the breath of life on the low-altitude island, and their expressions changed one after another. Madman. A complete madman. Garp gritted his teeth. After thinking for a long time, he reluctantly put away the sea tower stone in his hand and said, I can let you go, but… Dark Hound. 2SF. Chapter 37 Akainu's Justice. Stop. Amidst Garp's urgent shouting and Shiki's astonishment, Akainu raised his arms made of magma and walked towards Shiki, who had no power to resist. It's so scary. Sasuke, Kizaru's figure flashed and intercepted him right in front of Akainu. He said with a lewd smile, although you lost your left arm because of his existence, you can't kill him now. With a flash kick, Akainu's figure was kicked dozens of meters away. Akainu struggled to stand up, with veins popping out on his forehead. He covered his missing left arm with his right hand and gritted his teeth and said, it's just an arm, why bother? But I will never allow this guy to remain unpunished. Marine's majesty cannot be insulted by others. In the lion surrounding clan, Marine's sacrifice was very heavy. What if some ordinary people were sacrificed? In order to successfully capture the golden lion, Sasuke had already made up his mind to sacrifice his life for righteousness. How could he be threatened by Shiki for the sake of ordinary people? Sasuke's justice will never waver, and from his sharp eyes, Garp can see his determination to die. But no one knows how many islands with human civilization Shiki has in his hands. Garp will never allow Akainu to kill or arrest Shiki. Kizaru, watch Sasuke, I'm going to talk to that crazy lion. Good luck, Lieutenant General Garp. Kizaru also felt deeply tired. He sat next to Akainu, grabbed his one arm, and silently looked at the shirtless Garp in front of him. As expected of our hero, he is as strong as a monster. No wonder Teacher Zephyr would say that domineering power is the ability to override everything. Are you right, Sasuke? Akainu threw Kizaru's hand away angrily and snorted, it's just the old guy's rotten ideas. He clenched his molten right hand and looked at the dying Shiki in front of him with murderous intent. The power that can uphold justice to the end is the right one and the strongest. On the other side, Garp wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was not injured, but he had been consuming a lot of energy and was exhausted physically and mentally. Shiki, I promise you in the name of Marine that I will put all the islands into the East Daxia Sea and let you leave safely. Garp looked at his old enemy with firm eyes and a sonorous voice. Gia ha ha ha. Shiki looked at the two Akainu in the back, shook his head with a ferocious face and said, lousy can't trust Marine. He turned to look at the legendary Marine in front of him and his old enemy who had fought against him many times before and said, but I can trust you, I want your promise, Gia ha ha ha. The domineering energy flowing in Garp's iron fist gradually dissipated, and he had to compromise for the sake of unnecessary sacrifice. Okay. Put down all the islands under your control, and I will give you this promise. As if he remembered something, Garp raised his eyebrows lightly and said, and my son Tyrage must be sent out to me intact. Gia ha ha ha. The golden lion looked up to the sky and laughed, covering his chest that was almost pierced and said with a smile, okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. And just when he was about to put down the island, a cry came from high in the distance. Dad, kill him. I have rescued the Sky Islanders. Tyrage stepped quickly, used moonwalk, and quickly descended, approaching the island that was almost submerged in the sea. Through the guidance of meteorologist Ricer, he quickly found his hometown of Visalia with the scholar on his back. Only after I went there did I find out that Ricer was not only the best meteorologist there, but also the last king of that small country. With his help, there was almost no obstruction, and the weather island, Visalia, immediately took advantage of the wind and headed for Shiki's home base, Vilmeo. Through the golden microphone, all the indigenous people on several islands were gathered together and transferred to the Visalia that could fly alone. Those natives in the factory who had numb eyes and dared not escape were knocked unconscious and taken away by Tyrage. Now on the islands in the sky, except for countless ferocious beasts and scattered pirates, there is no innocent person. Kid, Shiki's pupils dilated, looking at the slowly descending black spots, and said angrily, how did you get out? He heard Tyrage's shouting, so the previous confidence was completely gone, and the panic visible to the naked eye prompted him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. When Garp saw the visitor, most of his worries disappeared, and he laughed and said, as expected of his son. Sasuke. Garp turned around and shouted loudly, leave it to you, be careful not to kill him, otherwise there will be another fruit full of sin on the sea. Dad. Tyrage's figure flashed past, worry written on his face, and he looked at the blood mark on Garp's chest and said, are you injured? The lion did it. As he said that, he clenched his fists and angrily went to kill the golden lion who was already at the end of his crossbow. He didn't even have the heart to hit his father back and let others bully him. I have nothing to do. I'll just have a meal and sleep. First, let's talk about the island controlled by Shiki. Where do you put the people on it? This is what Garp is most worried about. It's not that he doesn't trust his son, it's just that when it comes to matters of life, he needs to be cautious and cautious. It's fine. Tyrage gave Garp a handsome back view, and using what he thought was the most handsome posture, he said seriously. At the beginning, I relied on my intelligence to compete with the many remaining pirates on Shiki's lair, and I almost died on it. Bang. Garp's face was livid. The large fleet had been sunk into the sea by them a long time ago. How could they deal with so many people? He scolded. Speak to lousy. Tyrage ignored his father's threats, rubbed the big bump on his head, and grinned. Dad, no matter what, I want to be a general. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he saved more than 30,000 natives and avoided a man-made disaster. With this kind of record and his strong strength, it is not an exaggeration to be a general, right? Okay. Garp said a few good words with a bright smile, and slowly walked up to Tyrage with a sunny smile, and his face instantly turned ferocious. Your father, I am still Lieutenant General Ikika. Iron Fist. The dog's mouth couldn't spit out ivory, which was exactly what Maginot said. If the two of them stayed in the same place for 30 minutes, Dorag would definitely be beaten. This time he broke the record. After a long separation, he had already received 2 beatings in just 1 minute. Not to mention the 2 men's fooling around, Akainu on the other side pushed Kizaru away. He turned to look at Dorag, who suddenly appeared and frowned, but then gave Dorag a positive nod. In any case, this time he can kill the enemy with his own hands, and there is also the invisible help of Tyrage. Maybe he thought wrong, maybe Tyrage will become the second Mr. Garp. Golden Lion. Akainu's body became elemental again and launched a final charge towards Shiki. I will bring this war to a final conclusion in the name of justice. Dark Hound. Chapter 38. I saw the truth. Gia ha ha ha. Facing the incoming flames, Shiki looked calm, placed his left hand on the dead wood beside him, and stared in the direction of Rogtown for a long time. Roger, you are so righteous and amazing. Shiki, lost. On the eve of the end, Shiki's memory returned to the scene when he broke into the headquarters and was arrested and imprisoned 5 years ago. That was the last time he met Roger. Shiki clung to the iron railing blocking his body, with a ferocious expression on his face. What on earth did you see? How can a man like you have the ability to catch you? Garp, Sengoku, even Sora. No, it won't work. The decisive battle 3 days ago split the Marine headquarters in 2. Shiki felt that the 2 Garps were extraordinary, but they alone were not enough to successfully capture the Roger pirates, who had become the #1 overlord on the sea. With the support of Rayleigh, Jabba and more than 20 other top strong men, Shiki couldn't figure out how Marine successfully captured him and was about to publicly execute him in the remote village of Rogue Town. Ha ha ha. Roger's pirate hat had been confiscated, and he smiled with tears in his eyes, showing a few teeth under his mustache. Shiki, I didn't expect that the person I saw at the last moment of my journey would be you. Roger was tied to the wall behind by several sea-tow stone chains, and he stuck his head out, wanting to see this old enemy who had fought against him for many years. He doesn't think Shiki was captured by Marine after the defeat. As Shiki said, at their level, no one can catch them if they don't want to. The sea-floor stone chain was pulled by Roger until it was deformed, and he successfully saw Shiki's blood-stained side face. Ha ha ha. Roger pouted and picked his nose and mocked. Old guy, you will be able to see me on the big screen in 3 days. Are you so impatient to see me? Behaviors such as pouting, picking noses, and making faces, as frank and innocent as a child, are always illogical when they happen to the recognized king of the sea. But who makes him Roger? He follows his inner thoughts and behaves according to his heart. The freest person on the sea is One Piece. What Shiki dislikes the most is Roger's behavior, which lacks the consciousness and temperament of a strong man. This man who was stronger and more outstanding than him, who conquered the entire sea, was actually as childish as a child. Seeing the displeasure on Shiki's face, Roger put away his smile and explained. It was of my own free will. Bang. Although the 100% pure sea-floor stone on his ankle limited Shiki's ability, it was not enough to make him fall. He punched the railing in front of him with a heavy punch, making a loud sound. You have already gone this far, why not go one step further and raise your arms and shout for the complete overthrow of the world government? Shiki held the rudder's head and squeezed toward the outside of the iron fence, trying to see Roger in the other direction. Arrested voluntarily, Shiki's forehead was squeezed and bleeding, and he said angrily, this is the most ridiculous thing in the world. As long as you are willing, I can even join your pirate group. Shiki took out a dagger from nowhere in his hand, and said with excitement and expectation. Tell me you want to live. Tell me you want to conquer. No, overthrow and rebuild the world. The dagger was inserted into the calf for 3 points. As long as Roger nodded in agreement, he would cut off his own legs without hesitation, take Roger away from here, and start their new journey. Roger noticed Shiki's movements and sighed. Stop it, Shiki, I left early, and it's not yet time. The person he wants to wait for is me, not me. Shiki's left hand holding the dagger was trembling. He didn't understand this dumb sentence, so he asked doubtfully. Tell me what you saw. Ha ha ha. Roger smiled playfully and said, why don't you go and see for yourself? Shiki was speechless for a while. If he could do it, he would have done it long ago. How could he wait until now? Roger was not teasing his old enemy. His expression changed and he said seriously as never before. Shiki, I know you will definitely leave here. This prison cannot stop a man like you. After you go out, I want you to promise me something. Shiki pulled out the dagger from his thigh and said calmly. Gia ha ha ha, is this Roger who never asks for anything in his life? The corner of Roger's mouth twitched, with a look of helplessness on his face. He didn't ask for anything. Thinking of the scene where he kowtowed to Newgate and prayed, hiss. Say it, as your last words, I agree, Shiki said. Roger smiled happily. He was very relieved to be able to do something for those who came after him before he died. He said with a solemn face, I know you have been thinking about the 3 ancient weapons, but I want you to give up this idea and ignore them from now on. The world will sink into the sea, and the time has not yet come, so the person waiting is not him. Shiki raised his eyebrows slightly. At their status, when talking to people of the same status, 1 means 1 and 2 means 2. The promises made will definitely be fulfilled. Wrinkling his nose, Shiki reluctantly agreed. Yes, but you have to tell me, what did you see on the final island? Roger lowered his head, hiding his face in the shadows, and slowly said. I saw the truth. Back in time, Shiki turned a blind eye to the incoming magma attack and looked at the town of the beginning and end, for a long time. World, you all owe him an apology for getting involved in the situation and planning it for decades. I'm just saving you guys who are called ants from above. Boom. Dark Hound hit Shiki head on, who did not resist at all. Akainu did not follow Garp's advice and punched through Shiki's chest again. Shiki, the king who can conquer the whole world, the man who knows all the truth in the world. For a dead man's promise, he brought his large fleet to the East Daxia Sea and played his own pirate game. In order to protect the key in Roger's mouth from being discovered or even destroyed, he died calmly. Insidiousness and cunning are synonymous with him in the world, but he died of his promise and protection. Roger, I can't see the person you asked me to find, the guy who inherits Joyboy's will and wears your straw hat. Dark Hound. Sakazuki did not stop attacking. Shiki showed weakness to the enemy before, which caused them to suffer a lot. This time, he will be crushed to ashes no matter what. Dad, is it okay to kill like this? Dorag stood beside Garp and watched Shiki leave with him. Garp sighed, shook his head and said, I can't stop it. I saw the will to die in Shiki's eyes. Maybe he is proud of being a strong man and won't allow him to be captured again. In this way, Shiki took all the truth about the world and left the sea area that he wanted to conquer and destroy. At the same time, the second half of the Grand Line. Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and many other remnants of the Rocks era seemed to be feeling something and were facing the east, silently lost in thought. Chapter 39 Reactions Around the World. Totland, Cake Island. Mom, Mr. Kaido, do we still want to go to Marine Headquarters? Katakuri wears a white scarf like a flower, and the overall clothing style is full of strong black metal style. Behind him stood many of his younger brothers and sisters, looking at the completely sunken island in the mirror, and asked aloud. And standing next to him was Kaido's right hand, Flame Calamity. He looks handsome, has a serious and steady face, has white hair, brown skin and black wings. Boss, Jin and Katakuri looked at each other, both seeing the worry in the other's eyes. The Golden Lions have already been defeated. It would be unwise for them to face Marine, who has high morale and is well prepared. Looking at the Marines who had retreated with Shiki's body in the mirror, Kaido drunkenly picked up the wine gourd beside him and drank a few gulps. Hiccup. Looking at Big Mom who kept eating, Kaido spit out a breath of alcohol and said, Old woman, what do you say? Mama. Charlotte Linlin put down the donut in her hand, looked at the picture in the mirror with a greedy face and smiled. Katakuri, I'm here, Mom. Big Mom pointed at the slowly moving Marine rescue ship in the mirror, and saliva kept flowing from the corners of her mouth. You don't have to go to the headquarters, but the old lion's fruit cannot be left outside. Let's notify him and try our best to find Shiki's fluttering fruit. Yes, Mom. Katakuri nodded in response, turned his head with a cold appearance, waved to the brothers and sisters behind him, and led the team away. Kaido also gave Jin a cryptic look, the meaning of which was self-evident. Moby DK, Gu la la la. Marco took out a bottle of good wine, handed it to his father, Whitebeard, and asked with a smile. Dad, what happened? Are you smiling so happily? Whitebeard glanced at the phone bug on the table and took the wine from Marco's hand. He was a heavy drinker. For the first time, he did not drink in a hurry. Instead, he walked to the side of the boat and took this bottle of valuable wine. All fell down. The departure of an old friend always needs to be remembered. Facing the east, Newgate took off the hat on his head and silently stared at the rough sea in the distance, his thoughts drifting to a few years ago. Gee ha. How is the sea without Roger? The wall that blocked us has disappeared. It's almost your time now, Whitebeard. Shiki sat on the deck, looked at Newgate who kept drinking and asked with a laugh. Whitebeard glanced sideways at Shiki who had just escaped from Impel, and said without mercy. You came to me just to gossip, I can sink you to the bottom of the sea right now, Golden Lion. Gee ha. Shiki lit a cigar again, tilted his head at the rudder and smiled evilly. You are still the irritating guy, so I can rest assured. I want to disappear for a while, and then let this warm world experience the terror of real pirates. Time returned to the present. Whitebeard slowly turned around, patted Marco, who had been by his side, and laughed loudly. Gu la la la. Marco, let's have a grand party. Marco lowered his head, spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Dad, we all like the party, but we have no money. After each battle, Dad was assigned the most treasure, but he never got a cent from it and didn't know what to do with so much property. Sabayati Islands. Shaki put down a glass of wine, looked at the man wearing glasses who was silently lost in thought, lit a cigarette and asked. Aren't you going to send him off? He's your old enemy after all, right? Rayleigh, who was in the shadow, took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with his clothes. Instead of answering directly, he asked rhetorically. As a former member of Rocks, as his former companion, why don't you go and send him off? After saying that, he picked up his coat and put it on himself. He wanted to go out to relax. The departure of old friends would always affect their minds. I really don't understand you men. Shaki shook her head and sighed, and took out the luggage she had prepared long ago. After this happened, she had no intention of continuing to run her business and was ready to go back to her country to take a look. On the dog-headed warship, Garp has already changed into a marine suit. Such a big event has happened, even if it is still vacation time. He also wanted to go back to the headquarters to take a look. Luffy had been temporarily taken care of by Dayton, so he didn't have any worries. You brat, throw away that knife. I'll give you this. Garp looked to the side, who was swinging a barbell weighing several tons, and raised the big sharp knife in his hand, Shiki's saber, Muku. As the most important combat power of this lion encirclement plan, this undamaged saber was rightfully owned by Garp. Garp felt remorseful in his heart. He looked at his right fist and wanted to cut it. If he hadn't used too much force, the Sakura-ju, which is also one of the great swords, would not have only one hilt left. The 1368th time. Tyrage was naked from the waist up, and his 8-pack abs were more clearly defined under the sunlight. Sweat streaked down his cheeks. Tyrage's eyes were firm and he shook his head and said, "Unnecessary. I am a man who wants to become a great swordsman, so why should I be afraid or even succumb to the sword in my hand now? Don't underestimate me, you old man. Bang, show me some respect. I am your dearest father." With skilled iron fists and familiar strength, Garp blew the white smoke from his fists, took a figure-8 stride, and turned around angrily and returned to the cabin. A big lump appeared on his head where Dorag could not see. Garp smiled proudly and said, "You are indeed my son. I've seen you have a lot of potential since you were a child." Tyrage wrinkled his nose, put down the barbell, rubbed the big bump on his head, and said angrily, "Ace, Luffy, you need to grow up quickly, preferably stronger." Malinvando. Warring States put down the phone bug, breathed a sigh of relief, and took the newly sent microphone from his subordinates with a happy face. First in Marine Headquarters General Sengoku, I declare that on July 12, 1503 in the Hyuan calendar, our lion enclosure plan is completely over. In this battle, we won a great victory, successfully annihilating the legendary Golden Lion and the flying pirate fleet he led, completely erasing the shame he brought to our marine many years ago. The excited and exciting speech was broadcast throughout the crescent island of Malinvando. In the Warring States period in the office, one can even hear Marine shouting and celebrating outside, but if there is gain, there will be loss. Warring States grabbed the microphone in his hand. Those people outside had the right to know the truth. He continued to speak with a sorrowful voice. But because of this operation, our Marines suffered heavy losses. The souls of more than 3,000 elite Marines will remain in the East Daxia Sea forever. There were even more than 1,000 Marines, and even their bodies could not be found. After a long silence, Warring States shouted in a hoarse voice. But I want to say that they deserved their death. They were just ahead of everyone. They used their lives to interpret the justice in our hearts. Headquarters Plaza. All the Marines took off their hats and looked at the broadcast on the building. Everyone's face was filled with sadness. But this situation is not negative. The visible confidence has permeated everyone's heart. All for justice. A soldier's salute shout. All for justice. All the Marines in the headquarters, including the headquarters, put down what they were doing and saluted the Marine flag at the top of the headquarters. In the office, Warring States had already burst into tears. Not only did he hear the inspiring shouts, but the world would also hear them. Chapter 40 Promotion. Marine 357 Branch. A Marine training ship slowly docked. Tina is very angry. That guy went to fight the pirates alone, but he made us run away in despair. With Zephyr and Tyrage away, Smoker and Tina became the temporary commanders of this group of intern Marines. Smoker lit a cigar and frowned as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. I thought it was just a big fish, but I didn't expect it to be a lion. Tyrage did the right thing. If we stay there, it will only be a hindrance. Tina stepped forward and snatched the newspaper from Smoker's hand. She read a series of news on it, including Marine's victory, Shiki's body hanging in Impel Great Prison, etc. He rolled his eyes and said displeased "Ly. Even you gave in." Smoker clenched his fists, a wisp of white smoke rose slowly, and said firmly. "No, I just recognized the reality. Strength. All fear comes from lack of strength. If he was stronger than Tyrage at that time, would it be possible for the guy who was called the people's hero in the newspaper to be replaced by him? What are you going to do?" Tina raised her head in surprise. Smoker's figure had already flown out the moment the ship docked. "Practice. Wait for me, Tina will go too." Malinvando. "That's it, Uncle Sengoku, I want to be a Marine general." Tyrage slapped the newspaper in his hand with excitement, and gave countless likes to Morgans, the veteran news bird. They just returned to the headquarters, and the news of Marine's victory has spread all over the world. Among them, what he cared about the most was the comment about him in the handsome photo. Marine's rising star, saving tens of millions of people from danger, a well-deserved people's hero, Tyrage. The photo is of him standing side by side with Garp, watching Shiki leave. Many people say it is the replacement of old and new heroes. With such illustrious military exploits and my father's relationship with these uncles, it's not too much to ask for a general, right? Warring States took off his glasses, rubbed his brows, ignored the newspaper that Tyrage was about to insert into his eyes, and turned to look at Garp, who was sleeping soundly beside him. A roar shouted, "Garp! Ha!" The bubble on Garp's nose burst, his snoring disappeared, and he opened his eyes in confusion. The previous battle consumed too much, and just eating could no longer make up for his consumption, so he could fall asleep at any time. What happened, Hulu? As soon as he said a word, his head tilted and he fell asleep standing up again. When Tyrage was proud, he stared at Warring States in his seat with burning eyes, and continued to put pressure on him. Sengoku was very familiar with Garp's state of rest, and even more aware that even if he fell asleep, Garp could still hear sounds outside. Your son said he wants to be a general. Bang, there was a sound of the floor breaking, and the bubbles on Garp's nose grew larger and smaller. He punched Tyrage, but he dodged, so that the punch missed and shattered the ground. ... A group of crows flew over the roof. Tyrage swallowed and looked at his father's dark arms. Hey, this kind of force will kill someone. Do you still want to be a general? Warring States' warm spring breeze raised his head and asked with a smile. Seeing the golden light slowly rising from his body, Tyrage shook his head decisively and shouted. No. No more. Damn it, why is this scene completely different from what he thought? He saved more than 30,000 people. Even if he made 30,000 steamed buns as army rations, it would still be considered a huge feat, right? This kind of achievement can completely make my father write a separate page for his family tree. Why can't he be promoted? With a sneer, Tyrage made his last effort and asked weakly. Can't we just discuss it? Roll. Okay. Tyrage picked up his father, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and ran out quickly. The generals will take turns, and they will come to my house next year. Bah, who cares? Tyrage curled his lips. If the general is not completed, it will be further away from Fleet Admiral. He promised Sister Maginot that the plan to move the headquarters to the East Daxia Sea has temporarily failed. Sengguo's temples beat significantly faster, and he secretly lamented that none of Garp's family was worry-free. He himself was a BD, his eldest son was rebellious, and his younger son was the BD among bastards. He took out a seal and 2 documents, and after thinking for a long time, Warring States put his seal on the 2 promotion documents. 2 names appeared on the document, Porcelino and Tellage. Although this battle paid a heavy price, it gained more. The success of the lion surrounding plan stirred up thousands of waves on the sea. Not only did it frighten the evil forces all over the world, but it also greatly increased Marine's majesty and popularity. Even the recruitment department has sent documents. The number of young people actively joining the army this year will be more than 30% higher than in previous years. Warring States looked at the 2 documents on the table and fell into deep thought. The name on it should have been Sakaski's. He didn't need to contribute any effort at all in this mission. He only had to follow the team to gain seniority, and the cancelled general candidate qualifications would naturally return to his hands. However, the top commander of this buster call is Kizaru. As long as the battle is successful, no matter whether he fails or not, he will definitely get the most credit. In addition, Sakaski refused to listen to dissuasion and killed Shiki, so that a devil fruit that could threaten the world will once again appear on the sea. Although killing Shiki will be of great help in maintaining Marine's majesty and improving morale, the merits and demerits cannot be offset. Not demoting him this time was because the Warring States period was lenient for the sake of past kindness. Warring States patted the table, and soon a major general ran in and stood in front of him, waiting for instructions. Warring States handed the documents regarding his general candidate qualifications and promotion to lieutenant commander to the major general, and said without a doubt. Send it to the Ministry of Information, register it, and then publish the information. Although Tyrage did not participate in this battle directly, he single-handedly saved the lives of more than 30,000 people, so his promotion is definitely deserved. Giving him a lieutenant commander would be too small, but Warring States felt that this boy's character, which dared to speak out about his desire to become a general, still needed to be sharpened, so he suppressed this huge contribution. Yes, this major general was the deputy of the Warring States period. He never questioned his orders and turned around to execute them. The major general understood that the general candidate document in his hand would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the Hawks again. I hope Mr. Sengoku has already thought of a solution, otherwise the internal voice will be too strong, which will be very detrimental to Marine's future development. Chapter 41 Task Department. Malinvando, school-level dormitory building. Tyrage lay on the bed with a bored look on his face, and the aura of lovelessness spread around him. 10 days have passed since the promotion incident. In order to appease the anger of the Hawks, Sengoku threw Tailig to them and was assigned to work under Akainu. Akainu himself didn't have a big opinion. For some reasons, he even asked the people in their faction not to embarrass Tyrage, and even helped him a little. But Tyrage had some objections. Ghost Spider and others had a 360-degree change in their attitude toward him in the blink of an eye, which made him feel miserable and unable to express his feelings. Turning his head and looking at the table, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel and others sent over their experience on swordsmanship. It was neither a matter of sending it back nor keeping it. This is really a representative faction that is unanimously open to the outside world. There are many benefits to being related to you. Anyone who has nothing to do with you will be punished to death. Tyrage accepted this favor. There are several swordsmanship tips on the table. For him, a newbie in swordsmanship, the effect is greater than anything else. It can save him many detours and cannot tolerate his refusal. This is such a big deal, I'm sorry to find an opportunity to trick them. Tyrage sat up, stroking his chin and said thoughtfully, and what the hell is the garden party Uncle Sengoku asked me to attend in half a month? Is it Marine's party? After Teacher Zephyr returned from that battle, his attitude towards Akainu became even worse. So much so that when he joined Akainu, he treated him with a nose, not an eye. He left Tailig behind. took Smoker, Tina and others with him, and went to sea for internship again. Thinking of this, Dorag stood up like a carp, casually put the lieutenant commander's clothes on his body, and walked out with his breasts exposed. He has become a school grader and graduated early. He already has his own small warship and more than 500 recruits assigned to him. Telig Lieutenant Commander, the person who volunteered to stand guard at the door of Telage's dormitory was Ella. The moment Telage pushed the gate of opening, she saluted with stern eyes. I told you, I don't need to keep anyone here. Tyrage raised the corners of his mouth slightly, waved his hand and said with a smile. I snatched you from the teacher's hands, not to let you stand guard. If you have this time, train the recruits outside for me. Ella was the only injured person in the battle at the officer training camp a few months ago. Telage took a fancy to his talent, recognized his hard work and perseverance, and forced him to come over from Teacher Zephyr. The process was quite difficult, and Teacher Zephyr refused to let him go. In the end, Uncle Warring States spoke up, and Zephyr reluctantly handed the man over to him. Telig Lieutenant Commander, Ella stepped forward, excitedly took out a newspaper from 10 days ago and said, it is our duty to do so. Tyrage would never say that it was because he admired Ella's eyes that worshipped him to the extreme that he wanted to bring Ella over no matter what. Tyrage curled his lips, looked away and said, it's almost swollen, why are you keeping it? Save tens of millions from fire and water. Ella read while looking down at the newspaper. Tyrage waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's nothing, I just saved more than 30,000 people. Ella raised her head with golden eyes and shouted loudly, don't be humble, you are the hero. After this sound, the corners of Tyrage's mouth could no longer be suppressed and turned into a pout. He snapped his fingers, leaving a handsome figure on Ella's back. Elbow, don't you want to learn domineering? Go to sea to train, I will teach you on the spot. Maid, this guy seems to have mastered my instruction manual. I hope it's an illusion. The lieutenant commander of the Marine headquarters can already go to sea alone when there is no collective mission. If it hadn't been for the reason that the Warring States period had not required him to stay at the headquarters and attend the garden party on time, Telage would have just accepted a random mission. Take the assigned recruits to the most dangerous sea areas in the world, stay there for a long time, and contribute your own strength to the world. In front of the mission department building, Tyrage raised his eyebrows slightly and said to himself, super pirates like Roger and Shiki all come from the East Daxia Sea. Is there anything wrong with me defining it as the most dangerous sea area? Commander Tyrage Lieutenant, is it really okay if we sneak out like this? Ella followed behind Tyrage and said worriedly. In the time just now, he followed Lieutenant Commander Tyrage to the headquarters building, which took less than a minute. Lieutenant Commander Tyrage took the sea pass and secretly jumped out from the window on the 3rd floor. Stop talking nonsense, it won't be you who will be beaten when the time comes, so why are you worried? Dorag gave Ella a chestnut and lay down. His limbs were almost degenerated. As long as he comes back a few days in advance to attend the garden party on time, I believe Uncle Warring States will definitely not find that there are fewer passes in his drawer. Even if he found out, he was rough-skinned and thick-skinned, so he would probably get beaten. Anyway, he was almost used to being beaten by his elders. Recently, Tyrage has a new hobby, that is, after every beating, he will write in a diary called, Luffy and Ace. I wrote down this encounter, and then silently looked at the dense records above, smiling evilly and not knowing what I was thinking. Ella's mouth twitched, she stopped trying to dissuade her, and followed Tyrage all the way into the mission department. The mission department, as the name suggests, is where Marine issues missions. Combined with information from the Ministry of Information, he has the responsibilities of formulating bounty amounts, issuing bounty orders, releasing specific tasks, detailed locations, character introductions, and task backgrounds. When there is no collective mission, that is, when the headquarters building issues missions, generally idle officers will come here to find their own goals. There are various tasks here in 8 gates, including capture tasks, tracking tasks, undercover tasks, investigation tasks, etc. And it's not for nothing, bounty hunters will pay for catching pirates, let alone their own family members. Although after our own people captured the pirates, the amount of Bailey they gave was only 20% of the reward amount. But the remaining 80% will be recorded in the form of military exploits and will become an important factor in Marine's subsequent promotions. So no one has ever complained, unless they are particularly short of money, such as Tyrage, who will take over the mission next. The open and transparent promotion path to general rank is the hook that attracts young people from all over the world to sign up to join the army. After all, not everyone joins Marine because of their passion and justice. There are also those who do it for safety, money, and rights. Tyrage took Ella and casually found a window and saluted. Consultant Walder, the garden party is coming soon. For safety reasons, the headquarters once again organized a cleanup operation and dispatched a large number of manpower, so not many people came here to take over the task. Staff Officer Wald, who belongs to the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General He, is one of the heads of this department. Wald raised his eyelids slightly and sat on the chair leisurely reading the newspaper without getting up. He smoked his pipe and said in a hoarse voice, the school-level tasks are all posted on the wall on the left. Take a look and I'll give you a note. Telage and Ella looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and walked over to check. Chapter 42 Can God Be Above Justice? Capture Mission. Mission Target. Rosner. Reward Amount. 17.82 million. Target Strength. Master of Armed Hockey, suspected of having animal-type fruit abilities. Target traces. According to eyewitness reports, he once led his pirate group and appeared near Upside Down Mountain. Lieutenant Commander, how about this? Ella wiped off the dust on the information and said after thinking about it. Tyrage wrinkled his nose and shook his head to express his displeasure. How long ago was this information? Not to mention that the information is full of dust. If someone with domineering or fruit abilities is given only such a small amount of money, why should I risk my life? Wald, who was sitting in the rocking chair behind, raised his eyes slightly, took a long puff of dry cigarette, and said in an old and hoarse voice. Boy, you're late. Due to the launch of the purge operation, the good tasks were basically completed a few days ago. The rest of them are basically guys who don't have much bounty, but are relatively strong. The task department does not release tasks anytime and anywhere. They must first consider the system behind the target to avoid provoking some difficult big guys. It is also necessary to subdivide the tasks corresponding to the strength level to avoid unnecessary sacrifices due to the inconsistency between the strength of the task target and the intelligence. Staff Wald, aren't there any newly released tasks? Tellage glanced around at these yellowed information walls, most of which were old almanacs. Even if the intelligence information is inaccurate, if you take someone to arrest you, you may not find anything. Moreover, the strength of these guys above must have been greatly improved. This is why many colleagues are unwilling to take on these dangerous missions with low bounties. Wald stared at Dorag in front of him for a long time. Why did he always feel familiar with this figure from behind? He spoke erratically. There is one thing, that is, the target is close to the strength of the Brigadier General of the headquarters, but due to some reasons, the mission level is only given to the school level. I don't know. I want him. Hearing this, Tyrage's eyes lit up, and in a few steps, he came to Wald in an instant, looking at the staff officer with burning eyes. It was an ironclad order from above to not accept tasks across levels. Tyrage was worried that there was no place for the hero to perform, so this task was simply not suitable. Is he Mr. Garp's heir? The distance was getting closer, and Wald looked at the sharp-edged face in front of him, and finally remembered why Tyrage was so familiar. In this way, it is not impossible to leave this task to him. After all, it is commonplace for people in their family to skip tasks from Garp to that person. Wald stood up leisurely, took out a document from the drawer on the side, turned around and handed it to Tellage. The mission information above was sent a few days ago. Because the identity of the target is very sensitive, it was only given to the school level. Until then, no general was willing to take it, so Wald put it away and prepared to report it for reformulation. Take it and read the information above yourself. If there are no questions, I will stamp it for you and you can go to sea. After saying that, Wald sat back in his rocking chair, picked up his favorite pipe and started smoking. Tellage nodded, waved his hand, and called Ella behind him to come and take a look. Holy shit. As soon as she saw a name, Ella suddenly exclaimed, which aroused the dissatisfaction of Tyrage and Wald, and their dead fish eyes were aimed at him. What are you calling for? Tallage raised his hand and gave him a chestnut, and said angrily, isn't he just a human trafficker? What's all the fuss about? Ella covered her mouth, gave Wald an apologetic look at the side, pulled Tyrage to the side, and whispered. Lieutenant Commander, we cannot accept this mission. Cart is a well-known human trafficker near the Sabayati Islands and is said to have some connections there. Ella pointed to the sky, indicating that the mission target had some interest in the Tianlong people. During the officer training camp, Ella's cultural scores were second only to Tina's, so she knew these relatively famous figures very well. Carter was born in West Blue. 5 years ago, at the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, he led many of his younger brothers on their journey to pursue their dreams. In the first year after going to sea, he kidnapped more than 300 people and threatened Marine to pay for their ransom. He left in style afterwards and was offered a reward of 27 million by Marine. In the second year after going to sea, the old story was brought up again. He occupied an island on the Grand Route and threatened the then Marine branch to send 2 warships. The reward amount was increased to 78 million. In his third year, which was also his last year as a pirate, he captured more than 1,000 girls from nowhere, took a warship to the Sabayati Islands, started a human trafficking business, and was offered a reward of 130 million belly. During the next 2 years, because of his business, a certain beast often visited him, so he is still at large. Ella explained all the information about Cult to Dorag one by one, hoping that Lieutenant Commander would not get into trouble. After all, God is untouchable. Tyrage kicked Ella away, and regardless of Wald who was watching the fun and not taking it too seriously, he pointed at Ella's nose and cursed. Let's not talk about what kind of bullshit gods they are, even if they are really gods. Tyrage walked to Ella who was lying on the ground, leaned down and said, but who told you that God can be above justice? After saying that, Tyrage continued to check the intelligence information. If you don't make money from such a good mission, wouldn't you be a BD? Mission target. Carter. Reward amount. 130 million. Target strength. Master arm domineering. Possess unknown fruit abilities, have a huge network of relationships, and have more than 1,000 subordinates. Target trace. Number. 16. Sabayati Land Islands, Carter Human Trafficking Shop. Ha ha ha. These words of Tyrage made Walder smile, and he secretly sighed that he was worthy of being Mr. Garp's son. Even their thoughts are almost the same, and no one in the family takes the Tianlong people seriously. Because my father did not want to serve the Celestial Dragons, he refused to be promoted to general many times. The eldest son wanted to kill the Celestial Dragons, betrayed Marine and planned to overthrow them. When it comes to my younger son, he treats them like shit. Thinking of this, Wald knocked on his pipe and reminded him loudly. Boy, Carter made the celestial dragons angry, so the reward order that has been dormant for many years will be announced again. Don't worry and go catch it. With these words, I feel relieved. Thank you, Uncle Wald. Tyrage handed over the intelligence document and asked him to stamp it. Then he slipped up Elodie, who had a dull look on the ground, curled his lips and said. Haven't you figured it out yet? Ella came back to her senses, shook her head, struggled and jumped out of Tyrage's hand. His eyes gradually became firm, and he spoke with a slightly murderous look. I understand. Looking at his murderous eyes, Tyrage slapped his forehead. You know nothing. Forget it, I'm tired. This kid will probably be with him from now on and won't be able to do anything extraordinary. Not long after, Wald handed back the stamped document again and said. Bringing back the mission target or corpse is considered as completing the mission, understand? Tyrage nodded. Ella had told him about these processes before. The arrest mission must be settled after seeing the person alive or dead or corpse. Afterwards, Tyrage left here with Ella with a murderous look on his face, heading to the Western training ground. The Navy soldiers assigned to his subordinates have already gathered there to wait for his arrival, and they can't wait to go to sea to carry out missions. Chapter 43 Tyrage will always be strong. Tyrage stood at the front of the team, with his little follower Ella standing next to him, his eyes scanning the Marines in front. These 500 recruits were a gift given to him by his father before he left, and they are considered his direct descendants. I have been training under the guidance of Bogard before, and I am said to be a recruit, but I have already developed quite a fighting force. No one had any objection to assigning them to Dorag. Leaving aside obeying orders, Dorag is still their young master. When they were in Windmill Village, they all received warm hospitality from the villagers there. Therefore, every sailor recognized Tyrage as the new commander. Seeing that the team was assembled, Tyrage stepped forward and gave his last lecture before setting sail to the sea. I won't say anything about justice. It doesn't depend on how we say it, but on how we do it. I'm just going to talk about something practical and something closely related to you. Ella walked to the front of the team on her own initiative, stood with all the Marines, and listened to Tyrage's lecture. He also wanted to know what could be closely related to them. Tyrage did not hesitate, took out the intelligence document from his arms, patted the document and said with a smile. You are all transferred from my father. We are all a family. I can't cheat anyone but you. Tyrage's words brought the relationship between them closer. A Marine who was obviously taller stood at the back of the team, scratching his head and laughing. Lieutenant Commander, just tell me what you need to do, and we will all listen to you. Ella frowned and looked back at the man with a simple expression. Are you trying to steal this job as a dog? He hurriedly picked it up and nodded. His eyes were blazing, as if radiating light, and he responded with a tone that was between half excited and half sincere. That's right, Lieutenant Commander, just tell us what we need to do, and brothers will obey your command. That's great. Looking at the chattering crowd, Tyrage enjoyed the compliment. He pressed his hands to interrupt their discussion and said, I won't play tricks with you, I will just talk about the distribution of rewards after the mission. Tyrage's words made ripples appear in the eyes of most sailors. After all, there are not a few who become soldiers for money. The reward for this mission is 130 million Baileys. We can get 20%, which is 26 million Baileys. I will take 20 million from it as the reward after this operation. Without giving them time to react, Tyrage waved to Ella to send the copied documents and then said, the target has thousands of people under his command. I will leave these people to you. Their heads will be your military exploits. After the war, I will reasonably distribute the 20 million bounty based on your contribution to this operation. These are superficial rewards, and most of them will be recorded in files in the form of military exploits, which will be of great help to their future promotions. After I finish speaking, who agrees and who opposes? I object. Ella took a step forward and shouted with excitement. Tyrage frowned and almost slapped him with his trembling right hand. He held his right hand with his left hand and asked doubtfully. Diao Mao, Lousy has contributed the most, so 6 million is not too much, right? Ella shook her head with a wry smile, turned around to face the Marines, and said with a trembling voice. You guys who just said that we are a family have to stand up against their own conscience. Do you agree? The crowd was silent, as if they were in a tangle, but soon the big man at the back was the first to stand up. Lieutenant Commander, please take back this order. It is a blessing for us to be able to follow you and gain military exploits. I am not so shameless to ask for your reward. What's going on? Tyrage scratched his head. This time he didn't understand even more. We did tasks together to get bounties. Aren't the rewards reasonably distributed based on contribution? Looking at the hesitation on Tyrage's face, Ella understood that he, the lieutenant commander, had not done any homework in this area. He walked forward and whispered in his ear. Lieutenant Commander, the mission bounty issued by the mission department is only a reward for the highest commander and the strongest combat power. Tyra became even more confused and said with strange eyes. They're all mine. What about you? Are you drinking the northwest wind? Ella sneered and then explained. Subordinates follow their superiors to do tasks, mix seniority, and gain military merit. This is the biggest reward for us. This is the first time I have heard of you distributing bounties like this. Not only is this the first time Ella has heard of it, but even the Marines under Garp have never seen it before. Even Lieutenant General Garp treats his subordinates, at most, they only get more pensions. Only then did Tyrage understand what was going on. He said that there were so many people in the army and only a small amount of money. How could they be divided? It turned out that there was this level of relationship involved. But after all the words have been said, doesn't Tyrage have any shame? Holding back the heartache, he spoke righteously. Okay, it's not a big deal. I'm a man. If you say it out loud, it will throw water away. That's it. I don't care about others. As long as they are mine, rewards will be distributed according to their contribution. After saying that, with tears of regret in his eyes, he left a lonely figure to all the Marines. He went to the dock first and hid on his warship to lick his wounds silently. On the other side, Ella was moved to tears and shed tears. Telig Lieutenant Commander, they are all of the same age, and Ella doesn't understand what kind of encounter made him, the Lieutenant Commander, so enlightened. They actually propose a reasonable distribution of mission bounties. This has never happened in the entire history of Marine. How great is this? Such a person would never stop there. A mere Lieutenant Commander position would not be able to demonstrate his talents at all. After Tyrage left, the Marines completely let go and kept discussing with each other, all of them smiling. Standing next to Ella was a seaman recruit. Kakuzu grinned widely. Cart is a great pirate. His military exploits and those of his subordinates are a huge achievement. Next to him was Marine, who was also a seaman recruit. Looking at the information in his hand, Kaido was excited. That's right, if you work hard, seaman first class, petty officer second class is not a dream. What's more, there is still money to get. Ella's face looks ugly. You haven't even gone out to sea yet, and you are starting to talk about things after the mission. Is this appropriate? Long live Lieutenant Commander. Ella's response was a chorus of long live, and all the Marines felt lucky and happy to be able to follow such a generous leader. Everyone be quiet. Ella finally couldn't help but interrupted everyone's carnival and said, remember who gave you this gift, and never forget the person who dug the well. Then with a wave of his arm, he led everyone to the dock and started a new journey. Only the man at the back of the team gave Ella a soulful question in a rough voice. It seems that we are originally subordinates of Lieutenant Commander's family, but Ella Ensign. Ella didn't look back. If he didn't respond, he didn't hear. To lick a dog, you need to have the awareness to lick a dog. Selective deafness is also a compulsory course. Chapter 44. Wear 9 rings on 10 fingers, leaving nothing for you. Tezzolo, you have been hiding from us for several years, shouldn't you hand over the money? That's it, do you still want to be friends with us? Sabayati Land Islands number 16, in a narrow alley in a chaotic area. A group of gangsters with tattoos surrounded a young man with gray-green hair. Tezzolo's face had been beaten black and blue by this group of people, and he looked completely human. He was leaning against the wall beside him and was breathing more out than in. Tezzolo took a deep breath to relieve the pain in his body, and said in a hoarse and trembling voice. When you left me, and ran away alone, we were already strangers. A gambling father and an alcoholic mother gave birth to a little boy who yearned for the bright future, which has long since created a life full of despair and regret for him. Tezzolo, whose full name is Gilder Tezzolo, likes to sing and has had a dream of becoming a star since he was a child. After his father died, the family became even poorer. His alcoholic mother hated his singing and often beat him when she was drunk. One night, Tezzolo couldn't bear it anymore and ran away secretly. Coming from a poor family, he was often ostracized by the people around him. With the help of stolen money, he made friends with these tough friends. Tezzolo, who had friends for the first time since childhood, felt very happy. But this kind of superficial friendship can only be maintained by being beaten and abused every day and stealing a small amount of money. When nothing happens, they are closer than anyone else and speak nicer than anyone else. In this stagnant water, as long as a small stone is thrown into it, big ripples will rise. After a certain gambling failure, Tezzolo was caught by the trafficker boss at the time. None of the friends who were surrounding him asking for money paid him any attention, and they all turned around and ran away. Tezzolo still remembers their faces as they turned around and fled without mercy. That time he was beaten so badly by the traffickers that he almost died. But it was also during the process of escaping that I met her in a Carter shop, in the human trafficking market. Her name is Stella, and she was captured by the great pirate Carter from an island along the Grand Line 3 years ago. It is said that as many as 1,000 girls were captured with her, and in the past few years, they were all sold as commodities. Because of her outstanding appearance and beautiful singing voice, she was priced at a high price, and no one has bought her yet. On that winter night, Tezzolo was attracted by the canary-like singing, and he couldn't help but hum along. She became the first audience in his life, but he was a passing guest in her confused life. The two of them chatted surprisingly well, and their hearts moved slowly together amidst bursts of singing. When we met for the first time, we had a glance that lasted for thousands of years. The last thing we stared at was infinite, as if we had known each other in a previous life. An iron railing completely separated her, who was kind-hearted, from him, whose life was full of tragedy. Stella, who was so scared that her body was shaking, gave her strongest side to him without reservation. One day I will be bought, but my heart will never be bought. Stella put her hands on the iron railing and said in the gentlest tone in the world. You can buy it, I will come and buy you. This was Tezzolo's promise to her. For this reason, Tezzolo has worked day and night over the years, eating only a few steamed buns every day, just to save enough money to redeem her. It's almost here. Tezzolo's tears spread all over his face unknowingly, and he yelled with all his strength. I've almost saved enough. You who ran away in the first place. Why did you appear in front of me? The leader of the man, wearing a white mask, grabbed Tezzolo's head with twisted fingers, lifted him up and said with an evil smile. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? We are your friends, of course we want to come back. Ha ha ha. The other gangsters around pointed at Tezzolo's ugly appearance and laughed at him. Some even took off their pants, leaving a large yellow stain on his face. Hey, there must be a limit to bullying, right? A voice that suppressed the anger in his heart spread throughout the alley. Stop pretending and get out of here, lousy. Several gangsters instantly put themselves into position, looked around and shouted curses. There was a dull clicking sound, and Tyrage, who had been paying attention in the dark for a long time, walked out with a gloomy expression. Hi, Marine, run quickly. When several gangsters saw clearly the marine clothes on Tyrage's body, they suddenly panicked and reenacted the same situation as before. Click. There were sounds of bullets being loaded all around, and hundreds of muzzles were pointed at the entrance to the alley. This place is very close to Carter's store. In order not to reveal his traces, Tyrage chose a hidden alley and planned to sneak in and launch an arrest operation from the inside. But I didn't expect to see this refreshing, bullying scene. Love in the pirate world is 9 times out of 10 sad. Based on the conversations in front of him, the gangsters kneeling on the ground, and the desperate and helpless young man in the corner, Dorag guessed a lot of things. Wear 9 rings on 10 fingers, leaving nothing for you. This short sentence is full of regrets and there is no hope yet. What is despair? In his previous life, the story of the Golden Emperor Tezzoro made Tyrage, who was completely blank about the word love, feel his heart throbbing for a long time, and it became an uneasy feeling for him. Unexpectedly, a simple arrest mission gave him the honor to change the occurrence of this tragedy. Garden party. Tyrage smiled sarcastically. Now he finally understood what the garden party that made Akainu and others so angry was about. A game played by the Tianlong organization to play with human nature, but they, as justice, need to accompany and protect it. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Ito Ryuei. A blood-red light pierced the dark alley, and Tyrage, who was overwhelmed by anger, pulled Murasama out of the scabbard again. The figure instantly passed by several gangsters who were kneeling on the ground in front of them. The gangsters twisted their bodies subconsciously to see if they had been hit. The little boss wearing a white mask couldn't help but sarcastically said in his heart after checking his own situation. It looks pretty bluffing, but turns out to be just a charade. Marine is nothing more than that. If it weren't for those guns. Death song. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Tyrage's mouth, and he slowly put the Murasama, which was not stained with any blood, back into the scabbard. Poof. Lines of blood sprayed out like pillars. Under the unbelievable and extremely frightened gazes of the gangsters. As Dorag sheathed his sword, countless cracks splattered with blood instantly appeared on their bodies. Ah, a gangster let out his last scream. There is nothing more terrifying than watching yourself die. Blood sprayed on the surrounding walls, and the gangsters who had previously knelt on the ground were completely turned into body fragments, spreading everywhere in the dark alley. Chapter 45. The tough man finally becomes a cross-dressing boss. You are. Tezzolo wiped away the blood splattered on his face, and through the slits of his swollen eyes, he tried to see who had saved him. Tyrage frowned, and his trembling right hand grasped the hilt of the sword for a long time. A little murderous spirit, no rooster crow for 1,000 miles, and as expected, he once again suffered the backlash of Murasama. Tyrage exhaled, calming his rapidly beating heart and suppressing the murderous intention in his heart. Turning his head to look at the seriously injured Tezzolo, his pupils narrowed and he asked doubtfully. Can you tell me first, why can I see the smile in your eyes even though you were struggling to breathe? Tyrage didn't understand why Tezzolo, whose body was covered in filth, whose dignity had been trampled on, and covered in bruises, laughed. Is it because you feel lucky to have been saved by yourself? Ahem. Tezzolo coughed out a mouthful of blood, struggled to prop up his body, and knelt in front of Tyrage. Can't thank you enough. He knocked his head to the ground with a heavy bang. When he raised his head again, there were bloodstains on his red and swollen forehead. A few broken teeth were exposed, and tears were already covering his face, but they could not hide the smile on his face. I laugh because this is the closest I've ever been to something I've hoped for in more than 20 years. As long as he works for a period of time, he will completely save enough money to buy her back. Is there anything more worthy of laughter than holding on to this hope? Insults, curses, beatings and torture are all unimportant. All the hardships experienced cannot crush a heart full of longing for the future. The swollen eyes are so small that no one can see them, but they are filled with love, dreams, freedom and the one who is waiting for her. Ha ha ha. Tyrage smiled. This was the happiest time he had laughed since joining Marine. Not dissing his dirty body, Tyrage stepped forward, put his arm around Tezzolo's shoulders under Tezzolo's incredible gaze, and helped him slowly walk out of the dark alley. Sabayati Land Islands No. 16. An unknown small clinic. Vomit. Hey, you useless thing, you've been vomiting for more than 3 hours. Tyrage waved his hand with a look of disgust, dispersing the sour smell that assaulted his nostrils. Just vomit. Who told you to eat garlic? Ella's whole body was out of phase. She raised her head stiffly, and looked at Dorag with eyes without light. Young master, Lieutenant Commander, you are the one who kills, but we are the ones who cleanse the ground. He has never experienced Impel's special mission, after leading someone into a dark alley. Ella, who had stepped on half of his intestines, was in a bad state. The fact that he didn't faint directly was considered to be the result of his strong will. Lieutenant Commander, would you like to lend me Murasama for a touch? With her throat surging back and forth, Ella gritted her teeth and looked at Murasama at Tyrrage's waist. Get out, Dorag yelled, turned around and left, waving goodbye and saying, I'm used to vomiting and vomiting, Murasama, you can't control it. Ella watched him leave and closed her eyes in pain. No one can live up to expectations. Isn't it just that there are too many intestines? As for the whole army being wiped out, have no choice. All his men were weak from vomiting, so Tyrage had no choice but to go and collect information about the target. After all, time waited for no one. If he went back late, someone would really die. Dr. Lacey, don't you have any other clothes? Tyrage held the red dress in his hand, his eyelids were twitching wildly, and his temples were aching. He just wants to disguise himself and sneak in, but he doesn't want to become a cross-dressing boss. Lacey is the only female doctor in this small clinic. She is in her 30s, and the white coat she wears cannot hide her charm as a mature woman. Lacey shook her head and chuckled a few times, her eyes always staying on the 8-pack abs of Tyrage's abdomen, her red lips slightly parted. Mr. Marine, I am the only one in the clinic. There are other clothes, but... Hearing this, Tyrage's eyes lit up. As long as he didn't wear a skirt, he could wear even a beggar's outfit. Bring it here quickly, any clothes that can cover your shame are better than this. As he spoke, he threw the red dress in his hand out of the window. A charming smile appeared on Lacey's red lips, and she nodded in agreement with a smile in her eyes. Well, those things are not meant to be shown to outsiders. Lacey wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, her eyes rolled, and she chuckled. But this is the first time I've seen such a handsome guy. I'm giving you an advantage. Tyrage slapped himself and looked at Lacey, who was twisting away. Mud, he seems to have been teased. Not long after, Lacey came back with a box in his hand and handed it to Dorag in embarrassment. For some reason, the moment the box was taken over by Tyrage, a blush appeared on Lacey's cheeks. He quickly turned around and ran away, leaving Dorag alone. Why is it so inexplicable? Shaking his head, ignoring the strangely behaving female doctor, and rubbing his hands, Tyrage opened the black suitcase with anticipation. Holy shit, bang. When Tyrage was about to see the contents of the box, a figure jumped out of the window instantly and picked up the red dress he had thrown away earlier. Then he walked back from the main entrance in a large circle and looked at the 4 big characters written above the clinic, lost in thought for a long time. Wonderful rejuvenation. Good name. Eye-catching pants, a lace skirt as thin as gauze, black stockings, whip. The unsightly items in the box made Tyrage's blood boil. He looked at the dress in his hand and found it pleasing to his eyes. Carter store area. A young girl holding a parasol walked slowly. She was wearing a red dress and a pretty face with long pink hair, attracting the attention of many passers-by. If Dad sees me like this, I don't know if I will be able to see the sun tomorrow again. A little red lip slowly opened slightly, and Tyrage walked forward with eyes blank. He just asked Dr. Lacey to help him apply makeup. Why did it end up like this? My personality, no more. If he had known this, why wouldn't he be willing to part with the several $1,000s worth of money to buy a few new sets of clothes? FK, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful girl? A passing wild dog squatted in front of Tyrage. He kicked him out and cursed angrily. The clear voice was caused by the voice-changing medicine that Lacey gave him. Every dog he saw passing by would be beaten, and the focus on the surrounding area suddenly decreased. Filled with anger, Tyrage walked through the entire Carter store district. It was said to be a store, but in fact it was no different from a commercial street. There were many independent small building cages around. Tyrage stepped forward and took a look, and found that almost every cage contained 1 to 3 slaves. Along the way, he has seen more than 100 such small cages. You really deserve to die, you beast. Seeing and hearing the silent release, I want to determine where the strongest person in this area is. It's strange. The smell is almost the same as that of ordinary tourists. The ones that are slightly stronger are just the employees here. Coulter was not located, which made Tyrage very unhappy. In order to complete his first mission alone, he even sold his soul. The result was this. He tightened his grip on the phone bug in his hand. Normally, he wouldn't want to use his family connections, but having sacrificed to this extent, the issue of face no longer mattered. Chapter 46 The King's Right Hand, Pluton, Rayleigh. Area 13 of the Sabayati Islands. Shaki's rip-off bar. Tyrage, who was dressed as a woman, looked at the 3 characters, extortion, written nakedly on the plaque of the tavern. She clenched her wallet in her pocket and couldn't help but grab it with all her strength. Is this really good? Dorag mused, stroking his chin. Let me state in advance that he is not worried about money, he is just asking for information and wants to seek help from a former great pirate. Is this really okay? As an informant, Shiki was the purpose of Tyrrage's visit. He had previously called for help from his father, Garp, who was still on leisurely vacation. He was told that distant water could not quench his near thirst, so he was asked to go to a tavern on number 13 to find a female pirate who had been hunted by him all over the world. So, Tyrage knocked on the door of the tavern and swallowed. She really won't let that person kill me because she hates you. Ta-ta. A sound of footsteps came from far and near in the tavern, and with a squeak, the brown wooden door was opened from the inside. An old man with silver beard and hair, wearing glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye walked out drunkenly. This person is Pluton Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Although he is nearly 60 years old, judging from the terrifying aura he exudes, it is no problem to contend with the general. Because of Shaki's temporary departure, Rayleigh, who was completely unattended, no longer had any scruples. The drinks that were previously limited every day were now free to drink. Hiccup. Rayleigh burped and spit out the breath of alcohol, raised her eyes slightly, and looked strangely at Dorag, who was in a daze. Strange breath. Rayleigh repeatedly took off her glasses, wiped them and put them back on again. Her aura of sexual reaction was full of masculinity, but why did she look like a little girl? Rayleigh smiled self-deprecatingly. Maybe he really drank too much and his eyes were already getting dizzy. The boss is out for business and the pub is temporarily closed. If this lady needs anything, you can consider coming back later. Tyrage shook his head. Although he had been mentally prepared for it, the old man in front of him still gave him a big shock when they met for the first time. Hey, what does that tangled expression mean when you call me? Can I go in and talk? Tyrage pointed behind Rayleigh and sighed helplessly. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Old man, I'm rude, so please come in. When you step into the pub, the first thing you see is the slightly old but shiny wooden bar, with various bottles and glasses placed on the bar. Some ancient maps, wanted posters, and some strange marine life specimens are hung on the walls of the tavern. Several old-fashioned chandeliers hang from the ceiling, emitting dim light, and the lights are dim, creating a mysterious and relaxing atmosphere. Rayleigh invited Tyrage to sit in front of the bar, took out the wine he drank earlier, poured a glass and pushed it in front of Tyrage. The silver light in his eyes flashed away, and the previous image of the sloppy old man disappeared instantly. His sharp and murderous eyes stared at Tyrage, who had just picked up the wine glass. Marine, when you come to my place dressed like this, are you ready for another war? If he couldn't do something as simple as discovering Tyrag's identity, how could he become the think tank on the One Piece ship, and how could he enjoy his retirement life on this island without any worries? When he was outside, he had already reminded the little marine in front of him that since he wanted to come in, it would be difficult to get out without any instructions. Conqueror's domineering pressure came, and Dorag suffered a huge impact in the blink of an eye, and the wig on his head was blown off by the breath that seemed to be condensed into substance. The wine glass in his hand paused in the air, and Tyrage shook his head with a wry smile. This attack was quite oppressive. If it weren't for his recent surge in strength, he might not have been able to survive this first round of testing. Under Rayleigh's vague admiration, Tyrage drank the wine in one gulp without fear. Good wine. Tyrage wiped his mouth. The effect of the medicine had worn off, and his voice returned to his original state again. But it's a little worse than my sister's brew. Come back next time and I'll bring you some to try. After saying that, Tyrage tore up the red dress on her body under Rayleigh's surprised gaze. Mud, it's better to be discovered. He has been unable to stand this outfit for a long time, and now he can finally take it off. He picked up the handkerchief on the side and wiped off the makeup on his face. His true face was completely revealed in front of Rayleigh's eyes. While his face is handsome, he still has a masculine charm, and his eyes are as clear as a deep lake. What a handsome boy. Why does he look familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Rayleigh looked at the newspapers on the table nearby, as if he remembered something, and the Conqueror's domineering aura that he always exuded completely dissipated. Tarage's dress contained a pair of shorts, and her naked and powerful body stood up. Looking at the silver-haired old man in front of him, Tyrage smiled apologetically and said, Hello Mr. Rayleigh, please forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Formal introduction, my name is Monkey D. Tyrage, Lieutenant Commander of Marine Headquarters. After remembering who Tyrage was, Rayleigh's tense heartstrings were relieved and she returned to her usual casualness. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh poured a glass of wine for the little guy in front of her again, and said with a hearty laugh. What's wrong, Garp's son? Will your father now let you inherit his father's legacy and come to arrest us old guys? Rayleigh smiled happily and inexplicably. He looked up at the top of the tavern and burst into tears. Rayleigh, my companion, my journey ends here. But this is not the end, but a new beginning. I believe that the world will change dramatically because of my departure. I have placed my will and dreams on the young people of the future. Don't be sad for my departure, this is my choice and my destination. When Rayleigh saw that her old friend's son was so old, Rayleigh remembered what the captain said to him when he left. Stop joking, are you going to fight me now? Tyrage smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to die so early. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and smiled. When they met for the first time, there was a sense of regret in meeting them late. Getting back to the topic, Tyrage coughed, looked up at the right hand of the king in front of him, gritted his teeth and secretly said, Mr. Rayleigh, this adventurous visit is the result of the strong introduction from the evil father. Garp has a deep relationship with the Roger Pirates. They are old enemies in terms of positions, and they are close friends in private. Tyrage, who came here under a disguised identity, was not afraid of some bad remarks from those who were interested. He told Rayleigh behind the counter the whole purpose of his visit, and still lamented from time to time that the times were developing too fast and that they had been eliminated. Chapter 47 The Man with the Strictest Mouth. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh took a sip of wine. He was originally surprised that Garp could raise such a polite son. The phrase, evil father, fully reveals the nature of the monkey family. Dorag scratched the back of his head, wondering why Mr. Rayleigh was laughing inexplicably again. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, "That's what happened. I led the team here this time just to eradicate the cancer that is Carter. I went to the slave market to check, but I didn't find him anywhere, so my father asked me to come here and ask Sister Shaki." Looking around, Shaki was not found. Rayleigh did not intend to explain where she was, but responded with a smile. "You're here to see Shaki, right? That BD Garp is really reassuring. Isn't he afraid that she will chop you into pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish?" "Ahem." Tyrage choked and said with a smile. "No, that's not the case, right? Not that much." Rayleigh recalled the more than 30 bars that Shaki had destroyed. "If you said it wasn't possible, then it wouldn't be the case. Anyway, your real dad probably thought so too." Pointing to a pile of documents in the corner, Rayleigh said casually. "Shiki went out for something. The information she collected earlier is all there. You can go find it yourself. If a guest comes here, I'll go out to greet him. When you find him, just leave." As he spoke, Rayleigh's figure flashed and disappeared into the tavern. Tyrage's knowledge was released, and he planned to see whose arrival would make this person leave in a hurry. But the result was that not only did he not sense any strange aura, but Rayleigh's aura also disappeared. He smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Compared with these people, I am not as good as a cultivator." He walked to the pile of documents alone and started rummaging through it, and soon he got what he wanted. Looking at the information on the file, Tyrage read out, "A rare mermaid was captured at the human auction venue in Area GR1 and was officially auctioned on July 28. It attracted the attention of all local slave owners and gathered here." Found it. A ray of lavender light flashed in his eyes, and he said why he couldn't find Carter. It turned out that he was attending an auction. This information document was compiled by Shaki more than 10 days ago, and today is July 28, which is also the beginning of the auction. Squeezing his shriveled wallet, Tyrage raised his brows and said, "The mermaid of Fishman Island. I don't know if I can buy it with the 2,000 belly in my pocket." This huge sum of money was brought from Maginot's family before Tyrage joined the army. Marine's salary is paid at the end of the year, so he is still self-sufficient. On weekdays, he is frugal and reluctant to spend. The human auction house engages in criminal activities such as slave trading auction, and its targets are criminals and nationals of countries that have not joined the world government. For some reasons, Marine acquiesced in this activity and called it a career referral agency. The existence of the position limits Tyrage's behavior, which allows him to do whatever he wants within the limits allowed by the rules. Things like robbing an auction and breaking Marine's rules are definitely not included unless he is ready to leave Marine. Under the trend of the pirate environment, the behavior of buying and selling people cannot be eradicated. Instead of letting the rampant human traffickers flourish lawlessly on the sea, it would be better to gather them together so that they can be easily monitored and restrained at the same time. This is the limit of what Marine can do. Area 16 of the Sabayati Islands. After collecting the intelligence, Tyrage returned to the small clinic again. He wanted to lead the troops to the auction site to set up defenses, so that the arrest plan could be implemented as soon as the auction ended. "Ella, gather the team, it's time." A long time has passed, and Ella has finally gotten used to vomiting. Although she is weak, it does not affect her movements. This small clinic certainly cannot accommodate more than 500 Marines, and most of the large troops are hidden in nearby dark alleys. If it weren't for the treatment of the injured Tezzolo and Ella who couldn't stop vomiting, Tyrage wouldn't be here. If he didn't come here, he wouldn't be able to see that charming woman. If he couldn't see that woman, how could he unknowingly sell his soul? "Lieutenant Commander." Ella scratched her head and said those words under Tyrage's glare. "Lieutenant Commander, how does it feel to wear women's clothes?" Ha ha ha. Ella couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. The dangerous murderous aura seemed to have taken shape. Tyrage kicked the BD in the butt and roared, "If you dare to speak out, Lousy will turn you into a real woman." Feeling a slight chill in her lower body, Ella clamped her legs in an instant and ran out dejectedly to gather the team. "Don't worry, Lieutenant Commander. Ella, have the tightest mouth in the world." Tyrage turned his head and glared at Lacey, who was hiding behind a certain curtain and peeking at him. It was ruined. His intuition told him that the person who often said he had the most severe mouth must be the kind of person who loves 8 trigrams the most. He is like a loudspeaker, such as Zon Momoan. Soon, Ella returned with the assembled team. Tyrage glanced around and saw that every sailor had an uncontrollable smile on his face, but his eyes glanced at him from time to time. The corners of their mouths were slightly raised, as if being pulled by invisible forces, trying hard not to let laughter overflow. The silver teeth bit hard, and Tyrage's figure rushed out instantly, roaring, "Ella, today there is you here without me. There is me without you. Ha ha ha." The fight between the two confirmed what Ella had told previously, and all the Marines who were holding back their laughter couldn't help it anymore and burst out laughing. What's more, he laughed so hard that he lay on the ground and beat the ground violently, as if he had lost his breath from laughter. The little face left in Tyrage was completely gone. The big man who competed with Ella for the status of being a dog licker was named Leo. Looking at a certain seductive photo that Ella secretly took in his hand, the honest smile on his face was very cute. After a stick of incense, Tyrage squatted on the roof of the small clinic and stared eastward. He felt a little homesick. The outside world was too dangerous and not suitable for him. Looking down at Ella, who was beaten into a human shape and lying on the ground twitching, Tyrage secretly shouted, Some people are deficient in iron, some are deficient in calcium, but what I lack most is face. Shanks, you should come to my house as soon as possible so that I can learn from you how to cultivate into a face fruit user. Chapter 48. Lousy has plenty of money. What you said are all my words. The system in my mind that had been silent for a long time was making a silent protest. What words? What words are these? Tyrage imitated his father's example, clasped his nose with his fingers and said, whoever says first about this thing gets the final say. ... To get back to the subject, Tyrage was confident in his attack. Apart from the fact that he never abided by the rule of not hitting people in the face, Ella's body was basically covered with skin injuries. Soon he got up from the ground with a swollen pig face. He gave Leo, the big man who helped him up, a grateful look. He also implicitly hinted to him that he must keep that photo, as his beating would not be in vain. Tyrage gathered his mood, stepped on the moonwalk and jumped down from the roof, looking at the Marines in front of him with a serious face. Stop your shame, Lousy. You are all professionally trained and excellent Marines. Isn't it what you should do to laugh at your superiors? Ella didn't know what kind of stimulation she received. Ever since Talid was blamed for killing someone, her talent for seeking death had unknowingly awakened. That's right. Ella held her painful waist, hid in the crowd, and shouted in a different voice, we are all Marines who have experienced professional training. Normally we don't laugh unless we can't help it. Ha ha ha. After saying a word, he took the lead and bent down to cover his mouth and laughed, thinking that he would not be discovered hiding in the crowd. Unknown to him, at the moment when he lowered his head and laughed, Leo, a big man with a simple and honest face, had already signaled the Marines in front of him to get out of the way, so that Ella, who was laughing, was completely exposed to Tyrage's sight. Many years later, Ella, who has been following Dorag, learned a lot of language arts from another world. He hugged Leo, who looked honest, and said in a bad captain voice. Leo, my brother put you in his pocket, and you kicked your brother into the ditch. ... Area 1 of the Sabayati Islands. Human auction venue. Move quickly. Surround this place for me. Not a single fly can fly out without Lousy's order. At this time, Tyrage had led his troops to the outskirts of the auction house and was directing these stupid subordinates to lay out numerous defense lines. Leo, Ella had just been gently stroked a few times by his loving iron fist, and was left as a guest by Dr. Lacey. Therefore, Leo, a big and honest man, took advantage of this opportunity to successfully ascend to the throne and was temporarily reused by Tyrage. Where are the cannons on the Lousy warship? Pull them up. Tyrage, who looked unhappy, was now in a very impetuous mood, almost making his mouth dirty. Lieutenant Commander. Leo smiled honestly and saluted immediately. The 5 cannons on the warship have been installed. Look, this honest guy is so sensible. Ella, take good care of you, Lousy, and I will love you well later. Sneeze. Ella, who was covered in bandages on the bed in the small clinic, sneezed and cursed secretly, who was scolding me. Back to business. Tyrage waved his hand, and the Marines immediately returned to their defensive positions, hiding their bodies, waiting for the auction to start and end. Tyrage, on the other hand, took the sensible Leo into the auction house, intending to further determine the target. He tied his wallet around his waist and placed it openly outside. With every step he took, there would be a swish sound inside, which was the sound of coins colliding. Stop. There were 4 ferocious-looking men at the door of the auction, stopping the 2 of them. What are you doing? Tyrage stared at him sharply, patted the wallet on his waist, and roared arrogantly, Lousy has a lot of money. Get out of here. The aura of rich people exuded shocked the 4 guards for a moment. They looked at each other and silently lowered their blocking hands. Sorry, distinguished guest, please come in. At first glance, these people had received professional training. Under the leadership of the leader, they all bent down and apologized to the 2 Dolags. In this way, Tyrage walked in front, Leo followed behind him, and walked in with a step that he didn't recognize his relatives. Leo looked back and saw that the 4 people were no longer visible. He walked forward and pointed at their clothes and asked in a low voice. Commander Lieutenant, it cost you 2,000 belly to buy these 2 sets of inferior suits for us. Do you still have money? Wearing a suit and tie is almost the standard for aristocrats. Previously, Tyrage took Leo to the second-hand market and bought 2 sets of low-quality suits. Leo had been following Tyrage at that time, and he saw the heartache on his lieutenant commander's face when he took out the money. He remembered that the lieutenant commander had completely emptied his wallet, so the boss reluctantly sold them these 2 old suits, but what happened to the squeaking wallet? Tyrage's eyes became a little dangerous. Are you speechless? He pinched the dozen coins worth 1 pele in his wallet. He secretly exchanged them for them with the boss when Leo wasn't paying attention. This was his last remaining confidence. How much money does Lousy have? Do I still need to tell you? Starting at frame 0, Tyrage jumped up and rewarded the big guy with a chestnut. He said with a serious expression, I admire you very much. Tell me what you like later. Do you understand? Leo scratched his head harmlessly, waved his hand honestly, and said embarrassed Kaido, no need, hehehe. Tyrage chuckled lightly, and once again lamented that he was a sensible guy, and walked into the venue with his hands behind his back. At a glance, under the tall dome, the lights were slightly dim, and the flickering candlelight barely illuminated the entire sin-filled space. The auction site was crowded, with dignitaries, wealthy businessmen and villains from all over the place gathered here. In the center of the venue is a high platform, with a huge iron cage placed on it. The iron cage is inlaid with sharp iron nails, exuding a cold air, as if it is a prison for sin. At this moment, the poor people who were treated as commodities were imprisoned in the iron cages, and their eyes were full of fear and despair. The surrounding walls are covered with various portraits and signs, which indicate the information of the auctioneer and the starting price. The numbers on these signs seem to be a ruthless price tag on human nature, completely crushing human dignity. The air was filled with a strong smell of perfume and tobacco, mixed with people's whispers and noises, creating a nauseating atmosphere. A bunch of scum, but they understand Akainu's justice. Lieutenant Commander, what did you say? Leo was affected by the atmosphere here and felt depressed, and for a while he couldn't hear Talag's whisper clearly. Nothing. Tyrage raised his head, took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on his face. He grinned and said, let's make a big fuss here. Ha ha ha. Chapter 49. Taking advantage of others and betraying yourself. The auction has been going on for some time, and the place is crowded and dark at first glance. The aura was so complicated that Talage's sense of sight was also out of control, and he could not determine the location of the target at all. The host of the auction, the disco wearing a top hat, star-shaped sunglasses and long pink-purple hair. Standing on the high platform, he used his sharp and exaggerated voice to constantly incite the emotions of the crowd and the audience. This stage, which is full of trampling on human rights, distortion of human nature, money and desire, is vividly displayed. 30 million belly twice. 30 million belly 3 times. Make a deal. Let us congratulate Mr. Rokas for buying this batch of cat-eared girls for 30 million belly. Disco grinned excitedly, raised his arms and shouted, Joker will definitely reward him greatly for the success of this auction. How can it be repaired? It's just a little bit close. If it weren't for buying the final highlight. Different from the congratulations and congratulations at ordinary auctions, there are only dissatisfaction and unwillingness to shout and curse. Leo on the other side pulled Tyrag's sleeve, and for the first time a different look appeared on his honest face. He pointed at the more than 10 cat-eared girls in the cage and asked with a tone that was 7 parts angry and 3 parts pity. Lieutenant Commander, I like those, but, can I buy them? Tyrage glanced at the big man next to him, but he couldn't see Leo's little thoughts. His eyes moved to the cage above the venue, the relatively dim auction room, which was only brightly illuminated by countless lights. Show the products they are proud of to these scum without any disguise. In the cage, the cat-eared ladies were curled up one after another, and their originally agile cat ears were now drooping feebly. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, as if their souls had been pulled away, leaving only a corpse-like body. Tyrage shook his head, and under Leo's disbelieving gaze, he said calmly. There's no need. Glancing at Leo, Tyrage's right hand was unconsciously placed on Murasama, and his voice exuded a hint of chill. The breath on their bodies is very weak. Even if they are rescued, they will not live long. There was another thing he didn't say, that is, he even saw the will to die on the faces of these half-dressed catwomen. Apart from numbness, there was no yearning for life at all. Maybe even suicide is a luxury for them in a cage. Leo's lips trembled slightly, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes and pretended not to see anything. This is not the justice he wants. Soon, staff members pushed this batch of goods down and placed them somewhere in the background, waiting for a certain garbage to be picked up. Disco picked up the manuscript paper in his hand and looked at it. His eyes could not help but shrink slightly, and he thought to himself. Strange, what kind of good stuff is it? There is only one slave in a group. Not all slaves or items sold in this human auction are provided by the auction. There are also items sent in by other individual customers, and the auction house will auction them on their behalf, taking a small commission from the transaction price. This is also the reason why this auction is so popular. It was an idea thought up by Joker himself. Disco opened the curtain on the cage and displayed the items inside in front of everyone. Puff. At this time, Tyrage was drinking free juice. When he saw the old man in the iron cage with a collar around his neck, the juice squirted out of his mouth, attracting disgusting looks from many people around him. Rayleigh, hey, didn't this old guy go to greet guests? Why did he appear here? He lost money in gambling again. What's the matter with you at Disco? What lousy wants is a beautiful girl, a guy who can serve others. Why do you want an old man to come here? That's right, customers are God. If you PS us off, do you still want to hold this auction? After the audience saw clearly the old man in the cage, the whole venue was filled with shouts and sighs. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, who had silver hair and beard, was wearing sloppy slippers. He took out a gourd filled with fine wine from his white shirt and took a sip. He casually began to introduce himself. Old man, although I am old, I am still very good at housework. If anyone likes me, I can offer you a price. Damn old man. Disco pinched his waist, walked over with a sharp voice, and roared, who sent you here to be auctioned? Today's auction is very special. In recent years, few mermaids have been active at sea. The preciousness of their final item is self-evident. So the slaves being auctioned together with the mermaid today were all of the highest quality. Disco couldn't figure out how this old man got in. I came here on my own, old man. Don't be so grumpy, young man. Rayleigh's scarred eyes shrank, releasing a silent wave that rushed toward the disco. Pung. Hey, what the hell are you doing at the disco? A rich and fat man in the venue stood up and yelled, is this the time for your mother-in-law to sleep? Disco's eyes turned white and he fell under the iron prison in front of Rayleigh. Upon seeing this, other staff at the venue quickly stepped onto the stage and organized the auction to continue. Tyrage took advantage of the chaos in the venue, flashed his figure, and approached the center of the stage secretly. Mr. Rayleigh. Dorag hid in the dark and asked wordlessly, "What are you doing?" "Shish." Rayleigh put her finger in front of her lips and responded with a smile, "Don't talk to that old guy about this." After Shiki left for more than 10 days, Rayleigh drank all the wine that Shiki had collected in the bar. In order to fill this gap, Rayleigh came up with a plan to sell herself in exchange for wine money. The corner of Tyrage's mouth twitched. "Are you still afraid of being embarrassed?" In his previous life, he only heard that Rayleigh would voluntarily send himself to the human auction house to be auctioned when he had no money. At that time, he thought that the king's right hand came here just to meet his eldest nephew Luffy, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. Tyrage patted his rattling wallet and asked with a smile, "Mr. Rayleigh, what's the matter with you being bought by someone else? How about I buy you?" "Ha ha ha." Rayleigh drank the last sip of wine in the gourd, shook his head and refused. "Do you also want to be cheated by me, old man?" A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Rayleigh glanced at Dorag meaningfully. "Marine saving the pirates. He is indeed a member of that family." The episode passed quickly. Tyrage gave the old woman who took the photo of Rayleigh a look of pity and walked back silently. Chapter 50 The Finale Mermaid. Since this farce, the auction house has returned to normal again. Except for a certain old woman who left the venue first, everyone in the venue was even more enthusiastic. Tyrage looked at the old woman who was even braver than Aurida, and mourned 3 seconds of silence for Mr. Rayleigh. He thought to himself, with Rayleigh's strength, he shouldn't fall into trouble, right? No wonder people can auction themselves off without spending any money. Rayleigh's bohemian image is really not that attractive to many women. The fainted Disco has been carried down by his men. The person presiding over the venue is his deputy, a charming woman in cool clothes. The next auction will be hosted by the slave family. I hope you will not bully the slave family. A slap in the face caused a lot of sighs and whistles, and all kinds of indescribable words came one after another. "Miss Chao-ya, after the auction is over, I, Tiger Shark, want to ask you to catch goldfish." A skinny monkey wearing a skull scarf, nicknamed Tiger Shark, was seen whistling and shouting loudly. "Bah, how dare you talk so nonsense with your little toothpick, Tiger Shark." The one-eyed bald man was nicknamed the Blood Lion. His burly muscles were exposed and he angrily attacked the Tiger Shark with a look of disdain. The Blood Lion pirates and the Tiger Shark pirates are old enemies. The two captains are equally powerful and both have a bounty of more than 15 million. With the constant sound of roaring fire all around, the two of them were about to spread their arms and have a fight. Chao-ya on the stage hurriedly stopped her, pretending to be shy, lowered her head and whispered, "It's my honor to be favored by you two. Can we talk about catching goldfish later?" The tingling sound made Tyrage, who had been watching the excitement, get goosebumps all over the floor. "Maid, it's old green tea. Leo, write down the 2 goldfish catchers and we'll catch them together later." "Yes, young master." Leo opened his mouth and almost exposed Tyrage's identity, and quickly changed his words. "The slave has a lot to say, so let's get down to the topic." Chao-ya clapped her hands, and soon a group of people came to the stage pushing a large rectangular water tank with rollers. This item behind the slave family is the last item in this auction. I believe many adults are here just for her. Good products don't require too much introduction, and people will spend a lot of money rushing to buy them. The appearance of the last finale product attracted many eyes hidden in the dark. Damn this group of low-level humans. The black robe covered his whole body, and a figure with only a jagged nose revealed angrily, clenched his fists and was about to rush to the venue. Aaron, a fat man who was also hidden under his robe, grabbed him and shook his head seriously. "This is the Sabayati Islands, a gathering place for humans. We are not allowed to do whatever we want." "But that's my sister." The guy named Aaron shook off the fat man's arm and looked at the excited and greedy humans around him, wishing to massacre them all. With Aaron's low roar, Chao-ya on the stage opened the cover on the water tank, revealing the little shark inside to everyone's eyes. How could it be her? Looking at the petite shark in the water tank with a calm face holding a small crystal ball and wearing a dark purple hooded top, Tyrage exclaimed. This mermaid is Shali, a famous fortune teller on Fishman Island. When she was 3 years old, she was abandoned by her father and went to live with the evil dragon in Fishman Street. When she was 4 years old, she predicted the coming of the age of great pirates. The accuracy of its divination predictions is as high as 100%, but it cannot predict the exact time when an event will occur. Will prophets also be knifed? Tyrage didn't understand it very much. It stands to reason that for a guy who can predict the future 100%, her life must be smooth sailing. After predicting the future, he will use various methods to avoid the dangers, but what happened to Shali, who looked calm and composed in the fish tank? 2 angry breaths spurted out, attracting the attention of Tyrage, who always released the color of seeing and hearing. The figures of Jinbei and Aaron appeared unobstructed in Tyrage's field of vision. Looking back at the calm and composed little Charlie again, Tyrage whispered. She didn't look scared at all. Did she predict that someone would come to save her? Judging from the information, Shali's prediction of the future is 100% accurate, but what if someone intervenes to change the factors that save her? As that saying goes, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Tyrage wanted to verify what level Shali's prophecy ability had reached. Can it be rewritten artificially, or can life and death be decided by just one word? Everyone, the way this little shark was captured is even a bit bizarre. She bumped into our escort ship and knocked herself unconscious. Chaoya explained Sha Li's capture method, then took out a small hammer and knocked it on the stage, and said solemnly. I won't go into details about the value of female mermaids here, let alone the rare little sharks among mermaids. The starting price is 100 million Baileys. Each increase must not be less than 5 million. Sirs, you can start competing. The price of mermaids in the slave auction market is very high. Among them, the starting price for female mermaids is 70 million belly, and the starting price for male mermaids is 1 million belly. However, the actual auction price may be higher. For example, Kemi was auctioned by the Tianlong people for a sky-high price of 500 million belly. Tyrage had previously checked the entire venue, probably because the garden party was about to come, but no one from the Celestial Dragons was here. Without the arrival of the Celestial Dragons, everything would have been controllable. He took a deep look at Sha Li on the stage. Was this the result she had predicted in advance? All greedy eyes were basically attracted by the petite Sha Li on the stage, so that no one participated in the competition. Chaoya also allowed this situation to occur. She understood that this was just a moment of tranquility before the storm. As she expected, it didn't take long for people to start giving out prices, and the starting price of 100 million persuaded many people to give up. But the really rich guys have had a clear goal since the beginning of this auction, and that is the final finale of the little shark Sha Li. Coulter, who was wearing a red suit and had greasy hair, hid in a box at the back and was the first to call out the price. I'll give you 100 million belly. Because he offended a certain celestial dragon, in order to continue to survive here, he had to get this little shark, and he would not hesitate to spend his entire fortune on it. 150 million. 200 million. The minimum price increase of 5 million seemed to be a joke. Those who bought Sha Li all wanted to please the Tianlong people, so they all rushed to increase the price without giving in to each other. Leo moved a few steps to the side, and the resentment, envy, and jealousy that seemed to condense into substance made the honest guy a little scared. Tyrage's eyes widened. Why are these weak guys so rich? Why is he, who is so strong and from a prominent family, so poor? Why, I'll pay you 10 belly. When the price rose to 500 million belly, Tyrage roared out. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted you to see what money power is, Chapter 51. I think you are awesome. No one questioned Telage's bidding. At most, they lamented that this guy's money was blown by the strong wind. Others asked for tens of millions, but you can start with just a few hundred million. How can it be repaired? Eren clenched his fists, with fire in his eyes. They came to rescue Sha Li this time. Although Jinbei received funding from the Dragon King's palace, they only brought treasure worth 1 billion. I thought that everything would be enough to save my sister, but I didn't expect that the damn human being would lose all hope in one fell swoop. Don't rush. Jinbei has a calm personality and knows not to use violence here, otherwise they will be even more dangerous if they are exposed. I remember that guy's aura. Jinbei controlled the impulsive Eren and shouted in a low voice, when the auction is over, let's find another chance to get Charlie back. Eren looked at the countless guards holding instruments around the scene, stopped struggling, snorted coldly, and stared at Telage's figure, wishing to tear him apart. No one doubts that there is something wrong with the price, Telage shouted. After all, there is not much difference between 1 billion belly and 10 belly, right? However, these people do not include Leo, the honest man next to Tyrage. Leo's mouth twitched, his eyes squinted at Talage's open wallet, and he stammered. Young master, are you really not going to get beaten this way? Tyrage curled his lips, raised the wallet in his hand, and said proudly. Leo, do you believe that this young master can buy that mermaid with just this little money? Leo's honest face clearly showed disbelief as he shook his head and said. Master, if you can really buy it, I, Leo, think you are awesome. What does it mean to be considered powerful? To be considered powerful is the highest honor among men. Who can withstand this temptation? Talage raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile. Look at you, I'm going to let you know a lot today. No matter what Leo thought, everyone else at the venue believed it. Carter in the box gritted his teeth and looked around the entire auction house, trying to find out who paid the high price of 1 billion belly. His face was gloomy, and he wanted to cut that guy into pieces. In order to please the Tianlong people, he took out all his coffins. Carter's figure walked out of the box for the first time, and the words with murderous intent, spoken from his Drake voice, always lacked some flavor. I am Carter, and everyone here must know my temperament well. I, Carter, am bound to get this shark. If anyone else dares to fight for it with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will pay you 1.23 billion belly. The name Carter has a great influence in the Sabayati Islands, and people who don't deal with him usually just hear about it in the morning and die in the evening. And when Calder finished speaking and the whole place was silent, Talig secretly locked the aura of this figure so that he would never leave the range of his perception. When Chaoya saw that no one had raised the price for a long time, she glared cryptically and threatened Carter with words, but she had no choice but to make a show of taking the hammer for the first time. 1,230 million times. There was silence. After a long delay, Chaoya saw that no one was bidding anymore, so she had to give the second hammer. 230 million times. There was another moment of silence, and just when Colt thought he had stabilized, Tyrage on the side raised an evil smile. He was just counting how many Baileys he still had, so he didn't give an offer in time. Now he found out that there were 21 coins in total with a face value of 1 Pele. I saw his right hand pressing on Leo's shoulder, and when Leo looked confused, he jumped up and sat on his neck. With a contemptuous tone, he looked down at Carter, who came from behind the scenes to the front desk, and said, "Just give me a break if you are poor. Lousy comes out with 21 Baileys. Poor then. Stop everything. 2 billion Baileys." Talig's yelling and cursing echoed repeatedly in the closed auction house, continuing to impact Carter's nerves. Dogs that bite never bark. Carter looked at Talag, who was looking at him with a twisted expression, as if he was trying to remember Talag's appearance. "What are you looking at?" Tyrage would not spoil him, so he continued to stimulate him. He took out a piece of booger from his nostril and ejected it at Carter, who was about to open his mouth to speak. "Look at you. Carter's Drake voice instantly turned into the crowing of an old hen. He, who has a senior level of misophobia, became completely red-eyed after picking out the foreign object in his throat. This auction house has the support of a big shot, and even he, who is one of the best in the Sabayati Islands, cannot afford to offend him. He had no choice but to glare angrily, point at Talag's nose and yell, "Boy, you're dead. After the auction is over, don't leave if you have the guts." Tyrage gathered domineering energy in his throat, spat out a mouthful of old phlegm, and said with disdain, "Are you a primary school student? Don't leave after school. Why don't you visit some alley? Podgy." The thick phlegm was accurately breathed on Carter's greasy hair, "and you deserve a good job." Never underestimate what a mouthful of thick old phlegm or a piece of black boogers means to someone with misophobia. Seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere at the venue, Chaoya hurriedly gave the final hammer blow. Boom. "Congratulations, sir, for buying our grand finale product, a shark-like mermaid, for a price of 2 billion Baileys. This auction ends here. Sir, please leave in an orderly manner. Adults who have photographed the items can go behind the scenes, where we pay and deliver the goods." After saying this, Chaoya gave her subordinates a cryptic look, and everyone quickly pushed the water tank containing Charlie out and retreated. The atmosphere of this venue, which had obviously dropped to freezing point, was handed over to these lawless guys. Carter was so angry that he laughed, but he did not violate the rule against fighting in the auction house. He sneered and left with his hands behind his back. "Boy, if you make Carter angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this island, ha ha ha." There were sarcastic sounds from time to time. I don't know where this guy came from, but he didn't have all his hair. He dared to challenge Carter. "I'm really tired of living. It's just that if you want to find a piece of tofu, it's not easier than this." Ha ha ha. Tyrage stared at the goldfish-catching duo in the distance, patting Leo on the head and reminding him that he could notify people outside to close the net. "Catch the big fish first and scoop up a handful of the remaining shrimps. His proud soldiers are blessed." Looking up and looking around, I saw Jinbei and Aaron also disappearing from the auction house. Tyrage's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he saw only 2 familiar glimmers of light, hiding in a building outside the venue, secretly observing the situation inside the venue. If the evil spirit persists, it will only gradually wither away. The corner of Tyrage's mouth moved slightly. Those 2 guys regarded him as a target, and he would suffer a lot. Chapter 52. How much does 21 Baileys weigh? There was a trace of far-fetched expression on Chaoya's very seductive face. She looked behind the 2 Dalags and forced a smile. "Sir, stop joking with me. Are we delivering treasure or cash? Stop tea-smelling for me and get out of here." Tyrage's face was stern and he snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm joking?" HMPH. Chaoya, who was being criticized, hugged her arms and snorted coldly. Her chest was squeezed even more fiercely by her, and a chill gradually appeared in her eyes. "Then you're just here to cause trouble. If you dare to come here to cause trouble, I'm afraid you are in the wrong place." Chaoya clapped her hands, and in just 1 minute, dozens of thugs from the auction house gathered from the darkness. "Boy, this place is recognized by the world government. It's not the low-end stores with no rules that you went to before. Today you either pay the money obediently, or you leave your people here." After Chaoya said harsh words, she gave up the field to the thugs who rushed out. They were seen holding swords, guns and sticks, and surrounded the 2 Dalags with malicious looks on their faces. As long as Chaoya gives the order, they will rush forward in a swarm and chop these 2 troublemakers into pieces. "Lieutenant Commander, is it time?" Looking at the muzzle of the gun that was almost inserted into his mouth, Leo's throat moved slightly, and he looked at Tyrage aside and asked, "You have the ability to kill all the people in front of you and nothing happens, but I will be nothing. Your name is Chaoya, right?" Tyrage was uncharacteristically uncharacteristic. He looked excitedly at the people surrounding him with weapons, and his greedy expression could not be expressed in words. "Did anyone tell you that besieging Marine headquarters generals with weapons, regardless of whether they are recognized there, will be redefined as a criminal force?" As soon as Tyrage finished speaking, with a tearing sound, Leo, who couldn't bear the pressure, tore up the inferior suit on his body, revealing the marine clothes underneath. "Lieutenant Commander." Looking at Tyrage with a gloomy face in confusion, Leo scratched his head and asked, "Why don't you take off your clothes?" Tyrage's right hand on the button of his suit stiffened. Looking at the suit that was torn to pieces by Leo, his heart twitched. "My 1,000 belly." With a flying kick, he kicked this wasted thing out of here, looking around at the frightened people with dangerous eyes. "Stupid guy." Tarage's eyes moved to Chaoya, whose face was gradually turning pale, and he laughed evilly and said, "The game within the rules has just begun. I didn't expect that you, a fool, would break it in this way. I'm really worried about the future of that bird man. There is no justice in business. The world is so beautiful, but she is so irritable. It's not good, it's not good. For this auction house, the deal with Tyrage is a dead end no matter how it goes." I saw him take out a small notebook from his arms and write down all the injustices he encountered. 21 Baileys was the price offered by Tyrage, but the people at the auction house heard it as 2 billion. The label of forced buying and selling is put on first. One hand pays the money, the other hand delivers the goods, but when dealing face to face, he goes back on his words. A label of treachery and bad faith is slapped on one. In broad daylight, a force, recognized by the government, dared to use armed force to openly attack General Marine. This is not looking down upon the entire Marine, this is an insult to the Celestial Dragons, and this is a blatant provocation to the world government. A very vicious and heart-rending hat comes to an end. Xiao Ya's face became extremely ugly, and she realized that she had made a serious mistake. What do you want? Her voice was trembling. A small mistake, so that the organization was defined as an illegal organization. If Joker knew about this, he would not let her go. Her future would be gloomy and completely ruined here. Leave that shark to me, and I'll give you a stick of incense time to evacuate, otherwise. Murasama took an inch out of her sheath, and an invisible murderous aura filled the air, like a thick dark cloud, pressing on everyone present. How can it be repaired? Xiao Ya's face was gloomy. The auction of this mermaid caught Joker's attention, and he specifically asked Disco to transport the auction Bailey to him as soon as possible. It was probably when funds were urgently needed. There are 2 roads forward and backward, no matter how you go, you will die. With Marine staring deeply in front of you, it is better to do nothing at all. Young men, he is only one person, and he is just a Marine lieutenant commander. Whoever can kill him, I, Xiao Ya, promise to give him 100 million belly. For a desperado, there is nothing greater than the lure of money. As long as the money is enough, even if they are asked to kill their father and mother, they will not frown. Wealth and honor, don't forget each other. A tall man in front licked the blade of the knife with his tongue and laughed greedily. Brothers, come together. Whoever kills him, don't forget to reward the brothers with some wine money, ha ha ha. Tyrage shook his head and sighed. Everyone likes money, and he likes it very much, but you have to have a life to get it right. He gave Xiao Ya a look of pity. He had no direct evidence to completely convict this place, which was why he didn't take action immediately. It's okay now, I've handed the evidence to you on my knees. If you don't accept it, it would be a bit rude. Secretly, he took out a video phone bug and dialed. His phone bug came from the Warring States office along with his seagoing pass. When he activated it for the first time, everything that happened in front of him instantly appeared on the largest broadcast projection of Malinvando. At the same time, Malinvando, Marine Headquarters, Warring States office. Baga, Warring States kicked out the goat that was eating documents next to him, and looked at Zephyr who was leading the team back with tearful eyes and said, "I just said, why do I feel like I'm missing something lately? Who asked that BD to go to sea? How come he has my video phone bug in his hands?" Zephyr was sorting out the harvest information from this overseas internship. He raised his head as if looking at a fool and said, "You are the only one who has the sea passage. Who do you think gave it to you?" Hearing this, Zhengguo opened the drawer next to him and looked at the empty drawer, his face completely gloomy. "Forget it if that idiot stole the pass, and forget it if he took away my phone bug. But you stole 100 passes. Who taught you, Garp?" That's it. Zephyr looked at the Warring States period, which was getting redder and warmer. He walked to the window, looked at the massacre projected on the radio outside, and said with a pleased smile, "That kind of place shouldn't exist in the first place, so it would be better if we take this opportunity to destroy it." Zephyr frowned slightly. Was Talig's murderous intention too great? It seems it's time to discuss with Garp and forcefully take back the saber. Chapter 53 The appearance of Rayleigh, the endless kindness. A few flat aces arrived first, and then the swords were as bright as dragons. Fighting these guys who don't even deserve their names, if there weren't a lot of people, they wouldn't even be qualified to let Tyrage draw his sword. Whoosh, the water-like liquid flowed through, and there was no trace of blood on the blade. While doing a foil sword trick, Tyrage inserted Murasama into the scabbard. This once luxurious venue has now been reduced to a bloody hell. The afterglow of the sun shines through the window like blood on the broken stone floor, reflecting the broken limbs and coagulated blood on the ground. Bodies were lying in a mess, their eyes were empty, and the last fear and pain was solidified on their faces. The blood seemed to have gathered into a stream, flowing between the gaps in the stone slabs, dyeing the venue a shocking red. Devil, Xiao Ya, the only survivor left, had empty eyes and a trembling and desperate voice. "Joker won't let you go, won't." Tyrage picked up a spear on the ground with one foot, kicked it over, pierced Xiao Ya's petite body, and pinned it on the log behind her. What a lot of nonsense. Tyrage curled his lips and said with disdain, "You want to scare me away with a clown jumping across the sea?" Covering his face with one hand, Tyrage laughed sickly. "What did you think of Marine?" As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked away a long knife again and went straight to the phone bug that was always playing in the corner. It was the video phone bug that Xiao Ya had secretly dialed before. North Blue, Kingdom of Claris. Doflamingo, who was fighting with other pirate groups, sat on top of the ruins and crushed the phone bug in his hand. Phew, foo, foo, foo. I saw blue veins popping up on his forehead, looking up to the sky and laughing wildly. I said, Dover. Torpal, who had sparse teeth and looked like a typical sloppy uncle, shook his big snot and stuck it on Doflamingo's face, and said with a smile. Who challenged your authority again? Do you want to be an enemy of our family? Hey, too close. Dover was obviously feeling disgusted, but he had to endure it forcefully, and his face became even more ugly. I said you were too close. Marine. He pushed the big snot in front of him away. The corners of his mouth under Doflamingo's sunglasses were grinned very long, and he looked towards the 88 branch, the largest branch of North Blue. There was a lot of meaning in it. Phew, foo, foo, foo. At the end of the conversation, with the sound of, "Gotcha," the huge image of the telephone bug in Marineland Square closed its eyes. Different from Zephyr, who had a distorted face by the window, Sengoku, who had an angry look on his seat, and Kizaru, who didn't care, next to him. On the square, Sakazuki's face, which had always been fierce and sinister, showed a smile for the first time in a long time. You were worthy of being my subordinate. I wrongly blamed you, Tyrage. This kind of character of cutting weeds and eradicating all evil is not very suitable for their hawks. Kuzan is right, bloodline can't explain anything. Thinking of this, Akainu looked up to the sky and laughed a few times, threw the cloak of justice behind him, and walked away. His men are all fighting bravely to kill the enemy, so he can't be idle. He is going out to find something to do. I heard that North Blue has been a bit violent recently. He went to see what was going on. On the other side, Tillage picked up the cigarettes on the ground after a long absence, took one out and held it in his mouth. Crack, click. With trembling hands, I tried many times to successfully ignite it. The backlash from the knife became even more severe, so much so that even though he had a strong will, he had to rely on external objects to distract his attention. Ahem. Tillage seldom smoked and coughed constantly. The red light in his eyes flashed away, and a trace of murderous intent rushed towards the little shark Shali, who had been hiding in the water tank and watching everything silently. Tell me, what did you see? The cold words pulled the sluggish Shali back from her fantasy. She shivered and accidentally dropped the small crystal ball in her hand. Woo, wow, even if her abilities are growing and her character is maturing, she is still just a little girl over 10 years old. At such an age, she was exposed to scenes that she should not have been exposed to, but she was frightened and cried. Instead of being like the hopeless Ella, who kept vomiting and even fainted from fright, it was already very outstanding. Tyrage rubbed his temples that were beating rapidly. The little girl's cry was what he was most afraid of. It reminded him of his sister Maginot, who was far away in the East Daxia Sea. Mr. Rayleigh, hiding seems not your style. Because in the recent period, Talig's knowledge and color has never stopped. He has been exercising, and his knowledge and color has increased. When Rayleigh sneaked into the auction house and was less than 100 meters away from him, Tyrage successfully captured his aura. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh was carrying a big bag of BG bags with one hand. This was all the old woman's belongings. Tylag, I wonder if you can give me some face, the old man. Shali has a great favor for us, the Roger Pirates. I wonder if we can hand him over to the old man. As Rayleigh stepped forward, a silver light flashed through her eyes under the lenses, and she fell into long-lost memories. Roger leaned down and laughed and asked, Hey, Shiarly, when will the mermaid princess be born? Shiarly, 10 years from now. Neptune. It seems like 10 years later. Roger, you are actually interested in this kind of thing. I really misjudged you. Roger. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. No matter when she is born, I will not come to snatch your daughter with messy hair. Neptune. It won't be matted. Captain, it is precisely because of this prophecy that the person waiting for you is not you. Sorry, Mr. Rayleigh. Tyrage had a smile on his face, but shook his head firmly, pulled Murasama out of the scabbard half an inch, and said in a dull voice. Whether it's from Marine's standpoint or from my own standpoint, I'm afraid I can't give you this face. At this point in time, it is impossible for Shali to appear at the auction of the Sabayati Islands. But now that she has appeared, it proves that there are unknown factors that affect the future she sees long after. And this unknown factor seems to be only Tyrage, the soul-piercing person 15 years ago. Are you ready to fight me? Rayleigh smiled helplessly, bent down and picked up a broken blade on the ground, and pointed it at Tillage in the distance. Then let us solve it using the method above the sea. When it comes time to fight, even retired old bones can't move. What a strong momentum. Is this the oppression of the older generation? Rayleigh just raised his hand, and Tyrage felt a mountain of pressure, pressing towards him. The spoils of war belong only to the victor. This is the rule of history. Come on, young man. If possible, Rayleigh would definitely not want to point the sword in his hand at these future hopes. But for some undying friendships, the deterrence of force is sometimes the most direct way. Chapter 54 The Late Blue Light. Clang. This was the third time Tyrage pulled out the demon sword Murasama today, and his own thoughts had been greatly affected by it. The area around the whites of his eyes was gradually covered by a bloody red light with a strange aura. I'll call you sir to give you face, but if I don't give you face, I'll make you an immortal. A strange and murderous smile appeared on the corner of Tyrage's mouth, and he looked dangerously at Rayleigh in front of him. He half crouched down, slowly put Murasama into the scabbard, and already prepared the pre-movement for Ei's slashing attack. Itoryu's second truth. This sword starts with the power of 1,000 blades, and with the movement of a finger, the wind is silent, the air is like Shisui, the light has no shadow, and the sword leaves no trace. It exceeds the speed of light but does not show its shape. It is as powerful as a giant but as light as the wind. One line of sky. After draining 70% of his own domineering power and using up almost 90% of his physical strength, he could barely use the secret of Ei, one line of heaven. Because his speed was so fast, time around him seemed to freeze. At this time, his figure has appeared behind Rayleigh, and Murasama around his waist has been sheathed. Tyrage slowly turned around and looked down at Pluton Rayleigh, who had fallen into a pool of blood with a victor's smile. Rayleigh's eyes circled 360 degrees in the air. His head that flew out was still conscious. Looking at himself lying in a pool of blood, he sighed. Is this what death feels like? 3 minutes later, ahem. Tyrage's exposed chest was slashed with a ferocious blood mark. Rayleigh. Tyrage, who was lying on his back on the stone floor, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, looked at the old man who was gradually walking away with Sha Li in his arms, and roared. Who will win in the future, you see? Because he lost the competition, Tyrage was extremely unwilling, and his face was already wet with tears. The first attempt was only a conceptual one, but Rayleigh, who had already seen through the future, knocked the knife out of his hand with a broken blade. Tyrage raised his trembling right hand above his head, looking at his hand in trance for a long time. The hoarse voice murmured, "It's so embarrassing. He is so weak that he can't even hold a knife." The demon sword Murasama, which was 5 meters away from Tillage and inserted 12 inches deep into the ground, seemed to be responding to him. The blade made a sad sound of a sword that lasted for a long time. Loud questions and faint sounds of knives came from behind. Rayleigh hugged Sha Li, who cried until she fainted, and her steps stopped in the air. The eyes under the glasses looked deep and distant through the lenses. His lips tightened and the corners of his mouth turned down slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness and emotion. Young man, your sword is very good, very good. Rayleigh did not tell Dorag what happened in the short future he saw based on his knowledge. Because that doesn't matter anymore, because he is the one standing. Captain, you think you are the best god in the world, but you seem to have met your match. Because he is Garp's son, it is normal for him to have such a talent. But precisely because he is Garp's son, that sword lacks something. After all, not everyone is a Buddha in the Warring States period. The paused steps moved forward again, with a hidden smile on Rayleigh's lips, and disappeared from the auction house. I won't lose again. Before I defeat you, I will never fall in front of anyone. Do you have a problem? Rayleigh. Tyrage didn't get the answer he wanted from Rayleigh. Disappointed, his unwilling roar was like rolling thunder. There was a loud explosion throughout the auction house, and the sound was long and shrill, spreading far into the endless distance. Along with this heart-rending roar, an invisible pressure quietly radiated from his body, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, becoming extremely heavy. But the originator of all this was unaware of the aura he inadvertently exuded and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Rayleigh, who calmly left Marine's circle, twitched his ears slightly, turned around and stared at the auction house for the last time. He smiled happily and said, "That man's son should be like this, how can I have any objections to it, old man? People can only grow when they suffer setbacks, come on, boy." At this moment, in Rayleigh's sight, there was a blue aura, rushing towards this direction at a high speed. Rayleigh shook her head helplessly and sighed. Since those 3 monsters, Garp has cultivated another monster. Captain, I don't know how long the era of great pirates that you started with your life and fortune can last. Within a few jumps, Rayleigh's figure completely disappeared from the Sabayati Islands before the blue aura arrived. "Ah la la," Kuzan said with a distressed look on his face, holding the completely frozen cult in his left hand. "Is it still too late?" Aokiji casually threw the cult in his hand to the ground. Aokiji, still angry in his heart, trampled the ice sculpture transformed by cult into countless boulders and scattered them in all directions. Little Terra's breath is a little weak. An angry look that had not been seen for many years appeared on Aokiji's lazy face for the first time. It was really incredible. I saw him slowly exhaling a bit of cold air and muttering to himself. "Rayleigh, I hope you don't go too far, otherwise there will be endless pursuit waiting for you." A few days ago, when Tillage got the sea pass and sneaked out. Not far from the headquarters, Aokiji, who had just returned, discovered his warship. Out of worry and having nothing to do, he rode his beloved bicycle and followed him all the way here. When Tyrage went out to massacre the gangsters, Aokiji, who was hiding in the dark, was relieved but worried about taking more. After all, the murderous aura soaring to the sky was about to condense into substance, and Aokiji was afraid that little Terra would lose himself in the fight. When Tyrage changed into women's clothes and sneaked in disguise, he laughed and took a photo. And mailed it to Mr. Garp, who was far away in the East Daxia Sea, to share this happiness with him. Until Tyrage went to Area 13, Shaki's rip-off bar, and Aokiji hiding in the dark, no longer had the time to watch the fun. The conquerors rising into the sky was shocking even to him who was hiding far away. Worried about Tillage's safety, Aokiji couldn't help but release his unique chill and extended towards the tavern. He also successfully lured out the dangerous aura. He thought there would be a big battle between them. But the king's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh, only met him once before disappearing into the vast sea of people. When he found Dorag and sensed Rayleigh's breath again, he was attracted by the sound of fighting coming from the other direction. I saw more than a few hundred marine soldiers there, armed with swords, guns and equipment, besieging a huge spider. At that time, dozens of sailors were already bleeding and falling to the ground. Lazy justice is also justice. How could Aokiji choose to stand by and watch this critical situation? As one of the top slave owners in the Sabayati Islands, how could Carter not know Marine's rising star, Lieutenant General Aokiji? The moment he discovered Aokiji, Carter spewed out a huge spider web. Temporarily controlling the pestering marine soldiers in front of him, he turned around and ran away. However, there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. How can Carter's 8 legs outrun Aokiji, who was fully firing? Although some time was wasted in chasing, the battle was over almost the moment the two sides came into contact. When Aokiji returned with Carter's ice sculpture, he could only sense Rayleigh's fading breath, and Talag's negligible breath. Chapter 55. The house leaks and it rains all night. At the port, the outline of the ship was looming in the night, and the anchor rope swayed slightly, making a dull collision sound. The waves on the sea are sparkling, which is the reflection of the faint moonlight on the water, but it adds a bit of tranquility to the atmosphere. Ah la la. Aokiji took off the blindfold on his forehead, scratched his fluffy hair, looked at the wooden bed that made a noise, yawned lazily and said, "Are you finally awake? Before you wake up, there is a sailor named Ella who wants me to try cryotherapy to wake you up." Aokiji waved his elemental right hand to indicate whether he needed to freeze into ice and wake up. Tyrage, who had just opened his eyes, suddenly became clear, his whole body trembled, and he sat up straight. "Then, that's not necessary. Ella, I regard you as my brother, and you regard me as your cousin. I give you my heart, and you pour your urine on me. Although the iron fist of love will be late, it will never be absent. Tyrage will remember this in his heart." Tyrage scratched his head, sat next to Aokiji with a sneer on his face and asked, "Brother Kuzan, why are you on this island?" A few hours ago, Tyrage had lost the ability to move due to excessive physical exertion and nearly exhausted his domineering energy. Thinking about the fact that there were 500 soldiers under his command outside the venue, if these marine recruits were to face a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, you don't have to think about the consequences. With his legs numb and unable to stand up, Tyrage crawled to the entrance of the venue relying on his only movable left arm. Before he could take action, Aokiji appeared in front of him after dealing with Cult. When the butt wiper appeared, Tyrage, who had persisted until now with willpower, finally couldn't hold on any longer, closed his eyes and fainted, and has been sleeping until now. "When did you come?" Aokiji scratched his head, remembering the nude photos he had secretly taken and mailed to Mr. Garp, and looked at Tyrage with a serious face and said, "I forgot." Tyrage tilted his head in confusion, forgetting. How is this possible? This lazy elder brother will even remember that many years ago, he unintentionally agreed to find him a beautiful sister to date. I just asked him when he came to the Sabayati Islands. How could he forget such a small thing? Tyrage knew this person's nature very well. Once the other person pretended to be confused and said he had forgotten something, there must be something he was hiding from the other person. The suspicious look on his face always stayed on Aokiji, who felt a little guilty. What on earth could be worthy of being deceived by the other party? Tyrage looked at Aokiji, who looked guilty, and fell into deep thought. There was some silence in the cabin for a while, but it was finally broken by a scream. Oops! A trace of cold sweat streaked across Tyrage's forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. The stiff neck creaked as it was twisted, and the smile gradually became a bit dangerous as it was far-fetched. Ah la la. Aokiji dodged and easily dodged the incoming iron fist, and chuckled. "Little Tyra, didn't you say when you were a child that it is better to have fun alone than to have fun together? I just took a nude photo and sent it to Mr. Garp. It shouldn't be a big problem." The iron fist that Tyrage was about to swing again stopped 3 inches in front of Aokiji's face, his eyes dull. "I thought it was safe to take pictures with your bad taste, brother, but I didn't expect." The devastated Tyrage took a few steps back involuntarily, and his body hit the wooden bed. "The sky is falling." Stuck. His hand accidentally touched Murasama on the bed, and Tyrage suddenly became murderous. At this moment, there seemed to be countless demons in his heart that were tempting him, asking him to fight to the death with that low-level, evil-minded man. "Hey, I'm just letting Mr. Garp take a look, so I won't draw the knife." Seeing that the aura on Tyrage's body was getting more and more dangerous, Aokiji couldn't help but take a step back, and fled through the door while transforming into elements. In the end, Tyrage did not choose to fight to the death, and lay on the bed helplessly, with a glimmer of light in the corner of his eyes slipping from his face. At this moment, because of Aokiji's actions, the only remaining face of Talad was torn off, and he even put it on the ground and stepped on it a few times. If Aokiji knows, it means Garp knows. If Garp knows, it means everyone in Windmill Village knows. If everyone in Windmill Village knows, will the world be far behind? As the saying goes, wealth that does not return to its hometown is like walking in brocade at night. There will always be a day when Tyrage wakes up, but now he doesn't even dare to think about the day when he returns to Windmill Village. Will the pornographic photo that Aokiji secretly took be posted everywhere? Will Sister Maginot enlarge the photo dozens of times and post it in her tavern for people to look at, just like looking at a clown? Oh, I forgot to mention it just now. Aokiji leaned against the iron door of the cabin and stuck his head out, scratching his fluffy black curly hair, and said with a smile. "Card was accidentally defeated by me, which means that you cannot submit the task this time. It is said that you promised your subordinates 20 million belly before. Pung. Tyrage, who fell to the ground, chose self-hypnosis and fainted again. Ah la la. Seeing this, Aokiji no longer hid, walked forward, knelt down, poked his head, and sighed. Promise made to subordinates, escaping will not solve the problem. The cold-hearted Kuzan took out the mission report he had completed from the pocket of his white suit and covered it on the navel of the shirtless Dorag. Coma. Tyrage's right hand moved inadvertently, and he saw that 2 fingers were already tightly holding the thin life-saving straw, and he would not let go no matter what. Aokiji left, riding his beloved little bicycle and disappearing into the sea where night had fallen. At the same time, with Aokiji paying 10,000 belly for freight, Newsbird rushed thousands of miles, and the bird kept resting. After replacing 3 Newsbirds midway, the only photo in the world was delivered to Garp in Windmill Village. Ha ha ha, Ace and Luffy are left to you. I have to go out for something. Garp held Luffy's calf with one hand and threw Luffy towards the confused Ace on the bed. Because Garp's emotions were so high that he couldn't control himself, the 2 brothers, who had met many years in advance, collided with each other and fell off the bed. Dayton on the side made a sliding shovel and used his body to catch the 2 miserable brothers in time. Garp. The frightened Dayton roared. This is already the 7th time this month. It's okay Ace, aren't you afraid that Luffy will knock his head off? Ha ha ha. Garp held a photo with one hand, pressed his nose indifferently, and said with disdain. That's my grandson. How could he die young because of such hardships? Dayton is already numb, this little ordeal. Are you referring to throwing Luffy, who was less than a year old, into the river to take a bath? Or hang it on a hanger to dry? Or should we tie Luffy and Ace to balloons and let them pick the stars in the sky? Tenacious vitality is the foundation of all strength, ha ha ha. But they are still too young, Baga. Dayton couldn't stand the old man anymore, so he put down the confused Luffy and the frightened Ace, and punched Garp away. This also caused the photo in Garp's hand to fall, and Dayton picked it up. On top of it was a pretty girl holding a parasol, wearing a red dress, with long pink hair and bright red lips, posing as if she were kicking a wild dog away. Chapter 56 The 3 Missing Sisters. There was a gentle breeze, the sun was just right, and the waves lapped gently at the side of the boat. The warship has already left the Sabayati Islands and is sailing towards the marine headquarters. Did Tezzolo disappear? Turog was lying on the deck under the parasol with a look of enjoyment on his face. Hiss. He glared at Ella who was pressing his feet and scolded. Which acupuncture point are you pressing? This sour feeling went straight to Tianling, causing him to take a breath of cold air. Ella, who had a bruised nose and face, lowered her head to look at the acupuncture point map on Telage's feet, and murmured through the gap between her swollen eyes. It has the word, kidney, written on it. Does it hurt? As he said that, he clenched his fist again and drilled in hard with the fist bone. It hurts, it hurts. Tyrage's voice trembled slightly and he questioned, how is it possible? Attack me. Accompanied by the cramping pain in his lower abdomen, Tyrage's face turned red, but he remained silent. I haven't rewarded myself recently, why am I so empty? Marineland, there are still 3 days left before the garden party. Warring States and Zephyr stood in front of a map the size of a wall, meditating for a long time. It was like asking, but also like it was affirmative. Zephyr, I want to choose the location of this garden party in a windless area that is inaccessible to people. What do you think? Zephyr sighed helplessly. As a righteous marine, he condoned and even protected evil. It would make people laugh. He frowned, patted Warring States on the shoulder and said, there are almost no people living there permanently in the windless zone. Can you withstand the sound from up there? There are huge and ferocious Poseidons in the windless zone. The environment is dangerous and unstable, which is not conducive to the normal survival and development of human beings. A gleam of light flashed through Warring States' eyes under his glasses, and he said with a serious face. You have to try it to know if you can stand it or not. He sighed and said with a magnetic voice. There are enough games playing with life. Let's catch more Poseidon beasts and let them vent their animal desires. Zephyr said. What if they are eaten? Warring States glanced at Zephyr playfully, and said with meaning. A natural disaster, a man-made disaster, birth, old age, illness and death are normal. As if thinking of something, Sengoku pointed to the location of the Sabayati Islands on the map and asked. Are Tyrage and the others back? Zephyr shook his head and said. Not yet, but it will be soon. Aokiji came back on a bicycle this morning. Sengoku frowned, seeing that the garden party was about to come, and Akainu, whom he wanted by name, was doing something unknown in North Blue. Aokiji righteously refused to participate in this operation a long time ago. Should all the pressure be handed over to the guy who just shows off? Warring States shook his head vigorously to get rid of this terrible thought. Forgive his stupidity, he thought of 1,000 names of generals who could lead the escort, but among them there was only that wretched figure. Major General Jonga. Sengoku turned around and shouted. Soon, his deputy Chongjia trotted in and saluted. Warring States General, General Zephyr. Warring States waved his hand to signal that he was welcome, rubbed his temples that were aching from too much thinking, and said. Inform Tyrage and ask him not to return to the headquarters. Let him serve as a reconnaissance force and go to the windless zone to clear the obstacles. Yes, the Major General saluted once again, turned around and left. I am on a warship in an unknown sea area. Ella, pour me a glass of wine. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Ella, peel the grapes. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Ella, will it be okay if you use essential oil on your back? Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Ella, why does dragon fruit have seeds? Yes, Lieutenant Commander. With a bruised nose and face, Ella's eyes were dull, and her hands trembled as she took a big bite of the dragon fruit. The taste of it was hard to describe in words. Lieutenant General Kuzan, your subordinates hold you in their hearts, but you throw them into the abyss. Ruskena, an uninhabited island located northwest of Daughter Island in the Windless Zone. The island is characterized by 48 seasons, one for each week, and the seasons cycle up to 48 times a year. It is said that there used to be a country here a long time ago, but it was defeated in the competition for survival and now it has become a dangerous zone where only ferocious beasts live. Tyrage lay under the umbrella on the deck, peeled Ella's dragon fruit which had become a puddle of mud after peeling the seeds, and stuffed it into Leo's mouth lying next to him. Looking at the prototype of the island gradually appearing in front of the sea, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ask me to investigate. Investigation is impossible, even in this life. Lousy has led his troops to fight for several days, why can't he find a place to enjoy himself? The island in front of her, named Ruskena, was exactly the vacation spot Tillage chose. While there was plenty of game, the environment was still rattling. The honest Leo on the side was enjoying Ella's ice massage service while eating dragon fruit. Using silent spoken language, he continued to output to Ella the words that Tillage had previously taught him. There is an old saying in Daxia that he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Ha ha ha. Looking at Ella who looked aggrieved, Leo laughed out loud. The superiors are serving the subordinates. Family members, who knows this feeling? At this time, Ella was holding an ice cube in her hand to apply ice to Leo's smelly big feet, with several black lines drawn on her forehead. I cursed in my heart. I'll go to school at 8 in the morning. While Leo was looking up and laughing, he stuffed the ice cubes that had turned into gray-black into his mouth. In the other direction of Ruskena Island, in the sea not far from the island, a strange ship stopped there. I saw that the ship was composed of 2 huge snake heads, which was majestic and gorgeous. The main color of the hull is red and black, and the word, 9 snakes, is written on the large sail. Boya Marigold. There is no shadow of the ship on the port side. Poya Sundarsania. There is no shadow of the ship on the starboard side. Boya Hancock stood at the highest point of the observatory, holding a monocular telescope and looking into the distance, cheering crisply and melodiously. There is no ship shadow ahead, the view is good, there is nothing abnormal. Ha ha ha. The 3 sisters who were playing role-playing games gathered together, looked at each other and laughed. Hancock is only 12 years old, but it can already be seen that he is a beauty, and his appearance when he is happy is particularly touching. Her long, dark hair swayed in the wind, and her wheat-colored skin glowed with health. The bright big eyes curved into crescent moons, shining with joy, and the pink mouth opened, revealing white teeth, and 2 small dimples were looming, innocent and cute. Sister, it's my turn to go to the observation deck tomorrow. Sonia hugged Hancock's forearm and shook it back and forth, coquettishly. It's not like I won't let you go, we have agreed to do it one person at a time. Hancock nodded his sister's forehead lovingly and agreed with a chuckle. Yeah, Sandasonia cheered and struck a victory pose towards Marigrud on the side. Then, the 3 sisters once again started their new round of pirate games, completely unaware of the ripples appearing in the seawater below the pirate ship. The sun was shining brightly, and a human-shaped figure with fins was reflected on the hull of the pirate ship through the seawater. Quietly, without even a scream, the 3 sisters were instantly stunned by a water column and pulled into the sea by a huge fishing net. On the deserted deck, only a water-stained monocular telescope was left, swaying there as if looking for its owner. Chapter 57 June Feishui, Tyrage was wrong. No one is allowed to leave the radish tree without my order. Otherwise, if you are eaten by wild beasts, Lousy will not look for your remains in the dung heap. Under the 30-meter-high radish tree on Ruskena Island, it is the only area where the beasts on the island can avoid it. At this time, this large tree with a radius of nearly 5 meters was surrounded by marine soldiers in uniforms. The season on the island this week is autumn, and the sea breeze blows slowly through the dense jungle, which is very cool. Everyone lit a bonfire, grilled tender and juicy barbecue, drank the wine brought from the warship, put their shoulders on each other, and hummed the widely circulated song, Binks's Wine, which was very happy. Strange, what is the reason that can make these beasts so strong? Tyrage did not participate in their banquet, but leaned on a thick branch on the radish tree, using his sense of knowledge and domineering to sense the situation on the island. Judging from the reactions to what he saw and heard, there were dozens of ores that even Tillage had to take seriously. I don't know why, but since his defeat at the hands of Rayleigh, Talig always felt that his overall strength had risen to several levels. If his perception was correct, he should have reached the level of a lieutenant general in the headquarters. If he attacks with all his strength, even those top experts will have to take it more seriously. Even so, there are ores on the island that can easily defeat him, as well as the number of hands. Call out, who? Tyrage turned his face in an instant, narrowly avoiding the domineering arrows that were shot from nowhere. The figure rose into the air and looked around. Tyrage's sense of observation was released to the maximum, and he carefully sensed everything around him, trying to find the person who made the sneak attack. Silly man, don't eat it. Ella kicked Leo away with a retaliatory kick, and stared at the figure slowly walking in the jungle with her deep eyes. Marine, I saw a woman wearing a tight top with a spider pattern, holding a women's cigarette in her mouth, walking slowly from the other direction where Marine was gathered. The calmness of the past were gone, and now her face looked a little distorted with anger. There was an invisible coercion surrounding her body, which made Marine in front of her feel a chill unconsciously. Did you capture the 3 Hancock sisters? Shiki crossed his arms and raised his head to stare at Tyrage in the air. He was so condescending that he must be the supreme commander of this army. Because of the disappearance of the 3 Hancocks, the panicked 9 Snakes pirates hurriedly returned to their daughter's country, found their captain Shiki, and asked for her help. Shiki was very impressed by the 3 children, especially the eldest of the 3, Boya Hancock. The child's talent is unparalleled, and Shiki, who has long been wanted to retire, is the next captain of the 9 Snakes pirates who can take over her position. I will only tell you once, return the person intact, otherwise. Shaki's left foot moved slightly, and the ground she stepped on exploded instantly, and the cracked trench extended 10 meters away. You are. Tyrage wiped his eyes, looked at Shiki with his hair blowing up below, and flew down in a hurry. Just kidding, my father has been chasing a woman for several years but has not caught him. Who would mess with her when he has nothing to do? What are you looking at? Tyrage landed not far in front of Shiki, looking at the crowd slowly gathering behind her. Marine yelled. Go to the other side of the tree, lousy. If I find out who was eavesdropping. Tyrage pointed at Ella, whose face was still scarred, and the meaning was self-evident. When all the Marines heard this, they immediately dispersed. After all, no one wanted to be the man who wiped the toilet every day. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Ella kicked away several sailors who were blocking the way, and rode Juchin to the front of the team, as if there was a devil chasing him behind him. The crowd dispersed, and Talog breathed a sigh of relief. The ugly face he had before disappeared, and another face appeared in the blink of an eye. His face was full of sarcasm, the corners of his mouth were raised exaggeratedly, revealing a row of white and neat teeth, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. It was full of flattery, and he leaned forward slightly, rubbing his hands unconsciously. Recalling what Rayleigh said before, Tyrage swallowed and asked in a low voice. Are you Sister Shiki, Garp's son? As he got closer, Shiki, as an informant, instantly recognized the person in front of him, and almost gritted his teeth and said. I'll give you 3 minutes to hand over the 3 Hancocks and wipe out the old things. Otherwise, if the old and new grudges are added together, I will have to settle things with you Monkey Clan. Thinking of the dozens of bars destroyed by Garp, Shiki felt distressed. Hancock. Tyrage tilted his head. Everyone knows that she will be the most beautiful woman in the world in the future. But what does Hancock's disappearance have to do with him? They sailed all the way from the Sabayati Islands to here, but they didn't even stop the ship during the journey. Thinking of the reconnaissance mission he led this time, Tyrage frowned and secretly shouted. Hancock was captured by human traffickers in 1505 and sold to the Celestial Dragons. The garden party was held in a windless zone. Why don't you speak? Shiki didn't hold grudge against Garp as much as he thought. At least he didn't extend his hatred to the next generation. He said expressionlessly, you still have 1 minute. The time and place of the Celestial Dragon's trip is an absolute secret. No one knows except for Marine's true direct lineage, which must be a senior general. Including Tyrage's subordinates, only Ella and Leo knew some partial information. Therefore, as an informant, Shiki was even less likely to know, which was why she immediately targeted Marine with suspicion. Hey, Sister Shiki. Tyrage raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and said helplessly. Even if Marine is a BD, he won't do anything to children, right? Shiki sneered a few times and muttered casually. Recently, the kingdom of Krelith in North Blue was attacked indiscriminately by magma volcanoes. Mad, Akainu, can you please stop hitting me in the face? None of that matters. Tellage hurriedly changed the subject and said with a flattering smile. The important thing is that this year's garden party will be held near the windless zone. Those lackeys who were close to the Tianlong people also gathered here after smelling the fishy smell. Shaki's face turned extremely ugly when she heard this. Not only did she know about the garden party, she had also participated in it personally. Wasn't the cause of the final battle in the Valley of the Gods precisely because the time and place of the garden party was leaked? Shiki glared at Tyrage, who looked fearless. She was so angry that she yelled, "You idiot, why are you telling me this kind of thing?" After saying that, Shiki stopped staying and disappeared from Tyrage's sight in a few flashes. Shiki is running in the jungle at high speed, his eyes are deep and the light of wisdom is shining on them. Now that he knew everything, Shiki decided to take this opportunity to do something. Muddying the waters will also help her take action to save the 3 Hancock sisters. Tyrage looked at the direction where Shiki had left, scratched the back of his head and asked in his soul. Did I say something I shouldn't have said? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. Putting his hands behind his head, he nonchalantly walked to the other end of the tree to meet his beloved subordinates. Chapter 58 The Terrifying Great Ape King. Rayleigh, come visit Amazon Lily. Shiki shouted to the phone bug who had transformed into a silver beard in an almost commanding tone. A 7-day banquet is being held in the Dragon King's palace, located 10,000 meters below the seabed in Mariehoya. This is the grand banquet specially held by King Neptune of Fishman Island to entertain Rayleigh's arrival and to repay Rayleigh's kindness in rescuing Sha Li. At this time, Rayleigh, who was very drunk, heard the familiar voice coming from the phone, and his confused eyes suddenly became clearer. Yes, Shiki, what happened? He waved his hand and refused the wine glass offered by the mermaid on the side. He had already drank enough. Shiki, who returned to her daughter's kingdom, stood on the deck of her pirate ship. Listening to the vague words coming from the phone bug, I couldn't help but squeeze the phone bug's hand hard. Looking at the rising waves of the sea, he said expressionlessly. Tonight, no matter what method you use, I will see you on Daughter Island, otherwise. Shiki lit a cigarette, and lying on the side of the boat, she said in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Otherwise, don't go home again. Gotcha. Looking at the hung-up phone in his hand, Rayleigh sensed danger in his calm tone. The odor of alcohol dissipated in the blink of an eye, and Rayleigh waved to Maria Napoleon, who was singing on the stage, signaling her to stop first. He said with an apologetic look, Ms. Napoleon, I'm sorry for interrupting your performance. The old man wants to apologize to you first. As a young Napoleon, he had already made a name for himself on the bottom of the sea. The beautiful singing voice emanating from those flaming red lips has been loved and sought after by many underwater mermaids. Not only was Napoleon's singing captivating, but his personality was as gentle as spring. When she stopped singing, she shook her head and smiled. Mr. Rayleigh, it's my honor to perform for you. You are so kind. At this moment, Neptune, who was also drunk, walked over in a daze accompanied by Princess Otahime. Why did you stop? Keep playing music. Keep dancing. The petite Otahime has long golden hair and is standing next to Neptune in gorgeous clothes. She pulled out the small wooden board she carried with her and slapped Neptune's tail side hard. He looked at Rayleigh with a ashamed look on his face and chuckled. Excuse me, Mr. Rayleigh. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh looked at Neptune, whose face turned from green to white to red, and laughed out loud. Otahime, I still understand your physique, old man, this is nothing. As the saying goes, if God opens a door for you, he will definitely close a window for you. Otahime has strong mental strength and firm will, but has a weak body. The wooden board she carries with her is a tool she often uses when taking care of her husband and raising her children. To prevent her from suffering serious injuries due to physical contact, Otahime rolled her eyes at Neptune, who had fallen asleep, looked at Rayleigh apologetically and asked. Mr. Rayleigh, what happened? Is there anything we can do to help you? The lenses on Rayleigh's glasses flashed with silver light, and he shook his head with a wry smile. It's not a big deal, it's just that the person in my family seems to be kicking me out of the house. Ruskena, come on, Captain Ella, you can definitely do it. That's right, Captain Ella, you have to believe in yourself. Inside a makeshift circular guardrail, Ella, dressed in red, was being chased by a sturdy bull that was missing a tail. Young master, Lieutenant Commander, did he provoke you again? Leo looked dumbfounded at Ella, who was being chased by the bull in the guardrail, and swallowed hard. As simple and honest as he is, one can't help but feel a trace of pity. This shows how vigorous Tyrage's revenge is. Tyrage was brushing seasoning on the ox tail on the grill. He raised his head and took a look, shaking his head helplessly and saying, This has nothing to do with me at all. He told me himself that he wanted to try the cultivation method I used when I was a child. I am a kind-hearted person, so I reluctantly agreed to him. Leo's nose twitched a few times, and his saliva flowed out unknowingly. What does it smell like? It's so fragrant. His eyes moved to the barbecue grill next to him, staring straight at the fragrant ox tail. You can also cook. Joke. Tyrage finally sprinkled a handful of red chili powder on his face and said with a proud look on his face, There's nothing in the world that I can't do. ? The system visualized 3 question marks, which appeared in Tyrage's mind, but they were exchanged for an extremely vicious sentence. You don't have a picture, get lost. Leo's eyes have never looked away since he put it on the barbecue grill. He muttered perfunctorily, what can't fit in one pot? Tyrage had a dark look on his face, shouldn't he deserve applause at this time? Sure enough, Ella is more skilled in this business when it comes to dog licking. He sneaked around behind Leo's butt, aimed at the guardrail in front, and kicked him out. As the saying goes, brothers go into battle and fight against tigers, father and son, so get out of here too. After clapping his hands, Tyrage sat on the ground unhappily, ready to enjoy the food he made by himself. Maybe it was passing by, maybe it was the aroma from Tyrage's barbecue that was too tempting. In the forest far away, a huge and terrifying erect ape with bright red hair twitched its nose slightly. Roar. With a roar that resounded throughout the sky, countless birds and beasts in the forest were frightened away. They built roads across mountains and rivers and built bridges. Seen from the sky, this terrifying red great ape king quickly approached the radish tree in the center of the island in a straight line. And for all this, Tyrage did not know. Because we are in a safe area, it is a rare vacation period. Therefore, he did not turn on his knowledge at any time to explore the surrounding situation. I like to eat roasted ox tail. If I don't eat it now, I won't have the chance to eat it again in the future. Tyrage, who was in a happy mood, hummed from time to time, while watching the bullfighting competition in the fence in front, while slowly tasting the tender and juicy grilled oxtail. Roar. A very close roar to the sky interrupted the cheering Marines, and they all looked towards the forest where the noise came from. What's going on? Ella slapped her chest and gasped, kicked the motionless bull lying on the ground, and asked in confusion. Leo was relatively big and not good at running. Although he was chased for a short time, he was already out of breath. Mad. Leo angrily kicked the bull several times, wiped all the unknown liquid from his boots on the bull's fur, and said disdainfully. It must be Lousy's temperament that scared the cow to shit. Let me tell you, you're bragging that there are ready-made ones on the ground. With a look of horror on her face, Ella grabbed Leo's arm and started running back, shouting. Lieutenant Commander, help me. I saw, in the forest not far behind Leo, a red ape king that was taller than a tree, looking straight at this place. Chapter 59. Do you also want to be a king? At least the great ape king has the strength of a lieutenant general. Tyrage stood up with a solemn expression. The red ape king confronting them in front of them was one of the terrifying existences he had sensed before. Fortunately, there is still more to fight. Looking closely, Tyrage found that the great ape king was not as strong as he thought, at least it would not defeat him easily. The previous large-scale perception was because there were too many terrifying auras on the island, causing the complex aura to cause him to have an illusion. Young master, Lieutenant Commander, can you handle it? Ella stepped forward nervously, looking at the silent ape king in the distance with slightly narrowed pupils. Tyrage glanced at the useless thing next to him and said with a playful smile. You can go up there and make a difference, so what are you afraid of? Really? Leo stood on the other side of Tyrage, and a glint flashed in the big fool's eyes. Tyrage didn't respond to him. He took a deep breath, exerted force on his legs, and used moonwalk to instantly rush towards the great ape king in the distance. Although everyone standing in the safe zone will not be attacked by the great ape king. But the powerful enemies are blocking the door of the house, and the master is still indifferent. This is not Tyrage's character. What a strong breath of life. Tyrage stepped on the air with his legs from time to time, looking down at the great ape king below. The great ape king has a huge body, towering like a mountain. Every breath seems to stir up a strong wind, and his muscles are tensed, containing amazing power. Roar. The great ape king felt a figure appear above his head and roared furiously. He waved his huge fist and slapped his chest to vent his dissatisfaction. Then, with an aura that destroyed everything, he jumped up from the ground and punched Tyrage hard in the air. The ground was torn apart by the sudden burst of power from the great ape king, and even the marines under the carrot tree felt the ground shaking. Well done. Seeing that the ape king took the lead in launching the attack, Tyrage showed a look of excitement on his lips. Children raised by Garp are least afraid of head-on fighting. Dragon Claw Fist. His fists entwined with domineering energy formed a dragon claw posture, and he used all his strength to smash down with both fists from top to bottom. There was only a loud bang sound, and fists hundreds of times the size of each other collided fiercely. The sound was like a thunderous explosion, deafening. In an instant, an invisible force exploded centered on the collision point, forming an air wave visible to the naked eye. This air wave was like a raging wave, sweeping away crazily in all directions. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew up, and the surrounding big trees were torn apart and shook violently, as if they were about to be uprooted. Get out of here, lousy. Tyrage clenched his teeth, and new strength continued to pour out of his body, trying to knock down the jumping great ape king. It is hard to imagine that the great ape king, who has no focus at all, can compete with Talib with just a moment of explosive power, which shows the terror of his power. The hat on Leo's head was blown away by the waves of air. He swallowed his saliva and muttered with dull eyes. It turns out Lieutenant Commander means that if we go up there in 3 minutes, the ape king will be 70% full. Ella stood next to him, her mouth wide open for a long time, and she glanced at Leo and said, You are thinking too much. It takes 3 seconds for us to go up, and 7 minutes for the ape king to digest. At the two ends of the story, where the four fists collided, Tyrage seemed to be retreating. Maid, you still have to use skills after all. Tyrage looked solemn and cursed secretly. He lost the strength competition after all. The difference between humans and beasts is that simple-minded beasts can only use brute force to defeat powerful opponents. On the other hand, when human beings encounter an invincible strong person, they will use their wisdom to create many techniques that can be used in combat, so as to achieve the goal of defeating the strong with the weak. Dragon's Breath. By tapping a rancor, Dorag instantly burst out with powerful penetrating power at 0 distance. The two fists were like 2 black iron nails, piercing into the great ape king's fist flesh, effectively destroying it from the inside. Accompanied by the great ape king's screams, the fist, which was like a small mountain, exploded in the air, causing blood stars to splash everywhere. Roar. The great ape king, who had lost one hand, lost his balance while roaring and fell from the sky. Dorag exhaled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The strength of this beast was simply too terrifying. He almost couldn't bear it. This wasn't the end yet. The great ape king, which was smashed into a forest from a height of dozens of meters, did not leave just yet. The tearing pain in his hand stimulated the great ape king's nerves, prompting him to fall into a state of rage and go crazy. For a moment, he no longer feared the radish tree in the center of the island, and aimed at the many marines below. Damn. The veins on Tyrage's forehead popped out, and he cursed secretly. The Murasama on his waist was instantly unsheathed, and he chased the great ape king away in a flash. Fire. Ella looked at the great ape king charging towards them solemnly, and issued an attack order, hoping to delay the great ape king's approach. However, the bullets fired from these hundreds of guns were like tickling the great ape king. Not only did they not make him stop, they even went a little faster. Ah, quick, get out of the way. From time to time there were screams and shouts in the team, which were the sounds made by the marine soldiers hit by the huge rocks and trees thrown by the great ape king. If you dare to touch them, Lousy will kill you. Dorag, who was holding a demon sword, arrived belatedly and intercepted the great ape king in front of his extremely fast collision. A flying slash containing domineering power was swung away, and it successfully hit the chest of the fast-running Great Ape King, forcing it to stop. While the Great Ape King showed a frightened expression and did not dare to step forward, Tyrage looked back at the wounded soldiers under his command, and suddenly he felt angry in his heart. Mater, they didn't even mention that so many people were killed or injured when they captured Carter, but now it's a beast that's causing trouble. An invisible coercion was released from his body unconsciously, impacting everything around him indiscriminately. Young Lieutenant Commander, Leo murmured before fainting, we are our own. As Leo fainted first, all Marine soldiers, whether injured or not, had their eyes turned white and fainted backwards or forwards. Lieutenant Commander, Ella has a will of steel. During the extreme training in the officer training camp, even if she lost consciousness, she was still standing. He is the only man on this island who has not fallen under the domineering power of Tyrage Conqueror. Ella, who had witnessed everything, looked sluggish. Because he was resisting the oncoming breath impact, his body kept trembling, and his lips were slightly opened and he sighed. Lieutenant Commander, do you also want to be a king? Chapter 60 The Heart of the Strong. Conqueror's hockey spreads rapidly around Dorag. The originally noisy jungle suddenly became quiet, the leaves stopped swaying, and the birds dropped their wings in shock. The violent movements of the Great Ape King stopped abruptly, and its eyes widened with a look of horror. The invisible force was like a giant hand, tightly strangling its soul, making it unable to move at all for a while. The Great Ape King's legs began to tremble. It wanted to break free from this terrifying pressure, but found that it was powerless. The originally arrogant momentum completely collapsed in front of Conqueror's domineering presence. Tyrage looked determined and walked forward step by step, each step carrying a decisive momentum. Become a king, Tyrage sneered and whispered disdainfully, what does that mean? Looking back at the soldiers under his command who were dead and injured, Tyrage clenched the demon's sword in his right hand, and the coercion emanating from his body increased to a higher level. Just facing a gorilla caused heavy losses to his valued subordinates. How to talk about this murderous world, in this world with so many strong people? Only relying on the power he currently possesses to protect the family he cherishes more. A strong heart was slowly built deep in Tyrage's heart. He wants to be the strongest, he wants to be so strong that no one in the world dares to be king. With every step he took, his aura would become stronger, until he reached not far in front of the Great Ape King, and his aura had reached its peak. The Great Ape King was completely suppressed by the domineering energy released by the figure under his feet, and slowly lowered his head. The fierce light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by endless fear and surrender. Submit. Tyrage slowly raised his head and smiled evilly. No, you are not qualified. Armed domineering winds up, and the black sword Murasama suddenly glowed with coldness. Tyrage took a deep breath, held the handle of the knife tightly with one hand, and all the strength of his body was instantly concentrated on the blade. His muscles were tense and veins popped out on his forehead, like a volcano about to erupt containing endless power. I saw him suddenly take a step forward, and his figure galloped out like lightning. One blade style bright moon. The black sword Murasama seemed to be alive in his hands, flashing with icy cold light and slashing straight towards the Great Ape King in front. Roar. Although the Great Ape King was frightened by conquerors, he did not give up resistance when faced with the fatal blow. He looked at the tiny figure leaping into the air with fearful eyes, waving his thick arms in an attempt to block Tyrage's attack. However, Tyrage's black knife was so powerful that it penetrated the Great Ape King's defense without any hindrance. There was only a click sound, and with just one blow, the Great Ape King's remaining arm was cut off. Then the power of the sword continued unabated. When the black sword came into contact with the Great Ape King's body, a scarlet crescent moon slowly emerged. In an instant, the Great Ape King's vitality was completely swallowed up by the demon knife that pierced his heart. Bang! The Great Ape King's body fell heavily backwards, like a collapsed mountain, causing dust to fly on the ground, and the sound of snapping branches could be heard endlessly. It's late at night. Amazon Lily, the daughter country, a country where only women live. Don't have any illusions, don't go too far, if you still want to survive. On the high mountain surrounded by virgin forest, there is a deep cave carved out, like a natural fortress, where women established villages and established a country. The women here were raised as warriors. They are strong and have charming temperament. The country regards strength as beauty. At this time, on a certain shore of the island, the calm sea surface suddenly became rough, forming a large whirlpool. Through the bright moonlight, you can vaguely see the shadow of a huge creature struggling violently below the vortex. Wow! A chopping wave came from below the sea level, as if it was going to split the entire sea. With this huge chop, the seawater returned to calm again, but the dark blue in the past has been dyed blood red. Ha ha ha! With a burst of laughter, Rayleigh held an ordinary sword in his hand, jumped up from the sea, and landed smoothly on the shore. Wringing her soaked shirt, Rayleigh looked back at the blood-red seawater and muttered. Almost died. Sure enough, swimming all the way from Dragon King Palace to here is a bit too much for my old bones. Are you right? Rayleigh's lenses glowed with a silver light, and he turned to look at the slender figure not far behind him. Shiki crossed his arms, raised his wrist to look at the time, and said with a dissatisfied look on his face, "It will be dawn in 3 hours, so no drinking for 3 months." After saying that, Shiki ignored Rayleigh, who looked helpless, and walked towards her pirate ship. Ruskena. The first ray of sunshine in the morning quietly penetrated the gauze-like morning fog. The cheerful singing of birds broke the silence, as if cheering for a new day. Lieutenant Commander, Ella gave a standard salute, eyes filled with admiration. What an honor it is that his commander actually has that 1 in a million conqueror's domineering spirit. As his adjutant, Ella shares the same honor. Tyrage gently placed the body of the last sacrificed Marine soldier into the makeshift cemetery in front of him. He gave a standard salute to the tombstone with 42 names engraved on it, then slowly turned around and asked, "Where is the escort ship?" If Tyrage remembers correctly, today the fleet escorting the Celestial Dragons will depart from Malinvando and head to the Holy Land of Mariehoya to join the government's escort ship. Ella looked down at the information in her hand, spread her hands helplessly and said, "Because Lieutenant General Akainu is still in North Blue, and Lieutenant General Aokiji refused to escort, so." Tyrage raised his eyes slightly, opened his mouth in disbelief and said, "Don't tell me, it's that arrogant escort. Hey, he just, accidentally, leaked the news that the Celestial Dragons were coming to the Windless Belt yesterday. Can that, ambiguous, guy survive?" Ella nodded in confusion. Is there any difference between Kizaru and the other two monsters? He really didn't understand why Lieutenant Commander Tyrage looked so bitter and resentful. The corners of Tyrage's lips grinned. Poor Salino was really leading the team. My sister, I hope Tianlong people's wages are in place, otherwise. At the same time, far away from Marie Joya, poor Salino, who was wearing a yellow striped suit, stood on a warship with an indifferent expression, curled his lips and muttered. Why should I lead the team? It's so boring. Chapter 61 Sad Leo. The system gives me a task that will make me stronger. Tyrage leaned under the radish tree and closed his eyes to rest. The system was silent for a while, with no response. Tyra closed her eyes tightly, frowned slightly and said secretly, "Give you face, host, you know everything that should be done and shouldn't be done, There seems to be a bug in the system, and a few words appear intermittently. It regrets very much now, why didn't it find a waste material to bind it in the first place? Instead, I took a fancy to this guy with a terrifying talent, so much so that even without it, it didn't seem to have any impact on the host. As a pirate, you can't help yourself. How about you open the novice gift pack and take a look first? Are you sick? Lousy left the novice village a long time ago." Tyrage curled his lips angrily, but still managed to open up the long-lost system space with his control consciousness. He took out the gift bag and checked his data panel at the same time. Name: Monkey D. Telig. Age: 15 years old. Fruit: none. Faction: Marine. Weapon: Demon Sword Murasama. Armed color domineering. Hardening only increases defense, no obvious characteristics. Winding attach domineering winding to various parts of the body and weapons, making attacks more powerful and weapons tougher and sharper. Flow not yet mastered. Internal sabotage not yet mastered. Wisdom and domineering. Sense breath enhance your own perception, detect changes in the breath of surrounding creatures, and read the location, number, and strength of surrounding creatures. Sense attack perceive the opponent's next move and react in advance. Super long distance perception not yet mastered. Predict the future not yet mastered. Conqueror's dominance. Conqueror's coercion. By releasing coercion, making people whose strength is much lower than yourself faint because they can't bear it, you can quickly clear out a large number of miscellaneous soldiers in the battle. Conqueror's collision. When two parties with Conqueror's qualifications conflict, the collision between domineering and domineering will cause special effects, often accompanied by lightning phenomena. Momentum contest. First use Conqueror's haki to hedge. Although opponents of the same level may not be directly affected by Conqueror's haki, overpowering the opponent in terms of momentum may give you an advantage in subsequent battles. Kill by knowledge not mastered yet. Physical destruction not yet mastered. Conqueror's entangle not yet mastered. Skills learned. Marine 6 style shave. Step on dozens of times at high speed in an instant, generating explosive reaction force to move at high speed. Marine 6 style paper painting. Release the strength of the whole body, and through the changes in airflow caused by the opponent's movements, the body becomes as light and thin as paper, and the body can be controlled easily and dodge attacks directed at oneself. Marine 6 style moonwalk. Step on the air with strong foot power to generate strong air holding force, and you can walk in the air like stepping on stairs. Newbie gift pack reward. 100 million Baileys. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, billions. Tyrage, who was leaning against a big tree, jumped 3 meters high when he saw the reward. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he looked at the number above in disbelief that was longer than his life. How about this reward? Tyrage's eyes never left the string of numbers, his lips trembled and he waved carelessly. It's just so. Money is something external to the body. I have never touched money. I am not interested in money. How about changing to another one? The surrounding air instantly dropped to freezing point, and a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. After the farce, Dorag waved his hand and took out 50 million belly from the space and threw it to Ella. Let him take it and distribute it to his brothers according to their contribution. The extra money should be used as pensions for the Marine soldiers who died. Lieutenant Commander, you sold yourself. Ella, who received a box of Baileys, looked in the direction of the daughter's island next door and questioned. Ella had no idea how stingy Tyrage was, who was only willing to bring 2 apples to the hospital to see a patient. On the deserted island, the only reason he could think of for Lieutenant Commander to spend so much money was that last night, he sneaked to the daughter's island next door to work as a prostitute. Ella spoke sharply and said obligingly, Lieutenant Commander, Next time you encounter something like this, please be sure to bring your subordinates with you. I can check it for you. He just talked about the last foot massage, why Lieutenant Commander's face was twisted like that, and he suddenly understood. Get out. Tyrage kicked him with a big footprint, rolled his eyes angrily and said to himself, go to Daughter's Island. Lousy hasn't lived enough yet. Looking solemnly at the Amazon lily in the distance, a large Poseidon corpse that was split into two floated from the shore this morning. Judging from the neat incisions on the behemoth, it should be the ruthless blow of a top swordsman. A storm is coming. Dorag stood on the treetops with his hands behind his back, looking at the island where beasts appeared in endlessly. Just last night alone, dozens of obscure ores appeared on the island. I think Shiki should have revealed the news, which would attract so many powerful people lurking here. Although these guys who sneaked into Ruskena discovered Marine under the radish tree, they did not come to harass or even break out a conflict. Instead, they all hid in a corner of the island, silently waiting for the opportunity to come. A lot of the beast's breath has disappeared, but there is a lot more human breath. Tyrage frowned. After calming down, he maximized his sense of perception and carefully perceived the situation on the island. Except for the extremely sharp aura on the west side and the fiery red aura on the east side of the island, there is nothing too noteworthy. At this moment, Leo, who led the team to negotiate at the above two locations under Tyrage's order, returned with the small team. With a simple and honest smile that was even uglier than crying, he came to Dorag and shouted. Lieutenant Commander. Tyrage glanced at Leo in surprise, who had been stripped naked and had a bloodstain on his chest, and asked, what style? Cosplay. Leo swooped down, knelt down and hugged Dorag's thigh, crying out. You have to make the decision for me, Lieutenant Commander. Get out. Seeing that Leo's snot and tears were about to rub onto his trouser legs, Tyrage kicked him out. He rubbed his temples and said helplessly, did you see someone? Who made you look like this? Leo quickly got up from the ground, took the clothes handed over by the sailor on the side, and said angrily. I followed Lieutenant Commander's order and led the team to the west coast first. Before we saw anyone, a flying slash came towards us. In order to protect other colleagues. Leo pointed to the scar on his chest and explained its origin. Tyrage nodded, walked closer and looked at the wound on Leo's chest, and said solemnly. It should be a powerful guy. It's just a tentative attack without killing intent, otherwise you will be in danger. Tyrage regretted letting Leo go as a negotiator. He thought the west side would be safer than the east side, but he didn't expect that he didn't even see anyone, but his life was almost lost there. The lack of subordinates who can show off their skills is Talag's flaw. It seems that it is time to start training them. What's going on in the east? Why are people stripping off your pants? Leo covered his lower body in shame, gritted his back molars and cursed angrily. It's an old man with white hair. His men call him Captain John. Before I could say anything, the old guy's men, like a wolf seeing a sheep, stripped off all our clothes and pants and took away all our things. John. Tyrage's expression changed. Good boy, it can't be the name he remembered. He asked hurriedly, then why did you come back? Leo scratched his head in embarrassment and said, the old man named John thought our brothers were too poor, so he let us go back. Hee hee. The corner of Talage's mouth twitched a few times. It turns out that being extremely poor is also an advantage. I learned that. He waved his hand, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thank you for your hard work. Go get 5 million Baileys from Ella as a reward for this mission. Come on down. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. Leo saluted with his breasts exposed and left excitedly. He said that it would be great if this kind of task, in which you can get money by having your clothes stripped off, happened every day. Chapter 62 The Long-Lost Strong Man. After Leo left, Dorag used his knowledge and knowledge hockey again and sensed the fiery red aura on the east side of the island. According to the existing information, this may really be the person on the Rock's pirate ship. Tyrage looked serious. With such important information, it seemed that it was time to use that thing again. Moxie, Sengoku General, this is the reconnaissance force, and I am the main commander, Lieutenant Commander Tyrage. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. The Warring States period was dealing with important documents. After receiving the hotline call, in panic, he threw the important documents aside to the pet goat who had been waiting for him for a long time. Warring States did not notice that the document was eaten again, but immediately clamped the phone bug's mouth to prevent him from making any sound. He looked around, then covered the phone with his hands, walked to a secret dark room, his face twisted and he growled. How many times have I told you? As a secret investigation unit, your first priority is to keep secrets, and you are not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. The travel of the celestial dragons requires absolute confidentiality. As the vanguard, the Tyrage troops are absolutely not allowed to make contact with the outside world without special circumstances. If important information is accidentally intercepted by someone who is interested, the consequences will be disastrous. It was originally a very serious mission, but it turned out to be a joke when it came to Tyrage. This is already the 4th time that he has dialed this dedicated phone line that can only be used in emergencies. Recalling the results of previous reports, Warring States covered his rapidly beating heart. He secretly swore that if there was such a mission that required absolute confidentiality, no one from that family would ever appear on the mission list again. Time goes back to 2 days ago, the first time Tyrage arrived in the windless zone after receiving the appointment. Due to the unrest in the monkey family, he made his first call to the special phone line that was worn by many people during the Warring States period and not to be used except as a last resort. General of the Warring States period, we have entered the windless zone. The sun is just right, the breeze is not dry, and there are no conditions. Got scolded. It was the kind of person who cursed for an entire hour without even using a single curse word. Tyrage woke up after being scolded, and felt that what Sengoku said was right. As an excellent marine general, he would not allow himself to neglect his duties. So after patrolling the windless zone, it took a full 5 hours before calling the dedicated phone number again. General of the Warring States period, I led the team to patrol the windless zone and found no one. Not to mention, a place like this where birds don't poop is really suitable for those with fun. I was scolded by Warring States again, this time the time was extended to 1 hour, 32 minutes and 37 seconds. Tyrage's Taoist heart was broken and he was on the verge of collapse. He was really working hard before. Since Sengoku-san treated him like this, don't blame him for being unkind. The moment the Great Ape King approached the radish tree and appeared in everyone's sight. With a sick smile, Tyrage dialed the dedicated phone number again in a serious manner. General of the Warring States period, I led the team to find an uninhabited island. Not only can you experience the pleasure of spending a month like a year, but there are also many amiable little animals, which are very clinging. When time returned to the present, Warring States, who was already exhausted and had no words to scold, sighed helplessly, was I wrong? He almost gritted his teeth and asked, tell me, what important discoveries did you make this time? Warring States rubbed his eyebrows, he couldn't do this question. It's too difficult. After many years, he had become a marine general, but he once again experienced the powerlessness he felt when he was doing the same mission as Garp many years ago. Tyrage was stunned for a moment. He thought he would be scolded by the Warring States uncle again, but he didn't expect it to end in such a hasty manner. He was a little uncomfortable for a while. He chuckled, scratched his head and said, General Warring States, you said last time that the first stop of the escort ship would be with us. Is it possible to change the itinerary? Nonsense. Hearing this, Warring States, who was still full of energy, no matter where he was, roared out. Do you think it's children playing house? Because of your previous report, I reported your exaggerated description of the island to the world government. Have you ever seen a guy who thinks he is a god take a detour because of the potential danger? Hoo-hoo. Vomiting out a lot of the unhappiness in his heart, Zongguo took a few deep breaths, rubbed his brows and asked in a hoarse voice. What did you find there that made you say this? Turago looked around and said Kaido. Changing the route, absolutely impossible, Sengoku said firmly Kaido, then put on a relaxed smile and comforted him. Relax, with Porcelino leading the escort, those little thieves you found are not enough. I still have important things to do, so let's do this first. Gotcha. Looking at the unilaterally hung up phone in his hand, Tyrage's frown relaxed. Uncle Sengoku, if you think that the intelligence communicator Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Captain John, the independent swordsman, and dozens of other obscure and dangerous ores are all petty thieves and think that Porcelino can solve them, then I have nothing to say. Tellage threw the hotline bug into the sea, put his hands behind his head, and walked back leisurely. For the sake of confidentiality, he traveled all the way across the island and came to the Warring States period to contact the uninhabited coast. Curling his lips, Tallage muttered unhappily. If he hadn't accidentally leaked the information to Shaki, Lousy would have read the name to you directly. Anyway, the matter has been reported. As for what will happen next, it has nothing to do with him. With the relationship between Rayleigh and his father Garp, Tyrage believed that Shaki would never say for no reason that he was the one who leaked the news about the Draco people's trip. I'm so lucky to meet a strong man I haven't seen for a long time in a place like this. The calm and magnetic voice resounded in Tyrage's ears, prompting him in a relaxed state to immediately tense his muscles and look for the source of the sound with an ugly face. Who was speaking? Shinwen sensed that the aura was nearby, but no matter how much Tyrage looked for it, he was nowhere to be seen. Conqueror's domineering energy was instantly released, and he began to attack indiscriminately, thereby forcing the figure hiding in the darkness out. What responded to him was no longer the magnetic sound from before, but the green slash flying from the coast he had just left. What a sharp slash! Murasama on his waist unsheathed instantly, and Talog slashed with a scarlet slash to greet him. The two slashes collided like meteors. For a moment, the air seemed to be torn apart, and powerful airflow spurted out in all directions, making the two people who used the slashes change their expressions at the same time. Strong, strong. The two of them exclaimed in unison, their gazes colliding with each other in the air from a long distance away. Chapter 63 The World's Greatest Swordsman. Who are you? Tyrage raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder this breath was so familiar. It turned out that this person was the mysterious swordsman on the west coast. The man walking slowly from the shore had short black hair and a pair of sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, with a hint of coldness in his eyes from time to time. Jorakal Mahawk. The very symbolic appearance allowed Tyrage to recognize the person. It was none other than the future world's greatest swordsman, Jorakal Mahawk, nicknamed Eagle Eye. When he was young, he did not have a beard, and his face looked a little childish compared to 19 years later. Wearing a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, white trousers, and black short boots. The one he is carrying behind his back is, Yi, one of the supreme sharp knives. There is a cross knife hanging on his chest. A marine has such courage, this kind of pressure is similar to that person. Hawkeye took steady steps and walked over to Tyrage's conquerors without changing his expression. Tyrage recalled the latest bounty issued by Marine headquarters not long ago, licked his lips excitedly, and looked at the slowly approaching figure with greedy eyes. That night, Sengoku gave him these newly announced bounty orders, extinguishing his enthusiasm for being promoted to Marine General with one sentence. When will you capture them into Impel Down City with your own hands? When will I make you a general? These were the original words of the Warring States period. Tyrage, who thought he had the ability to become a general, wrote down those names while feeling disappointed. On those bounty lists that the headquarters attaches great importance to, the man in front of him, nicknamed Eagle Eye, ranked second among them, with a bounty of 470 million belly. With his walking military exploits, the dazzling Pele, and the inexplicable love for money, Tyrage, how could he withstand this kind of temptation? Marine, why do you want to fight? The Conqueror's impact should not be underestimated. Even though there has not been a formal fight, Mihawk recognized the man in front of him. Looking at the saber on Tyrage's waist, out of respect for the strong, Mihawk, as the challenger, took the lead in taking down the unfinished, supreme sharp knife, Yi, from the back. Opposite him, Tyrage touched his trouser pocket and couldn't find the reward notices for a while. He remembered the time when he went to the toilet without any paper and shook his head helplessly. His eyes officially met the man in front of him who was drawing a sword, and he said piously. For power and money. Mihawk was silent for a few seconds. If it were a weak person, or someone who didn't use a knife, he would really be able to kill him with one strike. But looking at the pious eyes and serious attitude of the man in front of him, he didn't feel that this man was joking with him. Mihawk slightly raised the supreme sharp knife, Yi, and drew his left hand across the gray lines on the blade, as if talking to himself or explaining. Before the start of that competition, my partner still lacked an experience. Clang, the sharp knife in Hawkeye's right hand cut through the air, making bursts of sword sounds. Come on, Marine, meeting here today seems to be an arrangement of fate. It is truly an honor for me to face off against a strong man like you. But don't think that I will show any mercy. The Yi in my hand will cut through all illusions, and this battle will establish his reputation as the world's most powerful sword. His blood was boiling like never before. Faced with such heart-shaking rhetoric, Tyrage's heart was beating wildly. His legs were tight, his feet were firmly planted on the ground, veins popped out on his arms, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Who knows? The family members were not excited because of the battle, but because of that indescribable and subtle feeling that made Tyrage himself not even know why he was excited. Mihawk's eagle eyes stared sharply at the trembling man opposite him, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You are not the only one who is trembling because you are eager to face off against the strong. Mihawk was standing sideways, trying his best to suppress the throbbing in his heart, and his left arm was shaking from time to time. Tyrage's trembling right hand became as steady as a rock until it rested on Murasama's knife handle. Ever since I awakened Conqueror's Haki, I have always felt less of a burden. Whoosh, the demon's sword was an inch out of its sheath. Tyrage's eyes moved to the blood-red blade, and he smiled happily and thought to himself. After much thought, it turns out that the guess I made a long time ago was correct. Armed domineering combined with unswerving will only holds your qualifications, but it is not enough to make you surrender. Only those who are unique in a million and have the arrogance of a king and the courage to dominate the world can be officially recognized by you and have the qualifications to fight alongside you. The Conqueror's domineering power is at its peak. Tyrage has never had the habit of hiding his strength, and he fully displays his masculinity in front of Mihawk. Clang, the demon's sword, Murasama, may be the sword cry under the impact of conquerors, or it may be the joyful response of the sword soul that is invisible and intangible somewhere. Marine, what's your name? Mihawk's expression was a little solemn, and the conqueror's domineering force that surged out actually caught up with the man's aura at an incredible speed in just a few minutes. Ha ha ha, Tyrage's big mouth smiled with the word, D, and the figure rushed forward, laughing and saying. My name is Monkey D. Tyrager, the one who took your life. Clang, clang, a demon knife and a supremely fast knife met at close range, making a crisp metallic collision sound. The shock wave visible to the naked eye spread in all directions, making the surrounding trees rustle. The two black knives refused to give way to each other and were deadlocked in the air. Compared with Talag's somewhat suppressed red face, Mihawk looked more relaxed and said with an apologetic smile. I'm rude. Before asking the strong man his name, I should have told him his family name. Jung. The two voices intertwined, and the first round of testing ended in a draw. It had been a long time since he had fought against a strong player, and Mihawk couldn't express his inner excitement. He held up the hat on his head and said in a magnetic voice, pretending to be calm. My name is Jorakal Mihawk, and I am the one who will aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman. The black blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, as if it was about to tear the space apart. A dazzling green light burst out from the blade, forming a huge slash. The edge of this slash was extremely sharp, and wherever it passed, the air was cut and distorted, making a hissing sound. Tyrage grinned and cursed secretly in his heart. MMP, as long as you don't say anything, your ultimate move will be a flat A. Tyrage showed no fear, his eyes widened and he burst out with endless fighting spirit. He held his demon knife tightly with both hands, and the muscles in his whole body tensed instantly, and power poured into his arms like a surging tide. A scarlet light instantly shot out from the blade, turning into a sharp slash. This slash was like a violent blood dragon, with billowing heat waves and harsh whistling, as if it was going to burn the surrounding air. The edge of the scarlet slash flashed with hot light, and wherever it went, the space seemed to be burned and trembled slightly, making a cracking sound. It rushed towards Hawkeye's green slash with an unstoppable momentum. The violent power seemed to be able to involve the entire world, forming a thrilling confrontation with the green slash. One sword flow blood demon. Tyrage thought silently in his heart, you can lose the competition, but you can't lose the challenge. And it's also a draw, so it won't be embarrassing even if you lose, right? Chapter 64. The outcome hangs in the balance once the secret comes out. In this tense and suffocating confrontation, time seemed to have frozen. But in just a moment, the scarlet slash suddenly exerted force, like a giant beast breaking free from its cage, bursting out with even more amazing power. The scorching light exploded instantly, causing the surrounding air to twist and deform. The green slash was not to be outdone, and the originally stable light became more intense, as if it was trying its best to resist the surging impact. Where the two slashes collided, energy overflowed wildly, turning into a violent shock wave that swept away in all directions. The ground cracked under this force, sending sand and rocks flying. The surrounding trees were cut off in midair, rolled into the air and instantly turned into powder. However, at this inextricable moment, a strange energy wave suddenly emerged from the scarlet slash, and this wave instantly penetrated the green slash's defense. There was only a loud noise, and the light of the green slash suddenly dimmed, and was defeated by the scarlet slash. The aftermath has not subsided, and it continues to gallop away into the distance, leaving a deep ravine. That knife is weird. When Mihawk saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I saw the Supreme Knight in his hand tightly, facing the scarlet slash that was so close at hand, and faced it without fear. And Tyrage, who released the scarlet slash, was panting slightly at this moment. Obviously, the consumption of this strike was not negligible. Murasama is actively catering to my dominance. Looking at the reddish blade on the black knife in his hand, Tyrage whispered secretly. Conqueror's Haki has an advanced and powerful technique called Conqueror's Entanglement. It can combine it with its own moves to unleash stronger power and effects. The demon sword, Murasama, doesn't know why. Maybe every sword has its own unique characteristics, and these are his characteristics. Before Tyrage had mastered the advanced use of Conqueror's domineering power, he actually began to cater to and even integrate into his own conquerors. The result is also obvious. This greatly increases the power of the blood demon slash, giving him a temporary advantage in the confrontation with Hawkeye. Although the increase is not large, in a duel between strong men like us, a slight advantage is the dawn of victory. Tyrage only saw what was in front of him, thinking that he could use this weak advantage to continuously expand in the next duel, and even win. But he completely forgot about the more critical point, that is, Murasama was already catering to him, and even guided him to use his own Conqueror's Haki to carry out entanglement attacks. As long as he can calm down, I believe that he will soon be able to master the advanced domineering skill of Ba Tang, with his outstanding talent. Raising his head and looking at the figure that was instantly swallowed up by the scarlet slash, Tyrage did not feel relaxed and whispered secretly. As expected of that man, the king's pressure will always have the smallest impact on him. Unlike Zoro, who was determined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye takes the throne for granted. It was like the throne was originally set up for him, and he never questioned this point of view. Many years later, in order to have an opponent with whom he could fight, he even started to cultivate his own enemies. This shows that his confidence in himself to win the final victory has reached a height that others cannot see. Who is the greatest swordsman in the world? In one sentence, no one can beat me in my field. How could a man with such a belief be affected by a mere conqueror's domineering power? There was just a click sound, and the scarlet slash was chopped into pieces by the supreme sharp sword, like fragile glass. Broken energy splashed everywhere, but Mihawk couldn't get even close under Mihawk's powerful aura. Mihawk stood with his sword put away, his posture tall and straight, like an insurmountable mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. No fight. Tyrage raised his eyebrows slightly, raised the scabbard, and made a confused sound. Sword will never hesitate. Mihawk looked solemnly, looking at Dorag in front of him with anger in his eyebrows, pretending to be calm and asked. Apart from your power, are you humiliating me with your flawless swordsmanship? I recognize your strength, but your swordsmanship is not enough for me to take seriously. Mihawk raised his head slightly, his fingers gently resting on the iconic black wide-brimmed hat. His pair of eagle eyes stared sharply at Dorag ahead. If you don't get the answer you want, the next scene will be extremely cruel. Tyrage was stunned by the question, looked at the saber at his waist, and shook his head with a wry smile. He understood Hawkeye's doubts, but the gap in swordsmanship could not be completely made up by talent. It requires time to hone and a long period of training to develop an excellent swordsmanship. It took less than a month for Tyrage to try his best. With the result that he could compete with Hawkeye and even suppress him, it was already the limit of what he could do. Hawkeye said that he was too powerful but not skilled enough to face it, which could be regarded as a disguised admission that Tyrage's power was superior to his. The violent slashing attack can destroy everything, but it is full of loopholes. Eagle Eye can easily break him with only a small amount of force. This is what Hawkeye doesn't understand. He obviously has great power, but uses poor swordsmanship to fight him. In his opinion, this is the greatest humiliation to him. It is impossible to explain, even if Tyrage has 10,000 reasons to explain the reason. But in a duel between powerful swordsmen, doesn't the word, explain, mean a disguised admission of defeat? Tyrage's right hand rested on Murasama, and he leaned down slightly, already performing the preparatory action of Ei's slash. His voice was a little low due to the accumulation of force. See yourself clearly, see the world clearly, and become stronger. Thanks to an old guy, I realized this sword under the pressure he put on me. If you can take it without dying, you win. With the crazy surge of two-color domineering energy, the surrounding air was gradually squeezed and solidified, as if it was about to explode at any time. Danger. As Tyrag's aura changed, Mihawk's heart suddenly sounded alarm. He quickly pulled out the supreme, Yi, from his back, and silently gathered strength with a solemn expression. Amazing. He has not encountered this kind of confrontation that could endanger his own life for a long time. What he sees, hears, and looks doesn't lie, and his eyes can't lie either. If he doesn't do anything to deal with it, he will die. Tyrage's first attempt to attach Conqueror's Haki to Murasama was even more physically draining than the last time he faced Rayleigh. Veins popped up on his forehead, and he yelled. This sword started with the power of 1,000 blades. At the moment of snapping a finger, the wind did not move, the breath was calm, the light did not appear, and the sword passed without leaving a trace. Itoryu's second truth. As soon as he finished speaking, just as Mihawk was getting ready to respond, Tyrag's figure disappeared instantly. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, forming circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. Beyond the speed of light, yet invisible. It is as powerful as the wind, but as agile as the wind. Mihawk's eyes were as bright as a torch, and he was holding the supreme sharp knife, Yi, tightly in his hand. His muscles were tense and his nerves were highly concentrated, trying to capture Tyrage's figure and attack trajectory. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence, and only the shocking blow that was about to erupt was frightening. The shadow of the sword gleams with cold light in the sky, and 1,000 blades accumulate power at the snap of your fingers. The breath of wind has gathered and the light has not appeared, and the sword has passed without leaving a trace, and the enemy is frightened. It is difficult to trace its traces at the speed of light, and it is also graceful even if it is extremely powerful. Life and death are duel with swords and shadows, and the outcome hangs in the balance once the secret comes out. Chapter 65 Hawkeye's Determination. One line of sky. In this suffocating intense moment, Tyrag's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. Murasama carried Conqueror's domineering energy and slashed at Mihawk with a devastating aura. The air was torn apart instantly, making a sharp whistling sound. Mihawk's eyes widened, and after catching a weak point, Mihawk exploded with all his strength and placed Yi in front of him in advance to resist the thunderous blow. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the light shone, as if the world was shaking. The aftermath of the powerful impact spread crazily around. Flying sand and rocks flew all over the sky, huge boulders were rolled up and then dropped heavily, and deep scratches were scraped on the ground. The huge impact caused the surrounding trees to be uprooted, crushed into pieces in the air, and turned into wood chips all over the sky. Amazon Lily. The sky is going to change. Rayleigh stood in a certain channel on the daughter island with his hands clasped behind his hands. His sight passed through a long distance and stayed on the torn sea of clouds above Ruskin Island, silently lost in thought. Shiki crossed his arms and leaned against a big tree behind Rayleigh, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Get ready, they are coming. John will take the lead. We just need to rescue Hancock. Rayleigh slowly turned around, glanced at her helplessly, and said with a smile. Let an old man who has been abandoned by the times take the lead, and you really have it, Shiki. I can understand that you are saying that I am also old. Shaki's smile spread across his brows, and he slowly walked towards Rayleigh with a docile look. Don't do it. Rayleigh stretched out a hand in front of her body and was about to apologize when her figure was punched into the sea by Shiki. HMPH. Shiki took a puff of his cigarette, looked at Rayleigh who was swimming out of the sea with an annoyed look, and said unhappily. In order to prevent you from being exposed in front of others, I spent 3 billion Baileys to hire a foreign aide, and you still sympathized with him. Ruskena. The entire battlefield was in a mess, filled with smoke, and the two figures were obscured by the smoke and dust, making them invisible. When the light and the smoke dissipated, Tyrage and Mihawk reappeared in the sunlight. I saw Tyrage collapse to the ground, and the Murasama in his hand was also released. He was breathing heavily, but there was a hint of joy of victory in his eyes. He took a breath and laughed out loud. Ah ha ha ha, Mihawk, how about a tie? Mihawk on the opposite side was kneeling on one leg, with the other leg bent, leaning forward slightly, using Yi to support his body. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth and arms, staining his clothes red, but his eyes were still firm and sharp. Tie. Mihawk wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared sharply at Tyrage, who was lying on the ground opposite him. This word is so unfamiliar that Mihawk doesn't recognize it. Even if there was a sword duel with that person, there would always be a winner and a loser. He would not accept this result. He held Yi's right hand and pushed it up hard, trying to stand up forcefully to finish this undecided duel. As the world's greatest swordsman in the future, what he pursues is absolute victory and proof of strength. He believes that a real duel should have a clear winner and loser, and a tie to him means that he has not fully demonstrated his strength advantage. Stop, if you still want to hold a sword in the future. The corners of Tyrage's mouth curled up slightly, and his sliver of heaven was originally intended to slash at Mihawk's neck. However, Mahawk caught a flaw that was not a flaw, and successfully forced the fatal knife to deviate from the direction. What was originally a forward slash was turned into a top-down slash by Mahawk's excellent swordsmanship. Speed is power. With speed and stronger power, the power of that knife can no longer be blocked by force. Mahawk's lower limb meridians have been damaged due to this fight. It's not a big problem to stop now, but if he doesn't listen to his dissuasion and stands up forcefully, he will completely lose the qualification to hold a sword. Mahawk gritted his teeth, his eyes were firm and a little stubborn, and he said in a deep voice. Lost the qualification to hold a sword. Humph, that's not something I should consider. When fighting, you must go all out. While spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mahawk's eyes were sharp and he said coldly. My sword, Jorakal Mahawk, never stops out of fear, even at great cost. With that said, he will try to stand up again. He will not allow such a childish showdown between swordsmen. What about the agreement between you and Shanks? It may be sympathy, or it may be admiration for a man with such courage. Tyrage couldn't bear to lose such an opponent from now on, he frowned and roared. Mahawk, is the agreement you made with Shanks just a casual one? I originally had expectations for a man like you, but it seems that I think highly of you. When Mahawk heard this, his body trembled slightly, then his eyes became extremely firm and he responded loudly. A man's promise lasts until death. I will not let any agreement fail. After speaking, both sides fell silent for a while, and the messy battlefield fell into silence. The depressing atmosphere prompted many ferocious beasts on the island not to dare approach, and stopped in the distance to watch silently with lingering fear. After sighing, Mahawk calmed down. Although he was unwilling to accept it, the promise between men is better than life and death, and said in a deep voice. A draw is not what I want, but I have to give up today. Wow ha ha ha, Tyrage looked up to the sky and laughed. Although his body was exhausted, he could not hide his happy mood. Ha ha ha, Mahawk sat slumped on the ground, his sharp eyes changed for the first time, and he laughed loudly. No one knew what they were laughing at. There were still 3 hours until the escort ship reached Ruskena. How about joining Marine? At a certain coast, Tyrage looked at the small boat that looked like a black ghost, and extended an invitation to the man on it. Mahawk crossed his arms across his chest, and with the help of the ship's doctor under Tyrage's command, the injuries on his body were no longer serious. The sharp eagle eyes stared at the man on the shore, trying to see if he was serious. Inviting a pirate to join the gang, it's you as expected, Monkey D. Tyrage. Mahawk raised the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed loudly. When I forge the sword in my hand into a black sword, I will return to this island full of regrets again. If you want to draw me to join you, then defeat me. After saying that, he loosened the rope of the sail, a breeze came, and the boat gradually drifted away into the distance. Tyrage's right hand rested lightly on Murasama, shook his head and said with a smile. As you wish. Chapter 66. Today I have wine, now I am drunk. The outer waters of the calm zone. 4 mighty and majestic warships were like guards, tightly surrounding an extremely luxurious ship. The sea wind roared, setting off layers of huge waves, constantly beating against the sides of warships and large ships. The 4 warships have rigid lines, solid hulls, and powerful muzzles, and they stand firm in the sea breeze. They are distributed in a diamond shape, tightly protecting the luxury ship at its core. Moxie Moxie. Porcelino stood on the deck of the luxury ship and kept calling the dedicated phone on his wrist. Strange. Why don't you answer the phone, little monster, Moxie Moxie? Various indescribable sounds were heard from time to time in the cabin behind him. The tragic begging for mercy, the whimpering before death, and the unbridled evil smile were constantly intertwined. There were many bodyguards in suits standing on the deck. They stared ahead with expressionless faces, as if they had long been accustomed to everything happening around them. There was no emotion in those lifeless eyes, as if the scene playing out in front of them had been repeated countless times in their minds. Behind Porcelino, there was a group of marine soldiers with different looks. Some sailors had numb faces and vacant eyes. They were obviously veterans who had participated in more than one garden party. They have long been accustomed to the scene in front of them, and the waves in their hearts are no longer easily aroused, as if their souls have been consumed by this repeated scene. Some sailors looked angry, with their eyes wide open and their teeth clenched. These were undoubtedly recruits attending the garden party for the first time. The sense of justice in their hearts has not yet been wiped out by the cruelty of reality. They are intolerable to the injustice and absurdity they saw at the garden party, and the anger in their hearts is burning. Some sailors looked panicked, their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling slightly. This was because they had participated in a garden party and had been severely punished for doing something impulsive and out of line. The price of that impulse left a deep shadow in their hearts. Whenever they were in the same situation again, fear would follow them, for fear that they would make the same mistake again if they were not careful. I can't bear it anymore. A first-class sailor clenched his fists and looked at the cabin behind him with wide eyes. Stop. A veteran grabbed the first-class sailor who was already taking steps and yelled. This is not your business. Don't forget your identity and responsibilities. The veteran took off the blindfold covering his eyes on the left side, pointed to his empty eye sockets, and said in a low voice. The price of making noise is high, we just need to learn to shut up. The marine soldier's mouth opened wide, and he froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. There are so many thoughts in my mind, but a voice that no one can hear remains in my heart. The price is high, but someone has to do it, right? Poor Salino in front of the Marines, the yellow light flickering on his fingers disappeared silently. Because of the reflection of sunlight, no one can see what he is thinking through the lenses that cover his eyes. Ruskena, a pirate gathering place on the east coast. A greedy and thin pirate looked at the white-haired old man in the middle with an evil smile and asked. Captain John, we've made a fortune this time. Not only did I receive a commission of 500 million Baileys from the information communication, but I also took this opportunity to work for the Tianlong people. Next to him sat a little giant holding a 5-meter machete. He also laughed and asked, ha ha ha, Lousy's sword has long been thirsty. I heard that those guys who call themselves gods are extremely rich. Captain John, after the battle, whoever gets it first will get the spoils, right? The unruly pirates surrounded an old man with white hair and looked at him excitedly. John was a member of the Rocks Pirates, the overlord of the era 19 years ago. The Rocks Pirates were established in Hachinos, the Pirate Island Hive. A group of highly individual people who gather together for treasure, even partners on the same boat often kill each other very brutally. 19 years ago, the Rocks Pirates planned to attack the Celestial Dragons and their slaves in the Valley of the Gods. After being blocked by the Roger Pirates, Garp and Roger teamed up to defeat the Rocks, resulting in the destruction of the Rocks Pirates and the Valley of the Gods, completely disappearing from the map. When it comes to gathering for treasure, John is the most representative figure. He is greedy by nature and will do whatever it takes to obtain treasure. Deception, betrayal, and killing are all commonplace for him. A small part of the cause of the original war was his instigation, for the countless wealth in the hands of the Tianlong people. When he mentioned the trophies, John's already distorted face became even more ferocious. The corners of his mouth were raised unconsciously, revealing yellow teeth, as if he had seen mountains of gold, silver and jewelry waving to him. Kuhahaha. Of course, whoever gets it gets it. John looked around with a sincere expression, smiled with a pleased expression on his face and said, You are my brothers. If I, John, eat one bite, then I will definitely have yours. Inside the hollowed-out mountain on an uninhabited island in the windless zone, treasures worth 2.5 billion Baileys were heard laughing and laughing, as if to say, Look, that old man pretends to be Ruskena, under the radish tree. Ella brought a box of foreign wine and placed it at Talag's feet, looking a little sad. Commander Lieutenant, you threw away the phone bug, how will Lieutenant General Kizaru contact us? And, Ella glanced around the messy camp and saw that most of the sailors were drunk and fell asleep. Is it really okay for us not to clean up the pirates on the island and keep having a banquet here? Bang, Talage exerted slight force with his thumb, and the cork on the wine bottle flew out. Because I drank too much, my face was a little red, and my tongue was a little numb and inoperable. Why are you talking nonsense? If you have wine today, you will be drunk today, and you will be worried tomorrow. A group of guys wearing bubble masks appeared in his mind. Tyrage put his arm around Ella's shoulders with an unhappy look on his face, raised the bottle of wine in his hand and said with a smile. Come on, let me insert another one for you. No, Iweo. A minute later, Ella, who was allergic to alcohol, collapsed to the ground, and a snowflake fell on his cheek, melting into water droplets and sliding from the corners of his eyes. Lieutenant Commander, it turns out that inserting one and rotating one have two different meanings. Bah, Tyrage spat, glanced disdainfully at Ella who fainted and muttered, Isn't this the right thing? Just drink a bottle with me. With that said, the drunk and dazed Talage opened a bottle of foreign wine again, squatted in front of the fainted Ella, aimed at his open mouth, and inserted it. Chapter 67 Ugly Face. Hey, Xiao Huang, when will you get there? All my slaves are dead and I need to catch another batch. A fat man of 7 or 8 years old wearing a bubble mask looked up at Porcelino with a runny nose. In a childish tone that was completely inappropriate for his age, he asked the expressionless Porcelino in front of the team. Why don't you answer me? Charles Luosheng raised the small pistol in his hand and pointed it at Kizaru with a fearless expression. Charles Luosheng was the result of incest, and he was born with a somewhat stupid mind. He dully repeated what his father had said. Dad said that I can do whatever I want and no one can refuse my request. Xiao Huang, are you rejecting me now? Dad said that anyone who rejects us can be killed, he. There was a flash of light in Porcelino's eyes under his sunglasses, and bursts of cold air emanated from his body. Why is it so cold? Charles Luosheng shuddered, dropped the small pistol to the ground, looked up at the sun in the sky, and shook his head in confusion. It's so scary, Lord Charlie Lo Saint. Kizaru slowly turned around, raised his hands above his head, smiled casually and said, I almost died. Ah, sneeze. Charles Luosheng sneezed, and the heavy mucus was intercepted by the mask on his face and flowed down his neck. That Marine General, Saint Roermoxie, walked out of the cabin holding a little girl covered only by a few rags. We have been at sea for long enough. Where is the powerful beast you promised us? Saint Roermoxie kicked the little slave girl with gray eyes out. Compared with these guys who can break at the touch of a touch, the powerful beasts promised to them by General Marine are obviously more attractive. The thought of being able to bring powerful pets back to participate in various grand gatherings unique to their celestial dragons. Seeing the envious eyes of the fellow Tianlong people around him, Roermo Chisheng's excited heart began to beat wildly. The sense of superiority that uniquely exists between them cannot be described in words. It is a high-level existence, and who doesn't want to be the only one? There are a total of 19 families of Tianlong people, in order to avoid encountering accidents or attacks by hostile forces. Under the rotation system, each family will only choose to go out to sea once every 19 years to achieve the purpose of hunting for novelties. Lord Rorma, the island in front of you is. Kizaru pointed at Ruskana, whose outline could be vaguely seen, and responded. I really have a headache, I can hardly continue acting. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the calm sea was broken by a burst of earth-shattering gunfire. In the distance, a huge warship that was dilapidated but full of fierceness appeared like a ghost. It was Captain John and his crew. They were merciless and took the lead in opening the battle with artillery. The guns roared and black smoke billowed. Cannonballs, carrying the roar of death, struck towards the Tianlong fleet. The cannonballs exploded into huge splashes of water on the sea, setting off layers of huge waves. Kuhahaha. Captain John stood on the bow of the warship, pulled out the saber from his waist, and pointed directly at the luxurious ship in the center of the frigate. Little ones, the treasure is close at hand, help Lousy get the boat over. Kuhahaha. Oh, first come, first served, get on, brothers. The crew members showed no fear and looked at the luxurious ship with greedy faces. The celestial dragons were already like panicked birds. They wished they could tear off their heads and take away their wealth right now. The escorting warship began to shake violently under this sudden attack. On the ship, Saint Rorma's originally arrogant face was instantly taken over by fear, and his shouts were intertwined with his son's screams. Get away, he's just a son, but he still dares to run ahead of me. Saint Rorma kicked the intruding Saint Charlie Luo out of the way, and was caught by the bodyguard behind him using his body as a flesh pad. HMPH. Saint Rorma snorted coldly, looked at the figure in a yellow suit in the distance, flicked his sleeves and said. You, Marine, have to give us an explanation for this matter, the Holy Family of Charmic. Dad, Charles Luo Sheng didn't understand why his father beat him. He cried for the first time since he had been living in a gentle village since he was a child. You, why did you hit me? Saint Rorma stood in front of the iron door of the cabin, with a stern face and said disdainfully. The reason why the pirates attacked this ship is obvious without even thinking about it. If things get bad enough, use you to calm their anger. After saying this, he must close the door of safety built with a lot of money and abandon St. Charles outside. But I am also a Tianlong. You told me that no one can refuse me. I order you to let me in too. The 7-year-old St. Charles was so frightened by the sound of gunfire and the violent shaking of the ship that he lost his mind and roared in anger. I've spent so much money raising you for so many years, isn't that what I'm using today? Saint Rorma ignored his son's cry, ordered the slaves around him to close the door, and said with an evil smile. Although we are both high-ranking celestial dragons, your life was given to you by me. As long as I am here, I can create countless more of you. Let's not talk about the ugly face of father and son breaking up just because of a little setback. Kizaru on the deck frowned, and his body flashed into a golden light and appeared at the bow of the ship, preparing for the upcoming fierce battle. Tyrage, what are you doing? Poor Salino kicked away a flying cannonball with a gloomy look on his face. As a reconnaissance force, you missed such a terrifying aura. Was it an accident, or was it premeditated? Cannonballs continued to fly, and the marine soldiers on the warship began to organize a counterattack under the command of Kizaru. Intense artillery fire was fired at Captain John's warship. For a moment, the sea was filled with flames and smoke. Not good, a marine soldier shouted, which immediately attracted everyone's attention and looked at him. The marine soldier looked at the empty box with a trembling body, and screamed in despair. The cannonballs in the box were used by those nasty Tianlong people to set off fireworks in the past 2 days. The flying squirrel stood on a warship, drew out his sword and chopped off a cannonball, turned around with a ferocious expression and shouted. Watch your words, if you don't have cannonballs, bring me a gun to fight back. The John pirates had obviously made sufficient preparations. Dozens of cannons were installed on the huge pirate ship, constantly bombarding several escort ships in front. If the casualties continue like this, my reputation will be in jeopardy. I will at least sink your ship first. Screams could be heard all around. Poor Salino, who originally planned to perform for a while, finally lost his patience and turned into beams of light and disappeared on the deck. When he reappeared, the figure had appeared directly above the John pirates, and he said casually. Be careful, everyone, because I am also here. Kizaru's figure was suspended in midair, and golden light shone around him, like a scorching sun. He still had that careless expression on his face, but his eyes revealed fierce murderous intent. He raised his hands, palms facing outward, and light instantly gathered in his hands. Countless light bombs condensed into shape at an astonishing speed, densely packed, and as bright as stars. 8-foot beautiful Magatama, Kizaru shouted softly, his voice full of majesty. In an instant, countless light bullets poured out like a torrential rain, roaring towards the pirate ship below. Wherever the light bullet passed, the air was burned and twisted, making a crackling sound. Everyone on the pirate ship looked up in horror, looking at this apocalyptic scene, their eyes full of uneasiness. Hey, the intelligence didn't say that we would encounter this kind of monster. Is this still a force that people can resist? The little giant holding a long knife and the somewhat sinister skinny monkey kept saying words that were not conducive to unity. Kuhahaha. John drew out the scimitar from his waist, instantly slashed out countless slashes and faced him, laughing and saying. Be careful, if you get killed, you won't have any share of the treasure. The skinny monkey turned into a wolf, kicked out several slashes from time to time on its 4 legs, and said with a sinister smile. Then it's good to have more deaths, and less money will be shared. Chapter 68 System Tasks, officially released. System update completed. After several months, I regretted not letting my grandpa install the self-destruct device. Now long out, this system is officially back. The drunken Tyrage clasped his ears, visualized a villain in his mind, and sneered. Do you want to dance again? It might be a dream within a dream, or it might be a fake wine. The villain that Tyrage embodied did not pay attention to the chip upgrade system, and actually fell asleep on the ground in his mind. Humph, ordinary man, Gu Bay, just danced for me as soon as this system was upgraded. If you are wise, this system will forgive you for your previous rudeness. Scratched. Dorag turned over and continued to sleep soundly, murmuring. Does it sound good? The upgraded voice of this system is of course the most perfect, but you, a mere mortal, have a good taste. It's not over, isn't it? Veins popped up on Tyrage's forehead, and he stood up from the ground in an instant. The terrifying conqueror's domineering energy radiated from his body, impacting everything around him, telling him that his current mood was very unhappy. Bold, how dare you talk to me like this? This system, I will let you see the latest ability bestowed on me by the Great Master. Sky fire, click, a wisp of flame appeared out of thin air in front of Tyrage's eyes. He snuffed it out casually and said to himself with an unkind look on his face. Sorry, lousy doesn't smoke, ... There was a sudden power outage while eating hot pot, so I borrowed Tianwo. Tyrage rubbed his temples, kicked Ella next to him who had become bloated due to alcohol allergy, and said with a look of disdain. Bring me a bottle of alcohol allergy medicine. Okay brother. Tyrage took out a bottle of medicine from the system space without looking at the dosage. He opened the bottle cap and poured it all into Ella's mouth. After standing up, Tyrage stood with his hands behind his hands, sighed and his thoughts drifted into the distance. I was paralyzed in bed all my life in my previous life. In my next life, I don't want to live a ruined life early on. Looking inside at the system villain in his mind, Tyrage asked with a wry smile. If I use your ability often, how long will it take to push the world forward? 3 years. So, you want me to become the strongest in the world at the age of 18. You want me to live a retirement life at the age of 18. You want me to have everything in the world at the age of 18. At 18, quote, the more Dorag spoke, the weaker he became, and his eyes gradually flashed with silver light. Mad, why do you feel so good? He shook his head hastily, almost giving himself pua. There are so many stories in this world, and he wants to immerse himself in the stories themselves, to feel and experience them. Instead of appearing from the perspective of God and a superior status in those stories of joy, tragedy, passion, love and commitment. This is why Tyrage always restrains himself from overusing the system. He is here, he loves, and he wants to embrace this world with his whole life. I haven't experienced enough of the splendor of this world, so how can I ruin it so easily? During the 15 years of growth, he once wondered one night whether he would make many like-minded friends in the future. Will they cross the rough seas together, talk about their dreams around the campfire, brag about how awesome they were and what stupid things they have done in the past? Tyrage understands that the most precious thing in the world is not the ability given by the system, but the sincere emotions between people and the time he has experienced personally. What if one's own abilities suddenly rise to an unimaginable height overnight? If you experience those events that cannot be solved with your current strength, the story will change. Alas, we are born from the same roots, so why rush each other? Tyrage sighed, as if he had made some kind of decision, and said slowly and firmly. From now on, send me a task every month. I can't make it too difficult for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to get along in the system circle, right? The system in my mind is hiding in a corner and crying silently, heaven, earth, who knows how long it has been waiting for these words. Ask if it can be used in the system circle. What does that have to do with being kicked out of the group chat? Then, should I send it now? It was the first time to build a real system, and it was still a little uncomfortable, so the little person in the image asked shyly. Tyrage nodded, formally accepting the existence of the system in his heart. Ding 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 dong. After a while of gongs and drums, our little emotional system came back online. System mission release. People are in the windless zone, and the Tianlong people have been killed. No matter in the past life or this life, you want to bite off his skin and eat his flesh, so you decided not to hold back anymore and killed his head with Murasama's anger in your hands. Task reward. Concept Space Fruit Fragment 1, 2-in-1, 1 billion Baileys, and the title, Father's Praise. Tyrage had a dark look on his face. For the first time, he patiently listened to the mission officially released by the system, but he didn't expect that he would be given a hell-level difficulty when he came up. Don't talk yet. Tyrage carefully looked at the rewards for completing the mission again, his eyes radiated with light and said, except 1 billion belly, explain to me the other 2 items. When the little emotional system saw its host's gaze, it always rested on the last title, silently recorded this detail on the chip, and said, Concept is a space fruit, created by the Great Master combined with the thoughts of many gods. It is the superior fruit of all with space capabilities. Has the abilities of most of the surgery fruit, door fruit, castle fruit, mirror fruit, swamp fruit, book fruit, silence fruit, etc., and has absolute priority. In just one sentence, the system summarized all the abilities of this unique conceptual devil fruit. Tyrage was stunned for a while, but he didn't take this conceptual fruit to heart. It was just a fragment. What's more, his father once told him that although devil fruit is extremely powerful, it is even difficult to resist it with human power. But after all, there are still weaknesses. As long as you reach the peak of your domineering strength, you will not be weaker than others. Not interested. Next one. Come again. Title: Father's Praise. Within a year, no matter how hard the wearer tries to commit suicide, he will not make his father angry. Took it. Without any hesitation, Tyrage immediately took over the task with a wave of his hand. The whole person fell into his own reverie, his eyes were dull and unfocused, and the saliva from the corner of his mouth slowly fell. Deep in his heart, which was wrapped in layers, a battle scene of a loving father and a filial son was playing out. That was the heavy love Dorag had for his father, Garp, that he had accumulated deep in his heart over the years. The small emotional system watched this scene silently, just like watching a small movie, showing a humanized smile. Sad host, who told you that our dad beat you because he was angry? That is obviously the father's deep love for his son. Chapter 69: The Disappeared Kizaru. Shiki, things will change later. It's our turn. John can't hold it anymore. In the windless sea area far away from the escort ship, Rayleigh stood on the Nine Snakes pirate ship, sensing the situation there through supervision. The situation is not optimistic. Marine's monster has become stronger again. In a few years, even if I fight against the old man, I won't be able to do what I want. Shaki was sitting on the side of the boat, holding a lady's cigarette in his mouth, and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Don't worry, there is news. The three Hancocks are currently being held on one of the warships, under the supervision of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Find their location first. If you can find the person, you can definitely save him. Shaki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Garp's son really didn't lie to her. Tien Kong Yun sword. The dilapidated John pirate ship was split into two by a ray of light, and many pirates on board fell into the sea one after another. Poor Salino held the Tien Kong Yun sword tightly with both hands, and the blade of the sword flashed with fierce light. His eyes were firm and cold, staring straight at the powerful enemy Captain John on the opposite side. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As he grows older, even John's condition has declined. But after all, he was once a member of the Overlord Rock's pirates, and his strength should not be underestimated. It's so scary. You are so old and still as strong as a monster. Poor Salino flashed and rushed towards John like lightning. The Tien Kong Yun sword drew a dazzling arc in the air, slashing towards John with the force of breaking the wind. Kuhahaha. Marine's brat. Lousy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. John quickly ducked sideways and counterattacked with his sword, his whole body exuding the terrifying conqueror's aura. At the moment of contact, the two started a fierce and thrilling battle on the half-walled pirate ship that was split into two. The Tien Kong Yun sword in poor Salino's hand was swung vigorously, and every strike contained huge power and light. John relied on his agility and rich combat experience to narrowly avoid poor Salino's fierce attacks time and time again. It was hard to separate for a while, but from the cold sweat on John's face and rough breathing, it could be seen that he was beginning to lose his strength. And at this moment, Tyrage, who had completely changed into a different person through the camouflage potion given by the system, slowly emerged from the bottom of the unguarded luxury ship. You bully me, I don't. That potion requires emotional points. Then you can deduct it. You didn't do any emotional points. Where did the mission come from? Tyrage carried Murasama on his back, who had also applied the camouflage potion and turned into a machete. He raised his hand and touched the extremely smooth hull, and muttered casually. Then let's pay on credit first. The information was tentatively released, and Tyrage closed his eyes tightly, analyzing the current situation. One of the 4 frigates has sunk, and the power system of another warship has been damaged, and a raging fire broke out on it. The battle has basically come to an end. Flying Squirrel is leading the marine soldiers on his warship to surround and kill the pirates who were driven into the water by Kizaru. The remaining warship was used as a rescue ship to provide assistance to marine soldiers who accidentally fell into the water. Isn't this wrong? Tyrage frowned and opened his eyes. The aura that appeared here was obviously not right. What was sensed in Ruskena at that time was not only the John pirates, but also dozens of other scattered and obscure auras. Before he came here, he explored the island again. He could say with absolute certainty that except for the soldiers under his command, the rest of the atmosphere had disappeared. I'm going to suffer. With a solemn expression, he looked into the distance at the yellow flash of light that shuttled back and forth in the air. The coverage range of Tyrage's visceral domination is very wide, and he can clearly perceive the fighting situation there. He whispered thoughtfully, is it the influence of John's Conqueror's haki that caused Kizaru's haki to malfunction? Or is it that he doesn't pay attention to the auras hidden under the sea at all? Although the more chaotic the scene, the more helpful it will be for Tyrage to complete the system tasks. But from Marine's point of view, for his father's sake, he would never allow poor Salino to die carelessly here. What's more, there is a potential threat from Shaki secretly. If she had called Rayleigh, the damage to Marine would be unimaginable. But he looks unfamiliar now. If he suddenly intervenes in the battlefield between those two people, they may not be saved, and he himself will be in danger. After taking a deep look at the battlefield in the distance, Tyrage retracted his gaze, put his arm on the hull of the ship, and comforted himself. Kizaru, please pray for yourself first. I believe that with your strength and speed, no one who can trick you has been born yet. Blind faith in the fruits of Logia and the future Marine General. This prompted Tyrage to decide to kill the people first, and then intervene in the war after restoring their original appearance. Former member of the Rocks Pirates, now Captain John. After Kizaru slashed with the last ray of light, his figure instantly turned into spots of light all over the sky. Those bright spots of light flickered like a dream, and then regrouped at a staggering speed the next second. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru had transformed into an element and was approaching the sky above John, who was panting from exhaustion. His figure was looming in the light, with a heart-stopping sense of oppression. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's voice was calm and indifferent, but it seemed to be carrying endless power, vibrating in the air. There was only a loud bang sound, and John flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the sea. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Now, the heart of the water and the sea current fell over my shoulders. Just when Kizaru thought he had successfully defeated John, he let his guard down. Dozens of black shadows suddenly launched a fierce and fatal blow from the bottom of the sea below half of the ship. The turbulent water rose into the sky in an instant, stirring up huge waves that covered the sky and the sun, and instantly wrapped Kizaru tightly in it with overwhelming force. Kizaru's reflexes were very good and he responded immediately. The moment he was wrapped by the water waves, his whole body shone with intense light, trying to escape the impact of the seawater at his own speed of light. However, those dozens of black shadows on the seabed were obviously well prepared. Not only are rocks placed on the seabed to enhance waves, but also over-the-shoulder throws that can control ocean currents are used. This hit created a huge wave like the water gods, leaving Kizaru with no room to escape. Facing sea water with the nature of seafloor stone, those with fruit abilities will always be a weak group that is powerless and invincible. Faced with this situation, it seems that except for Aokiji's freezing ability and Whitebeard's shock ability, there is no way to effectively solve this natural disaster. I was careless. Wow. Kizaru's figure was instantly swept away by the sea current. Being contaminated by the sea water, he became weak and gradually lost consciousness. This emergency seemed very long, but it was something that could only be seen based on Kizaru's reflex nerves. In the eyes of outsiders, the time from the emergence of the current to the moment Kizaru was hit by the current only happened in the blink of an eye. Porosalino. On the other side, the flying squirrel, who was still fighting fiercely with the little giant, saw this scene and ignored the enemy in front of him. He jumped into the sea without hesitation and rushed to rescue Kizaru. The flying squirrel jumped into the sea, causing slight waves. He kept sinking in the water, trying to find the yellow flash. Porosalino, you must not let anything happen to you. Otherwise, this will be the biggest loss caused to Marine in the past century. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a windless zone without wind and waves. When he showed his fangs for the first time, he took away one of Marine's strongest combat powers in the future. The sea gradually calmed down, and the Marine elite without a leader were immediately counterattacked by the remnants of the John pirates, causing heavy losses. At this time, Tyrage had already boarded this well-protected luxury ship. Looking at the frightened and incontinent Charlie Saint with tears streaming down his face, a big question mark appeared on his forehead. Dragon people, that's it. Chapter 70. It's like it never happened. It's boring. Such a simple task makes my blood boil. Tyrage took off the scimitar Murasama from his back, and after careful consideration, decided to kill him with a slash. You can't kill me. When people face the threat of death, they can unleash their infinite potential. While roaring at the top of his lungs, St. Charles tremblingly raised his pistol and pointed it at Dorag. I am a celestial dragon, I am a high-altitude god. I have more than 30 child brides, I have hundreds of slaves, I have a lot of money, all of this can be given to you. Don't kill me. What the hell? The veins in Tyrage's right hand that was holding the scimitar bulged out, and he slashed without hesitation, heading straight for the head of St. Charlie Luo. As its head fell to the ground, Tyrage picked his nose and said scornfully. It's as if no one has money. Even if I kill you, Lousy will have money. What Talig hates most is when people take money to show off to him. With his temperament, does he seem to be in need of money? The system task is completed and the rewards are distributed, please pay attention to check them. On top of the warship that was once guarded by the flying squirrel. Fires shot into the sky, smoke filled the air, shouts of death and gunfire intertwined into a chaotic movement. Rayleigh was as light as a swallow and shuttled quickly on the deck, avoiding the flying gunfire and the chaotic fighting crowd. When he finally stood in the center of the warship, an invisible pressure instantly filled the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Then, Rayleigh took a deep breath, and the hidden power in her body erupted like a volcano. A powerful conqueror's domineering energy centered on him, sweeping around like a raging wave. This domineering force is invisible and colorless, but it carries an irresistible pressure. The Marine soldiers and pirates who were in the middle of a fierce battle instantly felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Their movements stopped abruptly and their eyes became dull. The shouts of killing that originally resounded through the sky disappeared without a trace at this moment, leaving only a dead silence. At this moment, everyone's consciousness was swallowed up by Rayleigh's conqueror's domineering energy, and they fell into a brief coma. On the deck, Marine soldiers and pirates all fell down in random directions, like ears of wheat blown down by a sudden strong wind. Enough people have died in this war. Hancock and the others are still young and cannot afford to bear such a crime. Mr. Rayleigh, are you feeling emotional again? Shaki's figure, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked out from behind the iron door of the cabin with a solemn expression. Rayleigh turned her head in surprise, as if she saw something on Shaki's face. Didn't you find them? Shaki shook his head slowly, looked at the luxury ship in the distance, and said unwillingly. The intelligence is wrong. The 3 Hancocks have been transferred to the escort ship. The latest information comes that Marine Headquarters Buddha Warring States and Black Arm Zephyr have already set off from Marineland and have now entered the windless zone waters. I can only give up for the time being. A ray of dawn broke through the sky, reflecting on Rayleigh's face. He smiled mysteriously and said, maybe things can turn around. What did you see? Shaki suddenly turned around, looked at Rayleigh in surprise, and exclaimed. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth curled up, and she looked at the escort ship in the distance with her hands behind her hands, and whispered. A scarlet crescent moon. 10 minutes ago, the luxury ship on which Dorag is located. The security door built with a lot of money seemed to have become a joke. Murasama, the scimitar in Tyrage's hand, inserted it easily. After rotating it once, a hole that could accommodate one person through appeared in front of Tyrage. The death of a celestial dragon is said to have been premeditated. The world government will definitely investigate until the main culprit is caught. But when all the celestial dragons die, the ship sinks into the sea. To make everything disappear, as if it had never appeared, is called a natural disaster. Tyrage's ears moved slightly, and he had already sensed the disappearance of Kizaru's breath. But things seemed to happen in an instant, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Now that he has reached this point, he can't do anything more now or in the past, so why not use the time now to eliminate hidden dangers in the future? The interior of the escort ship has been transformed into one piece, and there is only one entrance and exit in front of Tyrage. Stepping into the cabin of this escort ship, Tyrage seemed to have entered a luxurious dream world. Every inch of the cabin exudes dazzling light. The walls of the corridor inlaid with gold shone with dazzling color under the candlelight. Rare gemstones adorn the exquisite furniture, shining like stars. Damn it! Looking at the extremely luxurious decoration, Tyrage cursed secretly. Then he hid his body and sneaked in. He wanted to check the situation of the guards inside first and make a plan. But the tragic scenes he witnessed next aroused the anger deep in his heart. Outside, the smoke of war is still filling the air. Marine soldiers are spattered with blood in the brutal fighting, and their lives are withering in the ruthless flames of war. But inside the cabin, it was a different scene. The Tianlong people turned a deaf ear to the tragic war situation outside and still indulged in extravagant enjoyment. With bohemian smiles on their faces, they drank and caroused and indulged wantonly. Saint Rormasi was lazily leaning on the luxurious sofa, holding a woman with colorful makeup on each side of his arms, holding a wine glass studded with gems in his hands, and his wanton laughter echoed in the cabin. The other Tianlong man was leaning on the chair, squinting his eyes, admiring the slaves' tragic performance with great interest, with a disgusting look of satisfaction on his face. In stark contrast, are the painful and numb faces of the slaves. Their bodies were trembling, and their eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. A thin slave girl was forced to kneel on the ground and mechanically beat her legs for the celestial dragon. Tears flowed on her dirt-covered cheeks, but she did not dare to cry. Another little slave boy performing a show was whipped mercilessly by the celestial dragons because his movements were slightly slow. He bit his lip tightly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, but he could only endure the pain silently, not daring to resist at all. Shang Rormasi, I heard that you got 3 more low-quality untouchables of good quality. With a lewd smile, Mo Silisheng walked to the sofa with a wine glass and asked condescendingly. Those dirty things of mine can't even dance, how about leaving them to me? Saint Rormasi pinched the sleeping servant beside him, pointed to the chair beside him, and asked him to sit down and talk. As a noble celestial dragon, he has no habit of looking up to others, not even Saint Mosili who is also a celestial dragon. That's not possible. I intend to train those low-level creatures into high-level maids. You'd better not think about it. Saint Rometh put his fragrant fingers to his nose and sniffed, then refused. In order to cultivate the 3 newly acquired untouchables, he gave them all the more precious devil fruits. Just wait until they return to the holy land of Mary Joa, brand them with the symbol of their celestial dragons, and put them next to them for pleasure. There is no doubt that Roermo Chisheng simply trained Hancock and the 3 of them, keeping them by his side for torture and fun, without any other thoughts. They are noble celestial dragons, and even breathing the outside air is disgusting to them. How could they debase themselves and give their essence to those they consider garbage on the sea? Even the 2 women in his arms now were both pure daughters, who had grown up in the Holy Land since childhood and were specially provided to the celestial dragons to solve their desires. Chapter 71 The Will to Liberate. When Tyrage sneaked into the core area, he noticed that the deployment of guards here was unusual. On both sides of the passage leading to the Tianlong people's enjoyment area, a fully armed guard stood every 5 steps. Their eyes are cold and alert, always paying attention to what's going on around them. In addition, patrol teams are distributed in every corner of the cabin. Their steps are neat and agile, and they can quickly assemble to respond to any slightest disturbance. However, even though these guards appear to be well-trained and well-equipped, they are nothing more than a ragtag group of people. In Tyrage's opinion, there is nothing that one shot of Conqueror's hockey can't solve. If there is, then 2 shots. The only thing that needs his attention may be the figures wearing white suits, masks, and long black cloaks standing next to the Tianlong people. After collecting the information, Tyrage suppressed the anger in his heart and stepped out of the shadows. The moment Tyrage stopped hiding his aura, the CP0 members who had always stood with their hands behind their backs immediately discovered his whereabouts. Due to the large number of objects that needed to be protected, the CP0 captain named Buzzka did not go to check immediately but pressed the alarm. Shao Ka, what happened? The siren sounded, and Saint Rormasi jumped out of the arms of the two women in an instant, hiding behind Buzzka and shivering. Saint Mosali next to him also followed suit, pulling a CP0 member in front of him and shouting. Hurry up and deal with the enemy. If we are damaged at all, you will all die to apologize. The alarm sounded, which meant that a powerful enemy had invaded. The originally luxurious cabin was reduced to a chaotic and noisy place just because of the cold aura emitted by Tillage, with roars and roars happening one after another. CP0 is considered the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, and one of their main responsibilities is to protect the Celestial Dragons. No matter what the Tianlong people do, CP0 will protect them without any bottom line. As you command, Lord Tianlong. Buzzka nodded in reverence, then looked at his colleagues and said coldly. You protect the 5 Lord Celestial Dragons, and I will deal with the enemy. At the same time, Tyrage appeared, already surrounded by guards in the cabin. He waited expressionlessly for all the guards to gather here. Looking at Buzzka who was rushing towards him, Tillage shouted coldly. There are a lot of miscellaneous soldiers, so let's clear some of them first. Conqueror's domineering power was revealed, and an invisible coercion burst out from Tyrage. This coercion seemed to be real, spreading around with Tillage as the center, forming an invisible impact. Under the impact of Conqueror's domineering power, the guards who gathered around turned pale in an instant, their eyes were blank, and they all collapsed to the ground. Buzzka's forward figure suddenly stopped, with a look of shock on his face. He never expected that the enemy who suddenly appeared in front of him would possess such powerful Conqueror's haki. He must be no ordinary person. But as the captain of CP0, he quickly regained his composure, gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. Humph, I don't know whether to live or die. Tyrage's eyes were sharp. Looking at the charging Buzzka, he made a fist with his right hand and raised it in the air. The moment Buzzka approached, a punch flew out and hit Buzzka's head. Iron. Buzzka wanted to strike first, but the enemy was faster, so he had to defend passively. The swift punch never missed, and with a muffled click sound, Buzzka's head was cracked by the punch. Following Tyrage's punch from top to bottom, his head followed the force and slammed into the deck. Only half of his body that struggled from time to time was still exposed. Is this all you can do? Tyrage stood up slowly, pulled out the arm that had been smashed into the ground, and curled his lips with disdain. I thought these CP0s were strong, but I didn't expect them to be so vulnerable. They couldn't even withstand his iron fist of love. Go and help, kill him. Don't let that despicable guy get close to us. A Tianlong man saw this and roared in panic. Several CP0 members heard the sound, looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed towards Tyrage. Just in time. When Tyrage saw this, he sneered at the corner of his mouth and decided to make a quick decision so that he could finish his work early. The aura in him surged again, and Conqueror's domineering power swept out again. The CP0 members who had just rushed over felt dizzy and their movements suddenly became sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tyrage pulled out the scimitar Murasama from his waist, and his figure instantly passed through several CP0s who were still charging forward. Sorry. Tyrage slowly inserted Murasama into the scabbard, turned his back to several motionless CP0s, and grinned. I've finished cutting. Puff. As Tyrage's words fell, several CP0s groaned, blood splattered everywhere, and they fell to the ground dead, lifeless. Looking at the CP0 members lying on the ground, Tyrage turned his eyes to the Tianlong people hiding behind. At this time, the Tianlong people had already been frightened out of their wits, and they were not as arrogant and domineering as usual. Tyrage sneered, looked at these trembling Dracos and joked. Are you so-called gods, also afraid? What are you going to do? Saint Rormasi casually pulled a maid in front of him, looked at Dorag who was covered in blood in front of him and said. We are high-altitude celestial dragons. We own everything in this world. Send us back to the Holy Land. Do you want to? Scratched. Tyrage raised his sword and slashed away with dozens of slashes in an instant, interrupting their fight. His right eyelid kept twitching, thinking that something big was going to happen, and he didn't have the time to continue wasting time here. The smell of blood instantly filled the entire cabin, and the slaves who originally served the celestial dragons widened their eyes in horror, covered their mouths, and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Tyrage raised his brows slightly, waved the demon knife on his hand to attract everyone's attention, and shouted loudly. Listen to me. From today on, no one can arbitrarily deprive you of your freedom or trample on your dignity. You are no longer dolls at the mercy of others, but a life with your own will. You are liberated. Tears shone in the eyes of the slaves, and most of them cried out and knelt down towards Tyrage. My benefactor, if it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have sunk in this darkness. An older slave said with a trembling voice. He was a tall man who was once the mount of the celestial dragon. You gave me a new life, this great kindness, I will never forget it. A young slave shouted excitedly, he was once a toy for torture by the celestial dragons. We will definitely cherish this hard-won freedom and live up to your expectations. Another slave clenched his fist firmly. He was the punching bag of the celestial dragons, and his body was covered with hideous scars. I want to follow you. A young but stubborn voice came from a certain corner. Tyrage turned his head in surprise and picked his ears. He deserved the gratitude of these people, but it seemed like something had gotten in just now. There are small lifeboats on this ship. Whether you can escape depends on your life. Tyrage waved his hand, signaling for them to run away for their lives, while he searched for the source of the last childish voice just now. Chapter 72 Don't be afraid, sister is here. Hancock grew up in a daughter country that advocated force. In such a growing environment, she believed that people with power are the most beautiful. And Daughter's Island is a pirate country that advocates violence and strength, so she feels that the most powerful people are the most beautiful. Hancock felt as if a shock bomb had been dropped into Hancock's heart for Tyrage, who descended from the sky and killed all the celestial dragons. Her cold eyes were filled with unbelievable astonishment, and her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something. During the few days they were abducted, everyone around them was transmitting the idea that God is absolute to the three sisters. Because of her outstanding talent, Hancock's character has been relatively arrogant since she was a child, which prompted her to be unwilling to live in the status quo and never stopped resisting. But violent struggles often resulted in violent beatings like a violent storm. However, she has a very proud temperament and never gives in to others easily. In the face of difficulties and injustice, she always holds her head high and fights bravely. Even after being beaten, his stubbornness never diminished by half. However, that ugly trash wearing a mask, seeing that Hancock was dissatisfied with the training, turned his attention to her sister. This was something Hancock would never allow. For the first time, she knelt down in front of that ugly man and accepted the fruits of his reward in humiliation. From then on, Hancock's arrogance was buried deep in her bones. Her eyes gradually became numb, as if she accepted the word spread among slaves. The celestial dragons are untouchable existences, they possess absolute authority and an unchallengeable status. And until Tyrage's figure was like a bright dawn, tearing through the endless darkness of the cabin. The fire in Hancock's heart that had not been completely extinguished lit up again. An iron fence made of sea-floor stone blocked Tyrage's footsteps. Well, benefactor. Hancock's tears streaked down his cheeks, and he knelt down in front of Tyrage with weak knees, hitting his forehead heavily on the ground. She pursed her lips lightly, suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, and prayed with a trembling voice. Benefactor, please take action and save my two sisters. Hancock's tears fell from her cheeks, flowing down from her scarred skin. Her delicate body trembled slightly, but there was no look of pain on her face. As long as you are willing to save my sisters, I, Boya Hancock, will never forget your great kindness. If you are willing, I will spend the rest of my life following you. The hoarse shouting spread throughout the entire cabin, which clearly shows Hancock's true feelings. Tyrage looked at Sandersonia and Marigold, who were huddled in the corner and were already dying. The domineering force of the experience instantly enveloped the two girls, and the aura they sensed was very weak, and they really needed first aid. This is why Hancock succumbed to the celestial dragons, because if her sister could not get treatment, her life might really be in danger. Tyrage looked at the thin girl who never raised her head, and did not answer. Instead, he answered Hancock's prayer with practical actions. Putting his right hand on Murasama at his waist, he raised his thumb slightly, and the scarlet blade was immediately unsheathed with a hint of chill. One blade style bright moon. Tyrage almost used all his strength to slash the sword, accurately slashing at the blocking object in front of him. The scarlet crescent moon did not appear. With a clicking sound, the sea tower stone prison door in front of him was unscathed. A flock of crows flew over the escort ship, and the previous atmosphere disappeared instantly. Tyrage grinned, his toes were on the deck in embarrassment, almost digging out 4 rooms and 1 living room, and he cursed secretly. Maid, I know Halu is tough, but this girl's toughness is too ridiculous. At this time, Hancock had raised his head and blinked his big eyes without any intention of ridicule. Instead, he looked a little lonely and whispered desperately. They said this cage is made of the hardest stone in the world, and it can be opened even by the benefactor. Tyrage didn't hear Hancock's whisper. Seeing that he couldn't break open the cage in front of him, he didn't hesitate to continue wasting energy, but turned around and left. Seeing this situation, the hope that had just risen in Hancock's heart plummeted, completely falling into a bottomless abyss. She slumped to the ground helplessly, staring blankly at the figure that was gradually moving away. She did not stop to log from leaving, nor did she try to cry out and pray again. Staggeringly, she stood up with her scarred body, and walked step by step to the two sisters who were also seriously injured. Even though she is arrogant in her bones and strong in her heart, she is only a 12-year-old girl, a girl 2 years younger than Maginot. Facing a strange environment and cruel and ugly men, even Hancock himself was terrified. But in order to protect her 2 younger sisters, as a sister, she cannot show any cowardice. Even if there is no hope of escaping, it can at least be a ray of warmth and support for them in this endless darkness. She has been working hard to straighten her spine, using her still immature body to try to hold up a small safe space for her sisters. It might be caused by fever, or it might be caused by simple pain. The weak bodies of the two sisters Sandersonia and Marigrud were trembling all the time. Hancock's slightly trembling hands held the hands of his sisters tightly, as if conveying a silent power to them. Don't be afraid, my sister is here. Hancock leaned next to his two sisters and slowly closed his eyes. The last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. She was really too tired. Click, there was the sound of the lock being opened. Hancock, who was already exhausted, slowly opened his blurry eyes, and what he saw was a familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face. Benefactor. Tyrage threw down the key in his hand, walked forward slowly, tapped her forehead, smiled and said, "Hey, since I drew my sword and can't save you, doesn't that mean I've lost again?" Recalling the scene when he was defeated by Rayleigh on the Sabayati Islands, Dorag felt resentful and secretly said, "Old Rayleigh, just wait for me. Even if you can't cut off the sea rock, I won't lose." Hancock's big eyes regained their brightness, and he covered his forehead where he was touched. The gratitude in his heart could not be expressed in words. After being successfully rescued, Hancock seemed to be in disbelief as if he was in a dream. His eyes blinked, and a layer of mist gradually appeared. Tyrage didn't get the thank you and admiring look he wanted, but what he got was the voice he feared the most. Wow, the grievances Hancock had suppressed in his heart for this period of time burst out in an instant, and his hoarse cries resounded throughout the world. Tyrage's temples suddenly jumped wildly, and the reaction that had been engraved in his bones prompted him to retreat hastily and hit the stone fence of the sea tower behind him heavily. Call. Tyrage patted his chest, and sure enough, the little girl's cries were surprisingly similar. Hancock's cry of grievance reminded Tyrage immediately of the time when he made Maginot cry. That time, he had been fooling around for a long time before he succeeded in gaining the forgiveness of Sister Maginot, which also allowed him to experience the power of a woman's tears for the first time. 3 SF. Chapter 73 The Glory of the Bright Moon. Ahem. Tyrage looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to his embarrassing appearance, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His glorious image had already been tarnished once in the Sabayati Islands, and he would never allow this to happen a second time. Well, benefactor. Hancock's cry was interrupted by the impact, and he raised his head shyly, looked at Tyrage who was patting his chest and asked, "You, what's wrong with you?" A cold air flashed across this small prison, and Tyrage, who had given up killing in silence, slowly turned around. With a forced smile, he pointed at the two sisters huddled in the corner and said, "Now that you are free, should I send you away?" Hearing this, Hancock's joyful mood disappeared, and sadness filled his brows again. Now she no longer has the strength to take her two sisters away safely, so she can only continue to trouble the benefactor who saved them. "There is nothing I can repay for your great kindness." Tyrage waved his hand to interrupt Hancock. "Nearly 10 minutes have passed since he entered the cabin. Time is tight and cannot be wasted anymore. I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. When you have time in the future, if you can speak, just speak more, and withdraw first." The first half of the calm zone is less than 50 nautical miles away from the location of the escort ship. More than 20 warships were billowing thick smoke, and their brake rollers were rolling rapidly on the windless and waveless sea. On top of the largest warship in the lead, Warring States stood on the bow with a worried expression, looking at the endless sea ahead. "Alas, I made a serious mistake." Warring States sighed, as if talking to himself or to the figure beside him. Zephyr went out without wearing sunglasses for the first time, shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't blame you entirely. After all, that BD Tyrage didn't say anything." "No." Warring States turned around, a flash of silver light flashed on his lenses, looked at Zephyr beside him with a look of shame, and said, "It was me who hung up the phone on his own initiative. He had already reported the dangerous situation there. It's just because of some accidents that I didn't listen carefully to his opinions, and things developed like this." Zephyr patted Warring States on the shoulder, and in order not to let the old brother think too much, he comforted him by saying, "A natural disaster, a man-made disaster, birth, old age, illness and death are normal." The two looked at each other and said nothing. In the blind spot where Warring States could not see, Zephyr held a miniature telephone bug in his hand, and a light flashed in his eyes. "Telig, is this your choice? If you really did all this, then I hope you will erase all traces before we get there, otherwise." Zephyr turned his head to look at the stressed-out Warring States, and thought to himself, "Otherwise, we old guys will suffer." Ruskana. "Hey, Ella, what have you been doing?" Leo drunkenly poked his head out from behind a thick tree and said with a sarcastic smile, "What's wrong with you? Even if you don't drink, can you still chat with us? I've been looking for you for a long time. What are you doing here?" Ella was shocked, hurriedly patted the dust on her clothes, scratched her head in a sneer and laughed. Relieve, hehehe. A lazy man poops a lot and doesn't drink at all. He can't get rid of his hands. Leo hugged Ella's shoulders, laughed and asked, "I don't know what Commander Lieutenant is doing. Did he tell you?" "No, I don't dare to ask what Lieutenant Commander is doing." Ella shivered with lingering fear. After being inserted, he had some shadows about the words, Lieutenant Commander. Leo's face turned red and he hugged Ella and walked back. A flash of light flashed through his blurred eyes, but they soon returned to their blurry appearance. The escort ship was attacked. Shiki put down the phone bug in his hand, looked at Rayleigh nervously and said, "They are almost here. We should retreat. We can't let anyone find out that we have been here." Turning to look at the ambulance not far away, "What does that scarlet crescent moon mean?" Rayleigh took a sip of the wine from the gourd, with a faint smile on her lips, and said to herself, "Although the breath can be deceiving, the future will not." Tyrage would never have thought that just because he did not use formal channels to purchase the disguise potion mentioned by the system. So much so that being fooled by the low-quality medicine thrown out by the system can only temporarily cover up the person's aura and change the person's appearance, but it cannot deceive the future. Eyes can deceive, but the future will not. In Rayleigh's prediction of the future, Tyrag's figure is clearly visible. That scarlet crescent moon completely sank the extremely luxurious escort ship to the bottom of the sea, as if it had never appeared before. Well, benefactor. Hancock's face turned red with embarrassment, and he lay on Tyrage's back and shouted. Ah! Dorag held Sandersonia in one hand and Marigrud in the other, and walked towards the outside of the cabin very quickly. Hancock put his face against the warm back, smiled and said. No. Nothing. She was just making sure that all this was really not a dream, even though it only lasted 3 short days. But she seemed to have experienced an entire century, unable to see clearly the past or the future, and was full of confusion. Are you tired? Tyrage kicked out the unconscious guard standing in front of him and scolded. Don't talk if you have nothing to do, it will affect Lousy's rhythm. Hancock gritted his teeth silently. Although his benefactor was very nice, his words were really unpleasant. Host, my course selling love science and practice only requires 2 tasks, do you think? Are you so idle that your balls ache? The exit was right in front of him, and a black line crossed his forehead, and he cursed inwardly with disdain. Weird things happen every year, especially this year. If you don't have a good system, how can you be a businessman cutting leaks? I have no eggs. Stepping out of that ridiculous safety door, the first ray of sunlight broke through the darkness and shone on Hancock's face, completely dispelling the haze deep in her heart. As soon as Tyrage came out, his eyes moved to the warship in the distance and secretly said, is Rayleigh still here? Benefactor. Hancock timidly poked his head out, looking back and forth at his benefactor with curious eyes, as if he wanted to keep him in his heart. Still not coming down. Tyrage looked away and threw Hancock down. Then she walked to a lifeboat and put her 2 sisters on it. He looked at Hancock expressionlessly and said, What, you want me to invite you up? Oh. Hancock nodded obediently and jumped into the lifeboat timidly. Tyrage pulled out the rope on the side and, under Hancock's surprised gaze, tied them to the boat instantly with a terrifying speed. Clapping his hands, Tyrage raised the corners of his mouth slightly and chuckled. Sit tight, it won't be fun if you fall. He put his hands under the boat and lifted it up amidst Hancock's exclamation. Aiming at the direction of Rayleigh, his arms gradually gathered strength and shouted. Let's go. Whoosh. The yacht with the 3 tied-up sisters instantly turned into a black spot. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the warship where Rayleigh was, and was easily picked up by Rayleigh. Tyrage ignored the situation over there and jumped up, stepping on moonwalk and flying into the sky. Looking at the ambulance below with an indifferent expression, he slowly pulled out the Murasama from his waist. One sword-style secret meaning. The brilliance of the bright moon. Chapter 74 Undercover. The Murasama in his hand was instantly swung out, and a brilliant scarlet sword energy roared out. The sword energy carries the power to destroy the heaven and the earth, and the space wherever it passes is squeezed to the point of making a sharp scream, as if it is overwhelmed and about to break. The brilliance of the bright moon. Along with Tyrage's roar, the light of the slashing sword turned into a huge crescent moon in the air. The light was dazzling, but it also contained endless chill. The crescent moon struck down with a devastating force, and the escort ship's hull was instantly split into 2, revealing a flat cut. This is not over yet. The crescent moon not only does not disappear, but shines brighter. There was only a loud boom sound, and a scarlet crescent moon shadow appeared at the place where the strike was struck. The shadow seemed to be a messenger from hell, exuding a creepy aura, and the chopped escort ship was instantly turned into powder by this blood moon. Boom. When heavy objects fall into the water, it is the sound of the sea tower stone cage falling into the water. That is also the only evidence that can prove that the escort ship has been stranded in this sea area. Marine was attacked by unknown forces and all members fainted. Lieutenant General Kizaru fell to the bottom of the sea and his life or death is unknown. The whereabouts of the Tianlong escort ship are unknown. In the air, Dorag stepped on the moonwalk and looked at the lifeboat that was gradually getting away in the distance. His eyes always stayed on Rayleigh, whose beard and hair were all silver. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, recalling the note he secretly placed on Hancock before, and said to himself. As a reconnaissance force, I had a conflict with Pluten Rayleigh and was severely injured by him, unable to support. Tyrage's figure flashed in the air and turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye. Ruskena. Tyrage, who had recovered his appearance, fell on the beach covered in blood. He was severely injured and fell into a drowsy sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Tyrage, who was wrapped in bandages, slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that catches the eye are rows of neatly arranged medical equipment, shining with a cold metallic luster under the dim light. His nose twitched slightly, and a faint aroma of herbs and disinfectant came to his nostrils. Hiss. Tyrage sat up, took a breath of cold air, and cursed secretly. Maid, this is my first time to self-mutilate and I have no experience. I almost died. Woke up. The dim light in the cabin reflected Zepha's face in the darkness. His eyes were cold and he spoke words without any warmth. Suddenly there was a sound in the silent cabin, and Tyrage, who had just woken up, was frightened and his body trembled slightly. But he soon came back to his senses. When he saw Zepha's face in the shadow clearly, he suddenly felt happy and jumped off the bed. But after taking only a few steps, he was blocked by Zepha's outstretched hand, preventing him from getting any closer. There was a hint of chill in Zepha's voice. The one who performed the surgery on you is our top doctor in Marine. He said that the knife wound on your body is 96% similar to the wound caused by your Murasama slash. Uncle Zephyr, what are you talking about? Tyrage stood on the spot, scratching his head with a smile and said, why can't I understand? Don't you understand? Zephyr crossed his fingers in front of him, his sharp eyes always looking at Dorag, who was sweating in front of him. Then let me change the question. When the escort ship was attacked, where were you and what were you doing? Tyrage had known for a long time that he would be interrogated, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. How long had he been asleep? Tyrage was already familiar with the content of the interrogation, and without any pause, he spoke briefly and forcefully. On the way to support, I encountered Pluton Rayleigh and was severely injured. I fainted. The light in Zephyr's eyes flashed away, and he said coldly. Who can testify? No one sees it, Kaido said with a decisive voice from Tyrage. Zephyr slowly stood up, walked to Dorag, and looked down at him condescendingly. Tyrage pretended to be calm and looked at his uncle without any dodge in his eyes. Zephyr frowned, sighed helplessly, and slowly said, there was a sailor who was swept away by the sea and escaped the domineering impact of an unknown strong man. He said that he saw a scarlet crescent moon. The voice stopped suddenly, and Zephyr did not say anything clearly. He just stared at Tyrage silently, wanting to see what explanation he had. Hearing this, Tyrage's heart on the left chest suddenly stopped for a few seconds, and his face became extremely dark. Almost gritting his silver teeth, he cursed secretly. Wo Nen Dai, Ella, it allows Uncle Zephyr to connect the scarlet crescent moon that smashed the escort ship with him. She can only resist his conqueror's domineering power. Ella is the only one who has seen that scarlet crescent moon. A trace of cold sweat gradually broke out on Tyrage's forehead. The facts were in front of him, but he still couldn't believe that it was Ella who betrayed him. After all, no matter which aspect Tyrage analyzed, Ella was not the kind of material that could be used as an undercover agent. No, he's not even qualified to be an undercover agent. Zephyr seemed to have seen Tyrag's gradually distorted heart, and no longer let him think wildly, and explained. Do you still remember the time when you asked me for Ella? Tyrage shook his head, his eyes returned to clarity, he looked up into Zephyr's eyes and nodded. How could I not remember that I almost knelt down for you in your office? Ha ha ha. Zephyr laughed a few times, patted Dorag on the shoulder, and then explained. Ella is different from you. Compared to you, he lacks a lot of exercise. This is why I don't want to let him go. However, due to his firm attitude and the persuasion of your uncle Warring States period, I handed him over to you. Zephyr pulled out a cigar and threw it to Dorag. He took the lead in lighting one, took a deep breath, and said with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. But as a teacher of a student who has not completed his studies, how can I rest assured? This garden party is the final trial task for him to graduate and give me a complete report of what he saw and heard. As if struck by lightning, Tyrage was stunned in place for an instant, and his sister was lying on the ground. He looked up at his thoughtful uncle and said with a trembling voice. Then, what did that BD say? Ella, this big speaker, couldn't tell everyone what should be said and what shouldn't be said in one breath, right? If that were the case, Dorag would have shaved off 3 layers of his skin and written his name upside down. Having said this, Zephyr's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He walked to the table behind him, picked up a report, and threw it to Tyrage. Tyrage eagerly took it, and after carefully examining it, he was shocked by the content written on it. Report to the teacher, I just gave Lieutenant Commander a complete body massage. I am very tired. Over. Report to the teacher, I am removing the seeds from the dragon fruit. I am even more tired. It's over. Report to the teacher, I have witnessed history. I have witnessed the rise of the king. The scarlet crescent moon that killed the great ape king is so beautiful. Reporting to the teacher, I was inserted by Lieutenant Commander. When I woke up, I wanted to take revenge on him, but I couldn't find anyone else. I was very disappointed. The corners of Tyrage's mouth twitched a few times, then he raised his head seriously, looked at Zephyr and roared. He is your student, he has nothing to do with me, you taught him. He actually broke off the relationship with Ella immediately, as if he was ashamed to be with a fool. Zephyr's fists clenched loudly, saying that Ella is an unteachable masterpiece. But he has a kind of steel-like will that others don't have. Let's just say he is a genius. Between these 2 words and 7 gestures, which one matches him? An uncle, a nephew, a master and a disciple looked at each other and complained at the same time. Talent. Times 2 Chapter 75 5 Elders. I once asked you what your belief is, and you told me it was to protect. Zephyr's voice was a little dull, and he looked down at the mosquitoes crawling slowly on the deck, silently lost in thought. To this day, he still doesn't understand what the guarding in Tyrage's words means. His previous guess was wrong. At the age of 15, Tyrage had the determination to become a king in a certain field and even awakened conqueror's hockey. His ability has far exceeded the only ray of dawn that can be seen in Zephyr's narrow eyes. Slowly raising his head, Zephyr punched Tyrage hard in the abdomen and asked with hatred. Protect peace, protect will, protect justice, protect Marine, protect principles, even protect the world. Zephyr sneered, his eyes widened and he roared. No, none of these old men saw it. Although he only taught Dorag for a few months, Zephyr had a different kind of emotion towards Dorag from the beginning to the end. The iron-clad man shed tears of shame just because he failed to teach his students well. Tyrage was beaten by Zephyr and staggered to the ground, but he quickly jumped up and stood back to his original position, silently accepting the reprimand of his elders. Seeing this, Zephyr punched Tyrage away again and roared angrily, "Kill those scum and you will become a man of flesh and blood for the time being. But just to cover up the truth, you would ignore your colleagues and even harm your own body. This is something I will never allow. This will disqualify you from protecting everything." Zephyr took a few deep breaths and looked at Dorag, who staggered back to his original position again, with blood leaking from the wound. His clenched fist finally did not swing down again. Sitting feebly on the chair, Zephyr looked up at the flickering light and slowly said, "Fortunately, you wiped it clean. Your uncle and others have already done the rest." Dorag, who had been keeping his head down and silent, changed his expression for the first time. He raised his head and looked at Uncle Zephyr, who likes to do things as much as his father. "So, what's wrong with me?" Bang! Tyrage's body was instantly embedded into the ship's plank behind him, and the blood on his chest seeped into the bandage. "You're thinking shit." Zephyr's veins popped up on his forehead and he yelled angrily. The sharp sword hanging over everyone's head may be swung down at any time. "How can it be as simple as you think?" A flash of light flashed through his eyes, recalling the far-fetched reasons Sengoku and Kong Fleet Admiral came together to make up, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Picking up his marine jacket and putting it on his body, Zephyr walked to the hatch and stopped. "We will arrive at Marine headquarters in a few hours. Please write your resignation report in advance." Pung! The cabin door was kicked out by Zephyr, who was still angry, and his figure disappeared into the night. "System, am I out of touch?" Dorag, who silently licked his wounds, asked a question from his soul. "Don't think like that, at least you made 1 billion. Oh, that's right, you'll make a profit without losing anything." I accepted the systematic persuasion with peace of mind, dragged my exhausted body back to the hospital bed, and performed a trick to fall asleep in 1 second. Holy Land, Marie Joya, Pangu City. Jegelsia Satan is wearing a black suit, has white curly hair, and a fluffy white beard. At this time, he was leaning on crutches, sitting in the middle of the sofa, and said calmly, 6 Tianlong people died. Saint Marcus Moshe was wearing a black suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, standing next to Saint Satan. The slender figure was obviously a head taller than the other 4 people, and he said calmly, "Don't rush to conclusions. The escort ship has disappeared. Maybe there are still people alive." Topman Wuchulasheng wore a dark black suit, was bald, and had a splayed beard. He sat opposite Saint Satan and said decisively, "Marines' mistakes are unquestionable and require severe punishment." Shepherd 10 Peter Saint was wearing a black suit without a tie, his hair and beard were blonde, and he had a scar on his chest. His face was a little gloomy. Among the Tianlong people who disappeared, one of them was from his family. He said coldly, "Just sending 2 lieutenant generals to escort us is too disrespectful to us Tianlong people." Saint Azanbalan V. Nastero is wearing a white robe, bald head and glasses, holding in his arms the first generation, Kiki Tetsu, one of the supreme sharp swords. Sitting next to Saint Wuchuli, he made his final decision with a serious look on his face. "Then except for Garp's son and the disappeared Kizaru, let's wipe out everyone else." The other 4 people nodded in response and did not refute Nashou Langsheng's proposal. As it should be, Garp has a great reputation among Marines. It is a wise decision not to provoke him for the time being. Kizaru's Logia fruit will become a good tool in the future. Let's satisfy their conditions as much as possible. Kong is about to be promoted to commander-in-chief of the entire army. He needs to give his face, and that useless flying squirrel should not move. The others nodded at the same time, agreeing with each other's proposal. The 5 people who each held the core power of the world government took the lead in making the decision on punishment after a brief exchange. The meeting was still going on, and it was Saint Satan who spoke first. "What do you think of what Cyborg Kong and Buddha reported in the Warring States period?" Moshe Sheng took over the topic and concluded. "The suspected masterminds behind this attack on the Celestial Dragons are Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Edward Newgate, Akoku, Silver Axe, Captain John and Fishman Island." Saint Wuchuli said expressionlessly, "They're all tough guys." Saint Peter was the only one among the 5 who suffered losses and showed a bad expression. "Most of them are the remnants of rocks, but it's time to liquidate some." Saint Nashulong stood up slowly pulled out his beloved sword from its sheath, and made his final decision. "The majesty of the Tianlong people does not allow others to provoke others. Send out all CP0 and use all means to wipe out all the above-mentioned forces except Fishman Island as much as possible." The other 4 people nodded in agreement. There was no controversy throughout the meeting and almost all passed with 1 vote. For some unknown reason, the 5 most powerful people in the world actually excluded Fishman Island, who had been confirmed to be involved in the surprise attack, at the same time. Is it because of the geographical location? Is it because I cannot withstand the pressure of public opinion? Or is it because I am afraid of some unknown weapon? All of this is still unknown. Chapter 76 Special Forces. First can't leave Marine. Bang. You have to leave. Warring States punched the desk in front of him to pieces and looked sharply at Dorag, who was standing in front of him. Someone will die. Tyrage swallowed, and shuddered all over as he remembered the iron fist of his angry father. "That has nothing to do with me. Do you know how many Marine soldiers will lose their lives because of your stupid behavior?" Tyrage curled his lips, lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. "It's not like I don't know about Uncle's bribery of officials on Judiciary Island. The Judicial Island is an island set up by the world government, which contains a court in name only. Its main responsibility is to conduct so-called trials on those who are escorted here. This time, the punishment order issued by the 5 elders to Marine was completed through the hands of Judicial Island. Big Buddha shock wave, a medium-sized golden light instantly enveloped Tyrage. Warring States glared at Tyrage embedded in the wall with an ugly expression and scolded. Who told you this secret? Can this kind of thing be said casually? In order to save that group of soldiers, Marine's funding has been reduced by half this month. If this kind of thing is known to everyone and finally reaches the ears of the superiors, then this group of sailors will not be the only ones to die. Ahem. Tyrage squeezed out from the wall, coughed a few times and cursed secretly. Mad, this is already the second time I've been beaten. Life is hard. Seeing that the golden light was about to fall again, Tyrage did not hesitate at all and sold out the person who was about to tell him the truth. It's and he. The golden light that struck suddenly stopped, ruffling Tyrage's hair. Warring States' frown slowly relaxed, he shook his head with a wry smile, and said to himself. Xiaohei, we just want this child to grow up in guilt, how could you? Gritting his teeth, Warring States decided to show off. You must hand in your resignation to me. This matter is not up to you. Now that you know the ins and outs of the matter, then you should bear half of the local specialties given away this time. Not much. Warring States slowly raised a finger and sneered. All it takes is 1 billion Baileys. Warring States silently praised his intelligence in his heart. Since he had decided to let this boy form a special force, he had to find something to do. Going to the sea to make money is a good task, and it's good for you and me. Whoosh, a wisp of cold air rose up, and the atmosphere in the office instantly dropped to freezing point. There was a vague signal of Conqueror's domineering being released. Tyrage raised his head with a distorted expression and growled in a dull voice. Destroying a person's wealth is like killing his parents. I'm sorry, Uncle Warring States. Tyrage clenched his fists. He had just obtained the billion Bailey before he had time to appreciate it. How could he hand it over so easily? Boom. A terrifying coercion burst out from Warring States' body in an instant, suppressing Tyrage who was about to make a move. Sengoku's fists clenched loudly, and he slowly walked towards Dorag with a smile on his face. Just like everyone knows that Garp likes senbei, Tyrage's temperament has been known to everyone since he joined Marine. Warring States knew very well that this boy had an almost crazy love for money and treasures. He specialized in cutting the hemp rope at fine points, and his trainers had to get straight to the point. Boy, I don't need the fruit power. If you can still stand after a stick of incense, you don't have to pay for this money. Bridge bean sack. Tyrage's arrogance disappeared in the blink of an eye when Sengoku's entire arm was wrapped with Conqueror's haki. If this punch had hit him, it would not be as simple as black and blue. I saw that the domineering energy around Warring States was like an electric snake, entwining and intertwining, exuding a frightening aura. With a cruel smile, Warring States roared. Look well, study well, I'm here to let you experience for yourself how Conqueror's domineering power should be used. Having found a reason for what he was about to do, Warring States no longer had any scruples and swung his fist away. The Black Conqueror's domineering energy is wrapped around Sengoku's right arm like a wild python. There was also a faint flash of dark red electric light, crackling, as if venting infinite power. Gudong. Tyrage swallowed, his eyes dull. When that punch was only 0.1 centimeters away from me, I seemed to see my 2 big breasts. Boom. The Marine headquarters building trembled violently under the impact. Countless cracks spread like spider webs appeared on the wall in the blink of an eye. Large chunks of bricks collapsed, raising dust all over the sky. Tyrage's body was like a cannonball, being blown away by the power of this punch. His figure drew an arc in the air, and wherever he passed, whether it was railings, sculptures or flags, they were instantly destroyed by the powerful impact and turned into ruins. His figure slammed through the outer wall of the Marine headquarters building and flew to the training ground in the distance, leaving a huge hole. Broken stones and sawdust continued to fall from the holes, as if a disaster rained down. The whole scene was in a mess, as if it had experienced the baptism of a war. What happened? The figure of Major General Chongjia pushed the door open instantly after the shock, but was shocked and speechless by the huge hole that appeared on the wall in front of him. Warring States slowly exhaled. During this period of time, he felt aggrieved by being a grandson to the 5 elders. With this punch that spared no effort, he felt much relieved. Picking his nose, Warring States looked at Major General Chongjia with an indifferent expression and said seriously. All maintenance costs will be deducted from Garp's salary in the next few years. Yes. Although Chongjia looked confused, he still nodded in agreement. Mr. Sengoku, do you really want Dorag to create the sword force? After all, he is Mr. Garp's son. He was expelled from the military without notifying him, for fear of. Warring States stretched out his hand to interrupt Major General Chongjia, took off his glasses, wiped them and explained. Don't ask anything about this matter. I've already made up my mind. Go down and call the maintenance department up. I don't want to work in the sea breeze. Major General Chongjia was stunned for a moment and complained. Even if you want to teach your nephew a lesson, you can't use such strength in the headquarters building, right? Mr. Warring States, you also need to repair it together. A black line crossed Warring States' forehead, and he curled his lips and said with a smile. It won't happen next time, he. Chongjia left, and Warring States walked to the entrance of the damaged cave, looked at the figure limping away in the training ground in the distance, and murmured. Now that you've taken action there, Marine is no longer suitable for you. People always have to pay for their own mistakes. From now on, the sea is vast and the sky is high, let you go wherever you go. The members of the sword unit to be established will all submit their resignations and return their Marine numbers. They move freely and are no longer bound by their military duties, nor do they need to follow Marine's orders. They can go to war with any force without approval from their superiors, and have relatively independent decision-making power for actions. If they cause trouble or cause adverse consequences, Marine will immediately sever the relationship and will not take any responsibility for their actions. Telig, this is the path I and your Uncle Zephyr have chosen for you again. I believe you will like it. Chapter 77 The Whereabouts of Kizaru. How strange. In the dark underwater cave, a feeble voice spread. Through the swaying seaweed and colorful Madara corals at the entrance of the cave, I saw a figure chained up by iron chains, wearing a yellow suit and lying limply on the ground. I was caught unexpectedly. It's really scary, poor Salino said in a long tone carelessly. Shut up. Aladdin poked Kizaru with his trident, and Kizaru, who was bound by many sea tower stones, said expressionlessly. We are negotiating with the world government. As long as they agree to let our boss go, they will naturally let you go. Oh my god. Poor Salino lay on the ground and said lightly, this is really troublesome. Malinvando. Half a month has passed since the punch that shattered the headquarters building. Being a soldier is boring if it's not bitter or tiring. If you don't fight or fight, your life will be in vain. At this time, Tyrage had already submitted his resignation and was training Ella and Leo. As the commander-in-chief of the sword force, these two people were the members chosen by Tyrage to go with him. Tyrage walked up to Ella and Leo who were pulling the warship forward slowly, looked at them sweating like rain, and spoke words of encouragement. If you endure for a moment longer, you may surpass countless opponents. If you can bear it, let me carry it, if you can't, bear it to me. Throw it away alone, and the clouds and mist will disperse at him, break it and stand up again, and do it to him without any regrets. Ah, Leo and Ella roared at the same time, in order to improve their strength and keep up with Talag's pace. The two no longer had any scruples, and worked hard to squeeze the potential in their bodies, just to reach the limit breakthrough, mentioned by their captain faster. A smile appeared on Tyrage's lips. He did not deny the importance of talent, but sometimes it was a good idea to make up for one's weaknesses through hard work. Kid, a low voice came, pulling Tyrage back from his thoughts. Accompanied by heavy and firm footsteps, Sakazuki's figure appeared in front of Tyrage. Although he lost his left arm, Akainu's body is still as tall as a loose body, giving people a sense of oppression that has not diminished but increased. Tyrage frowned. He was about to leave the headquarters with Ella and the two of them. He didn't understand what this former commander was going to do when he found him at this time. Taking half a step back, the aura around him slowly rose, and Tyrage asked coldly. What's the matter, Lieutenant General Sakazuki? Although their relationship has eased a lot now, Tyrage still doesn't dare to let down his guard in front of this man. As if he saw the wariness in Telage's eyes, Sakazuki stopped and said in a low and majestic voice. I'm here this time for official business. Official business. Tyrage's head was tilted and he was confused. He didn't need to be responsible to anyone now. Why did Marine come to him for business? Since he didn't come here to cause trouble, Talag's attitude softened a lot and he said with a smile. Lieutenant General Sakazuki doesn't know about the sword unit I belong to now, right? I only need to be responsible for myself now, Marine's official business. Sorry, that is not my responsibility now Fandao. Justice must not be blasphemed. Sakazuki seemed to have not heard, interrupting Tyrage's words in a low and cold voice. Anyone who tries to challenge Marine's majesty will only die. Slowly raising his head, Sakazuki said without any doubt. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is negotiating with a few bugs on the bottom of the sea to get back that idiot Porcelino. Reach a consensus with the pirates, even a humiliating compromise. Marine's majesty has been damaged, I will never allow this to happen. The light in Tyrage's eyes flashed away, and it turned out that Porcelino was kidnapped by the fishman. He said that it is not surprising now how the water gods were formed in the windless belt without wind or waves. Back to Porcelino, is it using fish or tiger? Tyrage shook his dizzy head. Since Sha Li appeared on the Sabayati Islands, the timeline has been messed up. He himself could not predict how far things would develop in the future. What do you want me to do? Tyrage asked aloud. Fishman Island was Sha Li's hometown, and he seemed to be unable to stay out of it. After all, the future will not lie. When Sha Li appeared in the Sabayati Islands for no reason during this new period of history, he must have seen something extraordinary. Sakazuki slowly leaned out and whispered a few words into Talage's ear, with a hidden smile on his lips. Holy shit! Tyrage raised his head in shock, pointing his fingers in the air, saying in disbelief. Isn't this too inhumane? Sakazuki snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Those so-called benevolence, righteousness and morality will not work here. I only believe in absolute power and ruthless sanctions. The majesty of Marine cannot be compromised. When necessary, you can take special measures. Sakazuki pointed upward as if he meant something, then flicked his empty sleeves and turned to leave. Wait, Tyrage stopped Sakazuki, slowly stretched out a finger, and said with a greedy face. I haven't said yes yet, 100 million Baileys are a devil fruit. After joining the Sword Army, he was free enough to let them fend for themselves. Tyrage, who has never received a salary, has completely lost all eligibility for Marine benefits. If I don't try to make some extra money now, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford food in the future. I'll give you 300 million belly plus an animal devil fruit. Sakaz turned his head as if nothing had happened, slowly stretched out 4 fingers, and glanced at Dorag disdainfully. Then he turned around and left. His time was very precious and could not be wasted here. If we want to say who is the richest in Marine, it is not the Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, and Fleet Admiral Cyborg Sauna is not even on the list. The richest one is undoubtedly Sakazuki, who travels around all year round, almost either destroying pirates or on the road to destroying pirates. Snap! Tyrage slapped himself in remorse and cursed secretly. Maid, we need less. Why can't you just ask for 1 billion? An uninhabited island in North Blue. Phew foo foo foo. Doflamingo, with bandages all over his body and extensive burns, covered his forehead with bulging veins and laughed sickly. After years of hard work, nothing was left after a fire. Hey hey hey, Torrible, who had completely lost his teeth and looked like a beggar, shook his big nose and leaned forward again, and said with a silly smile. I said, Dover. It's normal that we can't beat that guy. After all, he's a man nominated as a general. As soon as Torrible finished speaking, the ground began to tremble, and a huge and weird figure slowly rose up, and a sharp and harsh voice came out. At least we all managed to survive. Dover, we never lack the courage to start over. The huge body and the sissy voice formed a huge contrast, but no one dared to laugh. Doflamingo took out a chart, pointed to a certain place on it, and laughed wildly again. Phew foo foo foo, Marine, are you ready to receive my gift? Chapter 78 Set Sail. Tyrage grinned, pointed at a 5-meter-long broken sailboat on the shore, and asked in disbelief. Ella, are you sure this is our ship? Not to mention that there was a big hole in the sail, and one of the 2 oars was broken, but is it still okay? Ella is holding a mop in his hand, and he will use the pole on it to make a new paddle that can paddle water. He raised his head without tears and forced a smile and said. There was originally a startup capital, but, Tyrage's eyes lit up. He was not interested in anything about Bailey. Zero Frame started, grabbed Ella's neck in an instant, and said gloomily. Just what? Does anyone dare to embezzle Lousy's money? Ella struggled to escape from Talag's hands, patted her chest and muttered. It's not that someone talked too much and angered Mr. Waring states. Our startup capital worth 300 million belly has been unilaterally withheld, and what kind of souvenirs are we talking about? Kaka, the sound of objects turning to stone spread. Isn't this right? Leo glanced at the captain who was gradually petrified, scratched his head and said with a simple smile. The captain and I handed over 1 billion Baileys last night, so we don't owe them anything. Bang bang. Ella knocked on Talag's stiff body, sighed, and growled in great sorrow. They said that 1 billion is the principal, and our startup capital is the interest. So, Ella helplessly spread her hands, motioning for Leo to come over and help, and together they would move the petrified captain onto the boat and leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Leo spit on his hands, wiped his hands, hugged Talag's shoulders and lifted him up, saying with emotion. So now we are like children without a mother. From now on we can only fend for ourselves and depend on ourselves for everything. Ella glanced sympathetically at Dorag, who had temporarily closed his self-awareness, added fuel to the fire again, and said with a evil smile. Not only that, I heard from Major General Chongjia that the cost of renovation of the headquarters building also needs to be borne by our captain. It seems to be 2.5 billion belly. Stop talking. The captain is making trouble. Leo shouted in panic. A gust of sea wind roared past, taking away the sail with a big hole in the boat. Tyrage suddenly stood up like a carp and stood up instantly. He stared at the headquarters building in the distance with an expressionless face, and his whole body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Just when Ella and Leo thought that their captain was going to cause trouble again. Tyrage pretended to be tough, used the toughest attitude, said the most cowardly words, gritted his teeth and said. I will come back sooner or later. Thump. After being shown off, Ella and Leo fell to the ground at the same time, their 2 feet of different sizes twitching rhythmically in midair. After the farce, everything returned to normal. No matter how hard and bitter life is, you still have to go on, right? Perhaps in order to save face, Tyrage took the initiative to take over the task of making paddles. After spending 2 hours and rejecting 12 times, I wanted to step forward to help Ella's request. Dorag succeeded in breaking the only mop. Ahem. Tyrage touched his nose, stood up calmly, threw his hands back, and threw the broken wood in his hand into the sea. Looking at the duo with dull eyes, he said seriously. It doesn't matter whether you have an oar or not. Going with the current without wind or waves is the consciousness a man of the sea should have. Ha ha ha. On the dilapidated sailboat, Tarager's awkward laughter spread. Ella and Leo looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Look, the Warring States General is calling for debts. The honest Leo pointed behind Tyrage with a shocked look on his face, as if there was a big tear there. Hearing the word, debt collection, Tyrage immediately had a physical reaction and turned his head subconsciously. At this moment, Ella rushed up from behind with a bear hug and said with a wicked smile. Then please captain, please show me, go with the flow, first. Plop, there were 2 sounds of falling into the water at the same time. Ouch. Dorag, who was standing at the bow of the ship, slowly lowered his kicking leg and shouted with a shocked look on his face. Why did you 2 jump into the sea? My day %. And, Ella struggled desperately in the water, bubbles kept coming out of her mouth, and she screamed indistinctly. As soon as his head came out of the sea, he was kicked down by Tyrage. Leo seemed to know what he would experience next, floating on the sea very calmly, without any sign of struggle. Tyrage smiled faintly, pretending to choke and said, "In order to break through your own limits, you actually chose the training method of pulling a boat and sailing." "I really." As the two ropes accurately wrapped around the waists of Leo and Ella, Terrella suddenly shouted excitedly. "I'm so happy. With you, who says our broken ship can't ride the wind and waves." "Alas," Leo sighed, glanced disdainfully at Ella who was almost choking on the seawater next to him, and smiled sarcastically. "If you don't have diamonds, don't touch the porcelain work. I haven't touched the company captain's clothes Kakuzu. Have you graduated?" Ella thought of the big word, show, in her graduation report and raised her head with pride. "Of course, I am the best student taught by teacher Zepha." Tarage's ears twitched, with a look of confusion on his face. "Is that how the word is interpreted?" He wrote the word, show, on Ella's graduation report. Because the pen ran out of oil, the last word, son, was not written. "You two stop there." Tyrage sat on the deck, knocked on the side of the ship, pointed at the endless sea ahead, and smiled. "Set sail." "No, it's pulling force to set sail." Hearing this, Ella and the two men immediately screamed. They thought the captain was joking, but they didn't expect it to be serious. Seeing that they had not moved for a long time, Tyrage raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, still not moving yet. "Do you have to let me whip you with a small leather whip?" Ella stuck her head out without tears and asked weakly. "Captain, you just say let's go, but where are we going?" Tyrage pressed his nose. Kaido looked indifferent. "They say you just go with the flow. Wherever you go, just sail the boat." "Oh." Accompanied by a feeble response, the dilapidated sailboat, pulled by two hard-working men, drifted towards the unknown sea. Sitting on the boat, Tyrage looked at the endless sea in the distance, silently lost in thought. Nearly half a year has passed since he joined the army. Now he is truly free, and it is time to go back and take a look. As for the time and place of Corsalino's exchange, Sakazuki had informed Tellage in advance. After this incident, no matter what happened, he must go home and see. 1 month later, Sabayati Islands. Dorag stood facing the east, blowing the oncoming sea breeze, put his hands in the shape of a trumpet, and shouted. "Dad, Maginot, Luffy, Ace, Dayton, are you okay?" The two people who were pulling the boat silently in the sea rolled their eyes at the same time. "You were amazing and noble." Ella swam out of the sea and shouted, "Mom, sister, I miss you too." "What are you shouting?" Tyrage knelt down and pushed Ella into the water. What a wonderful atmosphere, it made him scream out loud. Puff. Ella, who swam out of the sea again, spat out a large mouthful of seawater, all of which sprayed on Tyrage's face. "Lousy will kill you." Dorag jumped into the sea and played with Ella. Looking at the two people playing together in the water, Leo hid aside and kept giggling. Hee. The loneliness in his eyes flashed past, no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 79 Benefactor and Brother. Amazon Lily. The dense jungle is filled with a moist atmosphere, and the sunlight struggles to penetrate through the layers of leaves, casting tiny light and shadows. "Sister, what are you looking at?" A small python jumped out of the woods nimbly. The speaker was Boya Sundarsania, her smart eyes full of curiosity. "No. Nothing." Hancock's eyes suddenly became panicked. She subconsciously put the hand holding the cloak behind her back, her body trembled slightly, her eyes evaded, and she did not dare to look at her sister. At this moment, the cunning Marigrud sneaked up from another direction and snatched Hancock's hidden cloak with lightning speed. "I got it. Hehehehe." After a crisp laugh, Marigrud ran out like a gust of wind. She waved her cloak in her hand, and her cheerful laughter echoed in the jungle. "Let me see it quickly. Let me see it." Sandasonia ran towards her sister with a curious look on her face. She also wanted to see what it was. He would let his always arrogant sister hide it, and no matter how much they begged, they would not let them see it. When Hancock saw that his cloak was taken away, he was stunned for a moment and then shouted anxiously. "Give it back to me quickly, don't look at it." She tried to catch up and grab the cloak, but she staggered because of panic. Sandasonia and Marigrud stopped and unfolded their cloaks, only to see a familiar and unfamiliar symbol embroidered on them. Justice. The two looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why their sister kept a marine cloak. This is a country of pirates, and there is no natural affinity for marine. Marigrud threw the cloak away, thinking it was not an important thing. Hancock's figure had just caught up and saw this scene, and he suddenly became angry. "You are going too far." Along with her scream, an invisible aura of terror emerged from her body. In an instant, the surrounding trees trembled under this powerful pressure, and their leaves fell one after another. Sandasonia and Marigrud were shocked by this sudden domineering force and collapsed to the ground, their eyes full of horror and disbelief. "Sister, Sundar Sonia tried to explain, but her voice was trembling. Marigrud's face was filled with regret. "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't know that cloak was so important to you." The surge of breath stopped suddenly, and Hancock gasped for breath after calming down his emotions. He quickly climbed to a big tree in front of him and picked up the cloak that was almost blown away by the wind. Hancock breathed a sigh of relief, and recalled the scene when he was rescued that day, with a smile on his face. Really, no one uses a cloak to make letters to convey messages. The benefactor is really a big fool. Sandasonia and Marigrud climbed up from the ground with frightened expressions on their faces, and slowly approached their sister who had just shown a terrifying aura. Sister, who was that just now? Sandersonia shivered with lingering fear. They had only experienced the pressure just now from Mr. Rayleigh. That's not important. Hancock carefully folded the cloaks together and tapped his fingers on the foreheads of the two sisters. The important thing is that this thing belongs to our great benefactor. You are not allowed to touch it without my permission in the future. The two looked at each other, stuck out their tongues, and nodded in agreement. Donghai Windmill Village. PFF ha ha ha. Garp lay on the ground without any image, laughing. Mr. Garp, is there any good news? You were smiling so happily. Dayton walked out of the house holding the cute Luffy and Ace with his arms crossed in disdain. Ahem. Garp wiped away the tears from his laughter, grabbed Luffy and Ace from Dayton, and threw them into the sky together. Smelly, stinky old man, what are you going to do again? Ah. Ace's screams intertwined with Luffy's stupid laughter. Garp stepped on Moonwalk and jumped up, catching his two grandsons firmly. Ha ha ha. After casually giving Ace a headache, Garp laughed and said, Your uncle, Monkey D. Tyrage has done an incredible thing. He deserves to be my son, ha 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 ha. Ace held back the curse words he was about to blurt out. The shadow of his childhood will never blur with the passage of time, but will become clearer. In a childish tone that was completely inappropriate for his age, he said. Then we really need to celebrate none. Luffy, really. The smile on the corner of Garp's mouth gradually disappeared, and Ace in his arms suddenly screamed in horror. Don't. Come again. Ah. Shut up. Garp roared. I am here to train you to become powerful sailors. Just like your uncle. Dayton sat down on the ground in front of the wooden house. She could watch this scene of bungee jumping back and forth in the sky almost every once in a while, and she was already numb. With a sigh, Dayton lit a cigarette and murmured. Smelly old man, Luffy and Ace are still so young. Maginot walked out of the house holding a basin of children's clothes, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and asked. Sister Dayton, what reason did Uncle Garp find today to torture my two poor nephews? Sympathetic eyes flashed across Ace and Luffy, who were constantly being thrown up and caught in the sky. Maginot had her usual gentle smile on her lips, and said somewhat unbearably. Really, Luffy is not even a year old yet. He has to be Ace's age to be able to do this. Dayton turned his head with a look of horror, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. His mind was spinning 1,000 times, and he said to himself. Hey, what kind of monsters are these people? How come even a little girl like Maginot behaves like she should? Maginot seemed to have noticed Dayton's astonishment, with a hint of helplessness and familiarity in her eyes. Although the smile at the corner of her mouth was still there, the smile did not reach her eyes. Sister Dayton, ever since I can remember, my brother has always had some minor wounds on his body. Maginot put the wooden basin in her hand on the ground, and took out a photo of a girl holding an umbrella from the cloth pocket in front of her apron. The gentle smile on her face only lasted for a moment, and then gradually turned bitter. There was a hint of loneliness in her eyes, and she sighed secretly in her heart. It's been 148 days, brother, are you okay? Chapter 80 Replacing Shotguns with Cannons. Tyrage, who was sitting near the bow of the boat, raised his knife and finished making a plate of crystal-clear sashimi. While pinching a piece and throwing it into his mouth, he turned to look at the two people behind him. Are you sure you don't want to eat? At this time, Ella and Leo were already extremely weak. Ella clutched her stomach that was in unbearable pain, with a ferocious expression on her face. Captain, I beg you, please let us go. I feel like there is a secret corner in my body now. Leo covered Ella's mouth with one hand, and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. No. We can't say, otherwise the chapters won't be published. It's them that fired inside my body. Ella slapped Leo's hand away with a look of disgust. By the way, have you washed your hands? Do you still care about this now? Leo casually broke off a small piece of wood from the broken boat and squatted silently at the stern of the boat. It's better than eating the captain's poisonous fish. You are the real master of your own body. There was a strange noise, the sashimi in his hand suddenly lost its flavor, and Dorag threw the plate into the sea. It's just sashimi, is that all? Ella stepped forward. Captain, I want to ask a question. Why do you have so many questions? Dorag had a dark look on his face. Madu, even with soup and water, he had to quickly build a big ship, preferably one with an independent bathroom. He yelled through gritted teeth. You are unloading cargo into the sea, but you feel sick and don't want to pull the boat. Where did all this come from? The road signs have long been lost, and those who dared to set sail and take risks without any preparation should be regarded as unprecedented. Whether they are unprecedented or not is a matter for another day. Captain, I want to ask, how did you manage to catch 12 fish, all of which are poisonous? Ella's words had already been in her heart when she went to the toilet for the 18th time. Boom, boom, boom. The firelight instantly illuminated the gloomy sky, and several artillery shells roared in, causing large waves. 3 pairs of bright eyes opened to their maximum size in an instant. Ha ha ha. Dorag laughed out loud. On the 3rd day of drifting at sea, I felt particularly good today. I finally met someone I could attack. Boat, food, money. Ella and Leo both turned to look at the captain who had already swept away, with question marks on their faces. Ha ha ha. Tiger Shark stood on the bow of the ship, waving the sword in his hand and shouting. Boys, fire. A fishing boat that can't catch goldfish dares to block Lousy's way and look for shit. The pirate ship of the Tiger Shark Pirates is shaped like a vicious shark, with a dark hull and a skull on the flag held in the mouth of a ferocious tiger shark. Well, in the air, Tyrage paused for a moment and sighed. It's a narrow road for enemies. I didn't have the time to catch you at first, but now I'm here to help you. The sea is vast, so vast that you can sail for 3 days without seeing a single person. The sea is so small that the first person I met was the guy who caught goldfish at the human auction house. Clang. Murasama took out his sheath half an inch, but was taken back by Tyrage. Their broken sailboat had been broken into pieces by Ella and Leo. It was lucky that it didn't sink. It was time to replace it with another one, and in the few seconds that Tyrage hesitated, his figure was discovered by the Tiger Shark Pirates below. Not good, the pirate boy who had never seen the world exclaimed. There is an incredible guy in the sky. Snap. Tiger Shark slapped him with a look of disdain. Is the guy in your hand a jobber? Knock him down. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets were fired from the pirate ship below. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. The corners of Tyrage's mouth curled up slightly, and he shook his body slightly, allowing the snipers below to achieve the achievement of masters of human body contouring. Although Ella's body is still very weak, she can still deal with these weak pirates. Team leader. Having sneaked onto the ship, he no longer concealed his identity, and while slashing open a pirate, he shouted. Where's your dominance? Hurry up and clean up these trash fish. Too many people died, which is unlucky for our new ship. Leo, who had just climbed onto the pirate ship, nodded in agreement. No. That's right, it's mainly cleaning the battlefield. It's really tiring. You, who are you? Skinny monkey Tiger Shark roared with eyes split open. Let's not talk about the guy in the sky who can't hit him no matter what. When did these two people get involved? Those who don't care about life and death, come with me and kill them. Tiger Shark licked his lips with bloodthirsty, waved his hand, and led many of his younger brothers straight towards Aila and the two who were facing the enemy back to back. Why? Talog sighed. He originally wanted them to exercise their strength, but he never made any move. But then I thought about it and realized that what they said was not unreasonable. Let's look for another opportunity next time. Tyrage was in midair, staring coldly at the pirate ship below. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and an invisible pressure burst out from him. The air around him seemed to have solidified, and the powerful aura caused the surrounding clouds to stop fluttering. Immediately afterwards, an extremely domineering aura was like a raging wave, sweeping around him with him as the center. Wherever this aura went, the originally arrogant pirates felt as if they were hit hard, and their charging figures seemed to have been pressed on the pause button and stood still in place. Thousands of pirates fell down like cut wheat, their eyes turned white, they were foaming at the mouth and their bodies completely lost control. What's going on? On the silent Tiger Shark pirate ship, the trembling voice of the Tiger Shark came. Tyrage did not include him as a target for the domineering attack, leaving it exclusively for Ella and the two to practice. With a bored look on his face, he pointed at the frightened Tiger Shark and curled his lips and said, 10 minutes, I don't want to see him again. Hee hee. Ella gave a cruel sneer, drew out her western sword, and slowly approached the Tiger Shark in front of her. Leo was also gearing up and said with a simple smile, no need, 1 minute is enough to deal with this guy. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the horizon dark red. As the last ray of afterglow disappeared, night had fallen. Cheers. Oh, there was only Leo's reply, and Tyrage looked at Ella with an unhappy expression. Do you look down on me? Ella almost dropped the flesh and bones in her hand as if she was struck by lightning. Looking at the red-faced captain, he pointed to his nose. Snap. A large jar of liquid medicine for treating alcohol allergies hit the ground heavily. Tyrage stepped on a wine barrel and said with a big tongue. If you're a brother, come and chop me down. Pooh, you're a brother, just drink as much as you can with me. I won't come home until you're drunk today. Bad memories came to mind, and Ella's face instantly turned green. While covering his mouth, he asked cautiously, Captain, you can't even stand still, can we stop drinking? Tyrage's eyes widened and he roared. What, you say I can't do it? Come on, I'll put one in for you. After a while, thump, the three figures fell to the ground back to back at the same time and fell asleep. Asleep, host is really asleep, after countless trials, bite, system mission release, sword troops, recruitment of subordinates. You are starting from scratch, and this is the most difficult moment. There is always someone to share the pressure with you. Please use your personality charm to recruit new subordinates to join the ship. Task reward. The domineering power of the world is further improved, a base modeling drawing, 500 emotion points, and access to the system mall. The recommended characters have been locked and the positioning props have been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check. Chapter 81 No One Needs Me. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight penetrated through the clouds and softly sprinkled on the boat. Leo, who is the captain scolding? Ella held the mop in her hand and wiped the blood on the boat. Who knows, he has been like this since he woke up. Leo shrugged his shoulders, climbed up the mast, and wanted to take off the pirate flag on it. Talage's nails were scratching his scalp crazily. It is said that wine is the essence of food. The more you drink, the younger you become. Are you really sure that I asked you for this task when I was drunk? Confirm. Sure. The system gave an unequivocal reply. In his mind, Tyrage visualized a villain and walked in front of the system villain. He said coldly and expressionlessly, Look directly at me, BD. I'm watching you. Then why can't I see your eyes? Open your eyes. The system villain opened his eyelids, revealing an eyeball the size of a fist. I have opened my eyes as wide as possible. Have no choice. He couldn't ask anything, and Tyrage, who had drunk a piece of wine last night, couldn't think of anything. Now that the task has come, Tyrage has no choice but to do it. After all, the sky fire mentioned by the system is quite scary, right? There is also a permanent pointer to take out the system space chart. Tyrage looked over it several times, but still couldn't understand where the position on the chart was, so he had to call for help. Ella threw the mop in her hand away instantly and ran over in a flash. Worry, who threw the thing? Leo, who had just climbed up the mast, was knocked down. Ella wiped her hands and looked at Dorag with a normal expression. Captain, you called me. Help me see where this chart is. Tyrage lowered his head and continued to study without raising his head. Don't make trouble. Look good. He slapped Ella's hand away and scolded him. Are you really sick? Facing Ella's hand that tried to grab the map again, Tyrage raised his head and cursed angrily. It's already troublesome enough. I want him to come and help me. Is this great? Are you adding to the trouble? Ella, dumbfounded, pointed at the map in Tyrage's hand. Captain, do you think there is a possibility that you are holding the map upside down? Tyrage lowered his head and looked at the numbers written on the map, then calmly turned the map in a circle. The earth is round, so there is a reason why I do what I do. Hearing this, Ella couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the map from Tyrage's hand. He turned the map upside down and shouted. I said you held it upside down, not upside down. ... West Blue, the land of flowers, Coon Village. Ella, who had a big bump on her head, accurately stated the location on the map. Flower Country. Tyrage squeezed his brows together, stroked his chin, and fell into deep thought. If you go there to recruit subordinates, will you really not be beaten to death by people from that country? 11 years ago, my father's iron fist not only broke the dream of Qingjiao, the leader of the 8th Treasure Navy in the Kingdom of Flowers, but also forged a feud with him there. Leo, get me an ice cube. Ella folded the map together and put it in her pocket. Captain, what are you thinking about? Are we going to the Kingdom of Flowers next? Patting the rudder in front of her, Ella's lips curled up slightly. With the speed of this ship, if we pass through the nearby marine base, we can reach West Blue very quickly. Tyrage ignored him and turned around to walk to the side of the ship, analyzing the dangers of going to the Flower Country. The Kingdom of Flowers is extremely martial, with a total of 8 navy armies. Qingjiao, who has a feud with my family, is the 12th generation pillar of the 8th Treasure Navy Army. The Babao Navy led by him is also the most powerful force in the Kingdom of Flowers. It's hard to do. Tyrage covered his forehead and just left marine. He might have to become an enemy of a country. Uncle Warring States must be very grateful for the decision he made. Right. Ella took the ice cubes that Leo brought, put the ice cubes on her head, and took a breath of cold air. Captain, I heard that there is a jade iceberg in the Kingdom of Flowers. It is said that there are countless treasures hidden there. Is it true? Whoosh, quick. The figure arrived in an instant, and Tyrage's eyes had changed into the shape of Bailey. He tremblingly handed the permanent pointer in his hand to Ella. The roaring sound resounded throughout the sky. Set the ship quickly. My dear subordinates are still waiting for me to greet them. Leo was very sure that except for the time when he ran away from the Great Ape King, the speed at which he went to raise the sail this time was definitely the fastest in his life. Ella took the pointer, aligned it with the direction, clasped one hand on the rudder, and performed a giant pirouette at 1,800 degrees Celsius. The bow and stern of the tiger-headed ship changed positions instantly, the sea wind roared by, and the ship rode straight towards the destination. On a cold and cloudy winter day, the leaden sky weighed heavily on the village of Coon. On a muddy barren mountain, a thin little girl followed closely behind a woman with a haggard face and a stooped body. The little girl is wearing thin and shabby clothes with layers of patches. That is BABY5. Her short black hair was flying wildly in the wind, her face was red from the cold, and her big eyes were full of fear and confusion. Mom, where are we going? Baby 5 asked with a trembling voice. Her little hands were frozen and stiff, but she still tried to grab the corner of her mother's worn and rough clothes. The mother stopped and turned around. There was no trace of warmth in her eyes, and there was even some terror in her eyes. She looked at Baby 5 coldly, as if looking at a stranger. Stop following me, Baby -5. The mother's voice was as biting as the cold wind, and every word was like an ice pick, piercing Baby 5's heart. Tears welled up in Baby 5's eyes. She didn't understand why her mother suddenly felt so strange overnight. Her lips trembled, and her voice sounded crying. Mom, I will be obedient, don't leave me. Mother frowned, showing disgust on her face. You useless thing, there is no food left to feed you. You can't do anything, you will only become a burden to us. Baby 5's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that his once-loved mother would say this. Her small body was swaying in the cold wind, like a flower about to wither. No, Mom, I can help with the work, I will work hard. Baby 5 sobbed and shouted, trying to show her mother her determination. I only need to drink a sip of water and eat a grain of rice every day. I won't be a burden to everyone. Don't abandon me, Mom. Woo-hoo. There was a silent whimpering, and tears rolled down her cheeks, condensing into ice beads in the air as they flowed down. Her mother interrupted her mercilessly. Stop kidding yourself, you have no value. You are of no use at all. No one will need you, including me. The mother's voice became sharper, and every word pierced Baby Five's heart like a sharp arrow. After saying that, the mother turned around and continued walking forward, with firm steps and no hesitation. Baby Five sat there blankly, looking at his mother's retreating figure. At this moment, her world completely collapsed. The biting cold wind whizzed past and blew on her face, but it was not as painful as the pain in her heart. The tears have dried up, leaving only despair and helpless eyes, empty and lifeless. No one will need me. Chapter 82 Cone's Green Pepper's Hatred. Captain, we have arrived at West Blue. Ella called over her shoulder. The huge mountains of the Red Earth continent are like a natural moat, dividing the entire world into 4 sea areas and great shipping routes. For ordinary people, the only way through it is the upside-down mountain near Rog Town. But Tyrage and his team, who have marine status, want to go to other sea areas, but they don't have to go to such trouble. The Red Continent is very tall, but Mary Joa built an elevator on it. Through the elevator, it took almost no time for Tyrage and his team to arrive at West Blue from the Grand Line. Tyrage placed the 10-ton barbell in his hand gently on the ground, took the towel handed over by Leo, and wiped the sweat on his face. How long until we can reach the Kingdom of Flowers? This trip to Marigio is not just a borrowed road. Tyrage also took this opportunity to inquire about the exchange of Porcelino. We can't stay in West Blue for more than 20 days, otherwise we won't have time to make money and save people. Tyrage was a little bit tongue-tied, but he expressed what he meant. Ella looked at the chart in her hand and kept measuring on it with a ruler. Although he is not a navigator, he can at least read maps. If nothing else happens, we will be able to enter the territory of the Kingdom of Flowers in 2 days. Leo scratched the back of his head and smiled honestly. Captain, what kind of guy is it that you can pick up in person? Talog picked up the old bounty order on the table, which he had asked an old marine for when he was in Mariehoya. Looking at the sturdy man with a cone-shaped head on the reward notice, he shook his head. To be precise, I don't know. The system only gave him a location, but said nothing about what kind of guy he was. With 542 million Baileys, it's a bit difficult to compete with my father. Ella glanced at Qingzhao's reward order, touched her chin and said thoughtfully. As far as I know, the green pepper of the cone already had 3-color domineering power more than 10 years ago and is very powerful. But since his head was dented by Mr. Garp, he rarely takes action again. Ella pinched Talag's strong muscles with an envious look on her face. I believe that with the captain's current strength, it will not be a problem to capture him. You really have confidence in me. Tyrage rolled his eyes at Ella. Does the key lie in Qingzhao himself? If it were just a duel with a certain person, Tyrage dared to say that except for those top-level combatants, he was not weaker than anyone. But the key point is that the pirate culture of the Flower Country has led to the existence of several elite official pirate troops there. If the country of Flowers hadn't been a member of the world government, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was a country of pirates. Pirates are difficult to deal with, let alone pirates who have no worries and are organized and disciplined. Their naval force is said to be able to compete head-on with the marine force. Push over quietly, don't let the gunmen do it. Tyrage wasn't too worried. Anyway, they now belong to the marine camp. No matter what the reason is, the Flower Country does not dare to attack marine openly. The country of flowers, the capital. Old man, our 8 treasure navy is going to lose again, why don't you come out? 9-year-old Lao Kai and his younger brother Abu knelt in front of a courtyard, BG their foreheads heavily on the ground. Squeak. The door to the courtyard was pushed open, and a kind-faced old man with a hunchback walked out. Qingzhao is nearly 60 years old, and the beard he grew a long time ago is now mixed black and white. There is a tattoo of the number 12 on the left temple, symbolizing the 12th generation of pillars. Huge tears kept pouring out of Qingzhao's eyes. I am a disgrace to the Babao Navy, ooh. It was precisely because he lost the sharp cone that he could no longer open the Baoyu ice cap. The Babao Navy lost its control over wealth, and its status in the Kingdom of Flowers also plummeted. Not long after crying, his beard started to flutter again and his eyes were extremely red. Garp, I want to hate you to the point where my grandchildren will hate you. I will smash all the bones in your grandson's body, even the marrow, into powder. Immediately afterwards, the green pepper, who was dubbed the legendary pirate cone, sat on the ground again and started crying. Old man, Lao Kai pulled his younger brother forward and wanted to comfort Mr. Qingzhao. But he also thought that if he lost again in the duel with Erbao Navy today, at the age of 9, he will become the 26th fiancé of Huolisha, the daughter of Erbao Navy's pillar. Just thinking about such a terrifying future makes Lao Kai's heels itch so much. Oh Jisang, you have to be strong. You are the 10th second-generation pillar of our 8 treasure navy. If you are confused, then who should we believe? Lao Kai took out a newspaper from his arms and kept doing Qingzhao's ideological work. Here's today's paper. It says, Garp's son has arrived at West Blue. Tyrage would never have thought that the secret voyage he thought he had was actually in vain. Since appearing in Mariehoya, their whereabouts have been photographed by some reporters. The newly established special force, the hero's son, Tyrage, has the title of People's Hero. All the information about him has attracted a lot of attention. How could Morgans let go of such a good opportunity to make money? So, shocked, the People's Hero Tyrage led his special forces and secretly crossed the Red Continent to West Blue. Did they have any ulterior secrets? Attached to the bottom of the message was a photo, which showed the 3 people from Tyrage sitting on a tiger-headed boat carrying an elevator. The son of Garp. Xingjiao's ears moved. She stopped crying, grabbed Lao Kai's shoulders, lifted him up from the ground, and roared. You mean Garp's son came to West Blue? Lao Kai's brows were squeezed together. Looking at the angry old man, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. In the past, when talking about Garp's grandson, the old man would have wanted to pull out his skin and tendons right now. But now, why did she transfer her anger to him, causing his shoulders to hurt from the pinching? He nodded and confirmed the old man's question. No. That's right, Garp's son is coming to West Blue. Cone's green pepper's beard didn't flutter, and he hadn't read the newspaper yet, so he didn't know it was Garp's second son. He casually threw Lao Kai on the ground, walked toward the courtyard with a bored expression, and muttered. Dorag, lousy can't beat. This is why the reaction of green pepper is so abnormal. This is also the reason why he doesn't hate Garp. He doesn't hate Garp's son, he only hates Garp's grandson. The reason is very simple, there are only 3 words, cannot beat. He once thought that he could start hating his son, but until he was sunk into the sea by the tornado that swept everything away, this idea had long since disappeared. Abu, who never said a word, helped his brother up from the ground. Looking at the old man walking further and further away, he shouted. Old man, are you afraid? Afraid of Garp's son, the people's hero Tyrage? Whoosh, a gust of wind blew by, and Xingjiao's figure appeared in front of his 2 grandsons in the blink of an eye. The corner of his mouth grinned with a strange arc. Garp's second son, Chapter 83 Fear Under Artillery Fire. Captain, there are 2 pirate ships in front of us. They seem to be fighting each other. Leo on the observation deck, holding a telescope in one hand, looked eagerly into the distance. Today is the 2nd day after arriving at West Blue. If nothing happens, we can land in the country of flowers in the evening. Ella dropped the anchor, and with a crash sound, the anchor entered the water and the ship temporarily stopped in place. Ella looked at Dorag, who had not stopped training, and asked. Captain, what should I say? Should we go around it or fight it? Tyrage took a deep breath. His arms were already congested and stiff from lifting heavy objects for a long time. Sweat beads covered his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Then you still need to ask. Tyrage moved his arms, and his joints made a clicking sound. He took off Murasama from the knife rest, raised a confident and slightly excited curve in the corner of his mouth, and shouted loudly. Bring the boat over to Lousy. Okay. Ella smiled self-deprecatingly. He looked at the anchor he had just dropped and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his move of dropping the anchor was completely unnecessary. Tyrage has not rested since yesterday and has been practicing at a high intensity. He felt that he was at a certain critical point. As long as he crossed the threshold, his strength would be greatly improved. It was also for this reason that Ella asked too many questions. Hand over the little girl, Lousy, and let you go safely. The captain of the Red Fox pirates, Red Fox Bolton, held an exquisite musket and pointed the muzzle straight at the gang leader opposite. The members of the gang organization that confronted Burden were all dressed in blue-striped suits, straight and neat. The big man standing at the front of the team smoking a cigar is none other than their godfather Kane. I saw him taking out a reward notice from his arms with a look of disdain, and sneered. Red Fox Bolton, the reward is 18 million Baileys. Kane took the cigar out of his mouth, and amid the smoke, he took the Gatling handed to him by his younger brother with a sick smile on his face. Who gave you the courage to speak like this to our ice black group? Gunshots suddenly broke out, and after a disagreement, the 2 sides started fighting directly. It can be seen that this guy who was known as the Ice Godfather does not pay attention to the pirates opposite him at all. When Kane's men saw that the Godfather had taken the lead, they each took out their weapons without hesitation and began to show off their magical powers. For a moment, shouts of death, gunshots, and metal collisions were intertwined. Maid, brothers, come with Lousy. Bolton roared angrily, his body transformed into half human and half fox, waving his arms with sharp claws, his eyes full of greed. Snatch the devil's son. With her, we will have endless money in the future. Ha ha ha. The firefight broke out instantly, and the 2 sides fell into a fierce battle. The battlefield was filled with flames and smoke, and the scene was chaotic and fierce. And on this ship belonging to the Ice Black group, in a deserted corner, squatting there was a thin little girl. She was wearing shabby and stained clothes, and her hair was messy on her shoulders. The little girl covered her ears tightly with her hands, her eyes frightened and helpless. Strange laughter comes from his mouth from time to time. Terry he. Her name is Robin, and she is an ill-fated child. 3 years ago, her hometown of O'Hara Island was ruthlessly destroyed by the world government's Buster Call. That day, fires shot into the sky, cannons roared, and people's screams and cries intertwined together, like a scene from hell. Robin witnessed her relatives and friends being killed in artillery fire. She ran desperately in the chaos, just to find a safe place. At that time, she was only a few years old, but she had to face such a cruel reality. From then on, she began a wandering life, hiding everywhere just to survive. It has been 3 years, and the experience of that day was so unforgettable that Robin has not yet adapted to the sound of gunfire in the sky. Whenever she heard the familiar sound of artillery again, her body would tremble involuntarily. Her teeth were chattering, her face was as pale as paper, and her petite body seemed to be swallowed up by fear at any time. The sea is very vast, and one day, Robin's tears streaked down his cheeks, he covered his ears with his hands, and murmured with an uncontrollable trembling voice. One day, I will meet a partner who is willing to protect me and live with those guys. But, Zoro, I have been looking for 3 years. Robin's heart was filled with confusion and pain. During these 3 years, she encountered countless dangers and difficulties. She was captured by other pirate groups and driven as a slave, living a life of no dignity and torture. He was also deceived, betrayed by some seemingly kind-hearted civilians, just for the bounty of 79 million Baileys. Those faces that once showed kindness to her suddenly became ferocious and terrifying in the face of interests. She was also exploited by some greedy businessmen who tried to gain secrets about O'Hara from her. And Robin struggled to deal with this intrigue and deceit, relying on his intelligence and tenacious will to escape from difficulties time and time again. However, every escape only plunged her deeper into loneliness and fear. She didn't know how long she would have to wander in such darkness, or whether she could really find a partner willing to protect her. At this moment, amid the fierce gunfire, Robin seemed to have returned to that terrible day. She closed her eyes tightly, and those familiar faces kept appearing in her mind, and those warm smiles had now disappeared. Zoro, where is the partner you mentioned? Robin's voice was filled with despair and death. But every time she thought of the agreement she had made with Zoro, in the depths of despair, there would be a faint glimmer of hope. Captain, where do we start? The battlefield was right in front of her, and Ella pulled out her western sword with excitement and performed a sword dance. Clang! Tyrage raised his thumb slightly, and Murasama was more than half an inch out of the sheath. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his right hand slowly grasped the handle of the knife. Everyone is the same. Hearing this, Ella was a little confused. What does it mean that everyone is the same? When others see this, they think they can't beat it. Leo kicked out Ella, who was standing in the C position, holding his nose in disdain. Idiot, what the captain means is to chop them together. Correct answer. Tyrage left a word, and his figure instantly flew out, stepping on moonwalk, and quickly approached the enemy ship. Chapter 84 Palace Jade Wine. A wisp of extremely cold breath quietly spread over this smoke-filled battlefield. At this time, Bolton has completely transformed into a beast. A frightening fiery red fox shuttles rapidly through the battlefield, ruthlessly taking the lives of his enemies. You are. Bolton's forward figure stopped abruptly, and under the action of inertia, his limbs drew deep marks on the deck. The eyes under the long red eyebrows instantly went from microscopic to infinitely large in just 1 second. He lay slowly on the ground, his body trembling non-stop, his eyes fixed on the figure falling from the sky. The trembling voice was full of endless despair. Why do you, a man like you, appear here? The war did not stop with the arrival of Tyrage. No one should know him except this red fox. After all, during this secret trip to the Kingdom of Flowers, he didn't even wear marine clothes. Tyrage raised his brows lightly, ducked sideways to avoid a bullet fired from an unknown place, and looked at the red fox in front of him. You know me. Bolton's head shook up and down crazily, his eyes showing deep fear. The son of legend, another rising star of Marine, the people's hero Tyrage. You have a talent that can be compared with the 3 monsters of Marine. It's hard for me as a pirate to understand a man like you. Due to the cessation of the main force of Bolton, the war has become almost one-sided, and the Red Fox pirates have shown obvious signs of retreat. Bolton turned to look at the brothers who died tragically, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Give me a chance. Talage's ears twitched slightly, as if he remembered something, and the corner of his mouth curled up. How can I give you a chance? Bolton's expression of remorse was clear. He had known that he would encounter this kind of monster, and he would never have clashed with the black ice mass here. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Talage's eyes lit up, and the excitement appeared undisguisedly on his face. Palace Yuya liquor. Bolton was stunned for a moment. Whoosh. Murasama went from unsheathing to returning to the sheath in less than a second, and Bolton's head fell to the ground. Tyrage picked his nose with a bored look on his face and stepped over the headless corpse on the ground. I'm not from there. What lines are you and I talking about? Oh, he waved to Ella and the 2 who were already walking behind him. You 2, come and wash the floor. An unparalleled coercion, like a raging tide, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The pirates and gang members who were still fighting felt a roar in their heads and then completely lost consciousness. With their weak willpower, they couldn't even hold on for a second under the impact of Tyrage's domineering force. Everyone collapsed to the ground, and for a while, the entire battlefield was silent except for the sound of the roaring sea wind. Tyrage glanced at everyone indifferently and said in a deep voice, "This fight, like playing house, is over." Ella and Leo walked behind Tyrage, already accustomed to this scene. The captain's conqueror's dominance seems to have improved again, which is really convenient. Ella said with emotion. Leo nodded. With the captain here, any trouble can be solved quickly. Tyrage looked at the 2 people. Stop talking nonsense and get this place cleaned up quickly. We have to go on our way. The ones with the bounty will be kidnapped and taken away, and the rest will be thrown into the sea. Yes. Ella and the 2 responded and quickly began to deal with the pirates on the battlefield. It is not difficult to tell from their skillful techniques that they must have practiced somewhere recently. In Ella's mind, she remembered at least the names of more than 30,000 large and small pirates and their bounties. At this time, he can be called a humanoid broadcasting machine. The underground ice black group, Godfather Kane, has a reward of 28 million Baileys and is tied up. Leo was doing hard work with a rope in his hand, shaking his head in disapproval and saying, "There are flaws, it should be 5.6 million. What Leo means is that if they turn in pirates as marines, they can only receive 20% of the bounty." Ella rolled her eyes at him, ignored him, and continued to do her job. Red Fox Pirates, Vice Captain Rue, 11 million Baileys. Red Fox Pirates, Combatant Masiri, 8 million Baileys. Ella's eyes flashed, pointed to a red fox animal at her feet, and said, "Red Fox Bolton's pet, 100 Baileys, is worthless, just throw it into the sea." 20 Where's Bailey, are you afraid that the captain will light a sky lantern? Leo grabbed one of the red fox's legs and threw it out, teasing. Ella's face didn't change, her hands unconsciously placed on her stomach, and she muttered, "I'm going to use the toilet. You can watch and catch me first." After saying that, the figure flew out of the boat in an instant, and with a plop, a large wave of waves was created. The honest smile on Leo's face never changed, and he continued to work as a porter. In a deserted corner, Leo's brows squeezed together tightly. Why is there still a child here? Looking back behind him, seeing that Ella had not come back yet, Leo stepped forward with a puzzled look on his face and carefully picked up Robin. Has it been affected by the captain's domineering power? Leo gently patted Robin's little face, trying to wake her up. Soon, Robin woke up leisurely, his eyes full of confusion and fear. "Little girl, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person." Leo tried to keep his voice gentle. Robin stared at Leo, his body still trembling uncontrollably, and he said nothing. At this moment, Ella came back, and when she saw Robin in Leo's arms, she froze on the spot. "This kid is..." Ella, who was all wet, was holding a fiery red fox in one hand and stroking her chin with the other, lost in thought. "Son of the devil, Nico Robin, how is she on this ship? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it and ask yourself directly." In order to feel happy, Ella hid the red fox under the bodies of a group of people, and then walked to Leo's side. "Why are you on this ship?" Ella's voice was a little stiff. After all, facing the bad guy with a bounty of 79 million Baileys, even a child should not be underestimated. "What are you doing?" Leo did not recognize Robin and carefully protected her behind him. Staring at Ella with a cold look on her face, she shouted, "What should I do if you scare the children with your appearance?" Snap, he slapped Leo out of the way. It concerned Nico Robin. Now was not the time to explain. Ella walked with steady steps, her muscles all tense, and walked to Robin, who had not yet reacted from his fear. "This, ahem." With a forced smile on her lips, Ella knelt down. "Kid, what's your name?" Chapter 85 Follow Your Heart. Robin hugged her knees tightly and tried her best to hide her petite body in the corner. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was trying her best to escape from something terrible. Her deep eyes flashed with uneasiness, and she whispered, My name is Darkmaru. Dark Pill." Ella noticed her uneasiness and did not make any unnecessary moves. He slowly stood up and thought to himself, "It stands to reason that I'm not wearing a marine uniform, so how could she be so vigilant?" He was full of tangles. Facing this Nicole Robin who had a bounty on his head but was obviously not a villain, he really didn't know what to do. Ella kept pacing on the spot, looking at the corner where Robin was from time to time. Robin closed his eyes tightly, seemingly praying silently for Ella to leave as soon as possible. Ella stopped, looked back at Leo who was accidentally knocked unconscious by him on the ground, and took a deep breath. Leo fainted. The captain should still be searching for treasures on these two ships, so. He slowly walked toward Robin, and the sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in this silent space. What are you going to do?" Robin's body trembled more and more violently, and his breathing became more rapid. "I'm Darkmaru. No, not Nico Robin." Ha ha ha. Ella couldn't help being amused. He didn't say anything himself, so why didn't this kid just bring it on himself? He tried to keep his voice as soft as possible, trying to calm Robin's emotions. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." He pointed to another pirate ship in the distance behind him, pretending to be terrified, looked at Robin and said, "Let's call you Dark Maru. I want to tell you that there is a monster that eats children. If you don't want to be eaten by it, you'd better do as I say." Quote, Thank you, big brother." Robin's eyes were evasive, obviously not trusting anyone. But the enemy is strong and we are weak, so she has no room to refuse, so she can only nod and respond. "I will do whatever big brother asks me to do." Ella sighed secretly. She wanted to do a good thing, but she felt like a human trafficker who abducted children. Time was running out, so he no longer hesitated, stretched out a hand and motioned for Nicole Robin to hold it. Robin hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out his hand. Ella held her little hand tightly, clearly feeling that her palms were full of cold sweat. They carefully avoided the debris on the ground and tried not to make any noise. Ella said softly as she walked, "No matter what happens later, you must follow me closely, you know." Okay. Robin bit her lip, nodded slightly, and for the first time looked squarely at the strange brother next to her, who was only a few years older than her. "Captain, I'm sorry." Ella looked forward, with a little loneliness in her eyes, but there was also a trace of determination in this loneliness. "I may have to violate my justice." He recalled that when he first joined Marine, the oath he swore was to defend justice and protect innocent people. However, at this moment, he had deep doubts about Marine's order to hunt down Nico Robin. She is just a child, is she really guilty? So that when he was only 8 years old, he had to face the pursuit of the whole world, wandering alone and left to fend for himself. Assuming that she was originally kind, wouldn't treating her like this forcefully push her into the abyss of sin? Ella silently muttered in her heart, even if you are misunderstood by the world, even if you are called a traitor from now on, I also want to protect her, because this is the right thing for me at this moment. Quote, what can a child understand? Has her concept of justice been established? Why should she be defined as a sin? What unforgivable things has she done? Ella recalled the days at the instructor training camp, which was a rather special cultural class. Wrong. Ella stood up suddenly and refuted his beloved teacher Zephyr for the first time. He slapped Nico Robin's bounty order heavily on the table in front of him, held his neck and roared. The criminals have been destroyed under our gunfire. Why should we define an 8-year-old child as a crime? Is it the lineage theory? Or that ridiculous inheritance? Then doesn't Tyrage deserve to die? Ella glanced at Dorag, who was sleeping soundly on the other side, and said sonorously. If our justice is so narrow, it might as well be. Bang. Watch your words, idiot. Zephyr kicked Ella out of the window, and a cold light flashed through his eyes under his sunglasses. Didn't Tyrage teach you enough? Don't forget what your duty is. Ella was lying on the ground outside the window, clenching her fists and clenching her teeth, with tears already covering her face. In the evening, training camp dormitory. Who did you fight with? You were beaten so badly. Tyrage threw the medicine he bought. You still have to ask Lousy to buy you medicine. 1,000 belly. Don't forget to pay me back later. Ella silently took the medicine and applied it on the injured arm. Her voice was slightly dull. Rookie number 1, what do you mean by justice? Tyrage took out the lollipop from his mouth. His eyes looked strange. You also ask me this kind of question? Ella looked up and asked. Has anyone else asked? Tyrage recalled that a few days ago, Teacher Zephyr asked him what his beliefs were. He shook his head with a wry smile, looked at Ella, and said seriously. What I told my elder brother is that my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous. Everyone has a different understanding of this sentence. Tyrage seemed to have remembered something, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said. When you are in an extremely confusing moment, you might as well listen to your inner voice. Follow your inner guidance, that is what you think is the right thing, and it is also your justice. The scene returned to the present. Ella quietly put a small wooden boat into the sea and placed a month's worth of fresh water and food on the boat. Looking at Nicole Robin, whose body was no longer shaking, she smiled softly. The sea ahead is full of dangers. This is all I can do. How you go in the future is entirely up to you. But please remember one thing, never harbor evil thoughts, that's enough. Robin raised her head in confusion, and under close contact, she saw the marine uniform under Ella's coat. It looks like that person. Robin thought of Aokiji, and his expression became complicated. She couldn't be sure whether Ella's tolerance was out of personal pity or if there was a deeper conspiracy. This uncertainty filled Robin's heart with uneasiness and doubt. Why should you let me go? Aren't I guilty of a heinous crime? Robin finally asked, and this was the first time she followed her heart. Ella pushed Robin, motioning for her to get on the boat first, and smiled mysteriously. A guy who was bound to stir up the trend of history told me that when you were in a lot of trouble, you might as well follow your heart. He untied the rope that tied the boat, and Ella pushed the small wooden boat far away. And what I'm doing now is what I think is the right thing, and that's enough. Chapter 86 Robin's Future. Can you tell me, what's your name? Robin's boat had rowed far away, and she put her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly. My name is. Ella's voice stopped suddenly, her body stiffened instantly, and she turned her head to look at the strong right hand on his shoulder. You don't seem confused anymore. The corners of Tyrage's mouth curved slightly, and his eyes looked across the far distance to Robin on the boat in the distance. There seems to be a trace of concern hidden in his eyes that is difficult for others to detect. You've already done what you shouldn't do, so don't make things worse. I was wrong, Captain. Ella showed a bitter smile. He was so naive, he thought he had done everything flawlessly. But he never expected that everything he did was actually accomplished with the captain's acquiescence. Tyrage did not blame Ella, not to mention that he had no intention of capturing Robin. Even for brother Kuzan's sake, he would secretly let Robin go. Ella's move was just something he wanted to do but hadn't done yet. How could he blame him? What's her name? Nicole. Huh. Tyrage frowned, and his eyes signaled Ella to pay attention to her words. Ella quickly changed her words, touched the back of her head and said with a smile. Dark Maru. Hey. Only then did Tyrage smile, patted Ella's shoulder gently, and his figure flew out like lightning in an instant. Don't want. Ella thought the captain was going to attack the boat, so she shouted anxiously. Hey. Dorag curled his lips and responded with an unhappy face. When did I become so miserable in your heart? I don't know since when. The licking dog who used to follow him closely has become a bit strange to Dorag. I have something to tell her. Before I come back, you must clean up this place properly, otherwise. Tyrage snorted coldly, ignored Ella who kept apologizing, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ella slapped herself hard and felt regretful. She did something she shouldn't have done again. I'm afraid she will be in bad luck again in the coming days. Call out. A stone flew quickly and knocked away the hat that covered Nicole Robin's face. She was so worried that she jumped up from the deck in an instant. Judging from her sensitive movements, it seems that she practices secretly a lot on weekdays. Robin's black hair fluttered wildly in the sea breeze, adding to her tenacity and stubbornness. "You, who are you?" Nico Robin, who had just escaped from there, stared at Tyrage, who suddenly appeared in front of her in horror. Tyrage landed smoothly on the boat, folded his hands on his chest, and looked at Robin calmly. "Don't be nervous, little girl, I have no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise." Tyrage took out a golden dagger captured on the ship and slashed a golden slash towards the sea in the distance. The slash roared past, and the sea water was torn apart by the powerful force, instantly setting off a huge wave of water on the sea surface. After the slashing, a ravine was left that could not be healed for a long time, and the surrounding fish and shrimp were impacted by this force and fled in all directions. Tyrage slowly put away the dagger and continued. "There are so many people in this sea who want your life. If I want to harm you, you can't even see my shadow." His voice was low and magnetic, blown by the sea breeze, and seemed particularly clear. "I just wanted to talk to you. Chat." Robin was still nervous, his eyes full of doubt. Her hands clenched into fists unconsciously, her knuckles turning slightly white from exertion. "I don't know you, what can I talk to you about?" Tyrage smiled slightly, showing a row of white and neat teeth. "You don't need to worry about who I am, as long as you know that I am the person who let you go belong to the same camp." Nico Robin looked at the slowly healing sea surface, swallowed, and asked. "What do you want to talk to me about?" A smile appeared at the corner of Talage's mouth, and he said lightly. "The truth about the world and your future." "My future?" Robin snorted coldly, his eyes revealing deep exhaustion and helplessness. "I have been on the run since I was 8 years old. The future is too far away for me. But you never gave up the pursuit, right?" Dorag looked at her with burning eyes, full of encouragement and expectation. His gaze was like a ray of warm sunshine, trying to penetrate the thick layer of haze in Robin's heart. "The historical text you master is coveted by countless people, but this just proves your value." "Value?" Robin was slightly startled, then said after a moment of silence. "This so-called value only brings me endless pursuit." Tyrage shook his head, his expression serious and solemn. "No, this value allows you to change the world. The dust-laden history you know may be the key to solving the mysteries of the future." Quote. There was a trace of confusion and hesitation in Robin's eyes. She bit her lip and asked in a trembling voice. "Why are you telling me this?" Tyrage looked at the sea level in the distance, where the waves were turbulent, just like the turbulent world they were in. His voice was low and firm. "Because the world needs to be changed, and you may be the only key." At this time, the sea breeze blew the clothes of the two people, and the boat rocked slightly in the waves. And Robin's heart, like the sea that had just been disturbed by the slash, could not calm down for a long time. She looked at Dorag and began to think about every word he said. "Ha ha ha." Tyrage's laughter interrupted Robin's contemplation. Sorry. Tyrage scratched his head and said with a smile, "I said unnecessary things." With a startled look on his face, Tyrage took out a dedicated phone bug from his arms and placed it in front of Robin. "I'll let you live and promise to give you a chance to turn to me for help." Robin took the phone call with a puzzled look on his face, not understanding what the terrifying guy in front of him was going to do. But she understood that there's never a free lunch in the world, so she immediately said. "What do you need me to do?" Robin didn't think that Tyrage had nothing to ask for, and the friendship given by charity must have a purpose. This was the experience she had summed up in the past 3 years. "Smart," Tyrage praised, thinking of his lovely nephew. He smiled and said. "My strength is comparable to the top lieutenant generals, and I believe I will improve in the near future. My shots are never free, that's the bottom line. In exchange, in the distant future, I want you to leave an organization without hesitation." Tyrage tapped Robin's forehead and asked. "How about it? Is it very simple?" "Yes, it's okay," Robin agreed without any hesitation. In the past 3 years, it has become commonplace for her to jump around, betray, break away, and sell out repeatedly among various forces. Nowadays, it is just a matter of leaving an organization, but it can be exchanged for the help of a top combat power. Robin thought of 10,000 reasons why he couldn't do it, but the word, refuse, didn't exist among them. Chapter 87 Aokiji's Concern. Then the transaction is successful. Tyrage threw down a bag of Baileys, flew into the sky, and looked down at Robin below. "The consequences of lying to me are definitely not what you want to see. The road is at your own feet, you choose how you want to go." After saying this, the figure flew out in an instant and completely disappeared from Nico Robin's sight. The people's hero, Dorag. In the corner not far behind Robin, there was a thick stack of newspapers, which Ella had placed on the boat. Her tears wet her clothes. She looked at the black spots in the sky in the distance and murmured. "Why don't we, O'Hara, have a hero who can save everything? There are heroes, but that hero is limited by his own responsibilities." I fell into extreme self-thinking and entanglement, and even my whole person changed drastically after that. Doubts about the government, wavering on justice, and sympathy for Robin filled his heart. So much so that the burning flames were completely extinguished and covered by extreme ice. He may not be O'Hara's hero, but he is Robin's hero. He may encounter a life or death crisis when Robin is in danger but is not aware of it yet. Calmly deal with potential threats for her without letting Robin know. When Robin fell into confusion, despairing about the future. He may give her some hints or guidance in some obscure way to help her regain her faith. It is also possible that when the world government issues a more severe order to hunt down Robin, he will use his authority and influence to gain some breathing space for Robin to a certain extent and slow down the pace of the pursuit. However, all of this was done so secretly that Robin never noticed the subtle role that person played in her growth. "Captain, how is the kid Ankyromaru?" The first time Ella saw Tyrage return, she asked diligently. Try to change the subject to make Tyrage forget the fatal mistake he made before. Tyrage thought of the newspaper hidden in the corner by Robin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. She is not as smart as a child. Don't be fooled by her appearance. He glanced at Ella with disdain and said with disdain, "You are not much older than her. If you are put into the same criminal den, I believe she will be the one who survives in the end." Ella froze in place. Hey, am I so unbearable? Ella, Leo roared, "Lousy wants your life. The child is so young, how could you do it?" Leo, who woke up slowly, looked like a wild bull, charging straight towards Ella. Earlier, when he woke up, he looked around. Among the pirates tied up on the ground, Robin was the only one who could not be seen. Leo, who thought Robin had been thrown into the sea by Ella, was filled with extreme anger. Tyrage ignored the love and hatred between them and returned to the Godfather's ship alone. He leaned against a huge box, put his hands behind his head, and asked calmly, "When did you come?" A cool breath emanated from the box. "Arrived a long time before you. Then you've been hiding in the box." Tyrage kicked the box angrily and curled his lips and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill her?" Due to direct sunlight, a little dewdrops appeared on the outside of the box. "Ah la, little Tyra, everyone has their own choice, right?" Kuzan sat back in the big box, put his hands behind his head, and replied casually, "Even if you really want to do something, I won't take action." Dorag rolled his eyes at him. Madu, if it hadn't been for him jumping out of the boat earlier. The cold air suddenly emanated from this big box, and he really believed Kuzan's words. "When are you leaving?" Tyrage sighed silently. When did his eldest brother become so duplicitous? Possessing the coldest fruit in the world, but at the same time possessing the hottest heart in the world. How could Tyrage not understand why his elder brother appeared here? He must have been worried about Robin's current dangerous situation, so he followed Kane's boat all the way here. "Leave immediately and leave a pirate ship for me. After all, I am going to sea on official business and I always have to bring something back." Aokiji said seriously to Kaido and pulled down his blindfold. He was sleepy again. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Tyrage's mouth, fearing that you might not have any needs, so he spoke decisively. 10 million Baileys. The blindfold fell off, and with a pong sound, the box was pushed away by Kuzan. He stood up and looked at Dorag in disbelief. "Are you crazy about money?" "No, not a Bailey." Tyrage shook the dictaphone bug in his hand, with a sinister look on his face. "It's up to you, but maybe this thing will appear on Uncle Warring State's desk at some point. He is very vindictive, how could he easily forget about that secretly taken photo?" Aokiji's body wandered between elemental form and entity, and his blood surged for a moment, as if he was about to take action. "Oh, I almost forgot." Tyrage pointed to the obvious video phone bug in the distance and said with a smile. "Here, look at the camera, and you'd better smile. I can take it out and take a look when I miss you in the future." An icicle appeared in Kuzan's hand, looking like he was about to throw it out. "Don't rush to destroy the evidence. I didn't let it go without saying anything." Kuzan lost all his momentum and sat on the ground helpless. Eyes met with Tyrage's, and he smiled helplessly and said, "How the hell did you get so many phone bugs?" "You know, some of the phone bugs currently used by Tyrage are prohibited from being released outside by the headquarters." Tyrage smiled strangely and said, "Then don't worry about it. Just say whether you give it or not." "I give." "Malinvando, where's my phone bug?" A roar that was so angry that it seemed to shatter the newly renovated office into pieces again. "Where else can you go? When have you ever seen that brat suffer a loss?" Zephyr sat on the sofa, looking at the afro-headed Sengoku in front of the desk with disdain, and joked. "I told you not to deduct his startup capital. This time, your grandma's family will suffer a loss. Dozens of phone bugs for mother-to-child dedicated lines, plus hundreds of functional phone bugs for recording, video recording, projection, and live broadcasting. Adding all this together, the Warring States period lost at least 1 billion. Hiss. Warring States sucked in a breath of cold air. If you calculate it like this, isn't the value of these phone bugs exactly the same as the Bailey sent by Tyrage that night? Don't let me see him. Chapter 88. Every injustice has its owner, every debt has its owner. The country of flowers, Kun Village. Baby 5 wandered aimlessly in the town, his stomach growling non-stop, and he felt hungry. At this time, a burst of playing sound came to her ears, and several naughty children were playing in an alley. Baby 5's dirty and thin figure was discovered by a fat man with a runny nose. He started throwing stones at her and yelling, "Ugly, go away." The stone hit her body, causing pain, but she just hugged herself silently. Her eyes were dull, and she quickened her pace and left in a hurry. She walked for a long time and finally found a corner that was sheltered from the wind and rain. She was really tired and just wanted to sleep for a while. However, a drunk man picked her up roughly and yelled, "This is my territory, get out of here." Then, she was thrown to the ground hard, her elbow was scratched, and blood slowly seeped out. "Yeah, sorry." Baby 5's voice seemed a little weak. She covered her injured arm and staggered away. One day, a seemingly kind man reached out to her and offered to give her food and a warm shelter. Baby Five's eyes instantly lit up with a spark of hope, and he followed him without hesitation. After arriving at the place with the man, she was faced with the moldy bread and yellowish water, but she ate it extremely sweetly. Although she has to do some heavy work every day and often suffers from exhaustion and faints, she is very satisfied with her current situation. Until one night, while drinking and chatting with friends, the man revealed the truth, shattering her slowly healing heart again. The man hung out his tongue drunkenly and said, "Ha ha ha, do you know? I took that little girl in just to see if she could do the work without having to spend any money. She was basically a free coolie. When she can't do it anymore, I'll throw her out." Baby Five was sitting against the wall outside the window, biting her lip, not crying or making trouble, as if she had long been numb to these hurtful words. Days like this lasted for a long time. Until one day, Baby Five saw an old woman falling to the ground on the street, and she hurried over to help the old woman up. "Thank you, you are such a good boy." The old woman looked at her gratefully and gave her a warm smile and a clean piece of bread. At that moment, the grievance and pain in Baby Five's heart seemed to lighten a little, and she thought to herself, "It seems like someone still needs me." However, such warm moments are too few and far between. Most of the time, she still spent time being bullied, deceived, and insulted. She would often hide in a deserted corner and cry silently in the dead of night, asking herself, Why am I so disliked? Why does no one really need me? Warning, warning, the mission target's vital signs are losing rapidly. Host, please arrive at the destination as soon as possible. The system's alarm sounded in Tyrage's mind. I want to, but the current situation obviously doesn't allow it. Tyrage stood on the tiger's head at the bow of the ship, looking solemnly at the dozen or so warships blocking his way forward. Captain, this kind of roundup of troops. Ella's hand holding the western sword broke out in a cold sweat. What on earth did Mr. Garp do that was so outrageous that he could continue the hatred of others to this day? Tyrage curled his lips and responded unhappily. The old man has done so many things that he didn't clean up his A, how could he not be like this? Looking at the large fleet of Babao Navy that had gathered in front of them and slowly moved towards them, Tyrage turned to look at the two people standing side by side behind him. How many can you two fight? Leo held out 2 fingers, and Ella held out 5. The two were a little nervous, so they didn't speak. Since they didn't speak, Tyrage could only look at them and understand. He looked at their raised fingers and thought to himself, these 2 brats can do it. There are only 13 boats in total, and they can take half of them. Tisk tisk. Tyrage secretly lamented that these 2 people had secretly practiced more behind his back, and their strength had improved really well. Can you fight 200 people? Ella turned her head in surprise and communicated silently with Leo with her eyes. Maybe it was because they had similar odors, but the tacit understanding between the two was surprisingly high, so the wordless communication was nothing at all. Leo gave Ella a, "You really think highly of me," look and stretched out 2 fingers to indicate that he could hit 20. Ella nodded, gave her a, "That's it," look again, and smiled happily. Then I'm better than you. I can fight at least 50. The distance between the 2 sides was very close. Qingjiao stood on the largest warship in the middle and roared, "Garp's son, I have been waiting here for a long time. Today is the day you die." After saying this, Qingjiao's tears burst out of her eyes involuntarily. Wow, tears gushed down like water jets, choking Lao Kai, who was standing aside half to death. Old man. After crying, Qingjiao trembled all over, and his thick beard fluttered violently as his body shook. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn everything in sight. Garp's son, he roared again, his voice deafening. I, Qingjiao, and Garp have a life and death hatred, and I will kill you here today. The veins on his forehead protruded like winding earthworms. The majestic conqueror's domineering force made the surrounding air seem to solidify, squeezing the side deck of the ship he was on until cracks appeared. Garp has ruined my life, and today I am going to let him experience the pain of losing a loved one. Hey, hey, hey. Dorag put one hand on the hilt of the sword, held his head high, and faced the oncoming conqueror's impact without fear. As the saying goes, every wrong has its own owner, and every debt has its owner. If you have a grudge against my father, go to him. Pung. What responded to Tyrage was the violent impact of the docking of the ship's sides. Qingjiao, who turned a deaf ear to what Tyrage said, jumped up and flew into the air like a cannonball. His eyes widened and he roared, "Bachongquan Butu." I saw Qingjiao concentrating all the strength on the top of her head. The head, which was originally as hard as iron. At this moment, it was even more wrapped in the domineering aura of armed color, giving off a dark luster. His whole body was like a meteorite falling to the ground, hitting Tyrage with a thunderous force. However, Tyrage's reaction was also very quick, and his figure jumped into the air. The leg muscles tightened instantly, bursting out with powerful force. A kick hit Qingjiao's side, forcing him to deviate from his original direction. The powerful impact of Qingjiao could not be stopped, and it crashed onto the deck. Boom. The moment his head came into contact with the deck, a deafening loud noise erupted. The powerful impact instantly tore a huge hole on the deck. Planks of wood were scattered in all directions, and broken pieces of wood were shot around like bullets. Get ready to move. Dorag, who returned to his original position, turned around and wanted to remind Ella that the two of them were ready to fight. Unexpectedly, Ella had already carried the fainted Leo on her back and jumped into the sea. Team leader, Leo, This kid fainted. I'll take him to the kingdom of flowers to wait for you. I'll leave these drizzles to you first. Good life. Tyrage stared at the two men's tricks with dumbfounded eyes. Half of the combat power they agreed on is this. In a corner that Tyrage couldn't see, Leo's arm on Ella's shoulder moved and silently gave him a thumbs up. If we don't get a dime of salary, why should we work hard? Ella fell into deep thought. With that kind of destructive power that destroys everything, could they really participate in such a battle? Chapter 89. A critical moment. Or a critical moment. No longer paying attention to the two people who escaped before the battle without receiving their wages, Tyrage looked at the damaged Tiger Head ship where the smoke and dust had dispersed in front of him. At this moment, the gloomy sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sea wind roared, rolling up layers of waves and violently beating the warship. Hey, we're not relatives, why do we need to give this big gift? I saw Qingjiao's head, as smooth as a winter melon, smashing deeply into the broken deck. His knees were slightly bent, as if he was kowtowing to Dorag. Qingjiao suddenly raised her head and glared with a ferocious expression. Son of Garp, I must raise your ashes today to satisfy my hatred. He roared, and powerful conqueror's domineering energy erupted from his body. This domineering power swept towards Dorag like a raging wave. Tyrage felt this strong pressure and his eyes narrowed. Old guy, this is not enough. He also released his conqueror's haki, which collided with Qingjiao's haki. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by these two powerful forces, making a sizzling sound. The vast sea of clouds suddenly split open, as if being torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands. The impact of this conqueror's domineering collision spread wildly around the two of them. The 8 treasure marines on the 13 surrounding ships were instantly affected by this powerful force. Most of the sailors only felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if countless needles were pricking them, and their bodies collapsed to the ground involuntarily. Some weaker sailors even fainted, their weapons falling from their hands, and their ships shaking violently under the impact of this force. On the sea, there were rough waves and splashing waves, shaking the warship from side to side. Qingjiao gritted her teeth, kicked the ground violently, and spun her body like a shooting star. With the sound of whistling wind, the air was torn apart with tiny cracks wherever it passed. Hachuchong fist, Butu turn, and flurry. I saw Green Pepper rushing towards Dorag like a whirlwind, his hardened head turning into a deadly weapon in the rotation, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch. Tyrage looked solemn and concentrated on dealing with this rapid attack. Green Pepper's figure kept flashing around Tyrage, and every time it approached, there was strong wind pressure and impact. Boy, suffer death, Qingjiao roared angrily, and his attack angle was tricky, attacking from all directions from Tyrage's head, sides, and behind. Tyrage is agile and keeps jumping and dodging, but Qingjiao's speed is getting faster and faster, and the attacks are becoming more and more intensive. When the speed and strength reached their maximum, the corners of Tyrage's mouth slightly raised. Well done. The right hand with a strong aura of armed domineering was raised high, already showing the momentum of a dragon's claw. Dragon Claw Fist destroy the city. Tyrage swung his right fist and violently collided with Qingjiao's spinning head. Bang! There was a loud noise, like thunder exploding, and a powerful wave of air exploded in the surrounding air. Green Pepper was shaken by this powerful counter-shock force and flew backwards. And Tyrage also took a few steps back slightly, and the deck under his feet made an overwhelming creep sound. Holding his numb right hand, Tyrage looked provocatively at Qingjiao, who was retreating. Old guy, your strength is nothing more than this. I thought it was very strong, but it was no more than mediocre. It was like loud thunder and light rain. Qingjiao stabilized her body and shouted angrily. Arrogant boy, this is just the beginning. But I don't have time to continue playing with you. The game developed in the nursing home. The smile on Tyrage's face disappeared, and he pulled out the Murasama from his waist with a cold expression. Humph, just as annoying as Garp. Facing Tyrage, whose breath had changed significantly, Qingjiao snorted fearlessly. The armed domineering force wraps around the Green Pepper's flat head. I saw that he used all his strength and his own weight to rush towards the clouds at an astonishing speed. Then, quickly focused the powerful shock wave of the 8-chong fist on the flat head. Boy, this move is extremely powerful. It only takes one blow to completely crush the target. If it hits a living creature, then the whole body of the creature, including its bones, will be completely shattered or even turned into ashes. This is the 8-punch box, the secret, the no-cone dragon, the no-cone nail. Facing the menacing Green Pepper, Tyrage was secretly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He curled his lips somewhat disdainfully. Without the sharp cone, how powerful is the secret of the 8-punch boxing? The armed color of his whole body condensed again, holding the black sword, Murasama, and greeted him head-on. My father beat you until it hurts. I want to beat you down or even eradicate you completely. Murasama tilted slightly, and a faint cold light emitted from the pitch-black blade. Tyrage did not choose to wait where he was. Instead, his figure swept out in an instant and chose to face them head-on. Recalling the scene when Ruskena and Hawkeye were chatting over wine, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Tyrage's mouth. What? The goblet in Mahawk's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Tyrage looked at the expensive red wine lying on the ground and felt heartbroken. You heard me right, and I said it right too. I have only touched the sword for less than a month. Mahawk was filled with shock and disbelief. How can a person who has been holding a sword for less than a month perform like this? This simply overturned his understanding of swordsmanship practice over the years. He originally thought that Tyrage had at least several years of hard training, but now this answer was hard for him to accept. He frowned and stared at Dorag deeply. I tried to find a trace of lies on his face, but all I saw was frankness and determination. Mihawk felt that his firm understanding of swordsmanship began to waver. The drunken Tyrage hugged Mihawk's shoulders and smiled completely nonchalantly. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you tell me how you deflected my slash? Mihawk smiled bitterly. Talent must be an indispensable part of his current achievements, but it is also due to the fact that he has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child. Now, he has met a true swordsmanship genius and a veritable monster. Mihawk felt a little depressed. He used his new skill to spin a bottle, drank all the expensive red wine in his hand, and spoke slowly. The art of swordsmanship does not stop at the subtlety of moves and the majesty of force. After taking a picture of Dorag, who was in a daze because he was worried about the red wine, Mihawk continued to explain. The true skill of swordsmanship is to discern the enemy's weaknesses at the critical moment and control the sword with your heart, so that you can be invincible. A close call. The impact of destroying everything was close before his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of Tyrage's mouth. But I still prefer a close call. Skills are always created by the weak to defeat the strong when facing the strong, thereby finding a chance to win in a hopeless duel. And what I want to do is to become a strong person. One sword style, mysteries, and overwhelming power. Murasama in Tyrage's hand, carrying an indomitable momentum, collided with Xingjiao's devastating blow. In an instant, light shone, energy exploded, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this huge impact. The waves were lifted dozens of feet high, and the tiger-headed ship was instantly shattered, with sawdust and water spray flying all over the sky. The sea of clouds that had just healed was torn apart again, and even completely disappeared. The 13 surrounding Navy warships were swallowed up by the huge waves and disappeared. There were only scattered naval forces, floating helplessly on the sea surface, looking at the battle scene ahead with dull eyes. Chapter 90 Give you my fiancé. Moxie, smelly, boy, give me my phone, bug back. On the wreckage of a ship, an intermittent sound of electricity spread throughout the surrounding sea area. Although he couldn't hear clearly, Tyrage already understood what warring states meant. Looking at the phone bug making a shrill sound in his hand, Tyrage was speechless. Isn't it just that I took hundreds of phone bugs? It's not a big deal. Why are you so angry? If we don't have them anymore, let's breed them. He deliberately left a pair of each type of phone bugs, which is already the most benevolent thing. Moxie, Tyrage patted the phone bug's little head and said in a somewhat urgent tone. Strange, the signal of this phone bug is really weak. Is it malnourished? It was obvious that she had just been fed Dolly brand milk powder. Quote, the obviously weak phone bug has lost its radio function. Tyrage sighed and looked at the unconscious green pepper at his feet with a solemn expression. Report to headquarters. Sword Tellage team, on November 7, 1503 in the ocean calendar, successfully captured the legendary pirate cone of green pepper near the West Blue Flower Country. Please give me your instructions. He had no other intention in making this call. He just wanted the Warring States period to send an escort ship over to take Xingjiao away. West Blue's marine branch simply does not have the ability to imprison this ferocious beast. If left to them, Xingjiao would be able to escape with her own hard power before sailing out of the West Blue waters. Zitza. After a burst of electric sound, the roar of the Warring States period came intermittently. Who asked you to catch him? Tyrage felt a chill in his heart and responded hurriedly. Uncle, Green Pepper is a legendary pirate. He is worth 542 million belly. With this money, almost saying what he was thinking, Tyrage quickly changed the subject. His existence poses a great threat to the order of the sea. I am here to maintain the peace of the sea. Malinvando. Warring States was silent, with veins popping out on his forehead. He grabbed the phone bug's right hand and gradually tightened it. Ahem. Zephyr, who was sitting aside, waved his hand and said absently. This is the only phone bug in this department that can contact Dorag. Warring States' clenched right hand suddenly paused, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Zephyr with a very wonderful expression. Zephyr nodded, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his eyes signaled Warring States, you can pinch it safely and boldly, no one will blame you. It stands to reason that taking away hundreds of phone bugs would not cause any harm to the headquarters. However, the way Tyrage took away the phone bugs was a bit violent, causing many phone bugs to have stress reactions and no longer be able to be used normally. Warring States took a deep breath, hinting not to be angry. He held up the phone in his hand with some trembling, and said sincerely. What you don't know is that although the green pepper of the cone is a pirate, the country of flowers it belongs to is a member of the world government. The world government has always been committed to maintaining the stability of the franchised countries. If there is a conflict between the flower country and marine due to the arrest of green pepper, that will bring unpredictable turbulence to the entire world situation. Quote, West Blue, green pepper, flower, chica. Tyrage's eyes lit up and he couldn't hear what was being said on the other side at all, but based on the literal meaning of what Warring States said, he had a unique understanding. Scratching his head in embarrassment. There is no need to add more money. Rounding off, you can just give 600 million. It is best to deliver it in gold. Click. Looking at the phone in his hand that was suddenly hung up, Tyrage was a little confused. Was his reply wrong, or does it cost more money? He curled his lips. What a sting. Malinvando. Warring States shook his right hand covered in mucus, turned his head to look at his deputy Chongjia, and said seriously. Go and completely erase his traces in Marine. You can also make a reward order for him first for emergencies. Chongjia looked helpless. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Zephyr shook his head slightly. This kid can really cause trouble. On the wreckage of the ship, a tense atmosphere hung like heavy dark clouds. The defeated green pepper of the cone lay on the ground, dying, and the flame of life seemed to be extinguished at any time. Tyrage threw the phone bug away, and Murasama at his waist pulled out the scabbard again. Why? Tyrage sighed, looked at the huge body at his feet, grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, and stabbed suddenly. Since the only function of exchanging money is gone, what else are you left with? It's always a trouble to keep it with you, so it's better to cut it off and be done with it. Don't want. The blade of the knife in his hand was less than half an inch away from his heart, and a heart-rending scream interrupted his movements. A small figure struggled to climb up the wreckage of the ship. He was none other than Qingjiao's 9-year-old grandson, Lao Kai. Lao Kai's face was covered with tears, and his little body was trembling with fear and sadness. His eyes were locked onto Log, with pleading and despair intertwined in his eyes. He hurriedly walked over, and with a plop sound, he knelt down in front of Tyrage. Tyrage did not dodge, looked at the small figure in front of him, and said to himself. Is this Lao Kai? He was a little unsure, because the childish appearance of Lao Kai now was very different from what he would look like when he grew up. Lao Kai's little head kept BG against the hard deck, making a dong-dong sound. Please, let my grandfather go. Lao Kai kowtowed and cried, his tears pouring out like floods bursting from a dam. After a long time, stop it. Tyrage finally spoke, with obvious displeasure in his voice. It doesn't matter if you don't get the bounty. You asked me to let your grandfather go, and I didn't say you couldn't let him go. But what's the matter with you meowing all the time? You're trying to bribe me. As long as you give me a lot of money, not only can I let you go, I can also escort your family back to the land of flowers. Looking dangerously at Lao Kai, who was still kowtowing, Tyrage's mouth twitched slightly and said secretly. This kid really doesn't know how to get into trouble. Can Laozi speak first about this kind of thing? Don't I want to lose face? Lao Kai, who had already fallen into despair, had no idea about all this and kept kowtowing his head, with blood stains on his forehead. He kept whispering, please, let my grandpa go. My brain. Tyrage slapped his forehead and raised his voice. I said stop. Only then did Lao Kai slowly stop his movements, raised his face full of tears, and looked at Talog longingly. Give me a reason to let your grandpa go. Tyrage pinched his fingers back and forth, fearing that the silly boy wouldn't understand, and even took out a coin and started playing with it. I can give you my fiancé. There was silence. The coin in Tyrage's hand fell down and fell into the sea from the damaged gap in the deck. Qingjiao, whose chest was almost cut open with a knife, twisted his head to the side, as if he had completely died. Lao Kai raised his head and looked at Tyrage with a sincere look. It's true, Lao Kai was really a fool when he was a child. Chapter 91 Jaji's Love. After half an hour of communication, during which time Tyrage kept hinting, Lao Kai finally understood what he meant. No problem, as long as you let the old man go, I will take you to Bingyu Baoshan. Lao Kai sighed slightly in his heart. The plan did not succeed. The plan of killing two birds with one stone did not succeed. He was somewhat disappointed, but at least the old man's safety is temporarily guaranteed, although the price is heavy. But the Baoyu iceberg cannot be opened by opening it. Since the old man lost the sharp cone, the Baoyu ice cap can no longer be opened. Looking at General Marine who had fallen into self-delusion in front of him, Lao Kai even felt a little proud, snorted and said to himself. When you get there and see the treasure mountain but have no way to get in, I hope you will still be as excited as you are now. On the sea not far from the area where Tyrage is located. A warship moved forward slowly, its white seagull flag fluttering in the wind. The warship's mast is towering, the huge sail on it is dancing, and the black word, justice, is particularly conspicuous. A Marine Major General with an indescribable appearance, holding a bouquet of gorgeous flowers, stood alone on the deck, facing the air, practicing something unknown. I saw his body change from the standard military posture to kneeling on one knee in the blink of an eye. From time to time, he recited a poem. Only round. From the first moment I saw you, you lived in my heart. I am deeply fascinated by your beauty, bravery and kindness. Jaji stood up decisively, looked at the air in front of him, and shook his head slightly. No, if I say that, I'm afraid I will be beaten to death by Sister Ziyuan. A ray of silver light flashed in his eyes, Jaji used more exaggerated movements, and with a plop, he knelt down again. Only round. You are the light in my life. Every time I see you, my heart beats faster involuntarily. Please give me a chance to be by your side. Snap. Jaji stood up again and slapped himself, muttering a little aggrievedly. If it hadn't been for the temporary mission given by the Warring States General, wouldn't I have been by her side all the time? No. Click. There was a crack on the deck where Gigi was kneeling. His 58th confession cannot be overemphasized. Ziyuan, accept my love. Jaji's eyes were sincere, and he also showed the gesture of sending flowers. I am the perfect man in your mind, marry me. Well, that's it, ha ha ha. Jaji lit a cigar and looked at the wreckage of the ship that gradually appeared in the field of view, feeling a little dazed. Major General Tyrage, we are finally going to meet. Randomly rummaging through his trouser pockets, Jaji took out a crumpled information report. Looking at the character introduction above, Jaji's eyes changed significantly. Tyrage, a legend who has risen rapidly in Marine. With penultimate's leadership skills, connections, and extraordinary courage, committing suicide. The creation of the Special Secret Force Sword allowed him to be promoted from Lieutenant Commander to the rank of General. Known as the People's Hero by the world, as the youngest Major General in Marine, Tyrage is undoubtedly a dazzling new star. However, this also caused dissatisfaction among some people, including Jaji. Originally, there would not be any communication between them, but when Zimao started to use Tyrage as a shield, he refused Gigi's confession again and again. There is an irresolvable hatred between them that will last until death. Lao Kai, how dare you? Qingjiao's consciousness was always there. Knowing everything that happened, he forced himself to wake up and prepared to scold his stupid grandson. 8 Chong fist martial heel. Bang, a heel kicked straight on the back of Qingjiao's head, knocking him unconscious again. Lao Kai took back his obviously jerky moves and breathed a sigh of relief. Old man, in order to save you, I have to apologize first. He raised his head, looked at Dorag whose eyes never changed, and asked aloud. When will we return to the Kingdom of Flowers? The old man's injury needs treatment. Tisk. Tyrage responded perfunctorily. Treatment. He glanced at Qingjiao, who had been knocked unconscious by the kick, and joked. I see you kicked pretty hard. He used to beat you a lot. I was. Lao Kai blushed and hesitated, unable to explain his retaliatory kick. Tyrage patted his chest and looked at Lao Kai, whose face was red, with disdain on his face. It's really screwed up. Why don't you just go with him? If he hits you, can't you hit him back? I can't beat him. Lao Kai lowered his head, feeling a little frustrated. Tyrage's eyes widened, as if he had heard some big joke, and he said loudly. You can't beat your grandpa. Does that count? I think back then I was often beaten by my father, but I never gave up. One time, my dad just raised his hand, and I stared at him. That aura shocked him at the time. Lao Kai looked at Tyrage in surprise, unable to believe that he had such an experience. Tyrage crossed his arms and continued. I'm telling you, next time he hits you, you should fight back and let him know that you are not someone to be trifled with. Lao Kai nodded calmly, suddenly realizing in his heart that he looked at the fainted Qingjiao with a dangerous look. Are you human? Systematic questions came to mind. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Tyrage's mouth. I am a kind person. He didn't dare to implement the things he imagined. Here was a person who had a similar experience to him, so he could test it out with him. Tyrage looked at Lao Kai's thoughtful look, smiled secretly in his heart, and cleared his throat. Boy, don't just nod your head, you have to take action. When your grandpa wakes up, give him a kick to let him know that you are not someone to be trifled with. Lao Kai hesitated. Is this right? Dorag frowned. How can a big old man survive on the sea if he is afraid of the front and the back? Hearing this, Lao Kai's heart trembled, and there was a hint of firmness in his eyes. Okay, I listen to you. When the old man wakes up and he beats me again, I will fight against him. Tyrage nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught. While Tyrage and Lao Kai were talking, the warship Jaji was riding in the distance was getting closer and closer. When the warship finally approached the wreckage where Tyrage was located, Jaji took a deep breath, tried to keep himself calm, and jumped from the warship. He first glanced at Lao Kai and the fainting Qingjiao. Then his eyes fell on Tyrage, with dissatisfaction and a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Major General Tyrage, I have long admired your name. There was a hint of stiffness in Jaji's tone. Tyrage raised his chin slightly and looked at the sudden addition. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you Major General Jaji? Just now, they felt a breath approaching them nearby, so Tyrage didn't lead them away directly. Taking out the mirror in his arms and looking at his handsome face, Tyrage slowly exhaled. Fortunately, he is still as handsome as ever. I thought that Jaji would be ugly enough after more than 10 years. But I didn't expect that my face when I was young was not as good as it will be in the future. Chapter 92 Everything is left unsaid. Tyrage chuckled lightly and put away the mirror. Major General Jaji, when I saw him today, he certainly lived up to his reputation. Jaji looked at Tyrage's narcissistic look, feeling contempt in his heart, but his face remained calm. Have you heard my story? No. Tyrage shook his head resolutely and looked at his face seriously. But you have a story written all over your face. Jaji was slightly startled. Humph, you talk pretty nicely. You can actually see through my experience from my handsome face. You are worthy of being my lifelong enemy. Jaji's eyes gradually lit up with sparks. Lao Kai tried to carry his grandfather on his back, but he didn't have enough strength. As soon as he straightened up, he was pinned down by Qingjiao's bloated body. Tyrage casually grabbed one of Qingjiao's legs and threw him onto the approaching warship. He turned to look at Jaji who was in the middle of a battle between heaven and man. Is it okay to commandeer your warship? Jaji nodded blankly, but quickly came to his senses. No, Laozi came with a mission this time. Stretch out your hand to stop Dorag from boarding the ship. General of the Warring States period, I asked you to release the leader of the Kingdom of Flowers, Green Pepper of the Cone. Jaji looked at Dorag with a narcissistic face. Laozi is a man who can complete the mission 100% of the time. Major General Tyrage, I advise you not to try to challenge me. Tyrage ignored Jiaji, put his right hand on the hilt of the sword, and looked at Lao Kai, who was looking happy with a vague smile. What do you mean? Ah, Lao Kai was stunned for a moment, recalling Tyrage's previous terrifying strength. After looking at him with disdain, Major General Marine appeared out of nowhere and said to himself. Silly. He twisted his stiff neck to look at Jiaji and smiled reluctantly. We are already safe, why should we be allowed to go free? Major General Marine, please don't hinder our return to Daxia, thank you. Jiaji was a little confused. He pointed to his nose with a surprised look on his face, and then looked at Tyrage, who had a smile on his face. Are you talking about me or him? Lao Kai turned his head to one side and whispered in his mouth. Whoever looks ugly, let's talk about it. So you're talking about him. Jiaji glanced at Tyrage with a look of dismay on his face, holding his forehead with one hand and pretending to be cool. Did you hear that? Bang. Tyrage slowly lowered his raised right leg, looked at the bubbling sea surface, and said expressionlessly. It doesn't matter if you look delicate. It's your fault if you look scary. Kid. With a dangerous look, he glanced at Lao Kai, who was shivering at the side. Get aboard and set sail. Yes. The land of flowers. Leo, are we really okay with this? Ella tore into the medium rare steak in her hand, juices overflowing, puffing out her painful cheeks, and reluctantly said. Just leave the captain there and spend his money to eat beef. Are you really not going to get beaten? Ella took out a saw and planned to cut the beef first, but she couldn't bite it. Looking at Leo, who was silently eating biscuits, he looked surprised. By the way, why don't you eat? I don't eat beef. Leo smiled honestly, looked at Ella seriously, and said secretly. I'm sure I'll get beaten, but you're the one spending the money and you're the one eating the food. What does that have to do with me? Although the idea was mine. Bulu. Moxie. Leo looked at Ella with pitiful eyes, who was sweating coldly after realizing it, and picked up the phone in his hand. Captain, the battle is over. Yes, let's go there now. Glancing at Ella, who kept offering her hands to him, begging to be let go, Leo scratched his head honestly and whispered to the phone bug. Captain, before going to Boyu Iceberg, Ella asked me to tell you that he secretly took the 100,000 Baileys you put in the safe and bought a cow. Gotcha. The call bug was unilaterally and ruthlessly hung up, and Ella's lifeline was almost cut off. On the other side, there is already a warship in an iceberg. Tyrage crushed the phone bug in his hand and looked at Jiaji, who had just crawled out of the water and was covered in purple from the cold. She hugged his shoulders and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, my subordinate made a mistake. If you don't vent it out, it will be disrespectful to the treasure you are about to get. The neck was twisted by Jiaji and made a click sound. Who knows how much that irresistible kick dealt a big blow to the child's self-esteem. Call out. Tyrage clapped his hands and looked at the sea with bubbling water again, finally feeling much better. Looking at the glacier plain gradually appearing in front of my eyes, is that flash of golden light reflected by the treasure. Because he has been in excitement, Tyrage seems to have forgotten something, and his mood is always a little restless. What is it? Target person is in life crisis. Tyrage made a fist with one hand and hammered it on the palm of his hand. Sukar. The subordinates who are about to wither, the wealth at their fingertips, the foot-picking man who has never been seen before, countless gold and silver jewelry. After such a comparison, what do you think Tyrage would choose? Lao Kai kicked the man who was controlling the direction and shouted angrily. Hurry up and get the boat aboard for lousy. If you're dawdling, I'll throw you into the sea too. Yes. Lao Kai hurriedly adjusted the direction of the warship and accelerated towards the glacier plain. Tyrage's eyes shone brightly, staring closely at the place where the golden light shone, and the excitement in his heart could not be suppressed. Jiaji finally climbed up from the sea again. Looking at Tylage's crazy appearance, his heart was filled with anger. Tylag, you madman. The wealth of the Babao Navy belongs to the entire Flower Kingdom, you. In a flash, Tylag hugged his shoulders again, but this time he did not throw him into the sea. Instead, he gave a mysterious smile and whispered in Jiaji's ear. You know, the 8 treasure navy has been passed down for 10 second generations, and their wealth can be said to be countless. At worst, I'll give you 10/20ths, you just need to shut up. Jiaji had an angry look on his face and forcefully shook off Tyrage's arm. First a marine, and the justice behind lousy cannot be tolerated. Tyrage waved his hand, shook his head and smiled. If you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can the Warring States General take it? Tyrage pointed at Jiaji and then at himself. If you don't take the Warring States General, how can you and I make progress? You mean? Jiaji's head couldn't turn around for a moment. Why is this related to Mr. Sengoku again? Tyrage gave him an inexplicable smile, saying nothing. I didn't say anything. Chapter 93 Dream Glory. As the warship gradually approached the glacier plain, the legendary ice jade treasure became increasingly clear in everyone's sight. On the sea level, the warship rode the wind and waves, its bow cut through the white waves, and slowly stopped on the shore. The glacial plain in the distance shone with strange light under the sunlight. And the faint golden light seems to be calling someone to go and explore. We're here. Lao Kai's voice trembled slightly. He checked his grandfather's breathing, and after confirming that he was still alive, he slowly dropped the anchor. Lao Kai's heart was full of nervousness. He had explored this warship before and knew that there were about 50 marine soldiers in the cabin. He secretly calculated that if Garp's son could open the Baoyu ice cap and rely on these people to move it together, it would take at least a day to fill the warship. Old man, there is only a ship's worth of treasure. For our inventory, it is a drop in the bucket. You can rest assured. Tyrage patted Jaji, who was lost in thought, and smiled mysteriously. His eyes flashed with greed and excitement, as if he had seen the mountains of treasures. I heard that you are chasing Major General Madoka. There was a hint of ridicule in Tyrage's words, and he continued. How can you chase girls if you don't have money? You think so? Jaji's face was distorted and he retorted loudly. Izumi is not that kind of materialistic woman. Jaji's eyes were full of anger. He didn't like Talag's attitude of using money to measure love. Speaking of which, Jaji would be even more angry if it weren't for the existence of Talag. He believed that Ji Yuan would not have so many reasons to reject his confession. 7 times, he was rejected by the name Talag 7 times, which cast a huge shadow on his life. Jaji clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment towards Talag. Talag stood on the side of the ship, looking at the Baoyu Glacier just around the corner, and shook his head with a smile. His long black hair was fluttering in the wind, and his eyes revealed a deep light. Women can be materialistic, but men must be materialistic. Talag's voice was firm and powerful, as if he was expounding a truth. His body flew into the sky, his domineering energy wrapped around Murasama, and he slowly pulled him out of the scabbard. Murasama shone with a cold light in the sunlight, as if responding to Tyrage's movements. Zi Yuan doesn't like money, but every moment you touch her, why don't you need money? She can live without it, but you can't live without it. Tyrage's voice echoed in the air, carrying an unquestionable power. Windmill Village. 5-year-old Maginot sat quietly at the highest point of the uncertain terminal. Her small figure looked particularly lonely in this place full of garbage. She looked at Gao Zhen in the distance, her heart full of confusion. Looking at the high town that was completely different from where he was, his eyes showed helplessness. The buildings in Gao Town are tall and gorgeous, the streets are clean and spacious, and the people wear beautiful clothes and live a prosperous life. And here, there is garbage and waste everywhere, and people live in poverty and misery. Why is there such a huge gap in the same place? Maginot's heart was filled with questions. She doesn't understand why fate is so unfair, why some people can enjoy a good life while others have to struggle in misery. She turned to look at Talag, hoping to get an answer from him. Asked softly, Brother, why are they so different despite being only separated by a wall? Her voice was crisp and tender, with a hint of sadness. Talag looked into the distance with firm eyes and replied softly, Maginot, this world is never fair. People in Gao Town have wealth and power, and they can decide their own destiny. The people here have long been forgotten by the world and can only survive in this place full of garbage. Quote, Tyrage's eyes were full of helplessness. He knew the cruelty of the world, but he could not answer Sister Maginot's question directly. Maginot hesitated to speak, pouted her little mouth and asked, Is there nothing we can do to change this? Holding his full belly, he said in despair. The feeling of being hungry must be very painful. Talag rubbed Maginot's hair and smiled softly. It depends on themselves, freedom, dream, or food and clothing. They don't have any of this. They have nothing to lose. Talag turned around, knelt down, and motioned for Maginot to come up so that he could carry her home, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. If you don't perish in silence, you will explode in silence. We are waiting for the arrival of a strong wind. Maginot's smile reached her eyes, she threw herself on his back and hugged him tightly. Although her little mind didn't understand what her brother was saying, she felt in her heart that what he said must be right. They had been out playing all day. Lying on their brother's back, they suddenly felt safe. In her sleep, Makino was talking in her sleep, and her little mouth kept muttering. I will open a big pub in the future and make a lot of money. Although I can't be as great as my brother said, at least I can help many hungry people who are suffering too much. Tyrage's hands held his sister's hips so that she could sleep more comfortably, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The idea is naive, but is this your dream? Then let me help you. One sword style secret meaning. Tyrage looked at the extremely smooth ice below, and the smile on his lips could no longer be suppressed. Use all your strength to slash out a blazing light. Dream glory. At the moment when he swung the sword, countless thoughts surged in Tyrage's heart. He thought of Maginot's immature but determined dream of opening a big tavern to help those who were hungry. He knew that the world was full of injustice, but he could not let his sister's dreams be drowned by the cruel reality. This knife is to break the shackles of fate and bring a glimmer of hope to those forgotten people. Murasama's light was like a bolt of lightning, piercing the sky. The moment the sword light came into contact with the ice, the entire glacier plain seemed to be shaken. The seemingly indestructible ice layer began to crack in the face of the power of dreams. The cracks spread quickly, spreading like a spider web, and ice shards flew everywhere, shining with crystal light in the sunlight. With a loud noise, the ice layer was completely cut open. The mountains of treasures were finally revealed to everyone. Tyrage stood in midair, looking at the sliced ice and the exposed treasures, without any greed in his heart. There is only persistence and determination to fulfill a certain promise that perhaps she herself has forgotten. Chapter 94 Redemption. Jaji stood on the bow of the ship, side by side with Tyrage, looking at the busy marine soldiers below, lost in thought. Are you sure these guys are my soldiers? I saw the soldiers, eyes burning with passionate flames, as if driven by endless desire. Everyone tried their best to carry or hug the boxes and packages filled with treasures. If it's not yours, how can it be mine? Tyrage smiled and stroked his non-existent beard. Human potential is endless. If you give them a ton of cement, they may not be able to carry it. But if you give them a ton of gold, do you believe they can carry it away? I believe it. Jaji nodded blankly, glanced vaguely at the youngest major general in history, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. For every 500 kilograms of treasure they carry back, you will give them a tenth of the points back. If it were me, Jaji looked at Dorag seriously. I can fly, do you believe it? At this time, Jaji's deputy ran over, past Jaji directly, and saluted Dorag. Report to Major General Tyrage. The deputy looked at Tyrage with admiration, wishing he could be transferred to his command. As the move finished, Tyrage looked at the sky. It was already sunset, and it only took a few hours in total. Sure enough, human potential is really infinite. The deputy shook his head in embarrassment. That's not true. There is still a lot of treasure. We only moved a small part. It's just. The deputy looked at Jaji on the side and said with some complaints. It's just that Major General Jaji came here this time and drove a small warship, which can no longer be loaded at this time. Ha ha ha. Tyrage patted Jaji on the shoulder and laughed. In that case, the treasure on this ship is your share, okay. He wanted to say more but stopped. How about we shut up? Dorag asked again. Jaji pinched the corner of his clothes, not knowing what to say. Clang. Murasama's sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the back of the sword rubbed Kaji's neck from time to time. Tyrage said with a dangerous smile. Take your men, pull your boat, and get out. But please remember, don't let me hear any rumors, otherwise. A scarlet flying slash shot straight towards the iceberg in the distance. The huge iceberg was cut off at the waist at the moment of contact, revealing a neat cut. You understand. Jaji and his deputy raised their hands above their heads at the same time, with a look of fear on their faces. Clear, the two said in unison. The deputy patted his chest. After comparison, he still felt that Major General Jaji was better. At least you don't have to take the risk of being sacrificed at any time. Jaji calmed down and quickly called the soldiers to place the treasures on the ship and prepare to leave quickly in the small warship. Tyrage stood there, looking at the busy figures of Jaji and the others, with a faint smile on his lips. It's not a big deal if you take the blame for taking my things, right? At this time, Lao Kai, who had been supervising the transportation of the treasure, came over. At this time, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. Unwillingly, Dorag scoffed. Lao Kai put his head together and responded unhappily. Although not much was taken away, these wealth are the wealth accumulated by our ancestors for more than 10 second generations. To hand someone over like this, I believe everyone would feel uncomfortable. Tyrage turned his back, no longer looking at him, and said to himself. Then just be patient, after all, I haven't taken it yet. The country of flowers, Kun village. You're useless, you can't work, why does Lousy keep you? The man picked up Baby 5 and threw her mercilessly into a snowdrift outside the door. I can continue to work. Baby -5, who had been working intensively due to long-term malnutrition and bad weather, still fell ill. Baby 5 fell in the snowdrift, and the biting cold hit him from all directions instantly. Her body was shaking uncontrollably, and her consciousness began to become a little blurry. You still need me, right? The man stood at the door, looking coldly at Baby 5 in the snowdrift, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Humph, you look like this and you still want to continue working. Stop dreaming. In my place, those who are worthless will only have the fate of being abandoned. Quote. His voice was like the cold ice and snow, making people shudder. You'd better die outside and don't let me see you again, otherwise you will suffer a lot. After saying that, the man turned around and walked into the house, slamming the door shut, completely isolating Baby 5 in the ice and snow. I'm no longer needed again. Baby 5 lay in the snowdrift, despair flooding her like a tide. Her eyes were empty, looking at the gloomy sky, with snowflakes falling continuously, as if they were going to bury her completely. The cold was eroding her body inch by inch, and she felt like her life was slowly passing away. But, Baby 5 also wants a home of his own. She tried to recall some warm things, but there was only endless indifference and the pain of abandonment in her mind. She closed her eyes. Maybe if she died like this, there would be nothing to regret, right? The situation seems to be different from what I expected. 3 figures walked slowly from another part of the alley. There was a soft sound of footsteps on the thick snow. Baby 5 slowly opened his eyes and tried to raise his head, trying to see clearly who was approaching. As the footsteps got closer and closer, a vague figure appeared in her sight. Baby 5 couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but she could feel the warmth radiating from the other person's body. Dorag gently picked her up from the snowdrift and wrapped her in the cloak behind him. Sorry, misunderstanding, I'm late. A glimmer of hope surged in Baby 5's heart. She didn't know who this person was, nor why he wanted to save her, nor why he wanted to apologize to a useless person like her. But she knew that she seemed to be needed again, and she was really happy. When Baby 5's consciousness gradually faded in the warm embrace, she didn't know what was waiting for her. But at this moment, she would rather believe that maybe fate has not completely abandoned her. The moment before he fell into coma, he murmured in a weak voice. Please don't leave me, I will be very useful. I can work, I can do a lot for you, I don't want to be abandoned again. Tyrage stopped where he was, pursed his lips, and a chill spread out. Ella and Leo, who were following him, suddenly froze in place. Go and find out what mistakes the owner of the house behind you has made. I don't want to see him again. Tyrage tightened the little girl in his arms, as if he wanted to transfer all the remaining warmth of his body to her. Ella was a little embarrassed and hesitated to speak. I've checked it out. I'm just an ordinary person with a small amount of money. I haven't made any mistakes. Tyrage's eyes froze, and Ella suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He showed a dangerous smile and said bluntly, then check his ancestral home, 3rd generation. There will always be something wrong, right? Just as Ella was about to speak, Leo covered her mouth and blinked desperately to convey the message to Ella. Maid, if you want to die, don't hold me back. The captain wants to punish him, but the general can't save him, I said so. Leo looked at Dorag with a sneer on his face, and kept slapping Ella on the head. He replied decisively, Xiao Chang, whom I have raised for more than 20 years, froze to death in front of his house. This matter needs to be investigated strictly. Well, Tyrage's frown relaxed and he snapped his fingers. The matter is serious. Since there are casualties, I think. Check. It's not necessary, right? After saying that, Tyrage strode forward with Baby 5 in his arms, leaving behind a familiar yet unfamiliar figure for the two of them. Chapter 95 Turn into a light. In a certain courtyard in Kun village, sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of light Madara. Dorag expressionlessly threw a pile of treasures from the system space, and the bright light instantly interrupted the chatter of the original owner of the courtyard. This half-old man with a goatee's original bad attitude took a 3,600-degree turn the moment he saw the treasure. His eyes were shining with greed, and he quietly put the treasure into his arms quickly. With a flattering smile on his face, he looked at Dorag excitedly. Sir, this courtyard is yours from now on. If you need anything, just ask me, I'm obligated. Without saying a word, Tyrage kicked open the door and slowly walked in with Baby 5 in his arms. His footsteps were steady and powerful, and his voice came out faintly. The little girl's clothes, nutritious food, and a basin of hot water. Yes, the goatee man responded hurriedly, and then trotted out, thinking that he must complete Tyrage's instructions as soon as possible. After all, just by borrowing the courtyard, this gentleman left behind nearly 1 million belly worth of treasure. If you serve this person well, you might even get some rewards. Tyrage carefully placed Baby 5 on the soft bed and gently covered her with a quilt, his movements as gentle as if he were caring for a fragile work of art. Looking at her pale face and chapped lips, an indescribable pity surged into Lag's heart. I thought he would be a big guy who picks his feet, but I didn't expect. Tyrage looked at the thin Baby 5 on the bed, his thoughts drifting away involuntarily, thinking of his sister, Maginot, when she was a child. At that time, Maginot was also so weak that people couldn't help but want to protect her. At this time, a man with a goatee came in carrying hot water. He was just about to shout out, but was frightened by Dorag's fierce look and swallowed all the rest of his words. He wisely put the hot water on the table, then took cat steps and retreated silently, as if he was afraid of making any noise and disturbing Dorag. Tyrage picked up the towel, moistened it lightly, and then gently wiped Baby 5's face, hands and feet with the towel. His movements were as gentle as if he were handling a piece of precious porcelain, fearing that the slightest force would break her. He said softly, Don't be afraid, little one, from now on, you will never be abandoned again. This is your home, I will take care of you and introduce you to a gentle sister in the future. Baby 5 seemed to hear Tyrage's words while in coma, and moved his fingers slightly. Tyrage felt her movements, felt happy, and quickly held her little hand. He continued, You are useful, very useful. But not for others, but for yourself. You don't need to please anyone to prove your worth, because you are unique. Dorag whispered his thoughts, how much he hoped these words could reach her ears and make her understand her own value. How could he not recognize the background of the man he was about to recruit? Baby -5, this is her name. Her life was full of endless misery. From the moment she was born, she seemed to be abandoned by her fate. While growing up, she never really felt the warmth and love of her family. Moving around in different environments, he was met with indifference and used wherever he went. Dorag stayed by the bed and didn't close his eyes all night. He used a wet towel to cool her down, and tucked Baby 5 from time to time to adjust the temperature of the room. Early the next morning, the sun shines through the window into the room, bringing a touch of warmth. Baby 5 opened his eyes slightly, and the first thing he saw was Tyrage's gentle smile. That smile was as warm as the sun, lighting up her world instantly. She heard those words that were gentle to the bottom of her heart. In fact, she was already awake in the latter half of the night. But she wasn't sure whether what was happening now was real or a dream after death. She had never thought about what it felt like to be taken care of. She really thought that everything that was happening now was all imagined by her, and it was a wonderful dream. Until that pair of warm hands crossed her hot forehead again, only then did she really dare to believe that all this was real. But everyone has the so-called greed, and Baby 5's greed is just the feeling of being taken care of without any use of the relationship. She didn't want to and didn't dare to wake up. She was afraid that all this would leave her when she woke up. She thought silently in her heart, as long as I don't open my eyes, warmth will always be with me. However, Tyrage's knowledge and appearance was always locked on the changes in her aura, so how could he not know that she was awake? It's just that sometimes, pretending to be confused while pretending to understand is the greatest kindness. Tyrage looked at BABY5, his eyes full of tenderness. Are you awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry? I've asked someone to prepare food for you. His voice was like the spring breeze blowing on the face, causing a warm current to surge into Baby Five's heart. She looked at Dorag, tears flashing in her eyes, as if she saw a light in her life. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. She didn't want to appear too vulnerable in front of this great benefactor, as she was afraid that the benefactor would dislike her for this. But those tears slid down her cheeks disobediently and dripped on the soft quilt. She hurriedly wiped it with her hands, but she wiped more and more. Thank you, benefactor. I'm not hungry. She was so careful, even though her stomach was already growling, she secretly told herself. No, people who need to eat will not be needed. Chapter 96 Warm Sun. Tyrage looked at Baby Five's cautious look and felt more and more pity in his heart. He shook his head slightly and reached out to stop Baby Five from wiping away his tears in a panic. Silly boy, if you're hungry, you're hungry. Why do you have to endure it? Tyrage's voice was gentle but firm. Here, you don't have to worry about being needed, because you are already needed. Dorag turned around and picked up a plate of food with an attractive aroma from the table, which was carefully prepared bread, fruit and hot soup. He handed the food to Baby Five and encouraged her with a smile. Come on, let's eat. This is specially prepared for you. Only when you are full will your body feel better. Baby Five looked at the food in front of him, and his stomach growled louder. But the more enthusiastic Tyrage showed, the more her head shook. I'm really not hungry. With a sentence that was almost forced out of his throat, Baby Five raised his head and looked at him with a stubborn look on his face. Tyrage's heart twitched. It seemed that conventional methods could never penetrate this little girl's defense. With a helpless sigh, he had no choice but to start with the bad guys. He placed the food heavily on the table next to the bed and looked at her expressionlessly. I need you to eat it now or I'll throw you out too. Baby Five was startled by Tyrage's sudden seriousness, and his body trembled slightly. She looked at Dorag blankly, a trace of panic and grievance flashing in her eyes. Baby Five murmured, not knowing how to respond. Tyrage frowned slightly, but his tone remained firm. There is no reason to eat this food now. Baby Five bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly stretched out her hand and picked up a piece of bread. She took small bites, as if every bite was filled with endless anxiety. Tyrage watched her start eating, feeling slightly relieved. He sat quietly and watched Baby Five slowly put the food into his mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. Tyrage's voice softened. Baby Five raised his head and looked at Tyrage, the stubbornness in his eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a complex emotion. Old, Laokai, old, where's my treasure? Qingjiao, who was covered with bandages, knelt tremblingly on the jade ice cap, looking at the empty secret treasure, and fell into extreme panic. It's gone, it's all gone. I am a sinner of the Babao Navy. It may be that the pain has reached the extreme, but at this time, Qingjiao's face has no emotion at all. There was no anger, blame, or resentment at all, just tears that could not be controlled. Laokai woke up from his coma and looked at the marine flag planted in the center of the ice cap. His back molars were already bitten to pieces. His eyes were about to burst and he roared. West Blue Branch 653, Lousy will crush you into pieces and make you completely disappear from this world. Branch 653, the branch base where Major General Marine is stationed. Laokai plopped down and knelt down behind Qingjiao, tremblingly stretched out his right hand and placed it on his chest, making a promise that belonged to their country of flowers. Old man, as the commander of the Babao Navy, please issue the Babao pursuit order. I will participate as an ordinary soldier. He slowly raised his head, his face revealing perseverance, and continued sonorously. If I can't get you back, then I'll never come back. Qingjiao didn't turn around, didn't give any response, and remained silent. He understands the cause and effect, everything, but Qingjiao thought about Garp's son, and with his existence, would their secrets really be taken away by that little Major General Marine? Qingjiao looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. That's right, the inheritance of the Babao Navy was cut off, and the secret treasure disappeared completely. It would be difficult to recover it from that family, but there must be an explanation that can stabilize the 8 treasures navy, military morale and faith. Qingjiao stared at the flag fluttering in the wind in front of her with thoughtful eyes, and gently pushed it to the ground. Every naval president of each branch has received the 8 treasure pursuit order, and they have a privilege that can only be used once in a lifetime. Can unconditionally summon another 7 naval forces to come to support and fight the enemy together. No one would choose to use it easily except when their own life and death is at stake. Leo, didn't you say you don't eat beef? On a medium-sized ship, Ella, who had a bruised nose and face, looked at Leo, who was devouring beef, with a look of bitterness and hatred. Leo glanced at the backs of a large fish and a small fish in the distance, and wiped the corners of his mouth politely. I really don't like eating, I'm even a little disgusting. Leo picked up a leg of cow again with his right hand and began to stuff it into his mouth desperately. Looking at Ella from the corner of his eye, he said vaguely. But this is what the captain rewards me. As a loyal subordinate, even if I don't like it, I still have to eat it with tears in my eyes. Ella chewed on the steamed bun slices and broke her steel teeth. He has seen people who are irritating, and he has also seen people who are so angry that they will not pay for their lives. But it was the first time in the world that he saw a half-dead person like Leo who could make people popular. Gritting his back molars, he said angrily, "Eat slowly, don't choke. That won't happen. I don't have any other advantages, except that my bite strength is pretty good." Leo moved his chin, revealing a row of neat teeth. Brother. Baby 5 held the fishing rod and tried hard to imitate Tyrage fishing, with a smile reaching his eyes. It was always called a benefactor. Tyrage was not used to it, so he asked her to change the title. Sister Maginot. Dorag turned around, his voice stopped suddenly, and he looked at her apologetically. Sorry, I called it wrong again. Baby 5 raised his head with a puzzled look on his face, kept picking at the corners of his clothes with his fingers, and said shyly. Brother, this is the 78th time you have called me Sister Maginot. Is she a very important person to you? Tyrage's heart moved slightly. Looking at Baby 5's innocent and doubtful eyes, his thoughts could not help but drift away. Maginot, that is indeed a very important person to him. She is the warm memory of her youth and the guardian of the quiet tavern in her hometown. In his heart, Maginot represents kindness, gentleness and the feeling of home. Every time I think of Maginot, a warm current surges through my heart, as if I have returned to that place where I can rest peacefully. The appearance of Baby 5 made him feel like he saw Maginot when he was a child, just as weak and as heart-wrenching. He wants to protect Baby 5, just like he once wanted to protect Maginot. Those inadvertently calling him the wrong name again and again were the natural expression of his innermost emotions. Dorag looked at Baby 5 and sighed secretly in his heart. He knew that he could not remain immersed in memories. Baby 5 has her own life, and you cannot let her live in the shadow of others forever. He looked at Baby 5 with a smile on his face, rubbed her short hair, and said with a smile. She is a very important person, but so are you. You will never call the wrong Sister Nuanyang in the future. He wants Baby 5 to start his life over again. From the day they met, it was a new life. So he changed her name and gave her the name Monkey. Baby 5's life is full of tragedy, but he compares his life to the warm sun. It means that even in the darkest moments, she always has hope and warmth in her heart. The warm sun represents light and vitality, even though it has experienced countless indifference and exploitation. But there was still a trace of warm power supporting her, preventing her from completely falling into despair. This is the meaning of Tyrage's name, Monkey D. Nuanyang, her name. Chapter 97 The Strength and Weakness of the Fruit. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City. Jinbei, are you really not involved in this matter? After the recent hard work, Neptune seemed to have aged several dozen years. He looked down at the fat blue mermaid with a tired look on his face. Your Majesty the King, although I have the heart to save Brother Tiger, I will not be stupid enough to challenge the world government directly. Jinbei put down the wine glass in his hand, raised his head and looked at Neptune, the sonorous Kaido. As if he remembered something, his face showed a trace of ugliness. But it doesn't matter. Is there anything else we should be cautious about between you and me? Neptune waved his hand to signal his army commanders to speak freely. Jinbei stepped on wooden clogs, stood up slowly, and stopped in front of Neptune as a tap-tap sound was heard. His face looked a little ugly, and a trace of cold sweat ran across his face. Shali said that she saw the future. As Jinbei's mouth opened and closed, Neptune's eyes went from shrinking to enlarging, from calm in the face of danger to extremely frightened, all in just an instant. Neptune picked up the trident beside him and looked at Jinbei with trembling lips. Is it possible that her prediction was wrong? He looked towards the sky with a look of fear, as if through the barrier of space, he saw the huge and intricate branches at a glance. Sun Tree Eve symbolizes hope and connection. It connects the world on the sea and the Fishman Island in the deep sea, bringing the possibility of communication with the outside world to the Fishman Island. It is a symbol of yearning and hope for the residents of Fishman Island towards the outside world. This matter is related to the demise of my race. Jinbei, can you let Shali predict it again? Neptune's heart was like an ocean swept by a violent storm. The waves were rough and it was difficult to calm down. He knew that Shali's prophecy ability had brought early warnings to Fishman Island many times, but this time the prophecy weighed on his heart like a heavy boulder. He held the trident tightly, and veins popped out on the back of his hand, which was a sign of nervousness and uneasiness. He pondered over various possibilities in his mind, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Maybe Shali really made a mistake. But as soon as this thought of luck arose, he quickly suppressed it. Shali's ability has never made any mistakes, especially when it comes to such a major matter. Yangshu Eve will be uprooted, and there will no longer be a Fishman Island under the sea of 10,000 meters. The key person. Monkey D. Dorag. This is the prophecy that Shali, who has not recovered from that bloody incident, personally told Jinbei. Jinbei was also worried and anxious, and sighed helplessly. Shali seems to have been hit by something. He has lost the ability to predict, so. Jinbei's sharp eyes looked through the sea level, and he seemed to see Mary Joa directly above the Fishman Island, and sighed secretly. Aladdin, Aaron, that's why I didn't stop your little moves. Fishman Island needs the leadership of Big Brother. Sabayati Islands. Foo. Doflamingo ignored the powerlessness the sea stone gave him and loaded the pistol with sea stone bullets one by one. Information. Dover's mouth opened wide, and veins popped out on his forehead. Lousy is the biggest intelligence communicator in the world. Phew foo foo foo. I said, Dover. Bell was dragged down by his big and sloppy nose. He lay on Dover's back, stretched his neck and pressed hard against Dover's face, as if he wanted to wipe the liquid under his nose on his face. Are we really going to kill Porcelino? That guy who was a candidate for general, hehehe. Too close. Dover's expression became even more ferocious, and the muzzle of the golden pistol seemed to have accidentally struck Torabel's head. What did you say? Torabel used the sticky fruit's ability to completely envelop Dover. I said you were too close. The ferocity on Dover's face disappeared, replaced by a smile as gentle as the spring breeze. My family. Malinvando. Tina is confused. Tina stood there quietly, her graceful figure outlined in a straight marine uniform. She raised her chin slightly, with a hint of coldness and wisdom in her eyes. Her long pink hair was casually draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze. There was a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, smoke rising in curls. Why have you given up on practicing domineering since you ate the fruit? Smoker on the side, holding on to a log, kept squatting up, his eyes determined. My smoke fruit has infinite possibilities. Look at those three monsters, which one of them doesn't dominate the world with its powerful Logia fruit ability? Tina frowned slightly, recalling the abilities of those three monsters. Porcelino's shining fruit allows him to move at the speed of light, and his powerful attack power is daunting. Kuzan's frozen fruit can instantly freeze large areas of the sea, and its power is terrifying. Sakaski's rock berries are even more destructive and can turn everything into ashes. They are all the pinnacle representatives of Logia fruit ability users, and they have proved the power of the fruit's ability with their strength. Seeing that Tina lowered her head and said nothing, Smoker continued to convey his belief to him. So in my opinion, as long as I develop the smoke fruit to the extreme, I can have power that is not inferior to them. The cultivation of domineering is important, but the ability to achieve fruit is the key to my reaching the top. Tina doesn't agree. Tina whispered secretly in her heart, recalling the storm that swept everything and that very handsome man. As he said, fruit ability is certainly part of strength, but only the domineering spirit that is not weaker than others is the foundation for being able to join the top ranks. Looking at the ideas that her former friend had never wavered, Tina understood that if she proposed the idea that Tyrage said at this time, this will only further stimulate Smoker's self-esteem and prompt him to jump into the abyss without hesitation. One day during class, Tina, who failed to challenge Dorag again, sat silently next to Dorag. Looking into the distance with melancholy eyes. Telig, do you think Tina's fruit power is weak? Why do you say that? Tyrage looked at the woman sitting next to him with some confusion, and said with a teasing smile. Confused. Hey, this is not your character. Really weak. Tina ignored him, but looked at him seriously. Tyrage had no intention of teasing her anymore. He thought for a moment and said slowly, I think there are no strong or weak fruits, it's just that their functions are different and the threats they pose are also different. When two of the world's top players fight together, until the end, they only fight for the most primitive things. Domineering, physical, and perseverance. Glancing at Tina who didn't understand, she explained impatiently. Anyway, just remember, as long as you have one of these three things, you are the top. Chapter 98 Insult of the Weak, Restraint of the Strong. Half a month later, Sabayati Islands. A warship that looks like a marine warship rides the wind and waves and rushes towards the Sabayati Islands. Tyrage stood on the bow of the ship, his posture as tall as a pine tree and his eyes firmly looking ahead. The sea breeze howled by, lifting the corners of Telage's clothes, and the sun shone on his body, outlining his perseverance. Captain, aren't we short of money? Ella, whose bruises on her face were not completely healed, stood behind Tyrage and looked at him doubtfully. Why do you need to take a trip through this muddy water? Tyrage slowly turned around, gave him a contemptuous look, and stretched out a finger. Let me correct you, I am not short of money, not that we are not short of money. Do you understand? Ming, understand, hehehe. Ella nodded decisively and said with a smile. As the warship gets closer and closer to the Sabayati Islands, a tense atmosphere spreads in the air. The warship slowly docked at the port of the Sabayati Islands. Tyrage jumped off the ship first and stepped on the solid ground with steady steps. Looking around, watching the people coming and going in the lively scenes, I didn't feel relaxed at all. A storm is coming. In this seemingly prosperous place, a thrilling battle is about to begin. It's so lively here. After getting along for a period of time, Baby 5 has completely integrated into this big family. Under the influence of Telage's continuous transmission of various positive thoughts, Baby 5's personality has undergone significant changes. She is no longer the person who blindly obeys others, but gradually learns to think about her own needs and values. Her eyes were no longer full of confusion and helplessness, but were replaced by confidence and determination. She will bravely express her thoughts and feelings and will no longer be easily influenced by others. When she saw the lively scene of the Sabayati Islands, she no longer cowered and hid aside. Instead, he sighed excitedly and observed everything around him curiously. Her smile also became brighter, warming people's hearts like sunshine. Baby 5 looked at everything around him excitedly, his eyes shining with curiosity. Her delicate figure stood out among the crowd, and her pink dress fluttered gently with her movements. Brother, can I go and play? Tyrage frowned slightly, looked at Baby 5's curious look, and shook his head. Nu and Yang, this is not a place for fun. Danger may occur at any time. You must also learn to stay vigilant. Baby 5 stuck out his tongue and nodded obediently. I know, brother. Leo stood aside with a serious face. His tall body was like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of security. His eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, always ready to deal with possible dangers. Captain, what should we do now? Tyrage thought for a moment and said slowly. Let's find a place to stay first and observe the trends of all forces. I know a place. Ella's emotions fluctuated and changed a bit, and a different kind of light bloomed in her eyes. Oh, Tyrage turned his head and looked at him, with obvious distrust. Do you have any acquaintances here? Ella smiled mysteriously and motioned for everyone to just come with him. He, who was walking in front, said to himself. Not only do I know him, but the captain also knows him, ha ha ha. Leo silently opened the mezzanine of clothes, looked at the photo of a beautiful girl deep in the mezzanine, and fell into deep thought. Ella, my brother, I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me. Nuanyang liked the feeling of Talad carrying her on his back very much. After she understood that her brother would not refuse as long as it was a reasonable request, she completely let herself go. The little feet lightly jumped on the ground, then jumped onto Tyrag's back. One arm was raised high, the other hugged his neck, and he smiled excitedly. Come on. The Sabayati Islands are 1,000 meters under the sea. A ship wrapped in bubbles floats on the bottom of the sea without seeing the sun. There are many large sea beasts guarding it. Wow. In the silent space, the sound of the chains was particularly clear and harsh. First there was a slight shaking, and then there was a clear sound of metal collision, as if the imprisoned soul was struggling unwillingly. Every time the chain shakes, there is a heavy sense of oppression, as if it is telling the helplessness and resistance of the bound person. Oops. Poor Salino was lying in a certain cabin in a mess, curling his lips carelessly. I really hate Halushi. The cabin door was opened, and the person responsible for guarding the ship was replaced by Aaron from Aladdin. When he heard the noise, he came to check the situation immediately. Aaron strode into the cabin, his heavy steps making the deck tremble slightly. He came to Porcelino and looked down at the Marine Alternate General with disdain in his eyes. Humph, humans, you are always so arrogant. Aaron sneered, raised one foot, and stepped heavily on Porcelino's body. Look at what you look like now, the so-called Marine General is nothing more than that. Porcelino frowned slightly, but did not resist, but still looked careless. It's so scary. Aaron was even more proud when he saw this. Admit it, we fishmen are naturally stronger than you humans. Aaron's voice was full of anger and hatred. Now, you fall into our hands. This is the retribution for you humans. Aaron held the saw blade in his hand and placed it on Porcelino's neck, with a wicked smile on his face. If we don't need you to replace our big brother, I really want to try what it would be like to kill the future Marine General. Who is Porcelino? Even if he is in trouble at this time and his body is bound by the Sea Tower Stone, he is by no means someone who can be insulted at will. Bang. What's going on? A group of mermaids holding weapons rushed in after hearing the violent noise. When the smoke dissipated and the situation inside was clearly seen, panic was visible to the naked eye on all the mermaids' faces. Aaron's body showed a strange posture, and his head sank deeply into the deck, as if being pressed in by an invisible giant hand. Aaron's originally arrogant face was now full of pain and shock. His eyes were wide open and full of disbelief. Blood slowly seeped out from around his head, staining the surrounding deck red. His mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to cry out in pain, but he could only make a weak whine. The saw blade in his hand also slipped weakly and fell to the side, making a dull sound. Aaron. Aladdin hurriedly ran forward and helped him up. He glanced at Kizaru who was on the ground as if nothing had happened, and said nothing. Let's all disperse. The exchange is imminent. As long as this guy doesn't leave the cabin, no more people will come. After waving his hand to disperse the numerous mermaids gathered, Aladdin carried Aaron who had fainted on his back and walked out with a heavy heart. As a user with fruit abilities, he is bound by the Sea Tower Stone, but he can still exert such combat power. He is worthy of being a man who will become a general. Chapter 99. Even watching a dog is affectionate. Wonderful rejuvenation. Looking at the somewhat old but peculiar plaque above the small medical clinic in front of me. Tyrage's neck cracked as he twisted it, and his eyes were dull as he looked at Ella behind him, who looked excited. There was a surge of helplessness and anger in his heart, as if a fire was burning in his chest, and he cursed secretly. There are many ways to die, but you have to choose the most cruel one. Ella, however, was not aware of Talag's anger at all. All he could see was the small medical clinic in front of him and the figure that haunted him. He flashed and lay down at the window of the small medical center like an agile cheetah, shouting inside. Lacey, I'm here to see you. This loud shout was like thunder on the ground, instantly breaking the tranquility around him. Nuanyang, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sudden shout. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Ella with confusion on her face. Leo was also stunned by the shouting. He stood there blankly, at a loss. Nani. Tyrage's originally suppressed anger was completely extinguished at this moment, his clenched fists were unclenched, his head was tilted and his eyes were dull. On the other side, Lacey heard a familiar voice and ran out of the medical center. Her steps were light, like a dancing butterfly. When she saw her figure clearly through the window, tears began to well up in her loving eyes. Enemies, didn't you agree to come see me early? Lacey's voice is gentle and sweet, and seems to melt people's hearts. Under the gaze of the petrified Leo and Tyrage, Dr. Lacey walked to Ella's side and hugged Ella's strong arms. She buried his arm deeply into her open chest, and the soft touch made Ella's heart beat faster instantly. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and there was only Ella in her eyes. Lacey looked so snuggling at the moment, but Tyrage couldn't tell at all that she was still the same wild woman. That's not surprising, that's not surprising. Tyrage, who obviously had a shadow on Lacey, opened his mouth slightly and whispered silently. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his last encounter with Lacey. This woman's boldness and enthusiasm made him feel uncomfortable to this day. Brother, this sister is so beautiful. Nuanyang lay behind Tyrage, curiously looking at the two intimate people in front of him from time to time. Her eyes were full of curiosity, as if she were watching a beautiful fairy tale. Don't learn anything from this, dangerous, woman, or my brother won't like you. Dorag tilted his head and whispered a warning solemnly. Nuanyang nodded in agreement, but where Tyrage could not see her, her eyes never left the two people in front of her. And just when Ella and Lacey were about to have a passionate kiss, Nuanyang's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. She covered her eyes with both hands, and only dared to watch and learn secretly through the gap. Her heart was full of shyness and curiosity. She felt embarrassed about such an intimate gesture, but she couldn't help but want to peek. Tyrage looked at the scene in front of him and sighed helplessly. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. He could only shake his head and prepare to turn around and leave this embarrassing place. Captain, wait for me. Leo also reacted and quickly followed Dorag. His face was also full of embarrassment, and he felt helpless about Ella's behavior. Ella and Lacey, on the other hand, were completely immersed in their world, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. They hugged each other tightly, with only each other in their eyes. After Tyrage and Leo walked for a while, Leo couldn't help but ask. Captain, are we just going to leave Ella there? Dorag frowned and said, then what else can we do? I can't hold my money back anymore. Now I want to drag him away. Will you go pick up soap with him at night? Leo's expression suddenly became strange. He waved his hands quickly, and said firmly. Captain, your decision is so wise and powerful. What is picking up soap? Nuanyang stuck out his little head, his eyes full of curiosity. Clatter. Tyrage's mind went blank and he said angrily. Children, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Nuanyang rubbed his forehead, stuck out his tongue, and hid behind Tyrage with an aggrieved look. And just as they were about to move on, they suddenly heard a loud noise behind them. They looked back and saw Ella and Lacey running towards them. Captain, wait for us. Ella shouted. Tyrage stopped helplessly and looked at Ella and Lacey. If you don't go back to further your studies, why are you coming here? He placed his right hand on Murasama, stared at Ella, and said lightly. Forget it if you act in a short movie or something, I don't want to watch it. But if you insult the child's eyes, I will kill you. Quote, how could it be possible? Am I such a dirty person? Ella held the silent Lacey's hand and fought back with her neck stiffened. Yes, Leo and Tyrage, including Nuanyang, all nodded in agreement. Even Lacey seemed to have thought of something, and lowered her head in agreement with a blushing face. Ella's figure suddenly froze in place. After a long time, she smiled sheepishly and changed the topic directly. Captain, Lacey said she could help us. She is very familiar with the Sabayati Islands and could provide us with some useful information. Quote, Tyrage did not continue to tease Ella, but looked at Lacey suspiciously. Why are you helping us? Lacey smiled slightly and looked at Ella's side face affectionately. Because Ella is my lover, and what he points to is my direction. Maid, damn peach blossom eyes, looks at dogs affectionately. Dorag looked at Ella, who looked like a thin dog, expressionlessly. After recalling the box of fancy clothes, I admire Ella for being able to conquer her. Tyrage was silent for a moment, no longer hesitated, and said immediately. Okay, then you can come with us. But you have to remember not to cause any trouble to us. Lacey nodded and held Ella's hand tightly. Ella showed a proud smile, as if she was showing off her charm to Tyrage and Leo. The group continued to move forward on the Sabayati Islands, and Lacey began to tell all the things she knew about the Sabayati Islands. In the past month, all kinds of people have gathered in the Sabayati Islands. There are pirates, businessmen, bounty hunters, and people from the world government. The forces of all parties are complex and conflicts may break out at any time. Quote, Tyrage frowned slightly. He only knew that the exchange location was in the Sabayati Islands, but there was no information about the specific exchange location. Are there any densely populated places here? Lacey thought for a moment and smiled. You are asking about a place where you can get information. There is one. Please come with me. Tyrage and Leo looked at each other and whispered together. Smart woman, Shidella. Chapter 100 Tavern Troubles. Sabayati Islands, Area 1. The group of people followed Lacey and shuttled through the streets of Area 1. Lacey introduced the surrounding situation as he walked. Areas 1 to 29 mainly include human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal zones. The order here is chaotic. There are many pirates, human traffickers and bounty hunters. It is also a gathering place for a large number of strangers who have poured in the past month. Quote, Tyrage nodded. He already knew these things and didn't need to elaborate too much. A slight, guru, sound came from behind, and Tyrage sighed, helplessly looked at Lacey aside, and asked with a smile. Is there a place where I can rest? My sister is hungry again. Nuanyang blushed with embarrassment, jumped down from Talag's back, covered her belly, looked at Lacey with an apologetic look and smiled. Sister, I'm not hungry, don't delay my brother's business. No. Lacey walked up to Nuanyang, leaned down and rubbed her hair, squinted her eyes slightly, and chuckled. We are going to the tavern originally, don't worry about adults, little sister. Nodding her forehead, Lacey stretched out her arm and pointed out a path. Please follow me, Mr. Marine. Tyra grabbed Nuanyang's little hand and said fiercely, next time you eat the snacks Leo gave you, I will break his legs. After saying that, he took the innocent Nuanyang, took one step past Leo, who was sluggish on the spot, and walked forward. I feel wronged, brother. Ella patted Leo and chased after him with a playful smile. Leo twitched the corner of his mouth a few times, and based on the principle that a dead Taoist friend should not die a poor Taoist, he immediately took out the photo from the middle of his clothes and silently put it in his pocket for emergencies. Led by Lacey, the group quickly came to a stop in front of the old tavern. Lacey looked at Dorag and said softly, this is one of the most well-informed places where you can ask for what you want to know. Yes. Tyrage nodded and took the lead to step forward. Let's go in and have a look. The door of the tavern was pushed open, and a smell of wine and noise rushed into his face. The old wooden floor made a slight creaking sound under the trampling of everyone, and the air was filled with a faint smell of tobacco and a strong aroma of wine. The walls were covered with various nautical charts and old weapons, and the dim lights swayed, adding a mysterious atmosphere to the entire tavern. Tyrage and his party found a quiet corner to sit down, while Nuanyang curiously looked at the lively scene around them. The people in the tavern come in all shapes and sizes, including loud drunkards, taciturn loners who drink alone, and many adventurers who sit around and whisper and don't look like good people. Leo skillfully summoned the bartender and ordered some food and drinks. The waiter was wearing a stained apron, his hair was messy, and his face looked tired and numb from working in the tavern for many years. He quickly wrote down Lacey's request, then turned and left. After a while, delicious food was served on the table. The food on the plate exudes an attractive aroma and is bright in color. Nuanyang looked at the food in front of him, his eyes sparkling. He couldn't wait to pick up the tableware, his small mouth opened slightly, revealing his white teeth. And just as everyone was preparing to enjoy lunch, the door of the tavern was pushed open again, and several pirates with unkind expressions walked in. The heavy footsteps were particularly loud in the quiet tavern, like a dangerous drum beat. They were making a loud noise, and the metal ornaments on their bodies made harsh crashing sounds as they moved. One of the pirates had a fleshy face and a deep scar on his left eye. His eyes glanced around the tavern like a hungry beast looking for prey. When his eyes fell on Tyrage and the others, he showed a malicious smile. The smile was like a devil's ferocious smile, which made people shudder. Dorag put down his knife and fork with a displeased look on his face. He hated being disturbed when eating. Ella and the others seemed to have been accustomed to this situation for a long time. They each ate the food in front of them without any panic. Nuanyang cast a sympathetic look at the approaching pirates, and then launched a final charge towards the small cake in front of him. Lacey also noticed these pirates. She frowned slightly, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Her fingers trembled slightly, not sure if it was because of fear or nervousness, but her body subconsciously moved closer to Ella, as if seeking protection. Ella held Lacey's hand to reassure her, and she whispered in Tyrage's ear. This person is nicknamed Scarface. He has a bounty of 78 million Baileys. He has been active around the Sabayati Islands for a long time. And while Ella continued to send messages to Dorag, Scarface's harsh voice sounded like a broken gong. Hey, you guys look very unfamiliar. Scarface, who came forward with many pirates, picked up the wine bottle on the table and drank it unceremoniously. Cool, ha ha ha. With a bang sound, Scarface slammed the empty wine bottle onto the table, knocking over the plate with cake in front of Nuanyang. Hiss. Ella and Leo gasped in unison. Without saying a word, the two of them took Lacey and ran far away, hiding behind the bar of the pub and shivering. Lacey took a few deep breaths, slapped Ella's dishonest hand away, and asked doubtfully. Hey, judging from your looks, you should be more than enough to deal with those people. Shish. Ella put her finger up to Lacey's mouth, and a trace of cold sweat flowed down her cheek. Don't ask, don't tell, don't look, just run. Leo kept nodding in agreement and said secretly. Hey, I don't know since when, I discovered that Nuanyang is not a fuel-efficient lamp. On the other side, Nuanyang looked at the overturned cake plate, his mouth slightly pursed, and his eyes instantly turned red. Then they started to jo, looking as if they had been greatly wronged. From time to time, she would secretly raise her eyes and quietly observe Tyrage's reaction. There was both grievance and a hint of cunning expectation in her eyes. When Tyrage saw this, he suddenly had a big headache. He hates seeing little girls cry the most, especially his beloved sister, even if he knows it's just pretending. He quickly squatted down, patted Nuanyang's back gently, and comforted him in a warm voice. Nuanyang, be good, don't cry. I will buy you a more delicious cake. However, Nuanyang didn't buy it. She sobbed slightly, her voice not loud, but full of grievance. But I just want that. Scarface looked at this scene and laughed, his face full of disdain. Why are you crying for a little girl watching a movie? If you are crying, you will be betrayed. Then he turned his eyes and looked at Lacey behind the bar, with an undisguised evil smile on his face. I came here with my brothers to relax, but I didn't expect to meet such a delicate and charming woman. Scarface's ready-to-move heart was completely ignited, and then he directly came here to provoke. He smiled maliciously, pointed at Lacey behind the bar and said, "That woman, come here and stay with Lousy for a few days, and Lousy will let you go, otherwise." As soon as he finished speaking, many of the younger brothers behind him drew out their waist weapons. He looked at Tyrage and his group with a malicious look on his face, as if he was ready to take action at any time. Chapter 101 Shaki Chain Store. Revolutionary Black Crow. The other guests in the tavern had different reactions in this tense atmosphere. The noisy drunkards instantly fell silent. Each of them stared at both sides with their eyes wide open. The wine glasses in their hands stopped in midair, not knowing whether to continue drinking or put them down. Some ordinary people showed fear and quietly shrank into corners or left the tavern directly, fearing that they would be affected by this conflict. The taciturn Lone Ranger, who was drinking alone, raised his eyes slightly, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. He didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. He just shook his head gently and continued to drink his wine, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. The pirates who sat around and whispered that they didn't look like good people showed excitement. They whispered to each other and discussed in low voices the conflict that was about to break out. The atmosphere in the entire tavern became extremely tense, like the calm before the storm. As Scarface's words fell, Tyrage's eyes instantly became extremely cold. He stood up slowly, and a powerful aura spread out. A bottle of wine costs 10 million belly, a piece of cake costs 20 million belly, the compensation for the tavern is 1 million belly, mental damages, lost work time, medical expenses, food expenses, funeral expenses. Tyrage's voice was low. He stood up and looked at Scarface, showing his big white fang and smiling. "I charge you a total of 78 million belly. Is it reasonable, Nani?" Scarface was stunned for a moment, and anger suddenly arose in his heart. But just as he was about to make a move, there was a sound of clang. Everyone, including him, seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. They all froze in place, with most of their faces maintaining the same excited smiles. I don't know when, but Tyrage had already sheathed his sword. He covered Nuanyang's eyes with one hand, picked her up with the other, turned and walked out. "What are you doing there?" He glanced at the stunned people behind the bar unhappily, pointed at the sweaty tavern owner beside him and said with a smile. "What, you want to squeeze him to death so you can inherit his inheritance?" "Team, Captain, what are they?" Leo took the lead and jumped out from behind the bar tremblingly, pointing at the scarred face holding a long knife high in the back and asked. "Dead, ask less, see more, think more." Tyrage ignored him, but looked at the tavern owner, preparing to pay and leave. After all, he had plundered almost all the money from Ella and the two of them when they first went to sea. For things like checking out, if you don't want them to be detained washing dishes, it's better to do it yourself. "Boss, those pieces of garbage are our meal money, how about that?" The tavern owner was also someone who had seen large battles. He quickly recovered from his previous shock and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, but you gave too much." The tavern owner gave the waiter next to him a look, and the waiter immediately walked towards the pirates who were frozen in place. Be prepared to determine their status at this time, as well as the specific amount. This is, when he saw the blood line on the leader's scarred neck clearly, the boy's pupils couldn't help but expand to their maximum size. Broken bones and left skin, cut with the back of a knife. The waiter turned his head and shook his head vaguely to the tavern owner, indicating that we couldn't cheat these people. The tavern owner's stern face suddenly beamed with joy. He took out a large bag of Baileys from the secret compartment under the bar and placed it in front of the table. "My lord, there is no problem with the goods. Here is the change for your wine. Welcome to visit us next time. What's the relationship between Shaki and you?" Tyrage glanced at the pile of gold coins on the table, but did not accept it. Instead, he asked coldly. The tavern owner's eyes shrank for a moment, but they soon returned to normal, and he forced a smile. "Who is Shaki? I don't know him, ha, ha ha." Tyrage narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the tavern owner. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. "Don't know me." Shaking his head and smiling, Tyrage put Nuanyang down, took out the paper and pen, wrote a few big words on it, slapped it on the bar, and pushed back all the gold coins on the table. "That doesn't matter. I want this information, this is the reward." The tavern owner frowned, but then he recovered and silently picked up the note on the table and looked at it. After reciting the last font silently, the boss had a very rich expression on his face. He sighed and shook his head. "These are not enough, not enough." Tyrage glanced at the money bag worth tens of millions of belly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Mater, it's okay to rip off people, but it's the same for chain stores." Clang. A slash that no one could see clearly came out. Tyrage pointed with the scabbard at the table behind him of motionless pirates holding wine glasses, and said in a cold voice. "Is it possible?" The boss didn't speak, just shook his head. Clang. Except for the Lone Ranger, everyone in the tavern stood still. The boss wiped the wine glass with the handkerchief, but he didn't hold it firmly and fell to the ground. He opened his mouth slightly and looked at everything in front of him. Still not enough. A trace of murderous aura gradually emerged, and the corners of Tyrage's mouth slightly raised, and he hit an obviously good bottle of famous wine on the bar with his scabbard. "Are you a real bartender?" The boss didn't understand what Talig meant. A trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he laughed and said, "My lord, I am a tavern owner, can I still sell you fake wine? I asked you if this bartender is serious." Snap. The wine bottle smashed to pieces, and conquerors pressed domineeringly and accurately towards the tavern owner without any exposure. The tavern owner felt an irresistible pressure rushing towards him, making him almost breathless. His face instantly turned pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He knew that the man in front of him was no ordinary person. If he continued to persist, he might be in danger of his life. Sir, please calm down, Shiki. Shiki did have some interactions with me. She has a huge intelligence network in the Sabayati Islands, and I have obtained some information from her. In exchange, I will provide her with some help that I can. But that's all, I don't know much about her. Quote, the tavern owner said tremblingly. Tyrage narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about the tavern owner's words. After a moment, he put away his domineering attitude and said slowly. Write down what I asked in detail. You don't want to become like those people, right? Besides, Tyrage slowly turned around and struck with a scarlet red slash, heading straight for the Lone Ranger who was as steady as a mountain in the center of the tavern. Crow, say hello to Big Brother for me. The scarlet slash went straight to the Lone Ranger like lightning, but the Lone Ranger, known as Crow, remained as steady as a mountain. Just when the attack was about to get closer, he raised his eyes slightly, a sharp look flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand gently, and countless black crows instantly poured out from around him, forming an airtight barrier. The slash collided with the crow barrier, making a dull sound, and then dissipated invisible. Crow stood up slowly, his figure looking particularly mysterious in the dim light. He was wearing a black feather coat, and his black hair was a little messy, but it added a bit of unruliness. The crow's face is clear-cut, and his eyes are deep and cold, as if he can see through everything. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Brother of the leader, your growth is even more terrifying than what the leader said. But you have to provoke, it's not wise. Chapter 102 Misunderstanding. 2 adults, this is a small business, please move outside the store. The tavern owner took out a document from the secret compartment under the bar and handed it to Tyrage. This contained the information he wanted. Tyrage flipped through it casually, and after confirming that there should be no problem, he nodded and smiled. Sorry for me and Shiki, and whoosh, Shao teleported over and struck out with a dragon claw fist, turning dozens of dark crows into ashes in the blink of an eye. Dorag stared expressionlessly at the crow whose face was half covered by its beak, and sneered. Who gave you the illusion that I am easy to talk to? Dorag. The three fingers were merged and slightly curved, and the black and purple domineering gradually appeared. A dragon cloud struck directly to the left chest and heart. If it hit, the crow would either die or be injured. At the critical moment, the crow instantly transformed into an element and turned into a ball of soot, narrowly escaping Tyrage's fatal blow. The soot quickly condensed into the shape of a crow in the air, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. The crow thought to himself, this guy is really difficult to deal with. He is worthy of being the leader's younger brother. He adjusted his posture slightly, preparing for Tyrage's next attack. The half of his face hidden by the crow's beak doesn't show much expression, but his eyes reveal determination and a little joking. Tyrage watched the crow successfully evade, and the expression on his face became even more grim. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and domineering energy surged around him. Since he didn't take him seriously, he would first cut off one of his arms as punishment. Tell me where he is and let you leave safely. As Murasama was unsheathed inch by inch, Crow suddenly felt more pressure, and a trace of cold sweat ran across his face. Hey, it seems like you've gone too far. This kind of momentum is not something I can handle. Chief, you lied to me. Countless crows and soot were scattered around. They had already responded and started serious mode. Ella and the others had already taken Nuanyang and left the tavern in a sensible manner, fearing that Caillou would be harmed. Brother Ella, why don't you go and help brother? Is it really okay? 100 meters away from the tavern, Nuanyang looked at the tavern that had been completely cut open by a slash with a worried look on his face, and asked in confusion. Ahem. Ella held Lacey's little hand, puffed up her chest, and said seriously. Experts are often the last to appear. For such a small scene, the captain alone is enough. One sentence ushered in Nuanyang's admiration, Lacey's appreciation, and Leo's contempt. After the two made eye contact, no one revealed that Ella owed Leo 100,000 belly. In the tavern, a scarlet blood moon gradually shone outside, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. The Murasama in Tyrage's hand exudes a cold light, as if it can kill the crow at any time. Crow was staring at Dorag with all his attention, and the soot around him was constantly surging, preparing for the coming storm. Tyrage's eyes flashed, and his body shot out like lightning. Murasama slashed towards the crow with unparalleled momentum. One sword style bright moon. Crow hurriedly controlled Suash and tried to resist, but Tyrage's attack was too powerful. Suash was cut open instantly, and Murasama's edge was close to Crow's. Crow couldn't dodge, and his left arm was scratched by Murasama. A deep wound appeared instantly, and blood flowed out. Puff. Crescent Moon's second injury came, prompting the crow to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the bones of his left arm were clearly visible. For his sake, leave some room to spare and tell me why he asked you to come here. Except for his darker skin color, Talid was not harmed at all and stared at the crow in front of him with sharp eyes. East Daxia C. Without any hesitation, Crow immediately sold out the guy who had cheated people to death. Crow was holding his arm that was about to be broken and was already sweating profusely. He was careless. Crow, on this mission, I will save you if you can. If you can't, don't conflict with my brother. Dorag on the ship stood facing the east, blowing the oncoming sea breeze, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The Crow standing behind him, his figure hidden under a black feather coat, his voice did not waver at all. I will be merciful, don't worry. Dorag turned around slightly in surprise. Did he mean this? He shook his head dumbfounded and let him go. Ever since the Crow ate the Logia fruit, his mentality has always been a bit wandering. It wouldn't be a bad thing to be educated. Dorag thought to himself. For my sake, this trip should be okay, right? Outside the tavern, Ella and others heard the commotion inside gradually subsided, but their worries did not diminish. Nuanyang stared closely in the direction of the tavern, his little face full of nervousness. In the tavern, Tyrage put away Kunyu and looked at the injured Crow, his eyes still wary. East Daxia Sea, humph, what is he doing back there? Are you homesick, or are you simply going to do something? Crow endured the pain and answered in a weak voice. I don't know the specific purpose. The leader just asked me to come here to investigate your movements and see if there is any chance to take away some people. Talog frowned slightly. Take people away, what is he planning? He thought for a moment and then looked at the Crow. You go back and tell him to stop having those inappropriate ideas, otherwise he won't be able to let you go so easily next time. Crow was silent and just nodded slightly. He was secretly upset that he really underestimated the enemy this time. He didn't expect the leader's brother to be so powerful. Tyrage walked to the door of the tavern and stopped, and his voice came coldly. Loss here will be compensated at full value, do you understand? Crow, who was communicating with the tavern owner with a certain IOU, paused and nodded repeatedly. He was already doing it. Night falls, and on the distant sea, a mysterious ship quietly approaches. The people on the boat were other members of the Revolutionary Army who came after receiving the news. When they saw the Crow injured, they immediately jumped out of the boat and rushed over. Captain Crow. Everyone gathered around Crow, their faces full of concern. Crow waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Let's go. He didn't want to stay here longer. This mission failed, so he had to go back and report to the leader as soon as possible. By the way, he could discuss things with himself. At this time, on the other side of the island, above the elevator of Mariehoya on the Red Earth continent, a huge iron cage was slowly descending. The person imprisoned in it is the dying fisher tiger, who was exchanged for Porcelino's protagonist. Did you come up with this method? How did you pass it on? At this time, Lieutenant General he looked very old, with only the wrinkles on his face not so obvious. I said it had nothing to do with me, do you believe it? Seeing someone talking, Tiger subconsciously covered the eye-catching Draco hoofs on his body, looked at Marine's big advisor, and asked back. Lieutenant General he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Tiger. It would be best. Marine just doesn't want to cause too many killings, otherwise armed redemption is a good way. Tiger's eyes narrowed, and a trace of cold sweat flowed down his cheeks. He knew very well, the words spoken by Lieutenant General he, Marine's think tank and chief staff officer, are the direction Marine will move forward. Lieutenant General he waved his hand in motion for his subordinates to move the cage onto the transport ship. He smiled slightly and said, Don't be nervous, now that we have brought you out, we have given up on that dangerous method. Sister, you never let me follow you on missions before, what about this time? At this time, a crisp voice sounded, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere. I saw a light-looking woman walking quickly. She was Guillaume. Guillaume's long pink hair is as smooth as silk, fluttering gently in the breeze, and his eyes are bright and agile, as if they are hiding the stars in the sea. There is a bit of curiosity and vitality in her delicate face, and she is wearing a white marine uniform, which outlines her graceful figure. There was a slender sword on his waist, and the hilt was inlaid with gems, shining in the sun. Guillaume came to Lieutenant General Suru, tilted his head slightly and asked. Sister, why do you want me to follow you this time? Is this fisher tiger special? Her eyes fell on Tiger in the iron cage, her eyes full of doubts. Lieutenant General he looked at Guillaume with a hint of endearment in his eyes. This mission is unusual, so you can get more experience by following it. After hearing this, Guillaume's eyes flashed with excitement. She straightened her body, as if to show Lieutenant General he that she was ready. Chapter 103 The action begins. Sister Shaki's energy is really amazing. It's no wonder she can open a pub here so blatantly, but no one dares to harass her. The group of people who had returned to the medical center each returned to their carefully prepared rooms to prepare for rest. Just as Tyrage was sitting in the room, looking at the documents in his hands intently, there was a sudden sound of violent wall shaking and collision. Tyrage's face darkened instantly. He slowly put down the documents in his hands and looked at the wooden wall that seemed to be about to collapse at any time with a speechless expression. It's too much, too blatant. Talog thought to himself, if I remember correctly, Lacey and Ella's room should be opposite. Is this intentional? Tyrage breathed out, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. Looks like it's time for another few weeks of devil training. Boom, boom. The sound of collision continued, and the whole room seemed to be shaking. However, the noise suddenly stopped at a certain moment, and with Lacey's word, trash, the surroundings fell into silence. Everyone gradually fell asleep. The next day, Ella's face looked exhausted, and the thick dark circles under her eyes were like two deep pools of ink. His steps were frivolous, and he seemed to be shaking with every step he took, as if he could fall down at any time. His eyes were full of sadness and helplessness. When he thought of last night's experience and the devil's training he might face next, a burst of despair surged in his heart. Lacey's face was as calm as water, as if nothing happened last night. Ella secretly glanced at Lacey from time to time, muttering to herself how terrible this woman was. That cautious and fearful look made people laugh. Until Tyrage stretched himself and walked out of his room slowly. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. A look of resentment came from Ella. Tyrage frowned slightly and opened his lips slightly but made no sound. But Ella understood the word from his mouth shape, trash. Ella, who was already decadent, was now like an eggplant beaten by frost, completely wilted. Kidney treasure, full health resurrection tablet, 1 bottle for 1 mission. How about you go with him? A big question mark appeared in Tyrage's mind. The sound of the system suddenly stopped. 1,000 meters under the sea. Boss Jinbei still disapproves of our actions. Aladdin's face twisted together, his heart filled with self-blame. It's all my fault for not convincing Boss Jinbei. He fell into self-blame. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not, as long as we save Brother Tiger, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Eren stood up slowly, his eyes showing firmness and determination. He waved to the distance. In the dark sea, a pair of giant hands held up the bottom of the boat and slowly moved toward the sea. Eren had only one thought in his mind, and that was to save his eldest brother no matter what the cost. Quote, hope everything goes well. Aladdin stood up immediately after him, clutching the trident in his hand, his heart filled with worry. He shouted, Poseidon, as soon as the transaction is completed, you can take your brother away directly and leave us alone. Hua, the bald Poseidon put the boat on his head and said carelessly. Don't underestimate us, I'm very strong too. On the sea, the waves were rough, and the Sun Pirate's ship was moving forward quickly, driven by the Poseidon. Eren stood at the bow of the ship, looking ahead firmly, his heart filled with tension and expectation, not knowing what was waiting for them. Aladdin looked at Eren's back, feeling filled with emotion. They all knew that this operation was full of danger, but for Brother Tiger, they did not hesitate. Eren, we must succeed. Aladdin whispered, but he kept praying in his heart. Eren did not look back, but nodded slightly, his voice full of determination. We have no retreat, we can only move forward. Although I look down on humans, it is undeniable that we are still far behind when it comes to top experts. Eren's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness, but he knew that they could not back down. As the ship got closer and closer to its destination, everyone became more and more nervous. Although the bald Poseidon was carefree, he felt the solemn atmosphere at this time. He held on to the boat tightly, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. I can't mess it up this time. Everyone must be careful when taking action. Aladdin reminded, his heart filled with worry. We don't know what we will encounter, but we must remain calm. Everyone nodded, they all understood the importance of this action. All the mermaids held the weapons in their hands tightly, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation, preparing for the upcoming battle. Finally, they saw the location of the transaction, which was on the sea not far from the Sabayati Islands. Several huge marine warships were parked on the sea, surrounded by marine soldiers, as well as many government personnel wearing white cloaks. Aladdin's eyes flashed, and he felt nervous. It's finally here, ready for action. When everyone heard this, except for Aladdin who went to trade, all the mermaids including Eren fled into the sea without making a sound. Hey, I said, Dover, I seem to have seen Crane's warship, do we still want to go? At the port, Doflamingo led all senior cadres to observe the numerous marine warships approaching gradually. His heart was full of surprise and vigilance. I didn't expect the Crane to show up here. Looking at the ship that was sailing at the front, exuding a sense of calmness and strength, Doflamingo's forehead had veins popping out, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Phew. I asked why she suddenly gave up chasing us and let the mad dog come. There was a hint of fierceness in Doflamingo's eyes. Then take advantage of this and find an opportunity to sink her into the sea. Phew. Doflamingo's mind was filled with crazy ideas. Clang. Sorry, Birdman, I didn't expect to meet you here. Virgo, who was fully armed, took a step forward and put his arms in front of him, preparing to resist the sudden attack. But he was kicked out by Dover, and hundreds of armed-colored silk threads formed a black wall to protect everyone. Doflamingo's heart was filled with anger and vigilance. Are you, Tyrage? Chapter 104 What kind of brotherly love are you playing in front of me? On the sea, the atmosphere was so tense that the air seemed to freeze. Poor Solino stood there. The previous chains on his body had been removed, replaced by a pair of 100% pure sea stone handcuffs, tightly binding his hands. The sea floor stone exudes a dark luster, like a heavy shackle, reminding everyone that this transaction is unusual. Poor Solino slowly raised his hands above his head. The movement seemed careless, but it carried an indescribable calmness. He raised his head slightly, with a faint smile on his lips, and said lazily. Since you attacked me, you have been standing on the opposite side of the world. His voice echoed on the silent sea, like a dull bell, beating Aladdin's heart. The forward steps came to an abrupt halt, and poor Solino seemed to sense something and slowly turned around to face Aladdin. There was an elusive light in his eyes, the corner of his mouth raised a meaningful arc, and he smiled softly. Would you like to try and kill me now? The tone was as relaxed as if he were talking about a trivial matter. No. Stop joking. Aladdin's voice trembled slightly, and his face was full of nervousness. The two sides were about to meet, and he could clearly feel his heartbeat beating like a drum, and the muscles all over his body were as tight as steel, and every muscle seemed to be telling his inner uneasiness. He stared closely at the approaching warships on the opposite side. Those huge warships were like steel behemoths, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Aladdin's hands trembled and he took out a sharp blade from his arms. The blade shone with a cold light in the sun. He put the sharp blade against Porcelino's lower back and said in a hoarse voice, "As long as you keep your promise, I won't hurt you, otherwise." The short blade instantly penetrated 3/3 of the flesh, although the wound was harmless to Porcelino. But the heartbreaking pain still spread instantly, causing the man who had always been careless to frown slightly. Porcelino sighed and looked forward expressionlessly. A red figure flashed past in his mind. He shook his head slightly. It seemed that there was no room for recovery. The atmosphere on the sea was extremely tense, and the waves gently slapped the side of the ship, making a low sound, as if playing a prelude to the coming storm. The sun shines on the sea, but it cannot warm this cold sea. Everyone is waiting for what is about to happen, and their hearts are full of tension and uneasiness. At the entrance of the alley, the slash cut off countless threads in an instant. In desperation, Doflamingo once again used countless silver threads to block in front of him, and then successfully blocked the slash. The omelet on Virgo's face fell to the ground, and the sweat on his forehead slowly slid down. Looking at the figure blocking everyone, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Almost died. Both are domineering, but they are also high and low. Thank you, young master. Doflamingo's forehead had veins popping out, and he stared straight ahead at the approaching figure, with a crazy smile on his lips. We are a family, you are too polite, Virgo. At this moment, Diamante's unique figure walked out. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an arrogant smile on his face. It's really embarrassing. Diamante's voice was sharp and harsh, full of sarcasm. But it doesn't matter. With me here, everything will be solved. He waved the long sword in his hand, and Dover was too late to stop him. The figure had already rushed towards the figure in front of him. I've really had enough. Tyrage's face was a little gloomy, and his figure disappeared from the place in an instant. When he reappeared in everyone's sight, there was already an extra head in his hand. What kind of brotherly love are you playing in front of me? He threw Diamante's head casually, picked up a handkerchief on the ground, and wiped the dirt from his hands. It makes me look like a villain. Tyrage's sudden attack instantly brought the atmosphere at the alley to freezing point. Diamante's head rolled to the ground, and her gorgeous clothes looked extremely miserable at this moment. Doflamingo's eyes widened, and the veins on his forehead became more prominent. He looked at Diamante's head on the ground, and anger and grief surged in his heart. His body was trembling slightly, his hands were clenched into fists, and his nails dug deeply into his palms. That crazy smile became stiff at this moment, replaced by an indescribable anger. Virgo's face was filled with shock, and his eyes moved back and forth between Diamante's head and Dorag. The sweat on his forehead fell again, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't say a word. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and the sunlight seemed to have lost its temperature. Everyone behind Doflamingo was also stunned by this scene, but what followed was extreme anger. There were ups and downs along the way, and even when they were attacked by the mad dog, there were no casualties among their main members. I said, do you know what you have done? Torbal could no longer laugh, and was covered in mucus all over his body, ready to give Dorag a full blow at any time. Yeah, I want. Puff. A sharp voice came, interrupted by a burst of laughter. Tyrage glanced at it, but still couldn't figure out how Circa's strong figure could make a voice that was sharper than that of a woman. I'm going to kill you. Sekka's eyes instantly became bloodshot. It had been a long time since he heard the voice of ridicule. Circa's anger was completely ignited, and he instantly merged into the ground, and the surrounding soil and rocks surged like living creatures. Immediately afterwards, a huge stone giant rose from the ground. The stone giant exuded a violent aura, and every step it took on the ground caused a tremor. Doflamingo looked at the scene in front of him, waved his hands, and countless threads shot towards Dorag like sharp arrows. No matter what you have done before, but since you took action against my family, today is the day you die. Doflamingo roared. Virgo also took action immediately. He picked up the long stick on the ground, flashed and rushed towards Dorag. The mucus on Torbal's body continued to surge. He pushed with both hands, and a large ball of mucus shot towards Dorag like a cannonball. Wherever the mucus passed, the air seemed to be corroded. Senor had a cigar in the corner of his mouth and his eyes were cold. He moved and instantly dived into a pool of water next to him. The pool of water seemed to have life, and began to flow slowly, approaching quickly in the direction of Tyrage. Tyrage rolled up his sleeves, revealing a row of neat teeth, and faced the attacks calmly. Death early, rebirth early, I'll have something to do later, so let's finish it quickly. Chapter 105. A knife full of loopholes. At the critical moment, Tyrag's figure flashed like a ghost, instantly avoiding the thread shot by Doflamingo. Those silk threads hit the ground, instantly leaving countless deep marks on the ground. Tyrage looked at the deep marks under his feet, his heart full of disdain. More than enough strength, not enough speed. Doflamingo, is this all you have? Then, his eyes condensed and he decided not to dodge the waves of attacks from everyone. When Virgo's long stick hit with a sharp wind, Dorag snorted coldly. You don't even dare to take my slashes, how can you have the courage to compete with me? In an instant, He raised his arm and blocked the long stick forcefully. The powerful impact made the ground shake slightly, but Tyrage remained motionless. Dorag thought to himself, friendship is such a complex thing. Even though you know you are outmatched, you will still launch a death charge against an invincible existence for someone. Dorag suddenly exerted force, bounced the long stick away, and then punched out, hitting Virgo directly. Virgo was shocked. How can he be so strong? He quickly raised his long stick to resist, but Talag's power was too strong and directly broke the long stick with domineering force. Then, he hit Virgo in the face with unabated force, sending him flying backwards and hitting the ground heavily. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Without giving Dorag time to rest, Torbol's slime cannonballs came one after another. Tyrage's eyes widened, and anger surged in his heart. If it gets on my clothes, Lousy will kill your whole family. Meteor. He punched the ball of mucus directly with his fist. The shock wave from his fist collided with the mucus and made a loud noise. The mucus was instantly scattered and splashed everywhere. Tyrage exuded a powerful aura, which made Torbol's heart tremble. Hey. Torable was secretly shocked. No wonder I can take off Diamante's head instantly. Tyrage, who had been shaving fast throughout the whole process, looked at himself carefully after returning to the original place, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no stain on his hair. What is the history of food for you? This disgusting guy must be taken extra care of. Murasama unsheathed himself and stood in front of him. After blocking dozens of unexpected threads, he slashed with a scarlet slash towards Torbol in the distance with a clear target. Turning his head to look at Doflamingo, who was constantly manipulating the thread with an ugly face, Talage's mouth curled up slightly. How did you guys survive in that man's hands? Difference. The difference was too far. Talage thought of 10,000 reasons, but none of them could explain why Doflamingo and his cadres could survive from Sakazuki. Doflamingo's originally evil face was even more distorted at this moment, his eyes seemed to be burning with blazing anger, and the red sunglasses could not hide the threatening light. He was extremely angry. How can you dare to look down on us like this? Doflamingo shouted angrily. Then you don't have to worry about it. 5-colored thread. Thin, almost transparent threads instantly shot out from his fingertips, flying towards Dorag like countless agile lion majesty. These threads shuttled rapidly through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. At the same time, Doflamingo released Conqueror's Haki, and the powerful momentum swept around like a raging storm. The ground shook violently, and the surrounding buildings seemed to be crumbling under the pressure of this domineering force. However, Tyrage was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Conquerors. He shook his head slightly and smiled disdainfully. Your courage is not enough for me to take seriously. After saying that, Dorag also released Conqueror's Haki. His domineering force was like a violent tsunami, instantly dispersing Doflamingo's domineering oppression. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful domineering force, making bursts of roaring sounds. Tyrage's domineering power continues to spread, putting Doflamingo and his cadres under tremendous pressure. Their faces became extremely ugly, and their hearts were filled with shock and fear. At this time, Senior jumped out of the water and punched Tyrage, trying to buy some time for the young master. Dorag didn't even look at him. He slapped him with his backhand and whispered at the same time. If a good man doesn't do it, what kind of picture will he need when he has nothing to do? The slap was so fast that Senior had no time to dodge. He was sent flying directly and hit the wall far away, spitting blood from his mouth. Phew. Doflamingo laughed angrily, his evil face now covered with frost. His body flashed and he rushed towards Dorag like a bolt of lightning, so fast that it was almost invisible. The moment he approached Tyrage, he waved his hands, and countless threads poured out like a torrential rain. Each thread was like a sharp dagger, carrying a fatal threat. Doflamingo thought to himself, since when did Marine have another guy who can dominate the world? His threads intertwined into a huge net, shrouding Dorag. At the same time, he once again increased the output of Conqueror's domineering power, and the domineering power surged towards Tyrage like a surging tide. He wants to counteract his Conqueror's domineering tendency so as not to be suppressed to the end. Tyrage looked at the attacks coming like a violent storm with a stern look in his eyes. He snorted, you are a small skill, but you still dare to do the same thing. He instantly pulled out Murasama, the sword flashed, and a sharp slash met Doflamingo's web of threads. The chop collided with the silk thread, making a harsh friction sound and causing sparks to fly. Tyrage's slash was as powerful as breaking a bamboo, instantly cutting through the web of silk threads. Wire sawing, string flicking, and foot shaving didn't achieve the slightest results, and Dorag dodged a few times to avoid it. He even had some free time to look at the escort ship in the distance that had already begun handover, and smiled to himself. It seems that it's not that Doflamingo is weak, but that I have become stronger again, so strong that I can't even tell which level one am. The knife was swung out, forcing Doflamingo's figure back to the side of the cadres who couldn't intervene at all, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I will only use one knife, and those who can survive will be let go. Stop looking down on others. Dover broke free of Torbol's arm and wanted to rush forward to fight in close combat, but was stopped by a threat of death. Tyrage held his demon knife tightly, his hands were like iron pincers, and the muscles in his body tensed in an instant, like a fully drawn bowstring. Power was like a surging tide, pouring into his arms continuously. In an instant, a scarlet light erupted from the blade, like an extremely sharp slash. This slash was like a ferocious and violent blood dragon, carrying a billowing heat wave and a sharp whistling sound, as if it could ignite everything around it. The edge of the scarlet slash exuded blazing light, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to be trembling slightly due to the high temperature, as if there was a dragon roar inside. One sword flow blood demon. As soon as the sword was drawn, Dorag sheathed the sword and stopped staying. He stepped on moonwalk and jumped into the air, heading towards the escort ship in the distance. The sword that was once described as full of loopholes by Mihawk has now grown up to be an existence that is proud of everything. Don Quixote, Danger. Chapter 106. The hero also has true feelings. Doflamingo stood sideways. Under his sunglasses, his eyes were as bright as blazing flames, but they also revealed endless vicissitudes of life. The golden hair on his forehead fluttered gently in the wind, as if silently telling his past years full of twists and turns. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the sharpness mixed with a trace of pain, revealing extremely complex emotions in his eyes. Rocinante, you also want to kill me with your own hands. Doflamingo turned sideways, looked at his younger brother who had just returned to him after running away from home, and asked himself secretly. The helplessness of losing his mother when he was 8 years old, and the determination to kill his father with his own hands at the age of 10, all of which left indelible scars in his heart. The blood dragon is coming, and its power is so powerful that today's Doflamingo cannot easily stop it. But during this long journey, only the family behind him always shared the joys and sorrows with him. They braved this cruel world together and worked together to build their own kingdom. Therefore, he could not retreat. Diamante was decapitated and he failed to stop it in time. This was already his fault. This guilt was like a heavy shackle, tightly pressing on his heart. I will never allow anyone to be lost again. Doflamingo's words were firm and powerful, as if he was issuing a strong challenge to this unfair fate. He raised his arms, palms facing outward, and shouted, "Cobweb wall." In an instant, a giant web formed by white spider threads spread out. The spider threads were extremely tough and shone with a cold light in the sunlight. However, just as he was about to take the next step, a pair of giant rock hands grabbed over from behind and threw him far away. At this time, the rock giant Circa was already standing in the position in front of Dover. Looking at the terrifying blood dragon-like slash that was about to destroy everything, endless determination surged in his heart. His strong body trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because he felt heavy about the sacrifice he was about to make. Circa opened his giant arms of rock and faced the coming attack calmly. Dover, let me block this blow. Circa's voice was like a rolling boulder, sharp but still heavy. Doflamingo's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "Sekka, get back." His face was full of anger and anxiety, and the veins on his forehead were slightly bulging. Sekka's eyes were extremely determined, and he continued to absorb energy from the surrounding ground, but his sharp voice was somewhat heavy. Dover, you have been leading us all this time, now it's my turn to do something for everyone. Under the control of Circa, the stone giant stepped forward firmly, like an unshakable majestic mountain. His eyes showed a determination that he was ready to die, his brows were furrowed, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was deeply proud of the feat he was about to perform. Friends, this may be the last thing I can do for you. Sekka's voice was low and powerful, with a unique voice like a sissy's voice, but it seemed particularly solemn in this tense atmosphere. Along the way, we have laughed and quarreled, but we are always a family. I can't let everyone be destroyed like this. Doflamingo's eyes were slightly red and he roared, "Sakar, come back, I won't let you do this." His body trembled slightly, and he used all his strength to create countless spider webs, eager to protect Circa. As the slash approached, the hot breath hit his face like a mountain, and a relieved smile appeared on Circa's face. Dover, you have to walk hard in the future. Remember, you are a man who wants to be a king, and you must never bow your head in front of anyone. The stone giant began to crack under the impact of the slashing, but Sarkar remained standing. He used up his last bit of strength to inject his domineering energy into the stone giant, trying to resist it for even a second. Friends, don't grieve for me, my sacrifice is worthwhile. Let our family continue to pass on and let our glory never fade. Quote, Circa's voice gradually became weaker, but his words were like a burning torch, instantly igniting the fighting spirit in the hearts of the members of the Don Quixote family. In the end, the stone giant was completely shattered by the power of the slash, and Circa was also submerged in the violent power. He used his own life to win a glimmer of hope for Doflamingo and his family members. Tyrage, who was flying at high speed, paused and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Good luck, guy. Then he stopped staying and headed towards the escort ship with a clear goal. Several huge marine warships were moored quietly, surrounded by marine soldiers and many government personnel wearing white cloaks. The atmosphere was solemn, and the rough sea seemed to indicate the coming storm. Aladdin's eyes narrowed, and he felt nervous in his heart. He escorted Porcelino and stood at the bow of the ship, staring closely at the marine camp ahead. Porcelino looked relaxed, as if he didn't care about what was about to happen. At this time, the personnel headed by Lieutenant General he stood on the deck of the warship. Lieutenant General he looked serious and his eyes revealed wisdom and vigilance. She looked at Aladdin and others who were getting closer, and was thinking about various possible situations in her mind. Aladdin took a deep breath and slowly approached the transaction location. When the ship approached the marine warship, the tension between the two sides reached its peak. Put him down and we will release Tiger as agreed. Lieutenant General He's voice was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. Hundreds of thousands of gun muzzles were aimed at Aladdin's head in an instant, as if they were about to shoot him into a sieve at any time. Put down your guns. Do you want to shoot Mr. Porcelino together? Standing next to he was Zimao, who was holding a sword with one hand. She raised her hand angrily, signaling to her colleagues around her to put down their guns. Aladdin swallowed and hid behind Kizaru as much as possible, holding a short blade firmly against his lower back. The initiative is not in your hands now. I want to see Fisher Tiger first. Let Porcelino go first. What a joke. World government has no credibility in the hearts of their fish people. I'm afraid that as soon as he relaxes his vigilance, thousands of bullets will pierce 10,000 holes. Ji Yuan strode forward, his eyebrows raised up, his eyes burning with anger. Rude guy, are you negotiating terms with us? She clenched her teeth, her cheeks bulged slightly, and she held the hilt of the sword tightly with one hand, as if she was ready to draw the sword at any time. There was a tingling sensation in his waist again. Porcelino looked at Yuandao's sister on the opposite boat with a speechless face, and secretly cursed. You are amazing and noble. Chapter 107 Breaking the Contract. In this tense atmosphere that made people almost breathless, Lieutenant General He frowned slightly, and a flash of dissatisfaction with Zion's reckless behavior flashed in his eyes. She gently raised her older but powerful hand, paused for a moment in the air, and then slowly lowered it, signaling her to be calm and calm. Then, she said calmly, as he requested, bring Tiger here. After hearing the order, the Marine soldiers hesitated, but the order was overwhelming and they had to act quickly. The steps of the soldiers were a little heavy, and every step seemed to be filled with deep worry about the unknown consequences. After a while, the imprisoned Fisher Tiger was brought to the deck. Tiger's face was exhausted, and the wrinkles on his face were like traces carved by the years, as if silently telling all the hardships he had experienced. However, his eyes still revealed firmness and unyieldingness, a light that had gone through vicissitudes but had never been erased, like the stars in the night sky that would never go out. The moment Aladdin saw Tiger, an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. His eyes widened instantly, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He stared closely at Lieutenant General He, the short blade in his hand trembled slightly, and unknowingly it penetrated 3 points of his flesh. He threatened blatantly, now, let Brother Tiger get on the boat, and we will naturally let him go after we leave safely. I come here with sincerity, I hope your army will not do anything to embarrass me, otherwise. Another stinging pain came, and Porcelino's face turned completely dark. This was the first time since he was born that he hated someone so much. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his nonchalant look. Lieutenant General He narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes shining with thought. She was weighing the pros and cons in her heart, and her mind was rapidly calculating possible scenarios. After a moment, she nodded. The Marines carefully brought Tiger to Aladdin's ship and unlocked the shackles that bound him. After Tiger got on the boat, Aladdin looked at the surrounding Marines with vigilance. His body was tense, like a cheetah ready to fight, and all the muscles in his body were in a state of high tension. Let's go, Aladdin shouted, and the other mermaids who had already dived into the water in advance, after hearing the shout, all pushed and pulled Aladdin's boat. Porcelino still looked relaxed, as if all this had nothing to do with him. But his eyes glanced at the clouds in front of him, with a careless smile on his lips, but he was secretly planning his next move in his heart. Ji Yuan looked at Aladdin and others who were gradually walking away, feeling filled with unwillingness. She bit her lip tightly, the anger in her heart burning like a raging fire. She couldn't help but said, Sister, just let them go like this. What if they regret it? We should take the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Her eyes were full of eagerness and anger, her hands were clenched into fists, and her body was trembling slightly, showing her inner excitement and uneasiness. Lieutenant General He turned his head slightly and looked at his sister with doting eyes. She said earnestly, just round, sometimes, you don't have to use strong methods to achieve your goals. Porcelino is always in danger and cannot allow us to take risks. Moreover, the mermaid problem is complex and cannot be solved simply by force. We need to consider it from a longer-term perspective. Quote, Lieutenant General He's eyes revealed wisdom and calmness. She knew that in this complicated situation, every decision she made might affect Porcelino's safety. Ji Yuan bit her lip. Although she was still unconvinced, she also knew that her sister's words made sense. She lowered her head and said softly, Yes, sister, I understand. Her eyes were still looking at the ship sailing away in the distance, her eyes were bright, and she secretly made up her mind. If I don't see Mr. Porcelino in half an hour, I will lead a team to fight over him. He glanced at his sister helplessly, feeling filled with emotion. Sure enough, it was right to take her out for training this time. If she goes on missions alone in the future and she is still so reckless, she may suffer a big loss. After the ship left Marine's sight, both Tiger and Aladdin's faces showed the joy of surviving the disaster. Tiger's eyes were full of emotion. He looked at Aladdin and said in a hoarse voice, Aladdin, thanks to you this time, I was able to come out alive. Aladdin held Tiger's hand tightly, his eyes flashing with tears of excitement, and the tears shone in the sun. Brother, we have never given up on you. Everyone is working hard to save you. Quote, they recalled all the past, and the days of fighting and struggling together seemed to come to mind again. A smile appeared on Tiger's face, and he patted Aladdin on the shoulder, his palm broad and powerful. We must live well, for our people and for our future. Aladdin nodded heavily, his eyes full of determination. Brother, we will definitely do it. Oops, Kizaru's untimely voice sounded, interrupting their reminiscence. Since it's a deal, shouldn't you let me go? A ray of silver light flashed through his sunglasses, and although his tone was casual, it could be seen that he was eager to leave. Thump. At this moment, Aaron's figure jumped up from the water, looking at Tiger with scorching eyes, revealing a mouth of sharp fangs. Brother, welcome home. Brothers have been waiting for a long time. Shahahaha. Forgetting your trouble, Tiger is tall and burly, like a majestic mountain peak. He opened his arms and hugged Aaron, smiling. We haven't seen each other for many years, and Aaron has become a lot stronger, ha ha ha. Brother, let's talk about old times when we go back. I'll deal with this guy first. Aaron let go of Tiger's clenched hand, picked up his long serrated knife from the weapon rack on the side, and looked at Porcelino with a dangerous look. His danger cannot be underestimated. If we let him go, our future life will not be easy. Aaron's words stopped Aladdin and Tiger, who wanted to stop them. The three monsters of marine are unknown to everyone. Even Tiger, who was in Mariehoya and became the plaything of the celestial dragons, had heard about their danger. Porcelino didn't pay attention to Aaron, who was slowly approaching with a serrated knife in his hand. Instead, he looked very calmly at Tiger, who was clearly in charge. Is this your mermaid's promise? Is it also your last choice? Tiger was about to step forward to talk to Porcelino, but he was pulled back by Aladdin on the side, locking his figure tightly. Brother, Aladdin also didn't want to be a guy who didn't keep his promise. It would be too ugly to unilaterally break the agreement. But just like Aaron said, during this period of time, they have been taking care of this marine monster. If he were to break free, they would be in trouble. Although it's embarrassing, we really can't let him go. Tiger is also a smart man. From the reactions of the two, it is not difficult to see that there must be some trouble between them. He sighed and stopped talking, as if he acquiesced. After receiving permission, Aaron no longer hesitated, and immediately took a serrated knife and was about to step forward to kill Porcelino. Why, it's so scary. Kizaru sighed and shook his head slightly, the carelessness on his face had long since disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the clouds high in the sky, and said calmly. Tyrage, you can come down now. ... However, there was silence and no response. This silent atmosphere stopped Aaron's footsteps, and Tiger and Aladdin were also on alert for the first time. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and even 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened in this endless sea area. Marine guy, are you teasing lousy? Aaron's eyes widened with anger, and he held the serrated knife tightly in his hand, as if he was ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. Chapter 108. No profit, no early start. In just 10 minutes, Porcelino even thought about which year and day he would reasonably skip work, but he did not figure out why Dorag, who had deliberately revealed his aura before, did not show up. The casual smile disappeared, and his mood became a little heavy. Seeing Aaron getting closer and closer with the serrated knife in his hand, Porcelino finally lost his composure. And at this critical moment, Porcelino suddenly had an idea and recalled a time when he and Kuzan were chatting about Tellage. Kuzan, didn't he just accept a mission? Why did you follow him? Kizaru was selecting the elite troops to escort the garden party. He looked up at Kuzan, who had just returned on his bicycle, and asked with a smile. Well, Kuzan yawned. After riding a bicycle all night, he was not tired, but a little sleepy. He responded with a bored expression. Forget it, my unprofitable brother is really a headache. Kuzan's temples hurt so much when he thought about using his own to-do list to wipe little Tyra's butt, so that he was scolded by warring states. ... Time returned to the present, and the serrated knife slashed towards Porcelino with a fierce momentum. Porcelino's mind was quickly thinking about Kuzan's words, you can't start early without profit. I have 10 tons of gold. As soon as Porcelino finished speaking, with a clang sound, the serrated knife that was slashing was immediately cut off at the waist. Who? Aaron's eyes widened angrily, his face full of shock and vigilance. Who is it? How dare you ruin Lousy's good deeds? He quickly looked around, holding the half-serrated knife tightly in his hand, as if he wanted to pull out the person who made the move from the air. However, except for the slightly rippling seawater and the blowing sea breeze, the surroundings were silent and there was no response. Oh. A drop of cold sweat ran down Porcelino's neck. This was the first time since he ate the sparkling fruit that he was so close to death, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Porcelino quickly adjusted his mentality and regained his calm look. He looked at the empty clouds above, shook his head and said secretly. This is really what Kuzan said, but all my money has been given to that man for research funding, so what should I do? His mouth opens and closes, and at worst, he writes an IOU. His credibility is still very trustworthy, right? Sky, clouds, is this right? The system has a bad temper. This unworthy host wants to make 2 jobs while working 1 job. No, it's 3 portions. The system's reward, Sakaski's reward, and Porcelino's ransom. Call me the master of time management. Tyrage smiled softly, put Murasama into the scabbard, and kept looking at Porcelino below with his playful eyes. At this time, Aaron became more and more restless, and he roared again. Who is pretending to be a ghost? If you have the ability, show it to Lousy. Aaron. At this time, Tiger and Aladdin also reacted from their previous shock. Aladdin shouted anxiously, a powerful enemy has appeared. Control poor Salino quickly. Nervousness and uneasiness filled Aladdin's heart. Previously, he could calmly leave Marine's sight simply because he controlled Kizaru's life and death. But now, poor Salino was clearly out of his control. Aladdin's heartbeat was as fast as a drum. His eyes were fixed on Aaron, hoping that it was not too late. Aladdin's shout made Aaron calm down instantly, and he realized the importance of the hostages at this moment. His eyes became fierce again, and a strong arm grabbed poor Salino, trying to control him temporarily. Since the last time, after being injured by poor Salino who was locked by the sea tower stone, Aaron and others have changed their binding method. This method greatly restricted poor Salino's actions, leaving him with no room for resistance. He was about to catch poor Salino again, but the unknown sharp blade struck again. Ah! Aaron let out a shrill scream, his eyes widened as he watched his severed arm fall to the deck, blood spurting out like a fountain. The severe pain made his face turn pale instantly, and large beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. Tiger was stunned by this sudden change for a moment, and then reacted immediately. His face was full of anxiety and anger, and he rushed to Aaron's side, quickly tore off the corner of his clothes and bandaged Aaron's wound. Aaron, hold on. Tiger's eyes were burning with anger. He stood up suddenly and glared around, as if looking for the murderer who hurt Aaron. Who did it? He roared loudly, his voice full of majesty and anger. However, the surroundings were still silent and there was no response. The figure that is always hidden in the dark seems to be teasing an ant that can be crushed to death at any time. The figure in the dark showed a playful smile, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth seemed to express his control and pride in this game. Like a cruel naughty child, treating Aladdin and the others as toys to play with at will. Even poor Salino was completely relieved at this time and actually lay down on the ground and fell asleep, as if he was out of danger. Sakazuki said that trading with pirates is absolutely not allowed. Tyrage in the clouds stroked his chin, thinking about the task that Sakazuki had temporarily assigned to him when he left Marine headquarters. If poor Salino can be rescued in advance, then all enemies will be eradicated. If not, Tyrage decided not to hide anymore and began to fall freely towards the pirate ship below. If not, we will completely destroy the enemy's race and fundamentally erase Marine's shame. The falling speed is getting faster and faster, and Tyrage's eyes are getting sharper and sharper. Thinking of the government lackeys wearing white cloaks on Lieutenant General He's ship, he smiled cruelly. If anyone comes forward to stop my actions, then kill them all. This was all he understood from Sakazuki's silent acquiescence, and he didn't know whether it was right or wrong. Perhaps aware of the danger, Aladdin quickly sent out a signal and called out all the mermaid brothers hiding on the bottom of the sea, preparing to deal with the powerful enemy. But this also gave Tyrage the opportunity to destroy them all at once. Dorag hit the pirate ship like a meteor, and with a loud noise, the powerful impact instantly made a big hole in the deck. The surrounding mermaids had no time to react before they were staggered by this terrifying force. Some mermaids who were close were smashed into meat patties, with blood and minced meat flying everywhere. The scene was horrific. Chapter 109. Who has the same name as me? Aladdin looked at this tragic scene in horror. When he recognized Tyrage's identity, the despair in his eyes spread quickly like endless darkness. His voice trembled as he spoke the person's information. The youngest Major General of the Marine Corps, the people's hero Tyrage. It is understood that this person's strength is on par with Marine's 3 monsters. The remaining hope in Aladdin's heart was completely shattered at this moment, replaced by deep helplessness and despair. The sea breeze blew by, carrying a salty breath, and the waves continued to beat against the hull of the ship, making a dull sound. Tiger gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth seemed to be broken. He looked at the dead and injured brothers around him, and the grief and anger in his heart rolled like a raging tide. He didn't know any bullshit Major General Tyrage. He only knew that the man in front of him was the murderer of his compatriots. Damn it, you damn devil. Tiger's roar echoed in the air, carrying endless grief, anger and hatred. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails dug deeply into his palms, and blood seeped out from between his fingers, but he felt no pain at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his dead brothers. However, in the face of Tiger's anger, Tiger remained expressionless. He looked at Tiger indifferently, without any pity or guilt in his eyes. HMPH, this is the result of being an enemy of the world. Tyrage's voice was bone-chilling. Besides, suddenly, Tiger's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the next second, he punched Tiger fiercely. How dare you use the same name as me? The fist carried an astonishing momentum, as if it could crack the air. At this critical moment, Aladdin pounced on Tiger and pushed him away. Tyrage's fist hit the ship's deck, making a loud noise. A large crater instantly appeared on the ship's deck, and wood chips flew everywhere. Aladdin fell to the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. Tiger's eyes widened and he looked at the injured Aladdin, his heart filled with emotion and anger. I'll fight you. Tiger roared angrily, and his aura instantly exploded. He used the fishman karate move and smashed fiercely at Dorag. The fist was so powerful that it seemed to be able to tear the air apart. Tyrage narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Tiger who was rushing over, with a trace of disdain on his face. He easily dodged sideways and avoided Tiger's attack. Tiger's fist hit the side of the ship next to him, making a loud noise. The side of the ship on the left was instantly smashed into pieces, and the ship was teetering, as if it was about to sink at any time. The broken wooden planks fell into the sea, causing splashes of water. Tiger glared at Tiger, the anger in his eyes burning even more intensely. We just want to live and fight for a free future for our people. Why don't you let us go? Tiger's voice was full of grief, anger and helplessness. Tyrage narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at the mermaids slowly gathering together and pulled Murasame out of the scabbard again, the blade flashing with cold light. Leave aside the fact that in this world, only the strong can survive. Talage's voice was cold and ruthless. But since he threatens Marine and even the world government in the name of a pirate, and bases his freedom on the suffering of others, then he is no longer pure. Instead of pure freedom, he has no need to exist. After saying that, Talag's figure disappeared again, leaving only an afterimage. The sea breeze howled, as if mourning for the coming killing. The sword's edge points to the souls of those who died under the sword. Dorag shuttled among the mermaids like a ghost, and wherever Murasame waved, blood spattered. The mermaids screamed in terror and fled in all directions, but their struggles seemed so feeble in the face of Tyrage's absolute strength. Tiger watched his tribesmen fall one by one, and the despair in his heart reached its peak. He roared again and charged at Dorag, desperate to stop his killing spree. However, Tiger just swung his knife lightly and knocked Tiger away. Tiger fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He had been tortured in Mariehoya, and his condition at this time was very poor. It would be difficult to defeat such a powerful opponent. Tiger climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looking at the clan members falling around him. Despair completely submerged him like a tide. His eyes were full of pain and helplessness, and the anger that once burned in his heart was gradually extinguished at this moment, replaced by endless sadness. He looked at those familiar faces, those brothers who had laughed and struggled with him, but now lost their lives one by one under Tyrage's knife. His heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of sharp knives, and the pain was so painful that he could hardly breathe. Why is this happening? Tiger kept asking himself in his mind. He didn't understand why they just wanted to fight for a free future for themselves, but they had to suffer such a cruel fate. He hates his own powerlessness and hates the injustice of this world. Tiger knew that if this continued, none of his people would be spared. He couldn't bear to watch his brothers continue to die, and the despair in his heart made him make a difficult decision. He stood up slowly, his eyes full of determination. He looked at Tyrage, and then slowly knelt down. Please, let my people go. Tiger's voice was trembling and full of pleading. He put down all his dignity just to give his brothers a chance to survive. Tyrage stopped what he was doing and looked at Tiger indifferently, with a flash of emotion in his eyes. Are you praying to your enemies? He casually beheaded the unknown mermaid at his feet and said coldly. If begging for mercy is of no use, what do you need us Marine to do? Tiger gritted his teeth, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. But he couldn't just watch all his brothers die, and a crazy idea suddenly came to his mind. Everything that happened today was planned and implemented by me alone. Tyra slowly picked up half of Erin's serrated blade from the ground and placed it on her throat. Looking at Major General Marine holding a sword in one hand in front of him, Tiger's eyes were full of determination. And now I plead guilty and commit suicide, to thank the world. Tiger originally knelt on one knee, but with a crack on the deck, both knees knelt in front of Tiger at the same time. Aladdin and many mermaids looked at Tiger's movements in horror and shouted. Brother Tiger, no. Tiger ignored them and hit his head heavily on the ground, his muscles tensing up as if he was saying his final farewell. I hope that with my death, I can give my people a way to live. Please sir, let my compatriots go. I, Tiger, swear once again that we, the fishmen, will never have any conflict with Marine in the future. After Tiger finished speaking, he forcefully slashed his throat with the serrated knife. Blood spurted out instantly, and his figure slowly fell down. Tiger's eyes were full of reluctance and concern, but there was also a hint of relief. He really hoped that his death would bring a new beginning for his people. That was all his broken body could do at the moment.